Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Shanghai Major presented by Perfect World Day 2. We're here for Group B. Yesterday we had a fantastic series of games where MVP were the surprise of the tournament thus far as they topped out the group, with Secret coming in second. And I am joined for Group B to talk about if we're going to get any more surprises and what's going to happen by... Oh, I almost forgot your name there. I was going to call you Melini. That wasn't even...
Okay. It sounded like you were about to say Ben.
Yeah.
You were about to say Ben, and then...
Winter and Melini on couch number... Are you couch number 1 or couch number
one.
2? Couch number 1. How are you guys doing today?
I'm not hungry today.
Not hungry. That's good. You look after... You've become an adult. You know what I mean? It's like, did you just not eat yesterday? What was it?
I missed breakfast yesterday.
Okay,
I
but
thought there
today?
was food here.
Ah, okay. That classic mistake.
Yeah.
Food at a hotel. And on couch number 2, we have Gods and Swindle Melons joining
Hey
us
guys.
this morning.
Oh, glad to be here. Been a dream my whole life to just sit across the couch from you, James.
Always want to be a Dota
Yes.
analyst. Not forget playing. That's
Nah,
all
Yeah,
yeah,
I'm
right.
sorry.
This is the
I am
dream.
sorry I didn't reply to your casting couch
Yeah.
application.
Yeah,
but
you sleep
Perhaps
in,
work on the title a bit.
but yeah,
sleep in, throw some bourbon in your coffee, like show up, say some stuff, draw on a whiteboard, and
yeah. Do you like the
Go home.
whiteboard?
I did actually. That was really good. I'm sure it was your idea.
Sure. Yeah. No. Well, I mean, yeah. I invented whiteboards, and I got really screwed over on that one. And then,
It was his idea.
Didn't get a paint. Didn't get a
Yeah, it was
patent on
his
it.
idea.
We found it really entertaining.
Yeah. So yeah, happy to have everybody here this morning. It's an early morning, and we've got a lot of Dota to get through. We've got 4 teams today, so we can take a look at our groups and see who's playing. And I think a lot of people will be quite happy to see the lineup we've got today. We've got some fan favorites in there with Alliance. We'll be playing today. We've got Fnatic, just for Winter.
Thank you.
That's just for you. Vici Gaming and also Team Spirit are all going to be playing today in Group B.
Exciting stuff.
It is exciting. It gets even more exciting when the overlay of Group B comes up on screen. That's when it becomes real. Like, don't take my word for it. Don't take my word for it about these teams are playing. Trust me, there's an overlay.
Until that
We
point,
saw
the groups
it
can
in
be anything.
rehearsal. It's gonna come.
Yeah. Just give it time.
Oh, okay, I'm just gonna drink my coffee.
Yeah.
Ben, how's life?
So you invented whiteboards. We should just call it like writing on the too good or something.
Yeah.
Professor.
Sir,
I've gone for a math teacher today, apparently. That's what Andy's called my new outfit.
what were you teaching yesterday?
Definitely not spelling.
Not English
Yeah.
teacher.
Yeah. But to kind of talk a little bit about yesterday from a different perspective, Swindle, you're a player for Complexity. You're here in the tournament.
Yep.
You're playing on day 4.
Sunday. 2 more. Yeah. Not tomorrow. The day after that.
Yep.
I'm really thrilled.
And so what did you make of yesterday's kind of, if you want to focus on teams, that's sure, but just overall, you know,
I mean, do you want honesty or brutal honesty?
we're going to go for brutal honesty.
The Group A is like a really bad group. And that was awful Dota. The drafting made no sense, and you will not see anything like that for the rest of the event, I don't believe. I saw like Lions being 3rd picked and just...
Nice.
You're
good.
so confident. Hey, now you can believe it.
Oh,
let's just
there we go.
let's quickly go into Group B, and yeah, we got Alliance, Team Spirit, Vici Gaming, and Fnatic will be playing today. The first matchup is well, the first 2 matches, because we're going to have 2 games played simultaneously, is going to be Alliance versus Team Spirit, which will be on the 2nd stream or in Dota TV if you're so inclined. And on this stream, we're going to be watching Vici Gaming versus Fnatic. To kick us off. So we're going to see how this one pans out. I personally don't have a clue or any favorites. Maybe we can go to the whiteboard at some point. I know we're going to talk about the players, and I'm not sure how far they are into getting into the game. But there's pretty big, brutal honesty there, to go back to you, Swindle Melons.
Oh, I've got
The-
like a specific example if you want. I can bring it up.
It would
Examples are
probably be
good.
wasted on me.
Okay.
So, but let's put it this way. If it's wasted on me, I need you to convince Winter
Okay.
that you're not full of shit. Okay?
All right. There's a long time between MDL and the major. Yeah, like a few weeks. eHome, I believe, was in the MVP series. I could be wrong. They first 2'd Night Stalker, which was something that you saw in the MDL series between eHome and EG, where it was, I believe, banned in one game and first two in another game. And then 3 weeks go by, tons of meta changes, and then they're on the same thing, and they're not banning any of MVP's heroes. Like, MVP's been doing the same stuff. Like we were just talking about in the pre-show, they ran the exact same drafts in the BTS Americas tournament. If you go on Google DotaBuff.com, pick MVP Phoenix, you'll see exactly what they're doing.
No, I mean, to be honest, that's the problem,
That's
isn't it? eHome couldn't access
Yeah,
Google.
they okay, sorry. Go on Yahoo.
In China.
Okay? Type in DotaBuff.com.
Yeah, Yahoo Answers.
Like, you could have asked Jeeves for what MVP Phoenix was going to pick, and you would have found it. Like,
That's
it was
eHome's
so
problem.
yeah.
Censorship has kept him out of the drafting
How
phase.
about the other series, Secret versus CDC?
oh, jeez, that was, well, wasn't this? It wasn't like 2-1 at like 20 minutes or something like that in one of those games.
One of the games, yeah.
It's just not like Alliance has been showing. Alliance showed up at Star Ladder, and they just crushed people. Okay, and we're all pretty sure they're going to do the same thing here. They would have wiped the floor with both of those teams, and I just feel like they don't grasp like what the game's about right now. Or again, I have to convince Winder about
Yeah,
this. He's
okay,
staring at
Winter,
me intently.
Winter.
So
Your,
remember, I'm
I-
rooting
I-
for Fnatic.
I said something like this to Owen when I saw their draft. I thought it was going to be really hard for them to win.
Mm.
But at the same time, you know, when I look at the overall big picture, every team has their favorable picks. They like to do this and they like to do that. But certain heroes are always going to be in every team's hero pool.
Mm.
Like you mentioned, the Furion. I think Furion is one of the strongest heroes now as well. I agree with you. And some teams, they're not actually prioritizing the hero, which is quite strange.
Mm.
And the Lion pick, like you mentioned, he's kind of a weak support in the lane. So
I might be wrong, but didn't they? I think they might have first two'd Lion Void in one game.
no, Lion was third pick. I remember it was
Third
third
pick,
pick.
yeah.
It was
What
third
was
pick.
what was it? It was Void and something else that was just. I think
Lion
it
was normally
might have
picked
been.
against. Lion was normally picked against Void.
It
was
might have been
what was
Void
happening.
Night Stalker. Might have been the first two.
Hmm.
I'm not
Oh.
sure. I didn't watch enough of it, but the point is, wasn't good. The groups are going to get progressively harder.
Culminating in your group.
Culminating in our group, which is
Okay,
the hardest
this
group.
is,
Sorry, gotta
yeah.
say it.
This is brilliant. So yeah, definitely wraps up your thoughts of yesterday. So you're looking for better Dota on
Oh.
a day-to-day basis. So let's focus
With-
on what's happening
With
today.
that
Go on.
said, MVP Phoenix was awesome. I loved watching them play. That was good. I love those guys.
You're like
They're
one of those
so-
guys. It's like
yeah.
blah blah blah. But you're so nice.
Yeah. Dude, you can tell how friendly a team is by whether or not they smile at you when you randomly run into them in the elevator, right? MVP is always happy to see you.
I mean, Kyo is actually just crazy. He
Yeah.
will just smile at anything.
Yeah.
like,
He's a great guy. I love
he
it.
like doesn't know what's
anything.
yes, anything. Have you met the guy?
Of course I met the guy.
he's
All right.
hilarious.
Good
Well, yeah, certainly smiling as MVP. Did top the group yesterday, but let's focus on what's happening today. Our first two games, we're going to have Alliance versus Team Spirit on the other stream. This is starting at 9 o'clock, so we're going to go back in time by 26 minutes and get that game started. And also on the main stream, we're going to be having Fnatic versus Vici Gaming. The players hopefully might be in the lobby sometime soon, but let's focus on today. And I'm going to bring over the whiteboard, and there you can see the first team up, which is Vici Gaming, Super, Ice Ice Ice, FY, Fenrir, and Burning. What do you make of the lineup there, gentlemen?
It's been like the same group of like 4 guys for a while. They've changed out their carry player a few times with Hao coming in and Black if you go way back to DAC. But it's been a very stable roster. They adapt well. They've got a pretty versatile hero pool. They're willing to, I'd say, experiment a bit with their drafts, but they're very consistent. Every LAN event they go to, they're finishing top 3, top 4. So this is a team who I expect to shop and do well here at the major.
Yeah. I mean, anyone else want to? I'll just do it. I agree. I think Super is one of the most criminally underrated mid players in the world, and they're just really solid. Oh, you want to? Oh, James really wants the whiteboard. We can cut to James on the whiteboard. Take it away, man.
Hello, welcome. No, I just thought like we should probably talk about, if we have time, Vici Gaming and Fnatic,
Yep.
and then maybe we can visit Team Spirit and Alliance a little bit later,
Mm-hmm.
since they're playing against each other. And Swindle, Insight, kind of, you've played and probably scrimmed against these guys at some point recently, much more than any of us. So have you got any kind of starting pros or cons for Vici Gaming and Fnatic that we should know about?
Super's criminally underrated.
Super is a criminal.
He's
and
taking their mouses and
Yeah.
keyboards.
But is he, like, for you, a standout player that every game...
He's a lot of times when you say someone's consistent, you're just saying that they're mediocre, but Super is consistently just really good. He's like always a top 5 mid player regardless of the patch. And obviously everyone knows the support duo is really good.
I mean, is he good? Is he like super good mid or just super good mid compared to you when you played mid?
Oh.
Because that's
I
'cause
would
that
say
might be a con.
I would say that Super is slightly better than I am.
Slightly
at
better
mid
than you
play,
are.
Yeah.
Definitely a
And
con.
I was a really, really good mid player. Like I don't want to undersell myself here, but
Okay,
that's a big compliment.
sorry. I'm glad. Super mid.
Can you just write super duper?
Super. Yeah.
Thank
that's
you.
good. Super duper.
Because that's what he's not just super.
He's
he
not
really
just
is.
super.
Correct.
He's
Yeah.
super duper.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's a lot of points in Scrabble.
Yeah.
Way more than super.
I think I'd challenge
It's more
that
than
one.
7 letters. Or
You can
not.
add on.
You can have more
You-
than 7
yeah.
letters.
You
You,
do
add the
super and
duper
I
to
mean,
the super.
someone would go with super, and then you'd be like,
Yeah.
you know what's better than super? Super
Add
duper.
the two-
It'd be like, give me that dictionary. All right, so pros for Vici Gaming, super duper, mid. Anything else you're kind of thinking? We got Fnatic here as well. Just throw them out, guys.
That's Winter.
Oh.
Winter, you're on
Winter,
Fnatic.
you are,
Oh.
you know about Fnatic.
I think
Oh. Ohio.
laning phase, they are really good at the first 10 minutes of the game.
Mm.
Is that considered a pro? Or a weakness? Because they're only good at first 10 minutes.
Yeah, but the thing is, if
Yeah.
you, well, that's still a pro.
Okay,
Really?
they're one
First-
of, the,
Fnatic-
one of the best teams in the first 10 minutes of the game.
Okay,
They don't have many
Um,
pros, so you should write that in big letters.
so huh?
I said they don't have many pros, so you probably use bigger letters.
No, but I mean, like, what are we calling, like, the 10-minute men?
Sure.
That sound good?
Okay.
Like, they're 10-minute men.
No. I would just add that I think DJ is the key to their team.
I think he's the best player in
Yeah.
Southeast Asia now.
I think
DJ.
yeah, I think he's the
What
most.
does he play?
He's the
Sup-
4.
He used to play
Support.
off lane on this team, but he's
Yeah.
support right now.
Anytime I think, and just to bring up, I don't know if you guys read too much into just average hero damage per match, player damage, but DJ is like near 20%, which for a support player is
For
pretty
his
high.
team all
Yeah.
the time. That's
And he
pretty good.
always-
That's pretty good.
He plays the roaming hero, so it's
Mm.
not really like the high damage dealing ones. It's just he's like their bounty player. And I feel like if he's able to land a couple key ganks early on, if he gets off to a good start, he can just he's their momentum. You know, he gets the ball rolling, and then the course take over.
Yeah,
But
J-Row.
That's really
We-
good observation.
DJ Rome.
yeah,
That was really
Yeah.
good observations from Swindle because he is
Oh,
in fact, I think, the key of the team.
Mhm.
Yeah?
From
Yeah.
what? From
And if Winter
from what
agrees
I've
with me,
been
that
seeing a
means
lot.
So we got DJ Rome,
With the 10-minute men.
10-minute men, but they're not more than 10-minute men.
I think.
So does that come in the cons as well?
I think the cons is
Stamina.
if you look at their history, Mushi's team, it's always like when they lose the early game, they struggle a lot. Like some teams, they can still lose the early game, but they find a way after.
Mm.
But for Mushi's team, when they lose the early game, they always tend to struggle. They can't find any other way back into the game.
Okay.
So that's
How do you want to sum
their,
that up?
that's their pro, but 10-minute man, but it's also their con at the same
Yeah.
time.
Can't recover.
Can't recover.
If they lose their lanes.
I think we can put 10-minute men over there as well, but yeah. Recovery.
I think they have another pro as well. I just remember that
Sorry?
during, was it TI3 that they had the widest hero pool? They picked, Mushi alone played 18 heroes,
Mm. That's
Yeah.
TI3 though, to be fair.
right, but he still plays a lot of heroes.
Isn't this TI3 patch?
Some
According
people,
to
say, some people
Alliance
say it's a
fans.
con though because they
Yeah.
pick too many things. They don't work on the same
Mm.
strategy.
I'd agree.
I think
I agree.
their drafting is sometimes a weakness.
Mm.
Look
Yeah,
at their cons.
I
I think
agree.
if you go
I
back like to qualifiers when they in their region, they pick
Mm.
things which they maybe get mislead to think work really well. Like the
Yeah.
carry Mirana is one of the things which I've seen Mushi go to a few
Yeah.
times. Sometimes they just insta pick
I-
IO Tiny because they have no other ideas. I think their drafting can be
I,
pretty lackluster.
I'd specify that it's actually more of a problem with preparation. I feel like when they know a team, they go in, they have a good plan, and they do well. As you know, they've been incredibly good in the SEA region, which, as we saw demonstrated yesterday, is really not weak anymore. But they come to international lands, and I feel like they're not prepared for what other teams are going to do, and they end up they'll not ban the heroes that you value, and that's something that we've even seen in just a couple scrims, like way back when, where we were just like, what are you doing? Like, why are you banning these heroes? We've never played them
I think
ever.
the reason, because I know him, the reason he does that sometimes is because he thinks that they are ready for the hero, so he does that on purpose to give it
Mm.
away. So he wants to use his own plan, but it didn't work sometimes.
Mushi's
Is that like overconfidence? or
Overconfidence, probably.
He's isn't. I'm fairly certain Mushi's the only captain in history to not use his first 2 bans. I'm pretty sure he did that at LA.
That was
Was
Ice.
That was Ice?
That was Zenith
Okay.
when they
Yeah.
skipped 5 bans.
Yeah.
Zenith did that with.
did they win or lose?
He was
at
on-
TI2
wasn't he on-
or something?
No, also didn't the Team DK do that one tournament when it was with Mushi and Ice on the same
Yeah.
team?
Yeah. Well, that's
DK did it and also Zenith did it. I
Right.
want to say
I mean,
it was an Ice
It's
thing,
probably
not a Mushi
Daryl's
thing.
idea.
Yeah,
so
it was definitely
a standout con then for Fnatic sounds like it's the drafting
or-
phase.
Yeah, drafting. Oh,
Yeah.
I mean,
potentially. I mean, he mentioned more in the preparation
Yeah.
rather than.
Ill prepared.
I mean, it'll be
Mm.
crucial that
It's I mean, every team I feel is going to come to a major just incredibly well prepared for any opponent, but
yeah, but sometimes your preparation might not be like
not the right preparation.
not the right
yeah.
preparation. Yeah, might be not suitable for the tournament, like the way you prepare for the teams.
Yeah.
Okay.
I remember going all the
So
way back.
I think that drafting can be a big weakness. of
or questionable preparation or meta or
Uh,
I don't know. We're
I-
just
yeah.
gonna go with draft
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
just drafting.
Yeah, 'cause
because hopefully the game
Yeah.
should be starting sometime soon. We've only got Super Duper for Vici Gaming and currently no cons. I mean, they've got 4 other members
Oh,
of the team. Not
I've
to
got a
take
con.
anything away. You got a con.
too many cool guys. They don't really have a person that can be sacrificed. If
They don't.
Fenrir.
Okay.
Fenrir
no,
does
no,
that.
no good sacrifices.
But Fenrir does the sacrifice.
But Fenrir is like really good. And he shouldn't be, and he doesn't want to be. Have you seen him play Visage? It's like really good.
So
He-
just to kind of sum up what you're trying to say to people who might be like, what?
Mm.
Basically, there's someone in your team, bit of a donkey. You're able to kind of
No,
throw
no,
them
no.
under the bus every once
Yeah,
in a
it's
while
just-
because
exactly.
it works out for the rest of the
Mhm.
members in a stronger way.
Sometimes your motor's
That's
not
this
going
guy.
right, and you just need to make like a little blood sacrifice
Yeah.
to just get your team
But they're all
back
just
underway.
too cool and important.
Yeah, like I think going back all the way to like my initial team house back before TI5, I remember Fly just talking about how FY is such a cool guy. Just pick Rubik, take the safe lane for 4 minutes, get his arcanes, and just run around and do stuff and
So
be awesome.
Is that greedy, or is that do they play individually for themselves, and
No,
or
it's-
is it just they're all? I mean, I don't fully understand how you want to put this.
They just don't have
A sacrificial lamb.
if the game isn't going well, they don't really. I guess it's not really recovery though either. I feel like if you look at Vici, you're gonna need FY, Burning, Super, and Ice to all have good games, and you want Fenrir to have a good game too. If you look at EG, they don't really care about PPD's game. If you look at Secret, even though that might be a bad example now, it's the same sort of thing. But traditionally, the teams that are doing very well, top 3, I feel like they always have a person.
like they're
that's-
stacking somebody and sacrificing somebody to push an advantage on one player depending on how the game
Yeah.
goes.
I always.
Like
Uh,
OG at the last major, like those games where like Moon had a bad showing or maybe
Oh.
Notel had a bad game, but
Yeah,
then still
and then-
But do they
everything
need
comes together.
everybody to have a good game to win?
I think so, honestly.
To beat Alliance for sure.
I
To
mean,
beat Alliance, that's like the only way they.
yeah, I
they
mean,
stand
I've
a
got
chance.
Fnatic winning this series, so I mean, I think they're gonna need help. So I would say,
Okay.
yeah, they do have to all perform well.
So running on cons, yeah.
Con for me is they almost always get like 3rd place is kind of where I see them in most of the tournaments. And even back to when they kicked Black, I think they got like 2nd at DAC, and they thought that wasn't good enough for them. So clearly they want to be in that 1st place, and they're not satisfied with 3rd, but they keep like trying to fix a problem that isn't there. I don't really know if that translates well to a con, but they never seem to have what it takes to get into that 1st and 2nd, the gold and silver.
Okay. What should we call it? Do you want to running at full steam or all the players? It's
I don't know, man. You're the guy who's supposed to come up with the witticisms. I'm pretty sure that's actually your only job on the panel is to be witty. So, what you got, James?
not much right now. I can barely spell. So
should have stayed retired.
so they need all players to work well together.
They need to find the right balance for the whole team.
I think balance is good.
That's a good word.
I think that makes us sound like we're professionals.
Mm-hmm.
Balance. We put like brackets, player underneath, and then what was the other one you mentioned?
They never get first or second, or haven't in a pretty long time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Third place curse. I don't even know. if
Yeah.
that's
They
cursed,
went.
but
They went from
Cursed. That's
Def-
great storylines.
cursed.
This team is cursed.
They really did go from de facto best Chinese team to
Yeah.
just
Third.
yeah.
Yeah, but the way they play they're not like a Chinese team, you know. They are
Yeah.
very diverse. You know, when you look at a
Mhm.
Chinese team, you see something like LGD. They keep doing
Mhm.
the same thing. They're very disciplined. VG is not a team that's like that.
I think that's probably one of their biggest pros is that they are their diversity as a
Yeah.
team. Like in their not just in their
Yeah.
hero picks, but in their play styles, they'll completely mix up. Like FY and Fenrir, like as a support duo, kind of define the team a bit, but they do so by one game they'll do like dual roam, another game they'll have FY playing super greedy, farming the jungle with a Night Stalker. Like you never know what FY and Fenrir are going to do. They can swap their playstyle from game
They
to
were
game.
one of the first teams to play Wisp outside of
Yeah.
the Western scene. Like they.
Yeah, but
just do
which
so
one
many
do you
things.
think is more suitable for them right now? Because they are not in good shape.
I don't
But
know.
like
I don't feel like we can. I think they did okay at MDL. Like as far as their play
Yeah.
wasn't.
But don't you think they underperformed?
Slightly? Like
Uh,
that was probably one of their worst
as-
results.
One of the. That was not a land to judge anything by. I mean, once we get into the next series, I can discuss it more. But
Right.
that was just not a land that should be taken.
Okay.
There's a very big asterisk on it, in my opinion.
Okay, so we got super duper diversity, the balance of all
Yep.
the players kind of working together or sacrificing one another, and they're cursed in terms of they seem to be amazing on paper, but they never get the ultimate win. And then for Fnatic, 10-minute men, DJ Rome is huge. They lack recovery after if the 10-minute doesn't go well, and also their drafting phase is a bit iffy since we seem to have time because there's no game starting yet. And when the game does start, we'll get the draft up on screen and we'll go in there. We can also do Alliance and Team Spirit just to show people the other teams that are playing today. So any kind of thoughts on these guys? Is one of the pros for Alliance surely the patch?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Like, sorry, it's just like
Yeah.
I was told you can host this because it's like TI3. There's a
Mm.
there's a bear and a tree man.
Mhm.
So we can
Oh.
put patch down for
Oh,
Alliance.
definitely.
Patch.
I think if there was a patch, yeah, this might even be better than TI3 for Alliance, just because they have such a wealth of experience. They've all like Aki and Loda have been playing this game since
Yeah.
they were teenagers, so they're really versatile. I think Loda can probably play pretty much any hero in the game, and Bulldog only plays 2, so it's perfect. And they just pick Bulldog as heroes. S4 can finally play heroes that rotate around the map and win games.
I mean, he plays more than 2 heroes. It's just the 2 heroes works the best
Okay,
for the
sorry,
team.
I'll rephrase. He only can play 2 heroes well. Sorry, and by well, okay. See, that makes it sound like I'm
Plays
just
two
flaming
heroes-
him.
he plays
He
two
plays
heroes
2
at
heroes
God tier.
exactly at a world class. Holy
We're not-
shit!
yeah, but I say,
Bulldog's really good.
When you say world class, we mean like god tier. Like no one
Yeah,
comes
like-
close
exactly.
to like his.
I
Nature's
watched
Prophet
I
Lone
watched his
Druid.
Lone Druid guide
Yeah.
and said to Chessie, "I'm not playing this hero. You take it, man," because I was just not about that.
And then his other heroes, he plays at a world class level. I would say, like close to, like
I mean,
some of them.
his brood is still pretty good.
His Brood, like his Weaver, like he has other heroes he plays pretty damn well.
Yeah. Well, either way, patch definitely.
He's not convinced.
Swindle doesn't seem convinced apparently.
No.
Anything else?
So watch out.
I think
God Black for Spirit.
Who?
God Black. Like they're
Team Spirit, God
yeah,
Black.
They're
He's very
teams-
tall as well,
yeah.
which might intimidate.
Scare.
Is it a CK or just K?
Just K.
Just K.
Every team that plays
He's
under
tall,
under him has like a
which is
Identity.
everybody.
Yeah.
they always have an identity when you play under him.
Yeah.
Like you can tell they're a team.
Abaddon, Treant Protector,
Yeah.
he Bane.
Viper,
Mm.
God Black,
tall.
tall,
I think
which
no-
Is not
intimidating.
shown there.
Hmm.
He's smiling. He doesn't look too intimidating. Always want to fly
well,
on the other hand.
if this was actually done to scale, I'm pretty sure he'd have like another
His head
12
would be
inches on the
actually-
rest of his team.
Yeah.
He's very, very tall.
By the way, what do you guys think of Iceberg? I think he's a really good like
Oh,
up and rising.
Spirit's one of my favorite teams at this event. Another team that will always smile at you when the elevator just randomly opens. And
So the nice guys, what do you think about their Dota?
I think it's pretty good. I don't want to get into cons, but the big cons is they're young, obviously. I think that's their
Inexperienced.
biggest disadvantage. And to go back to MDL, Aloha Dance was so sick he couldn't take part in the opening ceremony. Like he was just stuck in his room. The food quality was very poor. Everyone had traveled. It was a huge flights, then 4-hour bus rides, and then it was a long trip to the venue. It was snowing. Everyone's sick,
Yeah.
and they just did not play well. they truthfully didn't really care about the event as much because of that circumstance.
But
And
they
I
also
think they
didn't
can
play
play much
well
better.
at Star Ladder though. Like
And again, I feel like that LAN as well was just
Was
like
was
people
that
don't know
their
this.
first
There
LAN?
were no practice rooms. So all of the teams that traveled, the first time they were playing Dota after 3 or 4 days was their first match. Maybe time for an overthrow. We personally had about 25 minutes to warm
and
up.
literally for Alliance, they walk in the door with their suitcases and they're playing Dota.
Yeah,
so.
exactly.
yeah.
And I think that their big advantage, Alliance knew exactly what they were going to do coming into that event, and they demonstrated that. Spirit really didn't, and they didn't have enough time to work on it, and it's BO1. So I think that that team could do well, but again, this is the major. I feel like every team has the potential to at least advance from group stage, and I think Spirit has a chance to.
Well, every team advances from group stage.
But you know what I mean, James. But thank you for the correction. Bang up job.
So Goblax Talk, they're young guns. Anything for Alliance? I think Kelly Milkies is here, right?
Mm,
She speaks Mandarin,
mm,
and I think that's a big plus for a team.
definitely.
It's kind of like, you know, because
I
they'd be
don't think
relaxed,
she's
she can
here.
handle.
I
She's
don't
not here.
No,
Oh no, yeah, actually,
I don't think she's here.
I think Eric told me she gets in on Monday. So until then, they're in our boat. Like our manager doesn't speak
Mm.
any Mandarin, and we're actually probably thinking about replacing him. Sorry, Beef, but
Exactly, because
Yeah.
I'm thinking, you know, Mo English,
it's
no problem.
2016. If you're a Dota manager and you don't speak Mandarin, I mean, what are you doing?
No Kelly Milkies and cons.
There you go.
Not here yet.
Sure, I like
They're
it.
on their own.
Although another cool thing about the major is that every team got its own like assistant person
Mhm.
that was fluent in both languages. So again, very different from MDL. MDL was kind of like you're on your own. Managers actually ended up editing a lot of the rule book and actually running the tournament. There was just a coalition of them that just pretty much came together and said, this tournament sucks. Here's what we're going to do to fix it. And the major is not like that. It's much more professional. We've got you handsome gentlemen around and, you know, a backdrop. It's great.
We're casting MDL as well.
Okay. So anything else for Alliance apart from just the patch? I mean, how's Loader doing? Is he still out there, meaning behind enemy lines, on his carry hero?
He did really
Or
well.
is he playing really
He did really
awesome?
well in Star Ladder, like,
Yeah.
'Cause-
honestly.
Well,
He
as what
did.
Swin was mentioned, he's
Yeah.
very versatile with his hero pool. So
Yeah.
they normally pick his hero very late in the draft.
Mhm.
They're not too worried about what they're going to get him. They'll just get something that fits the rest of the heroes they picked up.
That's actually a big advantage because obviously Alliance, they're more of like that early game focused team. They want to control tempo, and when you last pick your one, that's the hero with the most impact on how far you can scale into the game. So there are games, you know, he's playing a Slardar. There's games he's playing Jug. I think there was one I can't remember. I might have even played a Spectre in one game. And
Yeah, they did a lot with the Spectre plus was it the
He plays Naga. He
the
plays
Bat Rider or something? The
Terrorblade,
Spectre with the
like,
Bat
yeah.
Rider where you get the pick, just spamming the horn,
Then
looking for
he
kills.
played one Brave King game as well.
Yeah.
yeah.
He plays so many heroes.
Oh.
Yeah.
I think it's part of the reason they're really so strong is their versatility.
I don't really think you can put him as a
Specifically
pro just because I think all the other players shine too. Like Ake with his
Yeah.
famous Chen S4.
Like,
dominating
everyone
mid.
has a hero that you
Yeah.
don't really want to
Yeah.
play against.
Twitch chat would be very disappointed in us if we listed Loda as a pro for Alliance. Definitely.
But I
Um,
think if he's doing well, I've always felt that he was one of the pivot points of the team. Like when Loader was going too ham and not being successful, it kind of hurt him a little bit. But it always felt like Bulldog was the real carry, if you know what I mean. It was like your
Yeah.
off lane was the guy that farms.
That's how
And
they
that's the
play. That's the
strategy,
way
yeah,
they
yeah.
play.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And yeah, we can actually take a look at some of the statistics on Alliance that we'll be seeing today. And hero damage, Loader actually
Oh.
all the way up there
Mm.
with like 26%.
Big numbers.
I think I really think it's an interesting stat. I'm just glad that esports. I mean,
I didn't get to read it for
I mean-
very long. If we get that
It
back
was
up,
like a
that'd be
teaser,
great.
yeah. If we can bring it back up, sure,
no,
why
it just-
not?
we finally have stats. I mean, esports has come a long way. We used to
Mm-hmm.
just have win and losses, and now we have all these.
Well,
it's so good.
If
You
you're
have it
into
by
stats,
feel.
Windows,
Yeah.
I've got something for you. How about more of the same stats? Wait for it, wait for it. Wait for it.
Well,
Just
we'll
wait,
run- All right.
because it's worth it. We worked really hard on this. Hey!
Nice.
Almost.
All right, so hero damage.
Aki's hero damage is really low, but that's I don't think
Yeah, see,
surprising.
Loader is he's huge.
That's not what he does mainly. I think Arcade's job
Yeah.
mainly is to secure the early game. Then after that, he's always on like
healing
or Dazzle.
Chen.
He's
Yeah.
healing his team.
Well, one thing to note, and something I feel like you can really read into with hero damage, I always feel like there's enough room for 3.5 people to get farm in a standard game of Dota. You can have 3.5 cores, and Alliance just takes that other half and gives it to their cores. The supports play very, very. They pretty much sacrifice both of them, and then all 3 of the cores have to have a good game for Alliance to win. Obviously, the supports still have a big impact. They rotate, as you said. Ake's normally playing the defensive heroes, but they're a very core-focused lineup. That you very rarely see any of their cores on defensive heroes.
And you
Okay.
won't see EGM playing greedy farming supports too often.
Yeah.
Well,
He used
not
to
anymore,
start.
not
He did
anymore,
that. He
yeah.
did that for a while, and it actually
Right.
kind of worked out. And then it started kind of backfiring, and now he's gone less greedy. It seems.
Mhm.
All right, we still need a pro and con. We've only got 2, and the con is just that Kelly's not here yet.
Probably pros is Swedish, because Swedes are really good
Genetics.
at esports. Yeah, I don't know if we can
Sure.
say that on stream, but the Swedes, I
It's a
picked
pro.
up
We're
some Swedes,
complimenting
and suddenly
them.
we were going to land. So I mean, I'm all about the Swedes. Love Swedes.
More Swedes, more titles.
Hmm
Okay.
This is acceptable. Do you agree? Couch number 1.
I mean,
Yeah.
can't argue with the results.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. So we'll do DNA. Were they kind of like, they're not really Vikings though, because Vikings didn't that originate in Denmark? Was them Vikings?
I'm not sure.
But maybe they're descendants of Valhalla,
Possible.
which is where you
We
go,
could just-
and I
we
think
could
that's
say
where
they
you
have a
go
lot
and
of experience.
yeah.
I mean, they're TI champions. It's the exact same team,
Um,
one TI.
A lot of them. How many blonde? I mean, this is going a little bit in a scary direction now.
Can we say they are too predictable sometimes as a con? Because you know what's coming.
Yeah.
Yeah, in theory, you can prepare for them by saying, "Hey, we'll give them. They're going to pick this. You can plan out and kind of theory craft the entire draft, which is something Vici Gaming, who's in their group, do a lot. Like anytime Vici's in the booth preparing for a match, they're always doing practice drafts against one another. Like they have FY and Super. When Super was drafting, like FY and Super were drafting against each other with their coach behind QQQ, who's just watching and kind of commenting on stuff. So they do a lot of kind of practice theory drafting, which is something which theoretically could help a
You know
lot against
something
Alliance.
interesting about their team is like, even if FY or Super is drafting, but their in-game leader is always Fenrir. It's always the same guy. So
Right.
despite
Okay.
not being
Yeah.
the drafter,
Interesting. They're one of the few teams that does that, I think.
because usually it's the
It's-
same person.
And I think a big
Yeah.
reason is because they've had such a stable roster for so long, apart from the carry player and the Burning, How, Black, whoever they kind of bring in as a carry is never the one involved in the kind of shot calling. So
Okay.
Oh.
Cool. And we got Team Spirit. We still only got 2 for them. The Young Guns and Goblak. Their story seems a bit, what's really going on with them here at this
I mean,
tournament.
big pros that they're healthy. Like, I'm not kidding. They were so sick at MDL. Just that they're here, they were well rested. They actually got a practice room. Like, I feel like this is going to be Spirit's breakout. This
Okay.
lane. Maybe-
Healthy.
Cons, I would say no plan B. I think they have the shortest match time. Has anyone researched the stats? I think I looked it up and they had very, very.
There's a
low
lot
game
of
time.
pushing, right?
Yeah,
'Cause
they
it's
either
Goblak's
win
team.
early or if their push fails, they just lose.
Okay.
and it's
Isn't
out
that same as Fnatic then?
there. Not so much because I feel like Fnatic they don't have push strats, but
they
they're
play more
still-
like
yeah.
MVP, where it's like they're looking to fight and kill you and win
Also,
their lane.
just to, again, hero damage just kind of supports what I'm about to say, which is that they're very mid-centric. Iceberg needs to have a good game for them to win. They pick them a lot of really greedy, snowballing heroes, specifically OD and Death Prophet, which they picked a lot at Star Ladder and weren't successful with. If Iceberg has a bad game, he's just 36% of their hero damage. Like, that's nuts,
Isn't
okay?
Invoker one of his favorite
Yeah.
heroes? too?
It is,
Like,
yeah. And if he, a lot of the heroes he plays need to win their lane to accelerate, like, their draft will need them to win. Mouthful,
So
but
is that a con that they are over reliant on him alone?
I would say so. It can be a benefit if he's crushing, because he is a very talented player, but it's a worrisome factor. And I think any team
I would
playing
be
him-
okay putting him on the line in the middle.
Mm, yeah.
What was his name?
Iceberg.
Iceberg
Iceberg, and he plays their.
mid
Mid.
row.
Okay. Get a nice B in there. Okay, so we kind of got that. I think that looks quite good, giving me the idea. Alliance, they're good at the patch. They're the master esport race. Throw esport in there. Kelly's not here yet. They're a little bit too predictable. Everybody knows what's coming, so they're probably prepared for him. Vici Gaming, super is super duper. They're very diverse in their heroes. Cons for Vici Gaming, having a balance that, you know, someone can actually give some space to other players to do better. They seem to need all the players to do well to maybe like to win out tournaments, and that the fact that they're cursed, you know, which is they haven't won anything yet, so they obviously haven't got the answers that they need to pick up a tournament, but maybe this will be their tournament. Fnatic, they're the 10-minute men. First 10 minutes are huge. DJ Rome on support is going to mess you up. If they don't, though, they're bad at recovery, and their draft is a little bit mental. Team Spirit, Godblack is awesome, and he's also very tall, so pre-game handshake, very scary for a lot of players. And they're also very healthy and ready for this tournament. Lots of vitamins, probably. And on the cons, they're young guns. They got no plan B.
A very common side effect for young guns. No plan B.
No plan B. And Iceberg is, you know, can go two ways. And so what we should really do, who do you think's going to be kind of coming out of this on top? Because, yeah, I mean, how strong is this group, for example? Like Group B today?
Third best group.
Third best group.
Yeah.
So, I mean, let's add, to kind of get an idea of how good they are, maybe we should add down here complexity. And what we can do is, how good a complexity in the whole tournament?
I feel like you're just setting me up here for failure, James.
Absolutely not. I mean, a lot of people follow complexity. You know,
yeah, tons of fans.
Where are complexity going to finish this tournament?
I no idea.
How about in your group then?
Top 16.
Top 16.
Top 4 in group for sure.
Top 4 in group, top 16. Okay, so
I think these teams can match that.
Yeah, I think so too. I think they've got a lot of potential, and if they really show up, I think they could potentially even exceed that. Definitely won't do worse.
okay. So, where do you really think you're going to finish?
Man, this is like an awful question. We haven't even played yet. I have no idea. My
Expectations coming in. Just on paper with pros and cons.
expectations coming in.
Well, let's do your pros and cons, and then we'll compare you to their other
why are we
pros
doing
and
my
cons.
pros and cons? I'm not in this group.
No, it's fine.
Wait
We're
for
adding you.
Con.
You're our benchmark for every other team now.
I've got a con.
Yeah,
Not enough Swedes.
not enough Swedes. Too many Americans.
Yeah.
Too many Americans. NA Dota. Let's put NA Dota.
Don't they have like 2 Americans and 2 Swedes?
Yeah.
Balance?
That's
Okay.
too many Americans.
But
But
they've got the power of friendship going.
and
They've got
double
the
double brothers,
Yeah.
man.
power of friendship. You've got
Brothers?
Yeah,
Con
brotherly
or
love.
pro? Did you get on?
I think so. I hope so.
Brothers.
You know, in Southeast Asia,
Zach hasn't
we
told
talk
me he
to our
loves me
friends,
for, like,
when
the
we
past
call everyone
decade, but-
brother, but they can actually call, they literally call each other brothers, you know. They're the real brothers.
What else do we have for complexity?
Chef Josh.
Who's that?
Our chef Josh.
They have a really good chef, apparently.
Yeah.
You have a chef,
Yeah.
travel
We were
with
talking
them
about
too.
this, man.
and he travels with you.
Yeah, he's at the LAN. You met him.
That's awesome.
He doesn't actually. I don't think he doesn't cook for us here, but we're entrusting him to find.
Yeah, he
food.
finds food.
Indeed.
He goes out, finds berries.
Hunter and gatherer.
Lots of
Hunter
energy.
gatherer.
Yeah.
Hunter gatherer Josh.
That title's way cooler than Chef Josh.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like that. Cons are probably just that we're in China and not South Florida, because that's where we really should be throwing lands. But
First
Yeah.
time out of the country.
no, not
First
at
time
all.
allowed out of the country. Here abroad
I have a
without
con.
parents.
Too many asterisks.
Not supervised. What's happening? I mean,
What?
what are we going for?
I had a con too many asterisks. Everything has asterisks on it. It's not in Florida. You know, it's
Yeah.
too cold there.
Excuses.
There's no practice rooms.
Excuses. A lot of excuses.
Asterisks.
Yeah. Like setting yourself up for failure.
Mm.
Like mentally weak. Like
We're like, so So Swindles, would you describe yourself as mentally weak?
I mean,
Just like your therapist here going into your Sunday matches.
I mean,
We'll help get you mentally strong.
let's talk about your childhood. Upbringing.
Uh-huh.
I'm
Pro
pretty-
or con? How do you
pretty
think
sure
it went?
No one is gonna come
Yeah,
up
it's a
as
little bit of
guest after
both.
this.
It's very, very.
Ups and downs.
There were some good years. There was some traumatic years. But I think I'm a better person for it.
Okay. Survivors.
Survivors. Yeah. I think that's a pro though. And
Yeah, it
already,
is a pro.
We have so many pros already.
Yeah, it was really. So in terms of kind of, let's say for example, how many points we're going to give you for Josh, the hunter-gatherer, and the fact that you're brothers? How many points do you want out of 10 for that?
I mean, if you're are you including the power of friendship?
Well, you kind of only get 2 pros because most people have Eve as well. So you can
so
only.
it doesn't count then.
how about a point out of 16?
That's probably 1 point out of 16.
You think you have 1 point?
So
For
that
both of those.
That rates you last.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. We have 16 points.
Oh, you have 16 points.
So this is worth 16.
I think so.
And
How many other teams have-
two too many Americans.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't have a second con yet, apart from you said China.
And just wait.
But we'll put like yeah.
You guys want a bold prediction?
Yes.
After this land, North America and Southeast Asia are going to be considered the strongest regions.
Delusional. I'm gonna put that down.
Look, by strongest regions, I mean
Delusion.
at Valve events.
Change
So-
the E. Change the I
We're
to E.
Which one?
The
That's
first,
like this
first,
one.
first
Yeah,
one,
yeah, yeah. I was coming back to that.
And then cross out the first one of the L's.
Oh, I could have made that into an E.
Well,
So this is we do it.
Art meets spelling.
Ben, you should do the board next time.
Okay.
there you go.
So how many minus points are we going to give you for this? I'm thinking 20.
20.
I mean 5 for each American, 10 for the delusion. So currently
Well,
you're at minus
both
4.
Both our subs are American too, and one of them's our manager, and he doesn't speak Mandarin. So
Oh, this is going awful for you. I mean, we've got you at minus 4 complexity here, and we're still waiting for the game to start. By the way, we've got some audio that we're. Oh, we're actually loading. So very quickly, if you're at minus 4, let's just compare these other teams as fast as we can as they're going to load into the draft. What do you think they just generally get?
Alliance should get 5 because it sort of looks like an S for Swedes.
Just total.
Yeah, just 5. Just call it
5.
5. We got no time.
And it will go up in the group stages because in the main event when Kelly turns up. VG Gaming, Super Duper, Diversity, Cursed, and
They
Balanced.
get,
But
they
Cursed
should get
doesn't
3
really
because they're
matter.
always third. So
Yeah.
they get 3.
I like that.
Fnatic,
I don't think you can really give them points. Just wild card.
They
Just-
They get
zero.
W.
They
like
get
like
zero.
a letter.
Yeah.
You know, like they get yeah B.
What's
I
going
like-
on here?
Team
What's
Spirit,
that? Come on, 1 point.
1 point.
What? I think a
Yeah.
B is better than 1 point.
D is better than one.
No one else
point.
has a letter, Winter.
Okay, B1, and then Team Spirit.
They're B2 then.
B2.
Yeah, B2.
B1, B2.
So you think Alliance are going to top the group? Vici Gaming, Fnatic, and
Well, I was
oh no,
thinking
sorry,
I was going with
Depends
B1
what-
and B2.
yeah, and B2.
Yeah.
Okay,
Nice.
brilliant. So
That's
we'll have
great.
to see how that goes. Thank you very much. We're gonna start talking
Wait.
about the draft now.
Wait, don't we have to do predictions?
Yeah, we get to do that,
When do
but
we do
we're going to
that?
go into the draft. Here it is, our
Oh,
first game
nice.
of Group B, Vici Gaming versus Fnatic. Already we've got our first picks out, and yeah, happy to have you here, Swindle Melons, because are you drafting on your team?
Mm-hmm.
Yep, captain and drafter, so we're going to get some additional insight from one of the players
We have
here.
negative 4 points. I don't know how valuable this insight will be, but
It can,
I'll do my
if
best.
you analyze really well, I'll put drafting as
Oh.
your pro, and I'll give you 4 points, which will reset you to 0.
nice.
And then then we can judge you more on day 4 when you play.
might
But,
even give
in
you a
all
letter.
seriousness, thank you for joining us, and I do hope you have a great tournament with Complexity. But let's focus on Fnatic and Vici Gaming here. It's going to be a best of 3. This is the first game of the series, and already some different heroes that we didn't see yesterday. So Ben, you raise an eyebrow?
Yeah, Batrider is not something that Ice Ice is known for, actually. And he's one of the few offlane players that Batrider is not his specialty, I would say. So I'm actually curious where they're going to put the Batrider. I remember when Batrider was super popular, they tried it out a couple times and then they just straight banned it every other time,
Yep.
just because it didn't have the impact that other Batriders did.
Yeah, what's interesting is that Fnatic chose to ban Venge I get the gyrocopter because as you just saw them take Chen second, they're obviously going to be running tempo-based tower pressure, and gyro is incredible against both those heroes because you just kind of drop a call down, run in, do tons of damage. But they banned Venge and then didn't take Bat, which is just kind of odd to me. I also don't think I've seen Fnatic play Chen at all. Winter, you'd have to correct me if I'm wrong here, but I haven't seen them play much Chen at all.
Recently they started to play Chen.
Okay.
Yeah,
After
DJ
Chrissy,
plays it a little.
yeah, DJ
DJ?
plays it. After
Okay.
Chrissy swapped to support, they started to use the hero. And I think they probably felt that VG Gaming are a team that likes to. I think they ran Venge carry a lot.
Yes.
During
They
this-
run
this-
Venge.
yeah.
They run Venge period a lot.
Yeah, they just run Venge a lot in
Yeah.
And it was,
general.
they were the team during DAC who played every single game. Like it was,
With
that's
Venge?
going way back, but
But even at the summit, they played.
Yeah, recent tournaments
they-
has
they
just been
played
all
some-
about Venge.
these guys just spam Venge like as a support core. It's just like a go-to first stage pick for them.
I think Vichi's most certainly going to be picking an Enchantress for FY. I think that their draft is really strong here if they just kind of roam the Tusk around, put the Bat mid, and pick an FY Ench.
Do you think not having like a strong at that point you have no laning support because you've got Enchantress Tusk as your kind of support you? That's not a
The thing is, they're in a position here where you already see Lone Druid's one of those heroes that whatever lane he's in isn't really going to be that difficult for you, at least at the beginning, so you can always get something out of it. And they're also running a Chen. So Fnatic's lanes are already, I mean, obviously Chen rotating will make them better, but I think you can exploit them a little bit. And they also haven't shown their other core. Something really interesting about all the Chinese teams is that these heroes, but I mean, the problem is I feel like that's mostly like an NA thing. And I just don't know if the rest of the world's.
They've even done more of the support Phoenix now, and this is kind of what eHome were doing a
Wait,
lot
didn't
yesterday.
Vici run Jungle Bat one game?
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah,
that was
that's
one
why.
game.
Not a
Yes.
thing. We tried that.
They owned with he owned with it, I think.
Yeah, there was one
Yeah,
game
there was
that
one.
that mentioned you'll be under a lot of pressure if you actually do that.
And that's
Phoenix-
DJ Rome
No.
playing the Chen.
No,
Yes.
Phoenix is quite good against
No,
Druid,
it's-
I
no,
feel
no,
like. I mean, the Fire Spirits.
Phoenix
I
is
thought
just
that's
is like a Chinese thing. I've not seen that hero played in a couple of months, at least in the games I've been participating in. It's
Sunray, dude.
very good against Lone Druid and Chen. The creeps are very immobile and they kind of just die to the egg, and they also don't count as an attack. And the bear, not the Lone
doesn't
Druid hero, but the
dispute
bear
that.
doesn't either. So it's definitely good here. It's just very level dependent, and
Greedy.
I feel like
He's just greedy.
yeah, and Sven also a pretty solid pick. Just right now it looks like Vici has a pretty big advantage in this draft, I would say.
Yeah, but then again, when we were talking about
Bo, you don't really do that with Rasta Lone Druid. You have to play way more passive, and when the other team moves elsewhere, you have those heroes rotate and push objectives. And yes, the Chen can be active, but again, like, do you really think like Rasta Chen just doesn't seem to me like a combo that just smoke
But
ganks? and
isn't
goes
there
kill mid?
isn't there a situation now where you get levels faster up to level 11? So doesn't that play into Rasta's kind of favor, having a support that's going to get those wards or get the push, get the
to a
control?
certain extent,
just-
yes.
Yeah, or
to a
not
certain
really?
extent.
The thing is, you just don't need Lone Druid is your push. You don't need more than Lone Druid. It's
Okay.
kind of just overkill. You drop wards, and there's a Lone Druid there. They're giving up the tower. They were giving up the tower already because you're
Okay.
5 heroes there. Now
Ah.
you're dropping wards.
And now they've won. So
That
Oh, you must be happy, James. It's a silencer core.
Cool.
yeah,
oh,
yeah.
man.
for the egg.
It's
And
really
for
good
the
versus
Phe-
Phoenix.
yeah, good against
yeah.
Phoenix too.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
really good.
Good versus a Tusk. Good versus the Bat Rider.
Yeah, because you can even if you global after the lasso, there's no follow up, and you can get in position to fight.
Mm.
But I don't know. I haven't seen a lot of people play silencer as of late, and
He's risky.
okay,
The problem is that gives Vici.
he's like a real manly hero then. Like if you pick him, you're just probably cool because
Yeah.
he's risky. You
Virtus
know what I
Pro would
mean?
agree.
The problem is it gives Vici didn't really have a default lasso target, and Fnatic just gave them one. And unless they get some sort of cleanse, they're just going to identify the silencer, lasso, and kill him, and
Send
drop
him
egg.
back.
And they don't have any counterplay for that right now.
I mean, they can't really get. What last pick can they get to counterplay that? They need like a
Abaddon.
mid hero. They need a mid hero unless they're running Shaman. mid.
LC.
I mean that's something eHome did, which I actually didn't see them use at this lane, which was kind of strange to me. But they were running Slark LC against the Bat Rider early, and obviously Fnatic's not a fan of that. They are gonna last pick
Wow.
Invoker.
Wow.
no? So it is gonna be a support Phoenix.
This is very much a Vici gaming lineup. It's just
wait, no.
heroes that can play individually super high skill, and
Would you actually like the Invoker to be Quaswax this game against the Chen?
Yes. I think is really
What do you guys
exceptional
think?
versus the push.
Really? I disagree.
Or you just go exort
Yeah,
for the
I think so
Lasso?
too. You have actually 3 amazing Sunstrike setups, and I'd much rather an Invoker with Forges, like actually able to pressure. Because right now, if Sven isn't ulting and attacking a tower, they really don't have the push. And I think the last pick a Nyx Assassin. I am really concerned.
It's
That
for
is
the
a hero
bat,
that deals
yeah.
with bat. I agree with the Max Carapace build, but I don't know if they're gonna get to a point in the game where they have to do to win.
I think, again,
With the Rasta for the silent, like they have Silencer, Lone Druid, and Nyx as their cores. Chen isn't. That doesn't.
I think he needs to sacrifice his own farm for the team.
Okay. So yeah, we've now seen the draft of the first match here, and as always, we go to our couches for their predictions. So far, it's been the Swindles and Winter show. So Ben, you can kind of lead your couch for the moment and convince. Parker. Yeah, I am losing my mind with everybody. Everyone's Ben and Melini to me.
You're looking at me and you're saying better.
I think they might have
We're
actually paused the
formally-
game as well. I'm not sure, so we might have a little bit longer.
Yep.
But you have to agree as a couch number 2, who's going to win very quickly.
I think VG Gaming, personally, I really getting away with the last pick Invoker, and I think having this support you of FY and Fenrir on heroes that they're going to be comfortable on, that they can
Are
get
you
a lot
in on
done
that,
with.
Swindles?
So.
Are you in on that decision?
I was all about Fnatic hype train before this draft, but now I've seen it, and I think Vichi's going to win.
All right.
Also, Super is going the Quaswex build. Just so
And over to
VG.
couch number 1.
I'm sorry. I'm from Southeast Asia. I can't agree with you, Ben.
And he will never change his mind.
Okay, I'll sacrifice. Go with Fnatic. Push him down.
All right, into the game. Sorry to keep you away from the commentators. It's the first match of today of Group B. It's VG Gaming versus Fnatic. Over to the commentators. Enjoy the match.
Thank you, James. That's right. It's not Toby Wan and Synderen. It's Capitalist and Blitz. Hello, everyone. We're finally into our match. Fnatic versus VG Gaming. We've got a lot to talk about since we're really deep into this game now, as the bounty runes are about to spawn. But I really want to get into Fnatic's lineup, because this is definitely the more interesting draft. VG Gaming have, I think, a lot of pretty standard heroes right now. The Invoker, Sven, very common carry. The Phoenix support that we've seen a bit already in this tournament, and it seems like we're going to be seeing more of it as time goes on. But Fnatic with the Silencer, Nyx Assassin, and Lone Druid cores, Blitz, what do you really make of their lineup? What are they trying to achieve here?
The Silencer's kind of clear cut. I think they might have thought it was going to be an off-lane Phoenix, or at least they gave credence to that, but you already picked a Lone Druid, so the Phoenix pick shouldn't really be too big of a surprise. And it's going to be weird because the timing has to be, you hope you're not the person jumped, and as soon as the Batrider jumps in, you pop the global. It's one of the easiest setups in the game.
Right.
Because then there's no follow-up damage to a Firefly. He just looks for Mushi every single time. He's going to be hard-pressed to get off a pretty good global, or one that actually matters. And the other issue with the hero is that it's slow. Like, the build-up time for it is very long. The stats aren't great. Like, you need a decent amount of farm to make it work, which is why we more often see it as a support role.
Now, what do you think about, let's go back over to VG Gaming. We have Super playing the Invoker mid against mid one's Nyx Assassin. We heard Swindle actually talking about on the couch how he would like to see an Exort Invoker potentially, just because they have so many good setups for this. They have Tusk, Batrider, as well as Fen, all the potential setups for Sunstrike. But instead we're seeing a Quaswex. What is kind of the difference between the two Invoker builds right now since the change of Deafening Blast?
I think it's more people are understanding that Quaswex, it gives you more options in terms of the team fight, and you don't have to just, you can play the Midas game, but it still allows you to both scale, and you can do the things that you did with Exort, but you can have better impact in the early game. And it counters a lot of these heroes. For example, like the Chen tries to go in, but you just mana burn all of his creeps and tornado them on the way in, and you reset the fight for your team.
Right.
I think the reason why they choose the Nyx, though, is they need something. We were discussing it as soon as you see the Lone Druid. Like, the difference between that and the Void is the Void is an enabler, whereas the Lone Druid is a hero that independently needs a lot of farm to be useful. You're never just going to have a Lone Druid that gets sacked. Like, if you think, you don't really think of this hero as like the true offlaner. He's more of a 1 or 2 position that just
Right.
happens to be in the offlane.
Even though we are getting greedier with our offlaners, there is no offlaner like Lone Druid that's being run that is truly like a real carry in the way that Lone Druid is. Even certain heroes like Nature's Prophet have very definitive impact early on into the game,
Yeah.
where Lone Druid certainly lacks. And Nyx Assassin was definitely, one of those kind of early aggressive heroes that kind of fits the bill, but it also is a significant counter to some of Vici Gaming's lineup. You've got, first of all, you've got Mana Burn up against the Invoker. That's always going to be powerful. You've got Spike Carapace against the Bat Rider as well. That's going to be quite strong. But is Nyx Assassin really a viable mid still?
When you pick this hero, like we said, it's either you take something like this or the Puck, right?
Mm-hmm.
You need something that can initiate for your team because you already have a core position carry in the off lane. So you have to have something that either sets up for your team or shuts down the enemy mid. I think the Nyx doesn't do as well as Fnatic thinks it's going to in this mid lane. Like, the Invoker's still going to pretty much get free farm if he plays it mechanically correct. And the Nyx shouldn't have kill potential, right? Because he'll just always stay on Quas and HP regen. So he'll be fine.
Mm-hmm. We've actually seen Ice doing a little bit of rotations pretty early on here, trying to harass back mid one. That top lane is obviously quite dangerous. The Silencer is a pretty scary carry to actually go up against, and then Shadow Shaman's probably one of the best, if not the best, offlaner or support to zone out solo offlaner. So it's definitely a lane that Ice can't feel too comfortable just sitting forward in. But that being said, DJ right now, Christie's actually spending a lot of time farming as the Chen. He's not actually trying to gank up too much. He got a stack and Wild Wing Rippered that stack down with the Tornado. And so he's got himself some decent farm. He's almost 4x4, which is pretty good for a Chen.
Yeah, I don't think they could maybe go for this mid gank.
They don't really have the right creeps for it, but
Yeah.
Shadow Shaman is still, if you could just get in range of Shackles. It's
Hey, Super has no mana. Usually if this hero has mana, it's going to be nearly impossible to gank because you have to bring along Dust too, but Fnatic might even decide to make the rotation up, but the first ward was already dewarded by the Lone Druid, something I don't know if the analyst brought up, and he was able to TP mid and get down his own ward in the safe area.
Mm-hmm.
So Fnatic have to be pretty quick about this. Like, they can't be this undecisive. Like, this is pretty bad.
Yeah, they run into FY here. They will be able to get the Shackles. So he does have a dive, but it looks like the nukes might be enough. Yep, they get him right as he tries to dive out. That's going to be our first blood. Eventually, it was a successful smoke, getting that coveted first blood. But obviously, getting the kill on the Invoker would have been even better. Unfortunately, they're just going to have to rotate down. Now, we do have a nice big hard camp stack that they can actually try and farm up. That's going to be really nice to have. We talked about this, right? When we were watching this draft, the way that the Chen needs to be able to take control of the Radiant jungle, particularly with heroes like Bat Rider and Sven, who are rather dependent on stacks. This offers a good opportunity for Chrissy to really slow down.
Cap. They were debating between whether or not Fenrir would be sitting behind the top of the mid lane. And ultimately, they just hemmed and hawed a little bit too long. I think if they immediately made the rotation for the mid lane, they would have been successful regardless of the creeps, and now net.
Oh, that's going to be a close one. Global Silence is up. That is a perfect opportunity for Fnatic to get a free kill. Obviously, a pretty hefty cooldown on the Global Silence, but still something Vici Gaming are going to have to play a bit careful around when they start playing aggressively. As you just kind of gank yourself if you go into some of those global spells like that.
I think the most peculiar thing about this game so far, too, is that Ice didn't get his camp locked, if you see on the one closest to the Ancients. And instead of electing to stack that, he's actually gone and stacked the Ancient camp for the Sven. And I actually think the reason why they did this is because there's like a timing with Sven where you'll send a creep over and then eventually they're going to hard dedicate sentries and wards to that camp. So you circumvent that by doing it for the first 4 minutes. There's almost no way that Fnatic can respond.
Of what we've seen before, we would see like the 4-position support who'd rotate into the mid lane. He would start stacking maybe like 2 minutes before the Helma Dominator comes online to make sure that there is a little bit of a stack going on. But this is definitely like an even farther progression, committing your offlaner to make that kind of a play, just kind of staying ahead of the natural escalation game of Ancient stacking. FY is trying to make sure that the creep wave doesn't stick on the tower for too long. They don't want to give up this Radiant Tower too early. He does have the dive out and should be just fine as net. Not going to be able to reach him. It looks like that tier 1's still going to fall. Vici Gaming, I think they realize this is just not really a fight they want to take against the Chen, who's probably in greatest strength. So instead, they're going to go for the gank on Mushi.
He has 1200 HP. I'd be shocked if they killed him with Fnatic not responding. They did commit the TP of the Nyx Assassin, but Shadow Shaman has one, and this guy has 1200 HP and a magic stick and a Fairy Fire. But That's effectively 1400 HP that you have to cut through to kill.
Yeah, Mushi definitely knows. This is so smart. I mean, the way that they took that tower with no contest, it means something's going to be happening on the other side of the map. Mushi knows about it. He'll get off the global silence. This is going to stop it. Looks like Mushi's going to die to that one. Tusk falls, but Super is going to be able to pick up the other kill. And that was just a lack of rotations there from Fnatic. It looked really good. We were setting up the storyline of Fnatic being able to respond to this bit of aggression from Vici, but with only one TPN, that wasn't nearly enough force they needed to bring.
The major issue there was that mid one TP'd bottom to set up the aggression there. But when you go for that, I don't know if most people know, but the Radiant tier 1 tower bottom is so unsafe to be at a certain point, especially when you're playing against a champ. Everybody and their mother is going to rotate in to try to kill you, and FY is now going to go down at top for free, as mid one's just going to use his ultimate, get a free pick off there.
Good pickoff, but again, we would have really liked to see that rotation top. Mid one's rotations are so critical, right? Because we have a lone druid and a Chen. Chen is just a hero that doesn't naturally make very good TP rotations. He's not a good TP responding hero in general. And obviously the lone druid, as we talked about before, is just not one of those offlaners that can have an impact early on. So it's really up for the other three heroes essentially to always be available for those TP rotations. Otherwise, Vici Gaming, that's something they can abuse, right? They can just heavily rotate with 3 or 4 heroes and kind of know that they've got the numbers advantage every time.
Yeah. With a hero like Sven as well, there was a time period where people figured out this cool style. You know, you pick Sven and then you think to yourself, like, all right, I'm going to farm a bunch of ancient stacks and get 4 levels on everybody. Everyone's like, nah, dog, we're just going to ward the ancients every time.
Yep.
But it's kind of cool to see how Vici circumvented that, and now they're going to be able to get these stacks going for their safe laner, and Fnatic have to do something about this. You can't just let Sven get this big of an injection of gold. That's like a free Yasha if he wants it. And so you notice that Fnatic are now playing on this Radiant safe lane. Typically what you'll do is you'll go for the mid tower right after you take the bottom one and try to get a jungle control, but it's even more important that they get ancient control this time around, because they want to try to prevent that from happening as long as they can.
Yeah, absolutely. And going from the top lane into ancients is a lot easier than going from mid into ancients, right? Because of the ramp and how close it is. So taking control of that top lane definitely feels like a better plan from Fnatic. I'm feeling like really good about Fnatic and the strategic calls that they're making so far. You identified all of these kind of early win conditions, taking control of the Radiant jungle, making sure they don't get those stacks up, and everything's kind of happening. Even if Vici Gaming was kind of one step ahead with, you know, sacking the Bat Rider in order to stack a little bit more, it still feels like Fnatic, okay, they did manage to get some stacks off. What's next? And, you know, the next play is trying to get control, make sure they don't have an opportunity to farm that ancient stack, or maybe they can get some sort of good contest in.
I think the only major mistake that I saw was mid one's TP at bottom.
Right.
I think if he saves that and he's ready for the TP at top, then Mushi just goes ham and steals like 6 int there. Because he lived for a really long time. They even had to rotate the last hero, and Burning's not going to stack this and farm it. He's not going to wait for the additional creeps. He's just like, okay, we have to do this right now. And his entire team is there to soak up some XP with it too. The Bat Rider even popping the Firefly to guarantee this.
I think Fnatic thought they had perhaps just a little bit more time. It seemed like, in my head, a good idea for Net to be bottom lane to finish up his level 6 and get the Shadow Shaman wards. And if they have those Serpent wards, I think they have a much higher chance of being able to victoriously contest that Ancient stack and fight over it.
They're going to take mid now, because they want to take control of this jungle and play aggressively. And
they can't afford to let Burning get any more of the stacks, right?
Yeah. And you're going to cut off like this area effectively by taking all 3 of these towers early.
Oh, mid one. Nice job holding on to that stun. Nyx Assassin Impale's a tough one to land. He will be able to get off the Spike Carapace. There is going to be a global silence down in return, but Mushi perhaps a little bit quick on the trigger, as there wasn't that much Vici Gaming was really going to be able to do with that kind of play. And this should still be the tier 1 tower going down. Going to try and come in with the Sunray. They do have Supernova if they want to try and fight this one, but mid one again, sitting on the front lines with the earlier levels of Spike Carapace is a tough hero to run into.
Vici just needs to get more everything. They need more levels. They need more farm. The Sven and the Invoker were still ahead of the Invoker, or in front of the Silencer, despite the fact that so many objectives and towers have been taken. But Fnatic are opening up the map for themselves. This is the next rotation that you almost always make. Sometimes you'll even do this after you just take 2 towers, the mid one and the bottom one. You go for this Roshan because you have Chen plus
Right.
Shadow Shaman and Super almost
Oh,
entirely.
that tornado that went off at the perfect time, right as mid one tried to make his initiation. So they could have actually had an opportunity to perhaps pick the Invoker if mid one had been able to lead a bit sooner. But as it is, they still get the Aegis and will be able to move forward. Part of that is, right, the early Roshan, you want to speed up Roshan number 2. Right,
Yeah.
the Roshan number 2 is really the Aegis that allows you to go high ground if you have this kind of early pressure push lineup.
Right now, so this morning I was talking to Gods about it, and he was pretty confident about Fnatic, and I was like, nah man, Vichi's got this, but this mid opportunity, mid one.
Yeah, mid one looks like he should be dying here. The Spike Carapace really helping out, and they are going to be lacking bit in damage.
Oh, he's
but
got 15 wand.
They're still going to be able to run him down. The wand goes off. He has enough up, but
he's good.
Finrare's going to die in return, and mid one's going to be able to survive. The A goes down as well. That's a 2-for-0 special as Fnatic respond just in time. Mid one with the big stacks of Magic Wand is able to prevent a pretty critical loss there.
Hot damn, man. I was like, this guy's got 15 wand, Fairy Fire. They have. It was close, but he played that perfectly. He kept beating them further and further in. That was beautiful. But I was like talking to Gods on the bus. I said, Vici, they should handily win this. And I think always the issue with Fnatic is that they don't really come in with these like set styles or plans. They're almost too flexible in this regard, I feel. We're gonna watch this again. I love this. This was done so well. Like, the heal pops. He's still got the wand. He's holding on to it for as long as possible. And they're just like getting baited further and further in. Holds on to the Fairy Fire at the last second.
And they feel so confident knowing that they've got a Supernova to protect them, but they've got the attack speed and enough heroes to be able to take out the egg pretty quickly. And now, back to the bottom lane, we do have Net, who's going to be initiated on the Global Silence, goes down, so they're not going to be able to pop the Shadow Shaman immediately, which means he gets off the wards. This probably means the Tusk's going to be dying at the very minimum. And Net, well, his EMP goes off. It's still not enough damage. Looks like another hero that's going to be able to just barely survive through the Vici Gaming attempt at a pickoff. And Burning, who is trying to push down the Tier 1 tower in return, is not even going to be able to get that much. Mushi has come in. He's got this Rod of Atos, an excellent kiting item against the Sven. This is something that he can't really contest Mushi right now. So they don't even get some sort of tower trade-off. Fnatic are just taking so much map control away from Vici before the Sven is actually online.
Yeah, he's already stolen 8 int. Competitively, that's fine. You've got the Aegis on the Silencer too, and he's got 1500 HP, and at this point, Cap, Vici have no way of killing this guy. They could 1v3 and probably kill him and kite him, but when it comes to the straight 5-on-5 engagement, A, this hero does the most damage in the game. He's gone for the last word stats build, no levels of the Arcane Curse. And B, you have to kill him just because he does so much damage, but he's so tanky.
Let's go back a little bit to the Sven progression, because this is something that his build is actually a little bit more reminiscent of the older Svens, where they first started, it was Helmet Dominator into S and Y. But as that Sven was a bit too slow, it seemed like many players started going for the faster Blink Daggers. Burning is still playing this pretty slow, and he's going to be caught out trying to farm up the Ancient Stack once again. They have so many heroes colliding on in. They're going to be able to kill Burning immediately. And Super, well, he's going to try and respond with the Tornado EMP, but it's not going to be able to do much. Fnatic will farm the rest of that stack.
I did this like A-B thing, but I had no idea what the second point was going to be. In my head, it was like, yeah, it makes sense, but...
Oh, do you think that he should have gone Blink Dagger on Sven?
No, I think if anything, he needs a BKB before he finishes the SNY almost.
Yeah.
He's going to finish the SNY, but like, I don't know how they're supposed to fight into this lineup. Like, Fnatic have just played this really well. Like, I thought Vici had the better draft overall, but Fnatic are definitely playing really crisp. Aside from that rotation at bottom that mid one made, everything that they've done is very calculated. And Super, he's just going to do what he can to hold down this push, but there's so many things assaulting him right now.
Oh, nice little bit of Ice Shards. They will be able to make the jump. Immediate response from Net, though. They control Ice, get the two-man stun. Burning still being controlled up. He's not getting any damage out while these groups are all grouped up. But still, Fnatic are now going to be able to try and get out. Mushi's going to be the first target. They turn to Net, actually. The Supernova getting laid down. Fnatic not going to be able to turn things around just yet. Mid one with a nice two-man impale that will give Mushi time to be able to get out. Burning can't quite catch up to be able to get off the stun. He'll throw it at mid one, perhaps. No, doesn't even try that much. He knows the Spike Carapace is ready to go. And Vici Gaming, while they may have held, they still lost their Tier 2 tower, and they didn't get anything of substance out of that. They just get enough map control to perhaps take this Tier 1. They really needed to be able to get a core kill.
Yeah. Ice 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 had a really sick initiation there, and he dragged them near the Supernova, and at that point, Fnatic, they were so out of position that there was almost no chance that they were going to be able to kill the egg and contest with the rest of Vici, even without Burning's ultimate pop. But the Aegis is gone now, and I think Fnatic have accomplished enough with it. They didn't lose any cores in that push, like you said. Got the tier 2 top, but usually the first Aegis like that means like 2 towers max.
Yeah.
The fact that they were both tier 2s is pretty successful, but Mushi, is he game sensing this right now? Because everybody from Vici's coming in, and he can't afford to go to the jungle right now.
No, they had a very aggressive dire side ward here on this near the Ancient.
You're
Not
right.
actually blocking out the Ancient stack, but enough to be able to see when
Just to
VC
spot
Gaming go
it.
to farm it.
Man,
And as a result, able to see the rotation.
Fnatic is just
Vici
playing
attempted.
so well right now.
Mm-hmm.
Vici have to get out of here, and they're not even gonna. They're not gonna get the kill. They're not gonna get the tier 1 tower at top, which is really low. Instead, they're gonna get counter smoked on by Fnatic. I think this was an okay move to go for the smoke right now, but it's gonna be pretty fruitless because Vici, they know something's up. They're like, well, our smoke should have worked here. What was going on? They might ping down the ward or near it.
Now, let's talk about then the natural progression of Fnatic here, because they've gone through phase 1 and phase 2 of this kind of early establishment of lane control into pushing dominance. And they've gotten control of the map beautifully, but they are still have yet to hit the hardest part of this game, which is actually pushing high ground against a Bat Rider, a Quaswex Invoker. These heroes are difficult. Well, we'll talk about that later. Fenrir is going to get picked off, maybe. He does have the snowball. He's going to be going towards some of his allies, but it doesn't look like Vici Gamer are going to try and save him, get item-wise and timing-wise, to be able to push high ground successfully. It seems like waiting on Roshan number 2 is not the answer.
Oh, they're just going to go for it because they know that they have all their cooldowns up. The Bat has everything, but at the same time, I think they feel pretty comfortable with at least going for this.
Yeah, the global silence
That's
gets
an
laid
early
out. They
global.
not having enough damage to be able to kill Ice Ice Ice, though. Fortunately, that global silence does prevent Vici Gaming from being able to counter-initiate, though, and they make that kind of jump without getting punished too much. They lose the super wards, but that's it.
That was really ambitious. I don't think that there's a realm where they take that. Like, you can get spammed out by the Bat Rider Firefly, the Tusk can just Ice Shard, and that's the dangerous thing about the high ground away from the other half of your team.
Mhm.
What can you do? Like, Mushi's opted to go for this Blink Dagger instead of the Force Staff, which
Yeah.
I think is pretty odd, actually. Because if he just gets caught out by Ice Shards, what's going to save him? Nobody on his team's getting a Force Staff.
Ohio. Perfect time to rotate back, right as Ice 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 was coming forward. Oh, no, he's going to show himself now. FY spots him out, but Ice 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 will be able to get... He got the Savage Roar, so he's not pulling him in perfect direction, but still going to be enough to perhaps get that kill. FY jumps in, Supernova gets laid out. Fnatic don't have the opportunity to kill that egg. It's going to be able to explode here. Chen desperately trying to commit, but he's got no help whatsoever from the rest of his team. Goes for the TP out, and that is actually going to be successful. Now mid one's going to jump in with a 3-man impale. Mushi's here. He's got his Rod of Atos to ensure a curly kill on the Tusk, and Vici Gaming are just going to break from here. They're going to give up on the Tusk. It seems it's going to be an extra bit of intelligence for him. And Fnatic, I mean, considering that was a smoke initiation on the Lone Druid and everything else, that was a pretty decent recovery.
Yeah, that could have been a lot worse. They did lose their Lone Druid, and the sad thing is he was sending his bear like, right at that moment to go get the relic.
Yeah.
And then he brought it back so he could get the Savage Roar off, but unfortunately he doesn't live. Mushi's opted, by the way, to go for the Arcane Curse, and I was about to mention this. Rather than going for stats, you level up the Arcane Curse against a hero like Bat Rider.
Oh, yeah.
The way that it changes now is that it just keeps refreshing. So if the Bat Rider uses one sticky, he's just going to have to use like 4 other spells in that time period. It's going to do so much damage to him.
The change is actually really funny because it's essentially the way you counterplay it is the opposite of what it used to be.
Yeah.
It used to be you want to cast this spell as soon as possible. Now you got to hold off on casting spells.
For
And-
heroes like Invoker, Bat Rider, that's going to be so frustrating.
Mhm.
Especially for the Bat. I think Mushi's like, he wakes up and he's like, oh, wait. This spell's actually sort of useful in this game.
Now, is it going to be useful enough to ever consider an Aghanim Scepter later on to the game? Or do you think going for more of that stats right-click build that he has right now is more promising, say, BKB into Scythe?
I think that item's pretty bad on Core Silencer. There was a time period where it worked out pretty well because you would burn all the mana in the game,
Mhm.
and you could get such a long global off 2
Right.
times in a row, but you never build it for the new Arcane Curse.
Yeah.
It's like not as nearly as useful.
Mhm.
You get like BKB and then you just build like damage, get AC if you want, so that you can tank up against. Your
I
bear
was
will probably
thinking
get
Scythe
wiped.
because he has a Blink Dagger as well.
Oh yeah, Blink Hex is one of the best initiations in the game. He's pretty tanky to survive too, especially if he gets BKB. What they really need is this Lone Druid to catch up now, and oh, by God, he's done it. He's almost got the Radiance completed, and that's the next timing for Fnatic. You're going to complete the Radiance, you've got the BKB coming up on the Silencer, and you've got the next Aegis coming up. Like, everything just kind of plays into this.
Mid one almost getting scouted there by the Sentry. But he's still sitting behind. He's managed to see all of VG Gaming. And there shouldn't be anyone caught by this Batrider, as they're going to lose their wards, and that's about it.
Ice is so poor. Normally you'd have like Jeb, or you'd want one at this point.
Oh, he actually sees mid one. They had a counter ward sitting inside the river. They're going to be able to combo him up with a snowball. And Walrus Punch holding him in place. A free pick off there. And this means Lone Druid needs to try and draw some attention away, push out that top B, but he is essentially coming online now.
He needs a
next
blink.
item, still Blink, right?
He needs a way to follow Ice in for that opening initiation, and you want to get on top of things. Like, for example, for burning, if you're burning in the team fight, here's how you approach it. You pop your ultimate, you pop your BKB, then you blink in, and if Global Silence gets popped, you don't really care at that point because you have no abilities.
Right.
Like, you can Warcry yourself in, just pop everything at once, and then just get on top of people.
Fnatic, they see burning up at the top lane. They know this is their opportunity to get an initiation inside the jungle, but unfortunately their smoke doesn't work out. They're going to try and transition this into a fast Roshan. It would have been more ideal if they'd gotten a pickoff first, as Vici Gaming, still having their full 5, are probably going to contest. The Tornado EMP is going to be able to slow down Fnatic for the time being, and they do have that big Supernova they can place on the cliff. See if FY is able to get a nice position for this one. Roshan is down to 3k HP. Deafening Blast is going to slow things down pretty significantly. Laid out right as Roshan's about to die. They're going to be able to pick up the Aegis and now turn and fight. But it is going to be Vici Gaming in a superior position. They're easily going to be able to kill Mushi and take life number 1. They've also got the Lone Druid dead to right, so this means Mushi's going to come back entirely alone. His Blink, not going to be good enough, but perhaps the send back from Chen. They don't actually have enough damage, but the Tornado is going to be able to take that send back off. And that means Mushi will die a secondary time. That Roshan fight really was not the one for Fnatic. If they'd gotten the pick off on maybe the Phoenix to start things off, you could have gone into Roshan with a little bit more assured confidence, but that almost seemed like overconfidence from Fnatic.
Yeah, the Nyx had to be more useful there too in the fight, and he's really fallen behind. He's level 11 right now, doesn't have a Midas or stacks the farm like the other 2 cores did, and this is kind of expected because you've got a Lone Druid playing the true 1 position, I guess, and you've got your Silencer around the same area, but Super realizes that he can't really do anything in the fight with the global going off, so he decides to really smartly go for the BKB. Because he knows that Fnatic have this timing window where they have to play around this next Aegis, and then they have to play around the next set of items that they get, right? You've got the BKB coming on the Silencer, you've got the Radiance coming on the Lone Druid, you've got the Aegis coming up. You're not going to get that much stronger than that. The next timing after that takes so much longer, because then it's like Vlad's or AC on the Bear. Then you wait for your Silencer to get God knows what. He's still on the way for his BKB. At most, you wait for the Nyx Assassin Aghanims, but DJ decided not to go for the Ags himself or anything. So this item timing for Fnatic, for them to hit, is really specific. So they can't make these mistakes at the Roshan fight. They can't have these errors play out.
Yeah. You think that because they didn't get that pick off, they should have waited on their BKB? Like those kind of team fighting critical items to make sure that Roshan fight would have gone better for them?
And yeah, because Vici, even with the Aegis on Fnatic, they had superior positioning. And you're always going to take that over the Aegis. That's why teams like EG, you'll almost always see them fight because they know that they have the funnel set up.
Right. We actually got to talk about this item pickup. We have a Desolator now on Super's Invoker, turning into much more of a right-click build. Is this specifically to deal with Lone Druid and Global Silence? Oh, they're actually going to be able to grab Ohio here to start things off, but Ice immediately turned around upon. They're going to drop their Serpent Wards and everything else to make sure they blow him up. BKB, though, is up on Burning as well as Super, and they're able to take out Mushi. They're going to go for Chrissy as well, as he's going to be run down, it looks like, by Burning. Oh, a miss percentage coming out from the Radiance actually makes it so the Chen survives. Still, though, Burning and the rest of his boys will be able to take control of both the Serpent Wards as well as this Tier 2 tower.
I think they're just going to get out.
Oh. Okay, I guess they lost 2.
Yeah, everybody's just going to come back up, and they've got nothing now. Burnings uses BKB. FY uses Egg, so essentially as a support.
And you don't
Phoenix.
need to be greedy if you're Vici Gaming at this point, right?
Yeah, exactly, because you've got strong timings of your own. Like, you can play this a little bit more patiently. If Fnatic do have, I don't know if they have the best late gamer. I don't think Lone Druid stacks up against like a 6-slotted Burning. Burning still has enough BKB charges to make the next fights work at the same time. If this were a 6 or 5 second BKB, I'd say Vici has to be a little bit more urgent.
Especially with the way that they're turning to max physical damage on Vici Gaming, while the Lone Druid by himself may not be enough. You could see perhaps another core being able to have enough impact that Fnatic could win the late game.
Oh, he's finally got Vlad's.
The problem's going to be that Silencer is just going to be targeted down most of these times.
Yeah, he's got Vlad's now though, and this is a really crucial pickup for them. Like I said, they need to. Then the next thing is AC.
Right.
But I think the timing for that is a little bit too late. Like, your team would be way too passive. Maybe you could go for like 2-man ganks with the Nyx plus the Shadow Shaman, but what does that lead to?
That BKB is being delayed so heavily. Fnatic's choice of team fights is really costing Mushi his progression and items, because I wanted to talk about perhaps a different item than Sight. What about a Shiva's? Because we're talking about armor and physical damage so much. If they could get both AC on the Lone Druid and Shiva's on Silencer, that feels like a good combination to kind of lessen the threat of Vici Gaming's physical damage.
Yeah. Man, this gold kick. 9 to 15, and they've taken so many objectives. The gold is almost about even, and most importantly, the experience is really in Vici's favor now.
Yeah.
Something that you should always think of, and most of this comes down to the fact that their Nyx hasn't really been able to keep up in levels because he's vendetted up most of the time looking for opportunities. Unable to find them, though.
He is going to have his Ags pretty soon, but this is definitely a stronger pickup when you are being sieged, not the one sieging. Still going to be nice to have, of course.
No matter what happens, though, you wait for Mushi. You just got the BKB. You don't have any more items that you're going for. Maybe you wait for Ohio's Hyperstone, but don't think it's worth it. Just, get map control right now and go for it. You don't even have to necessarily smoke. I think they should, because they're running into the Radiant jungle, and they want to have the best possible fight with this 10-second BKB.
Do you really think they're that much limited on time, though? I feel like Vici Gaming, in a way, have already picked up their significant items, that it's too late to kind of barrel down into
No, but you
go
want
uphill?
to push the fight, because you've got the Rasta wards, Lone Druid,
Okay.
and you've got DJ, who will eventually start to lose some of his effectiveness.
Mm-hmm.
So he's got
Sure.
Guardian Greaves though, and Fnatic, they're 5-manned up. I don't know how much stronger than they get.
Yeah, that is most definitely true. They don't have any items that are going to be turning this fight differently.
You wait for the
That's
Guardian
fine.
Greaves and then you go. Whereas Vici, they're stacked to the gills. Like, they're just like, let's get into a fight right now. Maybe we wait for the Ultra Kick. Like, see, they go for the Smoke Fnatic.
Yep,
But they're just going to run into each
They're
other.
right into each other. The Tornado's going to be the first one out. They do have the Serpent Wards placed aggressively. Net probably going to die here. The Glimmer Cape actually saving him. Burning is looking for his target. He gets a 2-man stun. That's perfect. Being controlled up by the Net.
he's
But
rooted.
still, Ice, making sure these heroes stay grouped up together. There goes the Lone Droid Bear. Ohio's probably going to be next up as they got a pit stop on Chen. Take him out, and now Ohio's going to be next up. They have the stun almost ready to go on Burning. It just needs to be able to get it out. And Ohio will die. Mid one. He's going to be kind of stuck out as his sticky napalm was slowing him down. He managed to get a blink away, though, thanks to the Spike Carapace, and he will actually survive. But Vici Gaming winning that fight quite handedly, not dropping a single hero. They're all sitting above half HP. They're actually in a good position if they won to try and pressure high ground.
Man, that was maybe the best possible fight that Fnatic was going to get. They had the Sven hold up for so long. They got the Net on him, right, by the Chen Creep. And on top of that, he got rooted by the Bear. He's like struggling, wasting his BKB timer. But what worked out for them is that Burning's initial stun.
Yes. The fact that he managed to get the 2-man stun, controlling Mushi, most specifically, he didn't get off his 10-second BKB at all because Ice was able to follow up that stun with the lasso. Mid one, kind of getting caught there on the front line, trying to defend when it really wasn't necessary. They almost had their silencer back up, but now they're left in a 4 versus 5 position once again. Vici Gamer are not going to try and force it, though. They're out of mana and out of HP.
Man, I feel for Fnatic right now because they had such a good early game, and they were playing it really crisp. Their ward positioning was really great. They were playing all the spots like they had to. This BKB came a little bit too late on Mushi, and they got a little bit sloppy at the Roshan, but that's all Vici needs with their type of lineup.
This is definitely what separates the kind of the tier 2 teams from like the championship teams, right? Is being able to execute that kind of phase 3, that the final like high ground push to the same kind of perfection you did all the previous phases. And unfortunately, Fnatic weren't able to see that out in this game. Of course, they still have an opportunity to be able to come back, but it's going to be a tougher road than ever before.
It's like what we said about protecting Mushi. They don't really have the heroes to necessarily save him, right?
Mhm.
Like, what do they... Okay, so the Bat Rider jumps on you before you get global off.
Yeah.
Then you're just off.
Yeah.
Then you're just...
Then it's all good.
Some weird counter on counter play.
I mean, that is kind of Vici Gaming as a whole, right? I mean,
Oh, they are chasing this bear.
free 300 gold if they can get their hands on it. Not going to be the case, though. Burning next up, complete that Satanic. BKB choice from FY. Guess you've got a lot of disables besides the global silence. It used to be like Phoenixes would go Yule Scepter in dealing with silencer, but they could see all these hard disables really turning the favor more to this BKB.
His eggs have been on point like, the entire game.
Mhm.
I honestly don't even know how he has a BKB without a Midas or anything.
Yeah.
He just casually has one. I guess they've gotten a lot of objectives and he's been there for most of the fights. Most importantly, he's only died 3 times. Most of that came in the early phase too. He was the one that was first blooded and everything.
It's going to be a smoke up. They're all getting to their sentry wards. They know that Vici Gaming don't see them, but do they actually have the smoke? They don't. So this is actually quite bad for Fnatic. They don't have a smoke for another minute and a half.
They've... Man, Mid-One's been waiting for this Aghanim Scepter for so long too.
He's been on the same like 300 gold for the last like 10 minutes.
You remember when I said he was struggling to get levels? He was level 11, and that was like 15 minutes ago.
Yeah.
He's just been at this hump where his team hasn't won any fights and he hasn't been able to set up. But this next fight is going to determine a lot. If Fnatic can win this fight decisively, then they've got another window of timing where they can go for this Roshan and accomplish a lot. But this has to work out for them.
They not only need the levels, but they need that gold progression to get the next round of items for Silencer and Lone Druid if they hope to be able to keep up with a good farming hero like Sven, who is sitting he's actually getting close to 10k ahead of most of the other cores of Fnatic. And Bat Rider looking for that initiation. Unfortunately, the Spike Carapace is going to be able to stop him. Good positioning from mid one. They're actually just going to be able to blow up Ice. Still, though, BKB and Supernova are going to be laid out. Ohio, they're going to be able to turn kill the egg nice and quick on the left-hand side. Burning, he's struggling to be able to get his hands on net, but the Glimmer Cape's laid out. They're actually controlling Vici Gaming beautifully. It all starts with being able to kill Ice, and now Fnatic make a clean turnaround and are going to be able to take out Vici Gaming. Looks like, unfortunately, they're missing out on the counter vision to be able to catch Super, but still, a clean fight nonetheless. 3 kills, and they're going to be able to turn their sights towards Roshan.
Man, that was a really sloppy engagement from Vici. Like, the Bat Rider almost just struggled to get the initiation off. And more importantly than that, the Sven and the one other hero were preoccupied trying to kill Net with the Glimmer Cape, but they didn't have their gem anymore because their Bat Rider died.
Yeah.
So half that time they were just like trying to find a hero that couldn't really do anything. And you notice that Burning didn't even pop his ultimate during the beginning of that engagement, but he popped his BKB, so he wasn't getting any damage out. Despite having the Sven, who's an absolute monster, like you said, like 5-6k ahead of everybody, he just wasn't able to put that net worth to use.
Yeah, he was so easily kited once they got the root during BKB. Fight was pretty much over for him from there. That's why they so desperately need that initiation from the Bat Rider to go successfully, but Ice, a good combination of both. It was like mid one, like playing it correctly as the Nyx Assassin, like he got the Spike Carapace off underneath the Firefly, but really Burning should never be in a position where Nyx Assassin could be sitting next to him when he goes for that kind of Firefly jump.
They have to coordinate that a lot better. As soon as the Bat Rider jumps, they have to have the vision for it, because you notice that he was struggling to find somebody. Ice at that point was down to just even grab Ohio and bring him back, but as soon as he jumped in, Mushi says, okay, I'm just going to pop the global. I don't care if it's ideal or not. Team fight has started. I'd rather do it now than when I'm at 20% HP, and
Now we can see that next round of items. Looks like Mushi is actually going to go for Lincoln's. Pretty smart choice. Can deal with both the Stormhammer, but more importantly, the lasso.
Oh man, Vici, the lead that they once had was so immense. It was like 8,000, 14,000 XP at one point, and it was creeping up to 10k gold.
And you can really see the impact because we were talking about how Fnatic were kind of stuck at this situation where they just like completed BKB, and then they were at that area where they weren't going to get any change up in like power levels at all. They weren't going to get any fresh items that would change the. Oh, Mushi's actually going Refresher, not Lincoln's.
He's still got a 9-second PKB too.
Yeah, he could be BKB'd up for days.
Yeah,
do you think the Lincoln's is a better option because we know that that's Batrider's target #1.
I think that Refresher is fine for this kind of game.
Yeah.
He just has to play really far back if he gets the Refresher.
But
You grab the Refresher, it's pretty much, guys, I can't really fight with you in the beginning. Like, don't rely on me for damage. Vici's going to pick up their own AC, and they've got the gem now. I still think Vici have a pretty nice window of timing for them to win. They can't afford to play this fight sloppy. They're about to get high grounded right now.
Ice definitely got to get the right initiation. He's sitting practically off the map. He's going to go in, actually trying to pick up mid one first, trying to get the quick pick off on him. And that was a lot of BKBs being used by Vici Gaming. If Fnatic can actually get out with minimal losses, this will be an okay fight. But Fnatic are going to be losing at least Chrissy, the TP out. Mushi, he's going to be good. Glimmer Cape saved there. And Lone Druid's back out as well. So that's actually not too bad, considering the lasso was used on a Nyx Assassin, and so many BKBs were used by Vici Gaming. Yeah, it obviously stops the uphill push, but I think the next round for Fnatic, they'll still have that Aegis, and I think they have a better chance of actually being able.
And it's only another minute, or minute and a half for the Aegis.
I didn't see he actually used global in that fight.
He popped global because for a second they thought they were going to fight, but
yeah.
He got dragged into their base. It's like, at that point, you just
there's
wave
no
goodbye
way.
to that guy. This ain't the military, guys.
Yeah.
Every man for themselves.
There is no man left behind. There's definitely just waving that little tentacle.
Best of luck. No, it's like, as soon as you lose one hero, Dota's really just a numbers game. Even with the Aegis advantage, it's just stop and say, okay, we'll wait for you to come back up in the second lane. And even then, the Aegis on the silencer, it's not like it would be on Burning. With Burning, you would fear him both times alive.
Right.
But if the silencer uses the BKB or his global, at that point, he doesn't really deal that much damage. You're not that afraid of him, in all honesty. Like, what's he have for aggressive items? He's got a Rod of Atos, and Black King Bar gives you plus 24 damage, but then you've got a Blink Dagger.
So Fnatic can't actually push uphill because they use Global Silence in that last fight for Fnatic. Do they sit back and let Vici Gaming be the aggressors for a little while? Or do they still try and control this map?
I think you wait for the refresher for sure on the silencer and see what you can do with the double global. The problem right now for them is that they don't have any more smokes, and this Batrider, and they're Vici's about to grab a smoke in 21 seconds, but for Fnatic it's going to be the next 6 minutes.
It really feels like the Batrider is the key factor here. Like, when Fnatic are the ones pushing high ground, the fight is a lot cleaner. It's a lot more separated, right? It's their side, our side. But when you start getting into the middle of the map, the Batrider has so many avenues to be able to initiate and find that right, excellent pickoff.
Oh, this is perfect. So Fnatic have the refresher. This is around one of the better moments that they're going to grab for one of these fights. They don't have the Aegis.
Let Ice make his initiation. He's going to BKB, jump forward, not really finding anything here. And now they're going to be able to counterplay this one. The global sounds goes off. Mushi blinking in aggressively, looking to be able to control up FY first. He's going to try and take out that Supernova. Still, though, Burning has run out of his BKB, and now it's going to be Rod of Atos up, so they see a free opportunity to kill the carry of Vici Gaming, as they're just going to leave him behind, knowing that this is pretty much, as we said, every man for rear. Looks like he's probably going to be chased down. He doesn't have a blink or anything like that. So he'll just buy time perhaps with a snowball. That's going to be 3 down from Vici Gaming, as that refresher definitely had a huge impact in the fight.
Oh, that was massive. For once, the silencer was able to just deal out damage, beat out damage while he was kind of in the back lines, and they allowed their lone druid to kind of step forward. And the best thing about that fight was that DJ was able to get the send back on the Nyx as he was being dragged forward to the rest of his team. So as that happened, you just had a null initiation happen.
Right.
And mid one was like, okay, perfect. Now I can get back in there. I haven't used any spells yet. at that point, Vici, they were hard committed for the racks. Great, but
And
lost a
Mushi in the vicinity of Birdie. Which he's going to take care to, but Ice this time around, he's finding the right kind of initiation. They're going to be able to try and blow up Mushi.
Oh, he's
But no!
gone.
The send back! Chen gets it once again. The Tornado, this is just going to be cleanup time for Vici Gaming, but it's going to be consolation prize at this point. The big win would have been killing Mushi. They only get mid-1 as the successful TP from Chen does go out.
no, the old Invoker would have stopped it.
Yep, definitely.
Okay. Welcome back to the Shanghai Major presented by Perfect World. That was my lunch. And this is getting ready for game 2 of Fnatic versus Vici Gaming. Do apologize, you guys may have noticed there was a disconnect and you weren't able to watch the game, but we could amazingly sum it up real quickly with the help of our board as we go into the draft for the second match. Basically, we said that Fnatic were 10-minute men at the beginning of the game. They did great, but unfortunately they weren't able to go on past that. Apart from the fact that DJ Rome, or DJ, on his Chen played a fantastic game, keeping them into the later stages. And the main reason was because one of the cons of Vici Gaming that I now understand that Swindle Melons pointed out earlier was balance of the team, which kind of meant like being able to sacrifice yourself a little bit to help the greater good. And no one really did that in the sense that they could have bought a gem, but everyone was really focused on their own items and their own farm and what they could do. But if someone just said, hey, I'm taking a hit for the team, this is what's going to make us win, they probably would have been able to finish off the game, Vici Gaming, and have a victory. But again, that con kind of outclassed the con of the 10-minute men. And now we're going into game number 2, where Fnatic are now 1-0 up in this series. And as we mentioned earlier, this is a huge series to take. This is going to put you in pole position that your next game can get you out of the groups in first place. It happened to MVP yesterday. They went 4-0, and Fnatic, just off that win, even though Winter, you did say they didn't look so happy with the win, Fnatic, because it was given to them. They didn't really earn it. But still, if they can take this match, that's going to be huge. But already they're like, let's play hard mode Dota, Earth Spirit on Vici Gaming.
I just want to make one final point before we move on
Yeah,
from
yeah.
the last game. I thought Super was awesome until the very end of the game. I had to check the replay to make sure. He actually died to Silencer's Q because he was casting so many spells and had BKB up and didn't use it and ended up dying without buyback. But up until that point, he played fantastic, and as you can see, Vici has already picked him, Invoker, second this game, 5th last game. So they're definitely confident with him on the hero, and I thought he did perform very well.
Dude, so you're saying that he was running back from the enemy base to his own base, constantly invoking stuff until he died?
Yes. And he just died, and then they lost.
That happens.
Maybe there was just a lot of angry flame going on.
It's very
like,
possible.
you know what I mean? It was
It
more
was right
about
after
community.
Burning. It was right
Yeah,
after Burning,
Burning
died
died.
without buyback. So I imagine there was like.
There was
like
probably
talking.
his mind was elsewhere.
Yeah. And it's funny because, again, he's been playing for so long. That was a very recent change, and for a long time, Silencer's Q did not function like that. And he is not the first player I've seen make that mistake.
We meant Scant, the Sats guy, come in during the game saying it's like he hit
He
some like
broke records, yeah.
like it's not having 0 deaths at 40
Against
minutes on
it's a
Invoker.
really hard Invoker game.
Silence and Nyx, like that alone is just miserable stuff.
Yeah.
But
Wow.
well, Fnatic, it's
They're running
not
the-
broken. They're on dire side again. They're going for the exact same strategy.
Interesting. The bans are a little different. They actually opened with the Venge ban. They did Gyro first last time, and Vici actually banned Enchantress this game. Not
And they
sure
banned the bat
why.
as well. So,
It,
which
very
is rather strange.
It. I think Chen Lone Druid is still like incredibly broken. Like that's a really strong combination. However, Vici has Earth Spirit. I think the hero's got like 80% win on this patch, something ridiculous like that.
I
Are
think
there certain mids
Millennium-
you'd want to pick against the roaming Earth Spirit? Or do you go for the Nyx again? Is that a possibility against Invoker?
It's
or?
possible. You just need a hero that doesn't die, and that's really hard to find. I think that both.
Wraith King.
I think
Puck.
Shen, Lone Druid, and Rost are all pretty good against Earth Spirit. I'm just very scared because it's a strong hero, and then they go Morphling. That's just.
Who do you look at when you see Morphling on that team? Do you just say burning, or is it
Oh,
actually a support now these days, or
No,
offlane?
it might.
burning, right?
Yeah,
At
It's
the
always
moment.
burning?
In the
Some-
past, it was Ice
sometimes.
Ice. Ice Ice was the
Yeah.
one of the big offlane and Morphling players, but it's
I-
a hero that can't be played off.
Is
I
that
just-
something you're like excited to see? Burning Morphling against this lineup? How
it's
does that?
very China Dota. It's just I just don't think it's very good here. You know, Lone Druid's itemizing for Radiance. Morphling doesn't want to go MKB or BKB very much, and so that's 17% less damage he's going to be outputting.
I think
once
the
he gets 20
general
minutes.
idea of the morphing here maybe is just they wanted a carry that's very hard to gank, and you have some sort of split push. So when the Chen comes, you have, assuming that would do the same strategy with the Invoker, you go Quasfag, so you hold the defense with Invoker plus Earth Spirit.
Something that might have worked in previous patches. You see Fnatic's going to deathball you. They've got the Alliance special, and you pick a hero that does absolutely nothing for the first 30 minutes of the game other than push lanes and hit towers. And I'm sorry, but he's not going to be able to out-rat a Lone
We've
Druid.
seen them
Like,
play it a little bit differently. I've seen Morphlings get involved like super early on, like level. Usually
just-
Lincoln's Rush, I say,
Yeah.
is by far the most common one, but
Do you still go Lincolns this game?
likely.
It's one of the most stat
Or would you
inefficient
just go
items.
Bottle Manta? Like
Bottom
sometimes
Manta,
you go,
I think Manta's
or the
better.
Helm build that CTY uses. Which
Yeah.
build would you think is
Wyvern.
the most optimal?
I think I would prefer Manta first, but he'll likely go Link.
He'll like because he's burning. He
Yeah,
always-
because it's burning, he's versus Shadow Shaman, he doesn't want to get X, and
Mhm.
so on.
I
so
really
so the
like
plan is
Wyvern.
coming to, we can see the plan right now. They have 3 heroes that can defend the push, and Morphling is most likely just going to do his thing, speed pushing.
Yeah, I just don't. I feel like this is just a really. It's a strange dichotomy between how China is looking at Dota right now and the rest of the regions, because Fnatic's just, we're going to deathball you, and Vici's saying, okay, we're going to rat and try and defend high ground. And I just feel like that style is not as effective as it has been in the past. And it's all, and in addition, teams are just better now. In the past, the longer a game goes, the more likely I feel like the better team is going to win, because they're just playing better. Who knows?
But you can see why they go for it. The last game, they had that same strategy, like, a few heroes to defend against a push, and they almost won. They should have won, right? So, yeah, it might not be optimal, but they can beat Fnatic with it. So it's like, okay, we'll just go with it.
I don't disagree. I think Batrider Phoenix are a totally different beast from Wyvern and Earth Spirit. Just as far as the damage output, the catch potential, if Puck gets off to it, has a good game, because it's, in my opinion, the best mid hero to put against an Invoker. I think it's just like a hard counter to him, especially now that the Deafening Blast change came through. You cannot go the Yules build against a Puck. Like, none of your spells will have an effect on him. He can dodge your combo. Might get Tornado, but he's not going to catch the EMP. He's not going to care about the cold. The only thing I'd be concerned about if I were him is just the Earth Spirit rotation. But
That's a lot to worry about.
yes, I agree. I agree.
Instant silence is pretty scary.
But
for
see,
Puck.
the thing is, the Earth Spirit danger is really like that level 1 rotation, maybe level 2, with just either a kick from nowhere or a boulder from the other hill. And Puck just doesn't care about slows or stuns. It's the silence that's going to kill him. And I don't see them killing the Puck. I don't see them shutting down the Lone Druid. They have a Morphling and a Wyvern in the safe lane. Lone Druid's going to have a free game. They have a Chen. I mean, Fnatic has free reign to pick their last hero here, and I'm not quite sure what it would be, but anything that adds tempo, I think they're going to have a distinct advantage after the
Do you,
draft.
And you
do you like
could,
Ursa here?
You're like,
Any,
you could
for
be like a
Ursa?
mascot for Fnatic right now. You're into their lineup. And
It's
Necrophos.
a good hero versus Morphling because
Yeah.
he's
Swindle
always going to be
Melons.
low percent HP when he's
You're
Morphling
very
screen.
happy about that. It was a chair cheer.
Well, I mean, I was rooting. I
You were
lost
rooting
faith in
for-
Fnatic
you were
last
rooting
game.
for
I
Fnatic.
picked them to win the series, and they're gonna win
Yeah.
the series. I'm more confident after.
That's such a good pick here because
Yeah, it really
you
is.
can't morphing strength. You're going to be low percent HP, so the Reaper's always going to still be able to finish you off. You don't care about the Winter's Curse because you don't do any physical damage
Yep.
as a Necrophos.
You also don't care about the Wyvern E at all either.
He's,
It's
he's
very
somewhat
good.
decent versus the Embrace as well. Sets up if the target is low enough, you can just kill him.
And-
This is actually phenomenal pick for
Yep,
Fnatic.
and
here.
I would have. I think Vici before that pick is feeling Tidehunter here, and I really don't think you can pick Tidehunter into Necro anymore. And I don't really see an ice hero that I'm really loving right now. Maybe he'll go for a Beastmaster, perhaps. I think that's got pretty nice synergy with his current draft. But again, I just see you're in a situation here where Fnatic's going to be free farming their safe lane. Their mid's going to have a big advantage. Their off laner's not going to be able to be shut down. And then they have DJ, the star player for Fnatic, on a hero he definitely played well last game, able to control tempo, make things happen all around the map. I don't think Vici's going to be able to put enough pressure.
Oh,
Oof.
bit of team fight.
They need to defend. That's basically
gun
mostly
defense, yeah.
they have to defend.
Dude,
the
that
push.
hero is awesome against Shen and push in general.
I agree. It's Vici's all in on defense, and Fnatic's
All
going
in
to
on
take
the
it to their
offense.
throat.
So the offense versus defense lineup here, and we go to couch number 1 this time. Winter, Melini, are you sticking with your guns? Are you gonna? Is it gonna be Fnatic? Winter, you saw what happened last time.
Yeah, it's easier this game because I feel like the draft this game is much easier for Fnatic to deal with compared to the last game. So it's easier for me to support them.
Well, you gotta convince.
I mean, I don't need
Elder
to
Titan, man.
I don't need to convince Ben.
No, I mean Elder
Elder
Titan.
Titan.
Elder Titan is a terrible hero.
I agree.
What?
I do not like
It
Elder
was-
Titan.
That hero's
He's
that hero's
dumpster.
decent.
No,
That's such
It
a
was one
lame
He's
of-
way.
like
That's-
30th percentile.
You,
It was
you
one of the
that's
8
such a
heroes
lame way
unpicked
to
at the
sell
last
it. You're like, yeah, man, that hero's above average.
He's playable.
he's mediocre.
pickable.
Like you
All
gotta
right.
pick him with some. He's
All
completely
right,
mediocre.
I
guy.
think Winter's got you in his pocket here on this
Jeez.
one. So there's Fnatic for couch
Dude,
number
he's the
1.
anti-push. Come
I'm
on.
God.
I'm Fnatic because ET is not a hero.
Yeah. One of the 8 heroes unpicked at last major. I think it's an awful hero. If anyone can
Good.
make it work, it's Ice. It is the hero I would probably
Okay.
put with his picture and
Can
the dictionary,
these
but
3 just get on the couch together?
Fnatic takes it.
Okay, so Elder Titan versus Fnatic here. A huge game for Fnatic. If they take this, they're in upper bracket finals, and that can get them out of the groups today, nice and early in first place. But let's see if Vici Gaming can come back. We'll go head over to the commentators. Enjoy game number 2.
Welcome back, everybody. Game number 2, Fnatic versus Vici Gaming. We have a lot to talk about as, once again, we're going to be jumping in this game a bit late. We've got early TPs coming out from both Fnatic as well as Vici Gaming. But this is a very different draft this time around. Essentially, Fnatic are running the same strategy you yourself pointed out during last game, Blitz, that the Puck would have been perhaps a better pickup than the Nyx Assassin. It's kind of a tempo-controlling mid. And then this time around, they're going to place the Silencer with the Necrophos, but they are very similar heroes. So essentially, it's kind of the same strategy being run by Fnatic. What did Vici Gaming do differently in this draft to kind of counter what Fnatic are running?
The battle begins.
For Vici, they pick up the Winter Wyvern instead of Phoenix. And usually you pick up the Phoenix to try to deal with the Lone Druid. But I think they realized that they needed something that could fight a little bit earlier as a support, or just have more presence independent of just having the egg. Because I think even with that, it was a little bit rough. And Burning is now playing the Morphling instead of the Sven. Something that he realized in the last game is that the Sven buildup was a little bit faster than the Morph, but the lack of mobility on the hero hurts it so much. He was getting kited in pretty much every fight. He had a Satanic 3k HP. His teammate had an Assault, and he still was going down really quickly.
Right.
Most of the time when it comes to survivability, it doesn't matter how much HP and stuff you have, because a good team will just play, you know, ring around the rosy with you, but it matters that you have some sort of mobility spell. So you pick up a hero like Morphling, and obviously we played Earth Spirit Hot Potato yesterday, so everybody has an idea of what that hero is able to do. And then you've got ET for more counter push, and the natural order works out really well with all of these heroes.
I feel like in a way that Vici Gaming both drafted themselves better early game and better late game, right? Where instead of last game where they had to, like, it all came down to the high ground defense, really, that was so good for Vici Gaming and Fnatic. We're going to have a hard time cracking that. When we were talking about, like, the tempo that Fnatic was building up, that was going to be the biggest, stickiest point. But this time around, VG Gaming have these heroes like Earth Spirit, Winter Wyvern that can actually stop some of these Tier 1 and Tier 2 tower pushes. Even Elder Titan, as Ben was pointing out, is quite strong against those kind of pushes, even if he's not seen as a very favorable hero in this meta.
Yeah. And right now, the Elder Titan's actually getting a lot in the offlane. He's got 7 CS already, picks up the early level 2, keeping on point right now with Mushi. Whereas the Bat Rider in the last game, his impact, I think I was talking to somebody downstairs, is like, the Bat Rider has to do something. He should have just gone and jungled. But at the same time, you have to make sure that your Sen gets Ancient stacks. And maybe if Ice plays that again in his head, he thinks to himself, okay, maybe I should have focused a little bit more on me.
Oh, that's going to be a nasty rune pickup. Fenrir is not quite level 2, so we haven't reached that that critical point where Earth Spirit becomes a really dominant mid-ganking hero, but the Arcane Rune is going to be a nice addition. His dual lane with the Elder Titan does seem to be quite strong. Elder Titan is one of the stronger lane dominators when it comes to off-lane position. If you can actually get yourself into a more offensive outlook against the defensive tri-lane.
You watching mid right now? Mid one is styling all over super.
Yeah, he's
he just
playing
got
super aggressive.
4 consecutive denies in a row right now. And this is going to allow him to tempo control so much in mid. In this point of the game, you want to make sure that you're getting all of these denies because you're going to get the overall wave pushed into your favor, and you can play the high ground game. And most importantly, you're going to hit the 6 faster. For a hero like Invoker, it doesn't matter as much, but for Puck to hit 6 at a pretty reasonable time means a lot.
Roll on in. They do manage to get the stomp onto net, but with Fenrir already using both of his abilities, they can't really follow that up. They really got to be careful with that Shadow Shaman, but Ohio should have been even more careful as he's going to be the one giving away that first blood in the bottom lane.
Thank God Wetboss caught that. I didn't. I was like, Lone Druid will be fine. It's a dual lane at the end of the day. The Arctic Burn does really well against the bear because it does the percentage, right?
Yeah. And Morphling is just a dangerous carry in general to go up against. He may not provide his own disable, but he has the kind of pseudo-nuke in waveform as well as just heavy amounts of right-click damage going max agility.
There's a difference here, too, in the Western versus the Eastern scenes. There aren't a lot of them, but it's the Morphling bottle that you'll often see for the Western teams. Like, I know EE favors it a lot, whereas you look at a lot of the Chinese players, they'll just skip it entirely. Yeah. Just build for this Lincoln straight up.
Yeah, go for the more gold-efficient, fast perseverance that will still give you some form of regen.
Yeah, Morph works so well with grab one. I feel like one of them should. It's just not making efficiency of the runes or anything like that.
You do almost have phase boots for complete for the mid invoker. That's when the Quaswex invoker becomes a lot. And Gang Super, as soon as he gets his level 6, you can already see Chrissy as well as Net are kind of set up for that one. They're going to be running into Fenrir, who has decided to rotate mid as well. He's kind of getting surrounded, but he's got the invoker having his back, and the tornado is going to be able to interrupt things quite heavily. They're going to be able to get an early kill on Net, and if they get the stomp, no, Chrissy is actually challenging with the creep, so Fenrir is not able to actually pursue force back, and Vici Gaming start out this game a lot better than in game number 1, an early 2-0 to their favor.
Yeah, game number 1, at a certain point, Fnatic just started rolling. It was so hard to keep up with them on the side of Vici. They had to concede so many towers. And the fact that they were almost able to bring that game back, maybe one fight away from just flat out winning, is pretty surprising. But this time around, like we've talked about, they've adjusted their draft and the ways that they're playing.
Yeah, they want to stop that momentum in its tracks, right? They don't want to let Fnatic get to the point where they've taken all the tier 1s and tier 2s before they have the opportunity to contest. They want to be able to stop tier 1 tower pushes as fast as possible.
What was their other support? It was Phoenix plus a Tusk.
Yeah.
Neither of those heroes are really wave clear.
Yeah, you have Sunray, which draws aggro off of the tower, but with a Chen, it doesn't matter if you draw the creep wave off.
This time around, though, you've got like the Earth Spirit, you've got the Winter Wyvern, Splinter Blast. You've got a lot of ways to deal with just like flat out push to delay.
Oh, nice dodge there from mid one. He's going to be able to get away from that Tornado EMP and the follow-up kick that was there from Fenrir. That is a very deadly combo. But quick reactions from him does allow him to be able to survive. That Splinter Blast is already probably one of the best D-pushing abilities in the game. Really long range, high amount of damage. And that 340 nuke damage, once he gets to level 7, is going to be made all the more powerful when you include Ice, who is currently in some serious trouble. He does manage to get a pretty decent stomp. He starts right-clicking now Chrissy. That's going to be a kill. If they can actually control him up, they will be able to get it. Mushi executes the Elder Titan in return, but it's going to be a 2-for-1 trade-off. Very favorable for Vici Gaming. If only poor Ice didn't have to wait a full minute to revive. And that's the life you live against a Necrophos.
It's like 1/6 of the game you've just been dead. Good times.
Yeah. Necrophos is an absurd hero.
It's not
Not
that
overpowered,
great.
it's just different.
It's just so annoying. You just like
Yeah.
doubles your respawn time. It's 6 minutes into the game. You're spent like a
You
minute
just
dead.
you die to Necrophos, you're just like, well, I'll go to the bathroom.
Somebody
get a
could
drink.
die right now and he would still revive faster than Ice.
And that is going to be, we didn't get into it too much, but the difference between Silencer and Necrophos, you said during the draft they're similar in style in that they both draw a lot of attention, but Necrophos is tankier and does offer very specific win scenarios, right, because of the way that the Ags...
They'll have to deal with the extra 30 seconds anyways.
Mhm.
But DJ is going to get caught here in the jungle. Last time this rotation was pretty successful, but this time around, everybody from Vici is ready for this one. Do they have the damage to kill him? One more hit, he gets rooted even.
Oh no, the coil comes out, and
Oh, he's
DJ
got it.
Splinter Blast. Nice play from FY. He finds it towards the tail end, and he will be dying here unless the stomp comes in. Oh my god, that's beautiful. With the wand going out, FY is actually going to be able to turn this around. He actually gets a Splinter Blast out, still caught by the troll. Maybe he shouldn't have turned for that one. Gets himself in the trees, run down eventually. Ohio will pick up the double kill, but now Super is here, and they can actually kill Ohio. The stomp goes out during the tornado, hits Midwan. Now they can focus on killing Ohio, while Fenrir is able to trap up Midwan, who's got no more mana left after that EMP, and his phase shift is not going to be enough to be able to save him against
Oh, is
Super,
it?
unless the wand, he gets into the trees, but he doesn't have a TP out. He's going to be stuck here for so long. Fenrir eventually is going to roll on in, hits him, collides for the kill. Back up to top lane, though. Burning is sitting invis right now. They do have a TP rotation out from FY. Mushi does back out at the right time, though.
The heroes that they had to concede a lot of control
Mhm.
to the Chen in their jungle, but this time around, and what they realize is, okay, the Radiant safe lane isn't that safe, but now you bring everybody that you possibly can, kill the Chen as soon as you can before he grabs momentum, and just stop them in their tracks before they get any sort of momentum going. That was a pretty decent fight, too. Like, the Lone Druid hit 4 roots in a row, just like knocking people in place, but it didn't seem to really matter just because everybody from Vici came. And you saw how
Yeah.
effective that Splinter Blast was, the early levels of it.
Mhm.
So he got 3 levels of it. He even has his ultimate now just 9 minutes into the game. You compare that and contrast it to the other 2 supports. That's a level 5 Chen who's spent a lot of time farming, and a level 3 Shadow Shaman who's almost exclusively been pulling.
And that's something that the power of their aggro dual lane will run a dual lane at bottom, but you're also drawing a lot of tension up to the top lane. This gives the Winter Wyvern more opportunities to actually split experience with the
Vici's
Morphling
gonna
or
TP
do
people
pulls.
up top.
Yeah, they want to be able to stop these tier 1 tower pushes. As we talked about, the Winter's Curse is going to be laid out. Chrissy's going to get blown up, it looks like, as they wait for him in. Burning is dropped low, though. He managed to morph into strength real quickly, though, and he's going to be back up to plenty of HP. Mushi runs himself out, and they do manage to keep that tier 1 tower alive. Not quite in deny range, as that would have been the most ideal opportunity for Vici Gaming, but still a very good hold nonetheless.
And pretty intense right now from Vici. You notice this almost reminds me of the TI4 newbie or even MVP yesterday, where
Mhm.
okay, so they take the fight at bottom, but instead of farming, they immediately just smoke their way up top.
Yeah.
Because they know that that's going to be the next target. That's such a high level play for them to think like that.
Yeah, we were talking about how just recently, how with the meta kind of speeding up, we looked past past to TI4 and the kind of changes that teams made mid-tournament, right, to adjust to a certain kind of playstyle. And one of the big things right now is this tournament is already setting up to be incredibly fast tempo, and the team that basically plays the fastest oftentimes is going to be dominating their group. We saw that from MVP, and we did see that from Fnatic in game number 1. Vici Gaming are responding really well to this aggression, though. They set up the right kind of heroes to be able to provide early stoppers in this momentum that Fnatic should be gaining out of taking towers, and they're also rotating pretty freely, making sure not to stick in one lane and farm too much, as you pointed out.
No, it's been really good overall. And this time around, you see the switch. The Invoker going to go for the true Quaswex build, as I like to call it. At
Nice
top,
deny.
FY. He's getting really low, though. He's got to kind of worry about this.
He knows he's just above. In fact, Mushi won't have enough damage on FY to be able to execute him. He's got to dodge this boulder. He'll be fine, though. The true Quas-Wex build being the
The
Orchid
Orchid,
build, where
yeah.
you can just go around, run around picking off people.
Earn Orchid. It's pretty fast, the timing of it,
Mm-hmm.
because he's been involved in so many kills. His net worth is still behind that of the Necro, but the good news for them is that their Morphling is doing really well. But this time around, it's not a luxury that they had, but at bottom, Ohio.
Another hero that is very susceptible to Winter's Curse take the last hit instead. And DJ, Chrissy's still going to die as well. So Vici Gaming, another excellent rotation by them. Both the Chen and the Lone Druid have shown themselves to be pretty well countered by the Winter Wyvern. Both the Splinter Blast, that we talked time and time again, but the Winter's Curse, being able to catch the Chen next to his creeps, or the Lone Druid next to his bear.
This game is looking really brutal right now for Fnatic. Like, all of these counter rotations to stop wherever the Chen is going. You notice that Fenrir is mirroring him. Anytime he sees DJ, he shows up on the map, and mid one's going to get silenced, but I don't think they have enough to kill him.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's just 10 mana shy for Fenrir to actually get a kick in. If they did have that, maybe they could have comboed it up with the EMP and killed the puck. But as it is, they just get some chip damage on that tier 1 tower. Ice is going to have a great game as well. He's already got himself a Hand of Midas, just needs 1 or 2 more of these last hits. And that'll be a great progression. As an offlaner, Elder Titan, I think, is one of the heroes that benefits a lot from some of those mid-game utility items.
Yeah, they're doing a really good job of finding space as a whole. And it's not even about rotating as 5. It's more just that they're showing 3 on one end, 2 on the other, and they're keeping Fnatic constantly off balance. Fnatic's wondering, okay, is this guy truly alone? Are they just going to have a bunch of people as soon as we make this rotation? And that's what you want to do as a competitive team. You want the other team to second-guess themselves. And you're seeing Fnatic do that right now. Like, DJ's just going from lane to lane, but he's projecting a lot. It's like, okay, the top lane pushed didn't work. Well, I guess this time I'll go bottom because it worked last game. And we're not really seeing that this time around. And net doesn't get refreshed.
Yeah, if he'd actually managed to keep up that ultimate on Shadow Shaman, he probably would have ticked out. But he gets away. He gets some more wards.
The bad news right now for Fnatic is they've got such a similar lineup. The puck, I think, is an improvement overall. And the Necro, give or take, depends on what they can do with them late game. But they still have to be the aggressors. You still want a tempo set when you've got a hero like Chen, Puck. You want to take these fights. So they're going to go for the Smoke Ink right now. They could go for the Roshan with the wards dropped. But I feel like you want to take a real objective here, because Roshan doesn't game break anything for them. It's just a safe objective for them to take.
This replicate from the Morphling could have potentially caused them some issues, but it does take out at the right time, and Fnatic are able to jump inside the pit. Future Gaming are none the wiser, and they'll be able to take it with the Serpent Wards.
It's really safe, but I guess you give it to your Necro. Or your
They
Puck.
have so much vision around this Roshan pit.
Yeah, because they knew it was going to happen.
Yeah.
They knew that it was bound to, but unfortunately for Vici, they're just not set up for it. They must be wondering, like, what's going on.
Yeah, they realize it now. They're going to start rotating, but it's going to be too late. Fenrir might get a kickoff, but Fnatic should be able to get that. The Aegis is still in there. Fenrir's going to jump in, try and force it. DJ is going to be forced to actually pick up the Aegis himself, and Fenrir now really far forward is going to be taken out. Tries to throw out the silence, but Midwan managed to get the counter initiation on the both Super and FY. Winter's Curse gets laid out, controlling Ohio for the time being. They're going to send him back. Midwan, though, is not having a good time dealing with this Elder Titan. Almost managed to burst him down entirely with the nukes and the urn. The Splinter Blast comes in. Phase Shift is going to be able to dodge that the last second, and Burning not going to be able to find an opportunity for a kill. And Fnatic actually now trying to go back in, but the waveform comes in. They're going to be able to take out the Shadow Shaman. Minwan's still quite low, but he's going to play it aggressively straight into Super. Doesn't work out, though, and Super now has to stay one step ahead of Ohio. The Cold Embrace comes into play, and Fnatic definitely not a fight they should have turned around on. They could have accepted the fact that he just got an Elder Titan and killed Roshan, but turning to fight that with such low HP on so many heroes ends up costing them 4.
That was so sloppily done, too. They knew that the Roshan was about to die and the Puck was nearby, but like we talked about, it was going to be Mushi that they wanted to give it to, so he could be the frontliner for them. So they left it on the ground for so long, and Fenrir's just like, all right, guys, I'm just going to go for this. And that's the best possible scenario. What is that hero going to do for you?
Absolutely nothing.
Yeah, so even with the Aegis, Fnatic were just out-positioned and they were out-kited around the fight. This Elder Titan is already level 11. There's almost no way that they can run into him. And the Morphling, Burning is a Lincoln's Treads Aquila. You're never going to win that fight.
Yeah, And if we actually ever get to see an Ethereal Blade for burning this natural order, it's going to allow that nuking combo to be so much more powerful. Great combo there from Vici Gaming, and that kill on the puck will be able to complete an Orchid now for the Invoker.
Yeah, that was so crucial for Fnatic to just get that Aegis and get out. And what would have happened after that, Cap, is you go for the 5-man. Like you frontline Mushi, force Vici to eventually take the fight, or at least fight on your own terms. But with that being gone, Vici's feeling a lot more comfortable. They know in a straight 5-on-5 engagement, they've built up enough of a gold lead that they can probably take a fight comfortably. And because Burning is so farmed and he has so much mobility, he's not worried at all. And that's the biggest thing that this Morphling has over the Sven. He's got the mobility aspect.
Yeah, he doesn't have to worry so much about the lone druid. The disables of the Shadow Shaman are still going to be a little bit annoying for him, but he's still at least got a Linken's to help with that. Vici Gaming, they seem to have kind of countered Fnatic at every single turn. They stopped some of its early tier 1 tower pushes, and as you said, the fight at Roshan, that was going to be Fnatic's next opportunity to be able to take control of this game, but because they didn't get that Aegis, they now have to wait for some other kind of opportunity. Maybe a pickoff, maybe some smoke rotations, maybe even wait so long as the next Roshan. Fnatic are going for a 3-man smoke and entry into the Radiant jungle, but it's just Burning there. He kind of knows. He's going to sit way back behind this tier 1 tower. He knows that his allies are playing aggressively right now in top lane, and they don't see anybody, nor is anybody mid. Feels pretty obvious that jungle's being invaded.
Yeah. It's like we always talk about, the lack of information matters just as much. Like, if they don't find anybody, then they know. Process of elimination. Fenrir is going to get caught out and 100% go down.
Yeah, Fenrir is going to be the one who tanks the gank. And there is going to be a turnaround, though. They already got the Orchid on to mid 1. The Tornado is going to set up into that Elder Titan ultimate, but it doesn't even matter. The Orchid kills him first. See if they can get a little bit more, though. Super does not have Tornado for another 15 seconds, but he can get something else. He's going to invoke Cold Snap, see if he can get in range of net.
Super
Doesn't look
so
like
fast.
it's... I mean, he's going to be diving in really deep if he wants this kill on net. And, yeah, it doesn't look like it's going to happen.
Wasn't even close, but
Yeah.
still. The fact that they were able to get a puck that was forced to smoke with the rest of his team, on top of, you know, you only lose your Earth Spear for that. Yeah, he's been dead longer than the puck, but still a really good trade.
Yeah. Kind of like this Elder Titan use of the Ether Lens, being able to pick up an early Arcane Boots and naturally transition that into that item. It's going to be a super long range Earth Splitter now.
This Morph already has Ghost up your cap. At some point, you're going to have to deal with him.
Yeah, and they're going to have maxed out natural order in a second soon. Top lane, super. Well, nice Winter's Curse. That's a beauty. That's going to be able to stop. Ooh, good follow-up. Sun Fenrir falls right on in. Going to be able to create a great ultimate with the Silent Thunder 2. This is almost finishing off Mushi in Ohio by himself, but they need a little bit more damage. And Fenrir's now caught between the Bear and the Serpent Warrens. FY is going to be hit by the Dream Coil, so no way out there either. Despite the excellent combination between the two supports, they just didn't have the follow-up damage to really execute the cores of Fnatic. And now Super May even dies. He's being run down by the Chen, but DJ completely out of mana. This does offer more opportunities for Burning to push out the bottom lane, but a good win there from Fnatic. Mushi just being a bit too tanky and able to stay alive and get those heals off.
That could have almost been a disaster for Fnatic, but instead they turn around, they do get the 2 kills. Support or not, still probably okay for you in the long run. Burning, though, I think he took down the tier 2 during that, and he's just racking up solo experience, which always has to play in the back of Fnatic's mind. Like, you have to play the pace of this game faster for Fnatic now. So you don't really have the best way to deal with this morph if you grab something like a 22-minute F-Blade plus the Lincolns. Like, he's just going to blow up one of your heroes immediately, then you take the 4v5 against... Vici have so much farm on all of their cores.
One? Jesus. Super just trying to chase him down.
He's going for... He's got 1,400 gold. It's up to Hanamitis.
Pick off on ice. Pretty good play by Fnatic, but it's not going to be a major kill, that's for sure. It's still Burning. That's going to be the biggest threat. Just more right-click damage.
Yeah, get the DPS going. It's a cool build, too. I know he's going to go the Midas, like I said, but it's like... You could kill Mushi then. Because I don't know if you could kill Mushi with just the Orchid plus right clicks, but at some point he doesn't have to rely on the physical damage at all.
You know who can kill Mushi though? I think once he has that Ethereal Blade on Morphling, he can actually challenge the Necrophos, who's supposed to be like just the way you build them and the way you try and play him is that you're supposed to be trying to tank up so you can survive through these nukes. But I'm really feeling this natural order combination with Morphling is just going to destroy him.
Yeah. We'll see though how the next fight goes.
Yeah, I think they're also going to get Veil on Fenrir.
At some point, yeah.
Yeah.
He's already picked up the Null Talisman. There's almost no other reason.
Yeah.
You're not going to go something like the Dagon.
Mhm.
So they're all at top right now. Burning is telling everybody, guys, wait just like 2 seconds.
Looks like Ice, you going to complete a full pipe with this cloak, or is it just a bit of value?
Cloak is... Glimmer Cape isn't bad. Pipe is pretty good against the Necro. Just helps everybody tank up quite a bit. Glimmer
I guess-
Cape owns Necro though.
Yeah, it really does. Long animation to that Reaper side. Plenty of opportunity to get off that active on whoever's being targeted.
Okay, so Burning is now online. No reason for him not to fight now.
And now the big difference is like Fnatic always have a win opportunity with an Necrophos, right? It does become more and more difficult, but if you can get that kind of execution kill with the Reaper sight, Vici Gaming still have to play careful when they're pushing into Fnatic.
They do, but right now everybody in this game, eyes are on the Morphling. Vici's like, okay, we spent all this time making space for you. They've done such a good job of taking away pressure from Burning. But this isn't just Burning farming or anything like that. This is Burning who's had a lot of space created for him because they keep taking fights on the top half of the map. And so they've given him the tier 2 tower, bottom to farm out. They've lost some supports here or there, but it's all been a good trade for them overall. Gonna go for the 4-man smoke. They bring the ET clone along too. So Burning's just gonna continue to farm, and the rest of his team is gonna be back up behind him. A Vici Gaming classic. As they smoke up.
Wrap around and catch Ohio here as he tries to make his way through the jungle. He does get the immediate Savage Roar, but there's still the Winter's Curse laid out by FY that's going to control him up and set up his allies to be able to pop Ohio. And Fnatic, they don't even get close to that one. They know it was a lost cause.
They did kind of mess up a little bit there, though. Burning uses shotgun on Bear when it was in the Winter's Curse, so it effectively dealt 0 damage.
Yeah.
And on top of that, Fenrir got a little bit antsy and popped the Magnetize. Maybe he thought there was going to be a fight.
Puck is going to be able to jump away from that one. The tier 2 tower will be taken by Vici Gaming. Fnatic don't have an opportunity to fight with their lone druid down. They're just trying to split push. They should really wait on Mushi's BKB. It's going to be next one. One of the next big power items for Fnatic.
What I meant, by the way, by like the Vici Gaming is I see them go for the smoke into the safe lane mid, or into the mid behind their safe laner, and they just try to play around it because they know the enemy team knows that you're grouped up behind it, but you want to just try to catch an angle somewhat near, and Morphling is a perfect hero for that.
Yeah.
Let's see, go right now. You got a 4-staff, like you said, on the Invoker. What's Ice Ice's? Does he have the Glimmer Cape? Got the money for it if that's what he wanted to do.
Yeah. I mean, between like the Glimmer Cape's such a good counter to Necrophos, but at the same time, there's a lot of AoE magic damage that Pipe, I think, would be a consideration.
I kind of agree.
He doesn't need that though. He's got the Ether Lens. He'd throw out that Astral Spirit so far.
I'm so happy about it. That's a Necro BKB, and Roshan has just respawned.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Bear's got Radiance, and he's got 800 gold. It's really good farm, actually. We haven't talked enough about what Ohio's been able to do. Third in net worth, even ahead of the Invoker. This should get Midas. No.
It still is a bit perhaps more concerning about the Necrophos's farm. I guess he's got BKB now, so maybe they can actually take a fight.
I'd like them to take a fight around the Roche area. I think going for a straight up push is a little bit too difficult. Bear at bottom is going to go down. Okay, Mushi, or not Mushi, Burning's already got 3,500 gold again.
Double damage.
Where do you go from here? Do you go like the Manta builds, or
Scotty's a
do
pretty
you
nice
like
option.
statting up with Scotty?
Standing up is pretty good.
Well,
Anta would-
Fnatic, they need to be able to go for that Roshan pit because Vici Gaming will take it if Fnatic don't post a fight around that area. Roshan's already down to 3,500 HP. Mid-1 is going to be able to get the reveal, though. You get the silence off. Burning's quite low, actually, and is going to have to morph to strength here. That means that the shotgun, its effectiveness is going to be really
Burning's
limited.
stunned.
He's going to be stunned up as well, but a good interception there from Ice Ice Ice. A beautiful clap by him. He'll be able to follow that up with a good ultimate onto 2. Mushi and Ohio. That damage is completely reversed by Chrissy. They actually dropped the wards inside of the Roshan pit here, and they're going to try and quickly take this Aegis before Vici Gaming have the opportunity to be able to respond. Mid-1's just harassing them back. Roshan is going to be going down in a second here. Looks like they're going to try and pick up Mushi in return. They almost finish him off with the Orchid and will be able to with the silence. Fenrir gets a nice kick out onto DJ, and Elder Titan running in with his clap. He's going to be able to get the stomp onto Ohio as well as his bear. The rest of Vici Gaming, though, not able to respond fast enough, it looks like. There's the kick from Fenrir, stalling up Ohio even further. He's still got the slow to be able to hit him, and Super finally gets here with his Force Staff. Deafening Blast forward. They will be able to kill the bear as well as the Lone Druid hero. That's going to be it for Fenrir in this fight. Super's got to play this careful. He's down in half HP as well. But Ohio, he does not have another resummon, so much of the net worth of Fnatic is completely irrelevant. And they will try and back away from this engagement for now.
Burning finally makes his grand arrival, but the replicate that he originally had in the fight immediately got bursted down. So he was waiting in the base the entire time for pretty much nothing. He could have started making his way over, but replicate goes down. He's going to go for the BKB, and this might just prompt Vici to honestly go for the high ground, because they know that their Morphling is so hard to fight into. And it's a 10-second BKB. Fnatic have already expended the Mass Serpent wards. The puck does have the Dream Coil available, but Mushi also messed up, I think. He used the Reaper Scythe on the Lincoln's Morphling. I think he was hoping that somebody on his team had popped it already, and that I don't know if you blame Mushi there, 'cause it might have just been miscommunication. He probably told DJ, cast something on him.
Yeah. Cast Penitence, cast Test of Faith.
Yeah,
Either one of those
exactly.
abilities are instant.
What did the ET go for, by the way?
He still has that value cloak. He's just holding on to gold at this point. So
He's had that value cloak in his inventory or his check for so long.
Yeah.
I figured if he was going to buy something at this point, it would have
Under attack.
came out already.
The 5-man smoke from Fnatic, they actually are in a decent position to be able to get this fight, but the smoke has already popped, and now Ice 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 is throwing out his image. The tornado is going to go down. The stomp followed up, but the BKB activated by Mushi, but still burning his physical damage is ripping through Mushi so quickly. Fortunately, the Earth Splitter did not catch Mushi, but Super's going to town on the left-hand side. He's already taken out the Shadow Shaman. The Lone Druid Bear goes down. Burning is able to get the rundown as the BKB runs out eventually on the Necrophos, and he shotguns him away, and now we'll be able to get Chrissy as well. Tries to hide himself on that tier 2.
Ohio's like
not going to do anything.
hiding in the corner over here. Like, please do not spot me.
He will be able to get away, so Fnatic keep 2 of their cores alive, but a nasty fight, as that was their 5-man smoke. That was supposed to be one of their fights to really take, but their initiation just did not get hold. Super with an excellent tornado to lead things off.
Top tower
Yeah,
has
Burning
fallen.
was way too big. When it came 1-to-1, he zoned out the Necro entirely out of that fight, and that's the worst possible thing that can happen for Fnatic, because they need this hero to be in the middle of everybody spamming out his nukes, kind of creating a general amount of chaos for his Lone Druid.
Yeah, that's what the BKB really allows you to do, right? Is Burning is able to play forward with the BKB active against that Necrophos and just play a physical damage game.
No, it's a really good idea. I think Mushi 100% had Blink Up, but he was also getting sent back by the Chen, and I don't think he thought he was going to get shotgunned by Burning. He might have thought it was on cooldown. Because I was wondering, okay, you can blink out now, Mushi, you'll be okay, but felt like he was just min-maxing things a little bit too much.
Mid-1 is trying to catch somebody here. His Blink Dagger's up, Dream Coil as well. They'll be able to get FY, it looks like. Turn around, Winter's Curse. Not sure if they're going to save FY at all, though. Super
almost got
throws out the
Glimmercape, though.
tornado. And they will be able to pop him. Reaper Scythe is going to be utilized. 80-second death timer on the Winter Wyvern. But still, Vici Gaming, they lost their least important hero. And they've got a plethora of items coming in. They've completed the pipe that we were talking about for so long on Elder Titan is finally here. So they've got that as well as the Glimmer Cape on Winter Wyvern. So tons of counters to the Necrophos. They have a full up Ags now for Super's Invoker.
Got a blink dagger on the Morphling.
Yeah.
So he can keep up with the Necro.
Oh, and the Veil.
Yeah.
So, what kind of reduction is that? Because Natural Order, base resistant reduction, 33%, and then you throw the Veil in there, an amp of 25%. This is actually insane magic damage that could come
This is
from
going to
that
be
shotgun.
really unpleasant for Fnatic to fight into right now. That Roche fight looked like it was going to go somewhat okay because they were able to sneak it. But since then, it's pretty much been all Vici. They take a free Rax at 32 minutes without the help of an Aegis, which is pretty rare in this day and age.
Yeah. Pretty late Aghanims coming in for the Chen around 35 minutes, and that's probably not going to change the tempo of this game. If you're the one in control, you're the one pushing into the enemy, the Ags can be quite significant on Chen, but here, it just doesn't feel like it's going to make a difference.
It's been a good month for Vici. Really good harvest, you know, the corn is there.
And Net almost going to be blown up completely.
he's
BKB
alive.
activated, and Net's able to get off his Serpent Warren. Still going to be silenced up afterwards, so no follow disables. Mushi's going to be the next target of the right clicks up burning. He's got to play careful, though. His BKB is running out, and Mushi has that Reaper Scythe ready to go. Nice Sunstrike, but a blink away by Mushi at the right time. A kick is going to catch Mushi there on the side. Ice trying to come in with his Astral Spirit and see if he can run down somebody with a Stomp.
They are so afraid of
Oh.
the Morphling that they just keep Glimmer Caping anybody that's slow. They've been doing a good job, though, preventing him from getting on top of people.
Mm-hmm.
This fight conceivably should have just been instantly won by Vici because Burning can take down one hero by himself, but Net's just been on top of things, man. This guy never dies. He's like the squishiest guy in the world. He's got 4 armor and 900 HP. He never dies. It's like 3 deaths in a game against a Morphling and an Orchid Invoker. Gotta be careful.
Hex away on the Replicant. Still, though, Burning's able to play the frontline hero. It's a little bit of morph to strength, and the Alacrity making up for some of the damage lost.
That Splinter Blast is just brutal. It's so hard for them to hold high ground without their creeps. But these heroes aren't meant to hold high ground.
Jump in from mid-one, but immediately the Winter's Curse is laid out onto him. They're going to try and combo it up with a Stomp and try and pop it afterwards with the Orchid. He does manage to get off the Yule Scepter, though. There's going to be an element of counterplay, but it's completely out of mana. Burning's down to half HP. They do have Mushi on the front lines ready to go with the Reaper Scythe, but Burning is just way too much HP as he goes full strength. And now Fnatic, they're going to be forced into buybacks to try and keep this fight somehow in hand, but it's just too late. Vici Gaming managed to keep every single hero healthy and take out 3 on the side of Fnatic, 4 actually with that buyback. Lane of Rax goes down, and Fnatic use that as catalyst to call GG.
Yeah, this game, after the early game went as it did, you never just want to say the caster, okay, it's over, but
Yeah.
Vici did such a good job of countering Fnatic's movements. I know the score and the way that the game looks is super anticlimactic, but from my perspective, that was such an interesting game for Vici to play.
Mhm.
They understood the mistakes that they made in the first game. They said, okay, we really messed up. We shouldn't be losing to this team. And they just made constant adjustments to wherever the Chen went. Like, this Chen was almost completely phased out of the game, whereas in game 1, he was the reason they won.
I think that this was really a showcase of the most cognitive counter to a strategy that we've seen so far in this tournament. You know, you kind of wonder if we had this sort of same kind of strategic counter from Group A, would MVP still have been able to make the kind of a big run that they did. But Vici Gamer are going to hold Fnatic for here and push it to a game number 3. We'll go back to our analysts now.
VG Gaming tie up the series 1-1 then in game number 2, and we've got 1 match left between Fnatic and Vici. And during the game, the guys at the panel had some thoughts. A lot. We all went in. It was almost like, Swindle, you were campaigning almost for Fnatic before they went into the game, and they just didn't play it the way you felt that they should have played it.
They used their first 2 smoke ganks, didn't include the Puck, and Puck was just middle with his coil up. And then I think there was some other time they made a movement towards bottom with the Chen and the Lone Druid, started hitting the tower, they get ganked, Puck's running back to the base to pick up his fresh blink. They just failed to execute. You can't go Lincoln's Rush and 2 Midases. Every core of Vici went greedy, and they just didn't make moves as a team, and then those moves failed. They're suddenly down 10-3, and the strength of Vici's draft is then able to take team fights, but they should have won that game, I think.
Hey, anyone else want? You can comment on this. It's not the
Uh,
Swindle Melon's
I-
opinion show.
I disagree they should have won that game because that's kind of more of what I expect from Vici Gaming. I think they played much better than they did in game number 1. And Fnatic, they're just generally like not that efficient in their movements and their rotations. They don't have that high of a success rate with their rotations and their smokes. So that's kind of what I expect from game number
I think
1.
it's a good point Swindles brings up that they didn't smoke with the puck, and I feel like that's very characteristic of Fnatic. It's always the 2-hero support smoke rotations. They're a team who we talked about as their biggest pro. They win the early game, the laning stage, and they normally do so with support rotations, and they're trying to help their cores win their lanes. But the core hero rotations may be sometimes not there when they need to be. We saw it in game 1 as well when the Knicks didn't rotate to help out Mushi in the safe lane when he needed to, and I think again, it's not to point fingers at mid one. I think it's a kind of common thing with all their core players is that the supports roam, the cores kind of statically stay in their lane.
Yeah, it's like 3+1+1 as
Yeah.
opposed to 4+1 or even just 5.
But the same similarity was like in both games they made the same rotation at 4 minutes. But in the first game they rotated to the off lane. In the second game, they sort of decided maybe they should have helped. They wanted to help Mushi, but instead we were talking maybe it would have been still better to do the same plan. Go to
It's
the
a
off lane.
morphling though.
They
That's a
can't-
very
can't
you
kill
can't
morph.
kill
They
morph.
didn't kill
don't-
they didn't kill the carry in the first game. They killed the supports. They
That's
invaded the jungle and they
Yep.
took control from there.
Yeah, I was just bringing this up before, but there's a huge advantage when you play Dire Chen. If you can take that safe lane tower on Radiant, it opens up the entire jungle. And suddenly now, like it doesn't matter if they don't kill Morphling. Just force them off the lane, maybe get a support. If not, you just hit the tower.
Yeah.
They have nothing to wave clear. Like they're going to throw out a couple
It
Wyvern
is the
W's and run
move
away.
that matters. It's not killing the carry
Mhm.
that matters. I mean, killing the carry is a bonus, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the important thing is to get yourselves into
Yeah.
that position.
And suddenly Chen now has access to 3 hard camps, and mid tower, you don't need the puck to rotate anymore. Puck can just be middle, and the Invoker is constantly afraid that he might just get coiled, dead. And there's not really much you can do about it. And as you said, like they ended up got stomped and they died.
The Serpent Wards came up really late for them, and then once their early smoke rotations failed, they didn't have something to fall back on. What they fell back on was catch-up. They were playing catch-up with the Shadow Shaman getting levels. The Necrophos didn't really have a lane at that point because Shadow Shaman was taking the safe lane, so
Yep.
then they were just playing from behind.
Yeah, and they just had to. I felt like, to go off Ben's point, like I think Vici definitely outclassed them in that game. They just demonstrated that they're probably the better team and they should win. But I just, again, looking at that draft, I just feel like Fnatic has a better grasp on how you need to play Dota now. And if they had just executed better, they would have won. And instead of
You
putting
even
roster,
said earlier in the break, if you don't mind me saying, you said if Alliance had that same lineup.
yeah,
Yeah,
they would have
that's
destroyed
true.
them. It would have been 15 minutes and over. But they rotate with the Rasta. Like, as you said, they play catch up with the Rasta. They could have just make that play for that bottom 2-1, as we said. Throw the Rasta top, get him some levels. He's level 2. Like, he's not doing anything. And I just,
And
yeah.
Something
I mean,
Winter,
we-
Winter mentioned about Net, how he always prioritizes zone the offlane. Do you think he should be putting more emphasis on his own farm and levels, like getting pulls, getting some levels towards that level 6 early on?
Well, to interject real quick, I think Winter actually brought this up before. This time they actually helped the offlane. It was an
Yeah.
Earth Spirit and an Elder Titan instead of just a solo Bat Rider. So it was a lot more challenging for them
Yeah,
to actually deal
I
with
think
ice.
if you're up against a lone offlane, you can actually do that. But if it's 2 versus 2, it kind of becomes harder. So it's better for you to pull and focus on getting your levels, because I feel like regardless what you do, the offlane is going to get experience. So to make it even, so you focus on your own experience too.
Okay, and just checking out some of the highlights from this game. You saw the first blood there scored by Vici Gaming on the offlane at Ohio. And yeah, we also didn't really mention before going into the game that, Earth Spirit, it's a big factor.
This is like just what are we doing
And
here,
this,
guys?
they actually did this under, they came into this fight under a ward. They put a sentry up and they were like, well, okay, they know we're here. We might as well go now because we need to go. And they even lose Mushi off the back of this. So definitely not worth it. And also you were saying, Swindle, when that happened, it's like they don't need to do that. It's not a kill that they need to get. They've got their puck winning mid, their safe lanes farming. There's no reason to push for this kill. And it really did backfire.
They were
And
winning all
started
3
giving a
lanes.
lot of momentum. Yeah.
They had the top CS in all 3 lanes at one point, like 5 or 6 minutes in, and then tried to get too much done when they just needed to.
And they
continue
take a
the
lot
lane.
of these like skirmishes, and it really didn't work out. A nice kill there from Fly, and actually Melanie very happy about this.
Oh yeah.
That was
He
a
was
solid.
like,
He was like, "That's a useful
You
hero
missed
right
it,
there.
Titan."
That is a useful hero."
Overall, though, I think that like Vici, they got the heroes that they kind of wish they got in game number 1 too. Like the Phoenix was not very useful versus the Nyx Assassin, and Ice is Ice. Like the Bat Rider was level
Yeah.
1 6 minutes in and didn't do that much as the game went on. But this time they had better heroes to delay the game against Fnatic, and they ended up just crushing them. And Fnatic with a very similar draft to game number 1, puck interchange for the next assassin.
The main difference is the offlane though, because
Yeah,
we were
the
talking
offlane's
about
way
they
different.
ditched him in the first game. They didn't help him with the tusk. This game, the Earth Spirit was helping
Yeah.
the offlane. So that was what we felt was missing in the first game.
That last fight under the tier 1, the bottom, like Vici actually had 4 heroes and then 5 because Earth Spirit actually died, respawned, came bottom, while Rasta and Necrophos were both top. So they're just not playing, like they just need to be 5 and they win these fights. But like once again, Puck is right now running back to base to buy his blink. Rasta and Necrophos are top and they're just 2 heroes in the offlane.
Yeah,
It's just
it's-
you can't do that.
It's like they were
This
rushing.
was also
It's
weird.
like they were
the Aegis
rushing.
on the
Yeah.
ground. It's like, were they waiting for a high or something?
Yeah,
to
I think
come
No,
out?
they
I
were
don't
waiting
know.
for the Puck to grab it. I
Yeah,
believe.
either no, Puck was in there. Puck left the Roche pit.
Yeah, they were expecting him to grab it because
Yeah.
Mushi was not anywhere
Mushi
near.
was far away.
It's either you
Hai
give
was
it to
far
the
away.
Puck or you give it to the Necro at
Yeah.
that point.
And there was definitely some sloppy plays from both teams because the thing we kept talking about was, does Burning know what Winter's Curse does?
Yeah.
There was a few times where the Winter's Curse was used, then you had waveforms, E-blades being
But-
thrown on it.
I do feel sad here for Ohio with the bear.
yeah,
This
no
is
roots.
Absolutely
Four.
0 roots.
Mm.
There's 4 hits so far without a root.
5,
Just
6,
I was really
7, no root.
Right, yeah.
Bulldog would have gotten a root.
Yeah, I agree. That's part of the reason Alliance wins this game. But I will say mid one played really well. I think mechanically he's really impressing me. He's just very talented. He didn't panic, it seemed, once with his phase shifts. Dodged a lot of spells and saved himself a bunch. It wasn't enough to win this
He
game.
crushed
and-
mid.
He
yeah.
has to
he
integrate with his
crushed
team
middle.
better though.
Mhm, I
Decision
agree.
making was not very good. Like his team play, like the
Yeah.
way he played the Puck around his team. And you mentioned Bulldog's lone druid, but even if it's S4 Puck, he would have like been able to play around his team much more.
And that to me is just kind of the issue there's always been with the SEA region. You know, very talented mechanical players, but
Yes.
they don't have the same experience and team.
In a team
Their
environment.
team play
Yeah.
isn't as solid. And in all honesty, we took a lesson from losing a bunch of games to OG, where if you're in a position where you need to take objectives, you group up as 5, you take towers, you buy a gem, rinse and repeat. And I've seen them do that in tons of lands. They're very, when they're fighting you, when they're team fighting you, they are all there. And Fnatic didn't do that once in the first 10 to 15 minutes of the
Yeah,
game.
they look
And
like very much on a different page. Yeah, so we kind of talked about Fnatic a lot there, but we have to give some credit over to Vici. Still able to execute the fights, still able to help each other out. It did seem like an easier game off the back of Fnatic, but that's the win that they were probably expecting to get in game number 1. So now they've evened it up. They probably, I would imagine, still feel like the favorites of this matchup. I mean, Vici Gaming, I think you guys mentioned it at the last major, came kind of like top 5, and then Fnatic at the last major almost, dead last. So there is quite a big difference in terms of reputation going into this. Do you feel that Vici Gaming should be able to take this one in the 3rd game based off what you've seen off two maps?
It depends. I think it's less about the results from the last major because I think you look at the Fnatic players and like these guys have played at TIs. They've been top 3 at TIs, so they've had just as much past accomplishments as Vici Gaming, just not as recent. Perhaps.
Fnatic have to adjust more.
Yeah.
Like he.
But that's the
sort
thing,
of
it's like-
talking about like how you don't need to commit all in. If you have a lone druid, that's good enough to kind of push and threaten objectives. But they like go all in, and then Vici just go all in defensive and anti-push, and then they just.
So
lose.
you're basically saying like they're playing too fast and they should slow it down.
I'm
Play a
not saying
slower
they should
game.
play it. I think they should just open up their draft a little bit more because like the Shadow Shaman and the Shen, they got behind and then they just lose the game. It's. I mean, I don't want to make it that simple, but that's kind of close to what happened. Whereas, okay, what if they just get level 6? What if they have a mid that scales a little bit better? What if they have more support for Ohio so he doesn't give up first blood? Like, there's all these other things that they're not really concentrating on in their draft.
And I think this goes back to just I really don't feel like these two teams understand the ways Dota's working right now. Like we've been talking about, just they know how Wyvern ulti works. They're having issues with Silencer Q.
So would you say, from your previous statement, that Group B is looking even weaker than Group A?
No, they're definitely
They're
still
still
better than
alive,
A.
though.
They're still better than A. I mean,
You think A was the weakest group?
I just felt like it was a very. I'm all about judging it just based on the performance, okay?
Yeah.
And that was just. It was like watching a ballet, and then the stars just like both broke their legs and fell off the stage, and then their understudies just.
Watching sumo wrestlers do ballet.
Yeah, that's a better example. But the final point I want to make on that train is just, Vici goes into that game. They see first 2 Chen Lone Druid, double Midas Lincolns on their course. Fnatic, they have the draft they need. Their first smoke is with a level 2 Rasta and a level 4 Chen. Like, not even a level 5 Chen for the extra creep. Not even 6. Nope. Level 2 and 4. And I just felt like that's Mushi saying, hey, guys, come top. We'll take this tower. It'll be great. And they're doing that to an Elder Titan, He wants that to happen. That is Ice's dream, is to go into the trees, stomp, and,
Yeah.
You almost seem angry at this.
I
You're just like,
am.
what's going
I
on?
know, because this
Why
isn't...
doesn't this ever happen to me when I'm off?
Seriously, like...
Put me in this group.
It just doesn't, it's not even complicated to me. It's very simple. It's not, these aren't difficult concepts. You're able to watch the top teams. You can just have Fnatic just casually in the bottom lane with their Chen and their Lone Druid. And then they do it again. And it's like, what do you expect to happen?
DJ Rome is now a con.
Too much DJ, too much for him. Yeah.
Maybe.
I mean, the roam was okay. Just roaming, the destination of where he's roaming was wrong. This
They need to.
So, Winter, you know this team quite well, and they're going to be getting into the lobby for the final game of the series. But if you were to kind of sit with them, talk with them, and be like, right, we need to play the best Dota that we can play. I know you guys well. I want you to focus on the game, that this is, kind of crucial for them to be successful. What do you talk to? What do you say to some of the players or the team in general?
I'll tell Mushi one thing.
Tell Mushi one thing.
Don't worry about us. We trust us, because basically sometimes what happens is he overthinks stuff, like what Carl mentioned. Maybe what happened there was Mushi felt like we should be pushing when the support's saying, oh, we are about to hit to bottom to do what we did in the first game. But Mushi changed their mind. Oh, I think this game, this is what I need to happen. So probably I would tell him, because it happened to us when we were on the same team a couple of times. So I would tell him to just trust us, and then just let us do our thing.
Okay.
Trust your team, basically, because I'm
And from watching that game, can you really, though, decipher, honestly?
Not
Can you
sure.
really,
I'm not sure. I'm just saying it based on experience.
He's been there coaching them, so I feel like there's some level of truth to what he's saying. But
Well, but
I
I mean,
I think I think also not
it
not
makes
to
sense. Like
fault like Fnatic for everything. I think Vici played really well. Super's Invoker again was just phenomenal. Like, if anything, that's one thing I'm telling him is ban Super's Invoker perhaps because of how well he's done on that hero.
I mean, he lost his lane, but he made just like what is his difference with Midon? He lost his lane, but he made the correct moves with his team. But Midon, he won his lane, but he didn't make the correct moves. I'm not sure whether it's because he didn't communicate with his team enough. Like, sometimes new players, they don't talk enough to inform that their team, guys, wait for me. I have my blink now. Just wait for me. When you're quiet, your teammate doesn't know what's going on.
To add to your point, I personally feel like in that situation, yes, he has the ability to make that play, but I would probably place my blame on Mushi just because he is the captain. And I feel like the only real difference in that game from the first one is that in the first game, there was no offlaner. Mushi was just free farming. He's like, no worries, guys, I'm fine. Go do what you want. And in that game, he felt like, I think he was just maybe same level or one level above Ice. He felt some pressure. The Rasta had died twice, and he's like, okay, we need more out of this. We need to shut this guy down. And then he draws focus away from the game and onto himself.
It's like Mushi wants to be involved,
No.
and in the first game he can be involved because he's got global silence. So put Mushi on like a global hero.
That leads me to
Put him on like a Spectre.
that leads
put
me
him on something that
to
can
the interview where I think they did it with Envy, where he once mentioned that sometimes he doesn't he tries to do a lot and then he falls further behind.
Tries to do too much.
There's some players you feel like need to be in the center of things, not necessarily carrying the game, but if they're not seeing like a direct impact on the game and the flow of the game, it's off-putting for them. So Mushi, when he's behind, he's like, okay, or not having a bit of a tough lane because the Earth Spirit's camping top. He's like, okay, let's bring more heroes to top lane. Let's bring the action to me.
Yeah, I mean, Limp is kind of the same way. He's very very self-critical, and if he makes a mistake, he'll want to rectify it and fix it sometimes. And then it sometimes makes things worse because you're trying too hard to do something.
It happens so much on like, this is a major, it's one of the biggest tournaments. Of course, I think only the international really being bigger and, if you can say, more prestigious, but you've still got all the best teams here. And so sometimes even just the elevated importance of the games and what they feel that the pressure and the amount of viewers watching and the fan base, they feel like they need to do more, not only just to impress people, not that at all, but to actually kind of, like I've let you down. I'm not going to let you down. Don't worry. The next one will be, the level that I know I can be. And then it's like, oh, if that doesn't work, it's a kind of a knock-on effect. But we are going to head into the draft pretty soon here. I do believe I got.
Wow.
Have you guys
that is
clarified how the coin
interesting.
tosses work here yet on
Nope.
on the show?
You're more than.
playing?
Oh well. What?
You're playing. So what is? Do you know
Yeah.
the rules?
Oh no. So okay. There's 2 coin tosses, which
Okay.
I'm normally not in favor of, but Bruno explained it. It makes sense. So you do a coin flip before the first game, and then you alternate selection, and then there's another coin flip before game 3. So I assume Fnatic won that toss. So I like it because the way it's explained is that they don't want a team that wins the initial coin toss to have an advantage, knowing they have an advantage in 2 games, and then being able to prepare 2 game plans before the series. They want it to. The only advantage should be before game 3. So I think it kind of makes sense. But so obviously Fnatic won the toss and chose first pick. I assume that that's what everyone's been choosing, and then the side choice is Dire.
think there was
would
one
guess.
What do you
yesterday,
think about the
a team chose
Radiant?
Dire.
They pick Radiant. Don't you think it's strange? Like usually it's either Dire or you first pick.
It's interesting because it's been changing. Radiant also, I believe, had a higher win rate this patch
This
thus far.
patch?
I think it was about 56%. I might be wrong. I'm kind of pulling that statistic out of my ass, but I believe that's the case.
Getting word as well. It's actually production are doing an awesome job keeping us updated with some of the behind-the-scenes stuffs, and it's the first time that someone's actually picked Radiant when they've had the choice.
Okay.
Really?
I believe, yeah.
Interesting.
I think it was
Um,
eHome yesterday who
either
chose
today
Dire.
or-
And when they had selection, they didn't even choose first pick. They
Mhm.
chose Dire.
Yeah, we actually did that at MDL, but we recently changed.
So what are the
we just
benefits of Radiant
Earth
for
Spirit.
Vinci's playstyle, though? I can't really think of that many things. Maybe like Ice prefers the off lane, or the ancient stuff
I
is a little bit easier.
personally think that the Dire offlane is better. I'm not sure if you count things the same way or you prefer being on the Radiant. offlane.
Honestly, I don't even know if I feel like the lane's hard. I just buy an Iron Talon and just go chill in the woods, do some
Yeah,
jungle.
that's what I'm talking about.
I mean,
And they do it
I
around
don't
there.
really know the difference.
Or you
to
play
be honest. Have an
Enchantress.
offlane
You
long
play
enough.
Enchantress and the lane's never hard because you're Enchantress.
Oh, there's an
Oh, that's
off lane?
fine.
Do you mean it's just not the jungle? Right there?
I'm saying it's so peaceful.
All right,
I
guys. Sure.
was saying this all yesterday. Tide Hunter
Offlane
is just the
slash
best.
jungle or
The off lane
jungle.
is the secret shop. That's the off lane now.
It's really fun. It's like a lot of fun actually to just
Hitting
jungle.
creeps in the jungle is fun.
Yeah, dude. Because you're like, okay, well, I could be in the off lane or napalming this Chen over here, or I could just buy an Iron Talon. Like in that Batrider game, obviously Bat was a really good hero, but if Ice was just like any melee hero and bought an Iron Talon, he would have been level 5 instead of level 1 in 6 minutes. It's just Dota right now, man.
Gotta embrace the Iron Talon.
And they just first picked Invoker. There you go.
So
Good change
Invoker
of pace.
taken away from Super. That was your word of advice, I believe. Or no, Gods, you mentioned that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Take away the Invoker, and they're going to first pick it for Fnatic. And mid one plays it, I assume.
Yes, Midan plays it. Mushi doesn't play Invoker.
Nope.
He does Exalt or Quaswex? You know, or both.
Mostly Quaswex for their playstyle because basically the way they are running this team is their tempo control will be.
Real quick, I didn't notice this, but Vici's all the way down to just 40 minutes of extra time left, or 40 seconds rather. So they used a lot of time on their initial 2 bans. I did not notice that, but
Or
they're
even
like
just these
really
picks,
running
yeah.
out of time right now.
Well, okay. So this was like the same way eHome opened their draft yesterday. They opened up with the Night Stalker.
Explain it to me, Winter. Like I'm 5.
Based on MDR, I know the Chinese team they rate Night Stalker really high because of the way they play it, the Iron Talon. Like what Carl mentioned, you get a very early Aghanim's with a support position Night Stalker.
And Vision is king.
Vision is king.
Mm-hmm.
It is indeed. And usually you pair it with something that utilizes the Vision very well. But Bat Rider is not here. That's a very common pairing, the Bat and the Night Stalker. So I'm curious to see what they actually pair with the Night Stalker
What about
Vision.
Void? I don't know.
You guys continue. I need to take a few seconds before I comment on this pick.
Please, Swindle, collect
He's
yourself.
like, what is
You're
what
very
is actually
emotionally
going
invested
on?
in this game. I
Yeah.
quite enjoy
Like,
having
what
you
is
here,
going
Swindle.
on?
It's
Why
nice.
is Night Stalker first pick?
Because you're saying like explain it to me like I'm 5. I think you need to be 5 to pick Night Stalker in this situation, and you just slap your keyboard and it's like, oh, NS, perfect, I love it.
This hero is spooky. I like it.
Like they go NS
I'm a
Razor.
vampire.
Like,
What is going on? here?
God. I mean, you
Then
complexity.
it's the
I
same-
feel bad for Vici Gaming if you ever meet them because you guys are gonna stomp them if they do this.
hey man, nah, they're like really good players. I just don't know. You just had this team pretty much just push on you.
They wouldn't have used up all their reserve time.
I mean, I like. I just feel like if you look at this opener and you just think about the power level of these heroes.
Give me
Did
a
Vici-
power level.
Well, okay, that's not
Like
what I
what's
mean.
out of
It's
10.
That's not what I mean, James. It's
No,
like
I want power levels.
power levels.
Yeah.
Well-
What's Invoker and Chen power level?
Easily over 9,000.
Whoa. What's Night Stalker Razor power level?
I don't know. They're blue, so 3.
What? They're
Three.
blue?
Yeah.
Well, we gave Vici Gaming a 3 for our score, so
Yeah.
it suits them.
Yep.
Those heroes don't need to be first 2'd. That's my problem with it. They
They're
could.
never gonna get banned.
Neither of those heroes were
Yeah.
addressed at all in the previous drafts. Even looking at Group A, in the Alliance series, they weren't addressed. I think eHome was the only team that picked Night Stalker thus far, and I just don't know why.
So if you're in the Vici Gaming booth right now, Swindle, and they're not talking to you, right? Because they just don't want to talk to you, and you're sat there, and you're kind of like thinking to yourself, you're going to play in the team, and you're just sat there, and they're doing the ban and pick, and you're kind of going into this game versus Fnatic. Are you kind of throwing your hands up in the air, or are you just being like, what are we doing, guys? Are you freaking out, or are you okay?
Are you talking about like if I'm a coach for Vici?
No, you're actually one of the players right now
Oh
for Vici.
Lord, I don't.
Are you freaking out, or you're like, nah, this is going to be cool?
No, I'd be asking my manager to grab some chloroform so that I could take over for FY once he passes out.
Okay.
I would trust in FY. I have
I-
faith in his jungle
Okay,
night soccer. Iron
all I'm
Power.
saying is he's got 25 seconds left, and he took
It's the
like,
mind
It's
game.
just
so
a
much
ban.
time.
He might just no ban you. It doesn't matter. It's just what's the 4th ban matter?
Okay,
It's the mind games. He's like, oh.
in my
they
opinion,
think I'm out of time.
you should come into, especially a game 3, knowing what your first 2 bans are. Fnatic did the exact same 2 bans
I
that
think
they did in the previous games, and it took an extra minute of time to decide, hey, we're going to ban Batrider.
I think it was they didn't expect them to first pick Invoker because Mushi has been shown to not
No,
favor.
but
the
they
hero.
they were already in. They already used like 45
They-
seconds.
I don't know how
on bans.
When I saw it with the Night Stalker pick, it
Mhm.
was like 30 seconds left, so I'm not exactly sure. How
Yeah.
yeah, but it wouldn't make sense for the first 2 bans. But I don't think they expected the first pick Invoker of
I'd agree with you.
all
Mm.
things. That's
You
the
did.
only confusing part.
We did, of course, but that's just because the Marini couch is next level.
Razor's like okay anti-push. I actually don't know why.
Yeah, but they picked the Razor into the
It's
Invoker.
a
like,
it's a
Yeah.
hero that kind of plays like for super like
It's,
in the
yeah,
mid
it's
lane.
it's the superhero.
I mean, Witch Doctor, he's cool, right?
against the
Pretty
creeps.
Yeah.
Sweet
Ma-
Roxer.
stun.
Good versus push.
Yep, so Disruptor is like the replacement for the Shaman for Net. He plays these 2 heroes a lot.
Mm.
Mm,
It's pretty good against the Night Stalker, I think, because you
Yeah.
get vision off the Q and you can always land the glimpse. But it's once again a relatively greedy and weak support.
oh, so
There you go.
that is their plan.
This was banned the last few games. 'Cause remember, we were kind of theory crafting like, what can ISSI still play? And Fnatic almost wanting them to
Yeah.
pick Brood. It looks like.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I really like what Fnatic just did. They obviously knew they were taking Tide and picked it immediately as Vici is on the clock. Like they're gonna have like 20 seconds now to think
Just to-
about what they want to
yeah.
ban.
What they want to ban, what they want to pick.
More
Mushi's
Mushi
hero.
Seconds remaining.
I mean, I think I saw him play Klings as well yesterday.
Link's legit. Might be tough.
You mean in
if
scrims?
they want to aggro and
No,
do
no,
the Tide
in
1v1
their
versus
match.
Brood,
Didn't they
or
put-
Yeah, I think they
You might want to put
I
Tide
think they
1v1.
can do
So
Brood.
you need quite a strong
Because
hero.
Tide
to be
is
offline.
not very good versus like let's say it's a safe lane Razor. Tide is not very
Yeah.
good. with
Bring
that.
out the
I
Mushi
agree.
Mirana.
You really want the Tide
Classic.
against the Brood, not the Razor. It is a really grim matchup.
Can Brood beat Tide without a Spiderling build? Or is
Yes, you can.
Uh,
Okay.
You go for
You
the
can.
you mean the passive plus
Yeah.
Orb of Venom build.
Mhm.
Yeah, you probably
Zero
can,
two.
but you farm a lot less.
5 seconds remaining.
It depends on how you see it. Is it worth winning the lane and farm slower? Because if you do that build and you don't kill the Tide at least once, then your net worth will suffer a lot. Because if you do the Spiderling build, you basically just you skip the creeps and you farm jungle, whereas Tide just farms the lane.
Yeah,
So
I-
you farm more.
I think it's probably better to go Spiders here just because of the game that he's in. If they can just take that top tower, Brood can just
Yeah,
completely
control the
dire
jungle,
jungle,
to limit
move
the
towards
Chen.
mid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they're still scared of the push, banning out the Lush rack,
Mm-hmm.
the Mushi Lush.
Ban the jug. Yeah, it's an interesting situation for Fnatic. I feel like both teams at this point have relatively even drafts. It's just going to come down to how.
I
the
actually
early
think
game
they
plays
have
out.
to pick it's nice to pick a carry that can help the Brood at this point. Because if Brood is up
Ember
1v1,
is
like
okay?
Yeah, I was
yeah,
thinking
I'm thinking of
Ember.
Ember or like something like Spectre. Like you can actually help.
Spectre, I
Brood
think, is
win.
too greedy. They'll get
Yeah.
You
way
can
too
help to
greedy.
win the lane of the.
Brood,
Very single
Could
target.
always
Yeah.
do some
5
AM.
Heavy.
seconds remaining.
Bristleback. I like that choice. That's a good pick.
Fnatic.
It's very good against the Chen,
Mhm.
really good against Tide Hunter, and it just makes their lanes very strong. Vici's lanes anywhere at this point, and I think Fnatic's going to be in a tough spot if this pick isn't
What
really
type
You
of-
guys
what-
like the bristle?
Wait, what
Yeah,
type of
love
lanings do
Bristle.
you like? Do you think that it's just going to be Razor mid or Bristle mid?
It's going to depend on Fnatic's pick here, I think. They want to put Razor against Tide above all
Okay, yeah,
else.
that's the best matchup.
But if not, if they can't get a good read on it, I think they just put the Razor mid for super. It's a pretty good matchup against the Invoker. And then I would say you put the Brood safe. Yeah, and just Witch
Bristle
Doctor
off.
Bristle off, because Disruptor is, again, it's just such a weak support. He's good with levels, but at level 2, level 3, Bristle Witch Doctors just
Yeah,
he
I think
kills
he's
him the coconut.
very similar to Shaman, where they are very good at zoning one hero, but
Mhm.
when it comes to 2, weaker.
Yep.
So
And
I can see that plan working very well.
it goes back to like my gripe against like picking Lion. I just feel like in this meta, these sort of heroes, the Visage, even Rubik, Disruptor, Rasta, all of these just heroes that, as you say, are very good at zoning, but not so good at actually
Fighting.
fighting. Yeah. And the Sven last pick, I really like that, and I hope that means we see an Exort Invoker for the first time this series, because that is so good, and I really don't like Quasso X as much, so we'll see what happens.
All right, so we're almost getting ready. We'll be going into the game momentarily. And, of course, we go to Couch 1 for the predictions of who's going to clutch out the series. And the winner of this will actually be going up against Alliance in the upper bracket finals for Group B. Guys, you have to agree this time.
I made the call for first 2 games, so I'm going to leave it to you this time.
There's no Elder Titan this time, so what are we doing? You're going with Fnatic. He wants me to say Fnatic, so I'll say Fnatic.
Why do you think so, Winter? Just you want, or there's a reason?
He said he didn't want to let his brothers down.
No, I just think that they had a lot better preparation this time, and I trust that they will do well.
For the whole tournament or this
I
particular
mean, the whole
match?
this tournament.
This tournament.
Yeah.
You think they're on the up and
Yeah.
they can prove it? So Couch number 2.
I mean, I feel as much as their draft was maybe a bit slow and I feel like they didn't have a clear plan, it's Ice Brood, one of his best heroes, and I think Vici's just the better team. I definitely want to side with Vici on this.
I would agree. I want to say Fnatic, but I've been wrong twice now, so I'm going to just say Vici's going to win, because then my actual prediction would be right, because I still think Fnatic can win the series. I do agree, Vici's actually the better team, but the better team doesn't always win.
Okay, well, we're going over to the commentators. Final game of the series, winner, move on to the upper bracket. And yeah, I will kind of lean a little bit towards Vici. They've definitely been the ones deciding if they win and lose the games. Fnatic have been the reactionary team. But let's see what happens in our last game as we go into the match and over to our commentators.
Thank you, James. So, just in time for a pause, it seems. Fnatic versus Vici Gaming, game number 3. Big stuff on the line here. Fnatic definitely would have been able to look at a very big upset if they can actually take out Vici Gaming. That would be the second big upset of this tournament in just the second group. But the lineup is looking a little bit interesting. Vici Gaming have definitely gone for some really strong lane dominance in their picks, and it's looking like they could potentially win 2 out of 3 of their potential lanes. But Fnatic do have a lot of team fight blitz. Where do you really side when it comes to this draft? Do you favor Vici Gaming's early dominance, or do you think that Fnatic are going to be able to persevere and come through with all their team fight and push?
I think that a lot of it depends on how much the Brood is able to accomplish. Like, if Ice can get a lot done in his lane, then they'll have an okay time. They're putting a lot into this because they're sending Burning to the off lane. And it's never going to be like a true off lane because he's the Witch Doctor. And Witch Doctor is one of the best dual off laners in the game. But you're still putting a lot of hope on Ice being able to do a lot in this mid lane.
They are going to be able to keep the Broodmother away from the Tidehunter by putting Ice in the middle lane, and they'll be able to keep the Razor matched up against the Tidehunter. This is pretty much the ideal scenario for Vici Gaming. They wanted to be able to have the Razor versus the Tide, the Broodmother, able to stay clear of that kind of matchup, and as you said, the Bristleback and Witch Doctor, even if they are in the off lane, it's going to be perfectly acceptable for them. Though right now, it's just Burning, as Witch Doctor is going to be spending a bit more time trying to zone out Ohio in the beginning. Meanwhile, FY is just going to be jungling away with his very fast Iron Talon pickup. I think they realized because of the lane dominance that they picked out of their draft, they could afford to get a lock read here with their forward position. You would see other Night Stalkers perhaps go for the boots first and the Iron Talon picked up a little bit later, but they can afford for this Night Stalker to be out of action in the first 4 minutes of this game and try and get those levels for the first nighttime.
And right now, Mushi's doing fine in this mid lane. He's more or less refarming. He's already picked up the first 7 out of the 8.
Oh, Sunstrike. Oh, no, the glimpse actually went down right as the Sunstrike was going to land. They still get the kill on Burning, though, so that is all going to be just fine. Burning seeming to underestimate the power of the Forge Spirits and that minus armor that was ticking into him.
I don't know how they're going to kill Watermelon Man later in the game.
Mhm.
I feel like this Tidehunter just walks at them slowly.
Yep. Goes for the mech build, just tanks up and runs at you.
Well, you've got a Chen, so you don't
Oh,
have
that's
to go
true.
mech. You can
See-
go... I don't know, you can just grab a blink or some shit. And
Yeah.
run at people, and what can they do? Because all of a sudden... Oh, is that career? Oh, it's so low. It's gonna be fine, though. The courier's so speedy. 350 move speed. Faster than a CM, man.
Ice with a 15 and 7 Broodmother. Maybe that's why they're putting so much attention, though, to the Tidehunter at bottom lane, having Fenrir sit there to try and keep him zoned out early on in the laning phase to make sure that he doesn't get too big, because, as you said, they're going to have a hard time stopping him.
All three lanes are doing really well overall, though, for Fnatic.
Mm-hmm.
The Tidehunter's already picked up level 3, and the solo Witch Doctor is going to have a hard time zoning him out. A lot of it's going to come down to Super being able to rotate in and make a difference. This Sven has 15 CS already in this mid lane. With the double levels of Great Cleave, he's been able to zone out Ice really well right now. They're going to make this
Go on
go on
Burning
Burning.
with the Sunstrike. It looks like they do have enough nuking power. The Exort Invoker showing its strength as the early global power is able to assist in yet another kill onto Burning. Meanwhile, Ohio is actually going to go hunting. He's actually looking for what FY has been doing in the jungle. Of course, he fed himself away earlier intentionally as he bought out all of his items. Just a quick respawn back to base and back to jungling he's going to go.
Things are going really well right now for Fnatic overall. I thought Vici, for a second, I think they're the better, or I would have taken them to win this series, but Fnatic's draft in this game looks pretty solid, well built out. The Sven is having a much better time than I would have previously expected. And that's been without DJ having to rotate too much. And he made that first rotation into that mid lane, which was incredibly successful, but this is something that they need out of him. Because in the first game, he was pretty much everywhere. He was a demon. But in the second game, they predicted him a lot better. So this time around, it feels like they're having an overall better go of things. Their laning phase has been really good right now. Ice has even been forced to switch lanes because Mushi was doing so well, but then Mushi just rotates back.
Yeah.
And he's got 3 levels of the cleave.
Yeah, and a mid lane, that's going to be mid lane Broodmother. That's pretty well countered. He's not really going to be able to do much. It looks like he's going to be able to run down net here for a potential early kill. The nuke isn't quite enough to finish him off. Very fire use just in case. Going the way of Vici Gaming, they can kind of offset some of the success that Fnatic had early on with the rotations of FY. He was jungling away. He reached 4x4 thanks to that Iron Talon, has boots and everything else. So he's definitely can get a lot done. But so far his rotations are being spotted out. Doesn't really get that chance to go in Ohio nor mid one at the mid lane.
Yeah, he does go 2-1-1. Ben was telling us that build sucks, but
Pretty
That's why.
necessary for the 4-position Night Stalker. Off-lane Night Stalker, the extra level in Stalker in the Night is pretty acceptable, but 4-position, especially against an intelligence mid, is necessary.
I'm just giving Ben guff.
Right.
You gotta always give the BTS. You gotta keep the BTS guys on their toes.
True.
Alright, so Mushi.
Is this going to be a
What's that?
his Orchid? Is this going to be an Orchid build?
Um,
Because
It
we've
looks
seen
like
a
it.
lot of Broodmothers stay away from the Orchid build lately.
yeah, but he's playing against like an Invoker, a Tidehunter, not an early BKB Sven. I think it's an okay pickup. The problem right now though is the Sven's getting absolutely massive. So is the Chen and the Invoker. Like all three of the cores, with the exception of the Tidehunter. I'm counting Chen as a core for this example, just because he's doing nothing but farming.
Mm-hmm.
But he's getting pretty big. He's about to pick up the level 6 at a reasonable time. Ty's got the stacks going on. He's got an Iron Talon picked up himself. Everything's going really well. Whereas Burning, what is he meant to do? He can't really lane up against any of these individual heroes.
Yeah.
So he's kind of been forced to... He has a bobble, but the kill potential is pretty low on mid 1. Mid 1's already about to pick up the Midas after like next 2 or 3 creep waves.
Mm-hmm.
The Sven's getting absolute free farm. This game right now is pretty much in Fnatic's control.
Another thing that Vici Gaming aren't doing is they're not trying to counter out the Ancients tech. We talked about the progression of the way that the Svens, you need to be able to block out that camp. Mid one is going to be gone on the mid lane. They have the casket to be able to follow up. Silence is there as well, but mid one is going to be able to just walk it off. Ohio was forced to TP, but still seems all right. But they already have quite the big Ancient stack. Between the Tidehunter and the Sven, they can actually clear through that really early on.
Yeah. Luckily for Vici, they've got a stack of their own built up for burning, but don't know if it's going to be as big of a deal. Burning really needs this though, just to get back into the game.
Yeah.
Whereas the Sven or the Tide could benefit from it, but I feel like they can just swap lanes at some point. And you give this for Mushi to just get absolutely massive. And Vici is really in no position to invade that Ancient stack anyway.
Yeah, certainly not.
Radiant's top tower
Really
is
do
under
not have
attack.
the heroes to be able to make that kind of
Radiant's structures
excursion.
are fortified.
I would like them to clear it through together, just like Mushi gets all the gold, but I would like a decent experience boost on Ohio. Ice is probably going to be going down here, the Sunstrike combination, and the Chen is going to be able to take him out pretty quickly. And Mushi did use God Strength for that one, so they can actually take this opportunity to take the Tier 1 tower. Vici Gaming are losing way more control over this laning phase than I ever expected.
Yeah, and Ohio's about to grab his level 6 on the Tidehunter. Once that happens, the really annoying thing about playing against the Tidehunter, I don't think we should die here.
No.
We should be fine. But the annoying thing about playing against the Tidehunter is this. So you're putting into a position where you're ready behind, and you don't really want to fight into a Ravage, because if you fight into a Ravage, you're going to lose like 3 towers if they win the fight. But if you just never fight and allow them to take a bunch of towers, then what's the play? So you can't really be, you don't really want to be behind when you're against this hero.
Right. And now
Ohio might
they are trying to shut him out as much as possible. Fairy Fire is going to be popped by Ohio. They're going to turn their attention to the Tier 1 tower since they forced the Tidehunter back. But this is... FY has been really ineffective. They tried the whole night time to be able to find some sort of opening. Couldn't find anything. And even if he did get a little bit better position, they still have the Chen heal to be able to counter his gank out. Ice is going to go for the kill on the Disruptor. Brings him quite low. DJ goes down to the bottom lane, though. Super is going to be popped by this Sunstrike. Good takeout by a Fnatic. They're actually going to go for a little more. FY, Inker Smash, a little bit more right-click damage would have actually finished him off. But it wasn't quite enough. Disruptor did end up going down to Ice. But still, Mushi, he's okay with that. He's left his support to die and just kept pushing out the lane. Farming away because he's got level 8 Helmet Dominator, Strength Treads, another 1,300 gold. He is exceptionally farmed thanks to laning up against a Broodmother.
Yeah, he's got the max level Great Cleave now too. So going for the Roshan, or not the Roshan, the Ancient stack at this point is pretty acceptable. And Fnatic can even go for a pretty early Roshan with the type of heroes that they have. Like Sven, Chen, Invoker. And this is a Exort Invoker too, who already got the double Fort Spirit. And mid one already has the Hanamitis completed. 1,800 gold. At some point, like, you have to do something for Vici. It's the next nighttime. FY just has to... They have to play around this hero like crazy. Because you can't just play this passive farming game against cores that are out-farming you this massively. Look at the CS difference alone between the top 2 of Fnatic versus the top 2 of Vici.
Yeah. To be fair, Sven's score is a bit overinflated by, obviously, the Broodmother, but going to... Oh, mid one! Oh, what? Oh, he managed to barely complete that TP and gets back to base despite Void being used there. One of those same frame limps send back on the Razor when he tried to TP in to defend the tower. Fnatic are getting so much control, and they're actually going to back out 3-man smoke. And are they going to turn back into the jungle? It looks like it. They want to just continue, try and force this one, and see if they can find an opportunity. The Chen creeps come forward. They have so much control over Super, they're able to just pop him down. FY comes in, but the Chen heal's going to go out, and DJ is actually going to survive for quite some time. Burning is sent back, and DJ gets an opportunity to force another Void before he dies, or maybe not. The body blocks are not allowing FY to be able to connect that Void, so the Chen is able to get out. Now they look towards Ohio, but the mini stun's already been used, so...
I kind of think that's okay for Vici, because that was the Ravage used, and... You didn't lose too much out of that. Like, that could have been a lot worse, but at the same time, picking up a core kill is always going to be okay.
Yeah.
Especially when you just grabbed a free mid tower from Mushi. He's already got the Ancient stack. He's going to have... this is starting to get absurd. He's going to get a 13-minute SNY.
They're still going out, and Casket was their only real control against him.
That's so funny. Mushi gets gone on, and then he just goes for creeps. It's like, this doesn't do anything.
He's like, yeah, you guys can't kill me.
Chill out a little bit, guys.
No. Yule Scepter is up for the Invokers, so Ready to go for some Meteor Deafening Blast plays.
It's just the Forge Spirit plus Cold Snap is enough to get a kill. What is a Witch Doctor going to do against that? He's just going to get bursted.
The two supports are going to go up the ramp and run into mid-1. They will be able to get the control, and the silence is out. Silence is only going to last so long, though, as the Yule Scepter is able to get laid out. They have the jump away with Ghost Walk and no counter vision whatsoever from Vici Gaming. That is a huge mistake. They definitely should have dust on FY or something.
Yeah. That was one of their better opportunities, but even then, that's good for Fnatic because you're creating space on some part of the map. Or this fan doesn't go for the SNY, but a really early Blink Dagger. Just 12 minutes into the game, he's got so many items that he shouldn't have. I don't really care about the Broodlings or anything. It's still a lot.
Yeah, he's definitely got way more than he ever should have. The game for him.
Fnatic for the third game in a row. Gonna go for this early Roshan. Dire side. I believe no Alpha Wolf creep in there, right? But still gonna take it pretty quickly.
Yeah, FY seems like he may have some sort of idea, but he definitely shouldn't put himself in that pit right now. It's going to be a free Aegis for them. I think Vici Gaming know at this point in time, no, they can't. They don't have the kind of heroes that are going to be good at quickly rotating through a pit and taking a fight. So instead, they just let Ice take the tier 1 tower at top lane. They'll push at mid and bottom as much as they can, but ultimately that is a complete forfeit of a lot of control to Fnatic. They both take that Roshan, they take the Ancient stack. These are all bigger objectives that allows that other teams with other kind of strategies would have tried to put a stop to, but Mushi's just getting total free farm at this point.
Yeah, and Mushi's going to get sent back to base. They don't want to waste his Aegis like this, but he's just going to be fine, come back in a second, and this is where Fnatic gets really scary. You've got the Ravage up on the Tidehunter cap. You can't fight even without that spell. It doesn't really matter that Tidehunter's there. If he wanted, he could just not participate in farm, but of course he's going to show up anyways, and Fnatic, I'm gonna actually spot the
They
Broodmother,
do
but
get the
Net's
dust
getting
on him.
killed.
Ice is getting himself away. Net is not quite in range of a glimpse. Unfortunately, that's a level 3 glimpse. So he does get a send back. Another dust being popped. Ice actually going for the kill. The Ravage is going to be used. They pop everything to be able to get the kill on Ice. But Fnatic don't really seem to be shying away from full commitment like that. They know that Vici Gaming can't really fight them anyway, so whatever pickoffs that Fnatic can get, it doesn't matter what abilities they choose to use for it.
Yeah, the Bristleback's going to farm up another Ancient stack, actually. It has a decent amount of...
Into Burning at the perfect time. He's got God Strength too, as well as the Blink Dagger still up. Burning's most definitely dead. He's going to run into DJ. Nuke isn't quite enough, but DJ would still pick up that kill.
They want to play fast now. You want to take out this tier 2, and you don't really want to ever slow down the pace of the game. I think if they had Ravage, they could have gone for potentially the high ground. They have the mech up on the Chen too. But without it, they might be a little bit more hesitant. And God Strength hasn't been used already.
So more likely to go from this push to the tier 2 tower push at mid, but surprisingly enough, Vici Gaming are going to try and contest this, perhaps because the Ravage is down. They're going to try and go for some sort of catch, but it's not going to happen. Net sends them back with a glimpse, TP away, a full and complete extraction from Fnatic.
During this time too, Mid-1 has just been farming. He realizes the pace of this game, and they are so happy right now. If you're a Fnatic fan, you're jumping for joy because everything is being done correctly. You're creating space by using 4 heroes to take a tier 2 and the Aegis, and they know that Vici can't contest that. So during this time period, the Invoker's like, I'm just going to get further and further ahead.
Yeah. And there's not the same kind of high ground defense that we saw from game number 1, where Fnatic did have a stumble, right, as they executed perfectly in phase 1 and phase 2, but weren't able to see it all the way through in the early game and end the game as fast as possible. They stumbled, but part of that was kind of the strength of VG Gaming's lineup. They don't have the same kind of heroes here. As you said, so important for them to stay ahead. DJ is going to get picked off. Ice gets that kill before the Centaur stun could complete.
He has so many creeps there, or so many Broodlings. I think both of those are dead, right? Yeah. Not much you can do about that, but still just a really small hiccup. He's going to pick up Vlad's to help the push out a little bit more.
So you go BKB next because of the potential Fnatic to go high ground soon.
On who?
Radiant's bottom
On
tower is
on
under
Broodmother.
attack.
No.
Oh,
I think
Brood.
Razor still goes BKB, right?
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
But you just
think
kind of
so.
need, don't you need team fight winning items at this point in time because you know you're in a little bit danger of Fnatic going high ground and ending the game?
Oh, Ice when Vlad's away, of course.
Yeah, not the Orc. We didn't really talk about that, but they showed it on screen.
Demir is so dead.
Yeah, very, very dead.
Mid game. Invoker and Sven that are this farm with the Tidehunter backing up for counter initiation
Mm-hmm.
is really, really strong.
Silence, and that is not going to last long enough. That is only a day duration.
I don't
So-
even know what you're supposed to build as Vici. This is such an odd position to be in. 'Cause you don't really have better mid-game team fights. Like, if you walk into a fight against Fnatic's lineup,
Mm-hmm.
you're just going to get crushed. Think about how the Tide has used Ravage this entire game. He's been using it to save his support, get solo pickoffs. He hasn't used it once for team fights, and the sad truth is he hasn't had to.
Right.
Vici's just so far behind right now that
Radiant's
there's
middle
been no
tower
need
is
for him
under
to get a perfect Ravage off. Ohio can just use it for these individual pickoffs on the Broodmother.
Well, that's a nice little pickup. They actually stopped the Vlads from being picked up by Chrissy. But that's a whole nother problem, that Chrissy is able to have a Vlad before the 20-minute marker with Arcane Boots and Mech. So,
Issues on issues on issues.
yeah.
The Invoker now has a Blink Dagger too.
But that's why I was kind of talking about the BKB, right? If you don't think you can actually win some of these team fights against Fnatic because Tidehunter and etc. it's so strong, but you also are in a position where Fnatic may force those kind of mid-game team fights because they have the potential to go high ground soon. Don't you just try and get the best kind of team fight items you can, which is usually BKB, or do you try and build something else?
Yeah, I guess it's not a terrible idea, honestly. The Bristleback's gonna go for an SNY. He needs to, but what were you laughing about?
Your description of my suggestions. That's not a terrible idea.
I'm really trying to.
I can tell you're having a hard time seeing what is the win condition for Vici Gaming at
Yeah.
this point.
because you've got a BKB Sven coming up.
Yeah, they were never supposed to be behind with this kind of lineup.
They just got outlaned super hard, and
Yep.
Mushi's just gonna blink backwards. Vici's just being denied at every turn right now, and there's some kind of internal race happening between mid one and Mushi to see who can get the most unbelievable farm.
That's why he gets pulled back by the Glens. That'll be another one-off pick there for Vici Gaming. You do have to give Vici Gaming props, though. While we've talked about how the Tidehunters use Ravage for one solo-off pick, it's because they managed to avoid every single team fight that Fnatic ever tried to force.
Yeah.
They always limit it to 1 or 2 hero deaths and call it a day.
You
And
just have to split up the map
Mhm.
with your Vici, wait for the Aghanims on the Night Stalker. I think this is the biggest item for them. And then play the vision game and try not to mess up one of the few opportunities that you have. Because your timing window is so small. If you lose 2 consecutive fights, then Fnatic just take Roshan and go for high ground.
Yeah,
So
that-
if you're Vici, it's just bend, don't break. Like just
Mhm.
hold the line for as long as you can.
Fenrir is going to be glimpsed back into the Static Storm. Another one of those big team fight ultimates willing to be used on the pickoffs. The Fnatic know the tempo of this game. They know that Vici Gaming are unlikely to contest. And FY is actually going to try here, but Fnatic fails, and that means Super's not getting away either. Vici Gaming is still trying to fight this out with Ice coming in from the side, but Chen still has the heal. This is looking so bad. Vici Gaming, they avoided team fight after team fight and then chose once to actually try and fight Fnatic, and not a terrible surprise that it turns out to be a big loss.
Yeah, Broodlings are going to try to split up the map, but they don't really care. They're going to
Yeah.
go for the high ground now, and finally they walk into the Tidehunter, and as expected, you can't fight that guy. He just waits for the Ravage opportunity when 3 heroes are there. Everybody from Fnatic is so farmed.
I'm a bit baffled, to be honest, that Vici Gaming just did that. It was like, oh, Static Storm used on a Witch Doctor. It was the Witch Doctor, it's all fine. Ooh, 2-man stun from Mushi. Excellent initiation. Eliminates Burning. Tries to get FY as well. Hoping to be able to run him down. Be able to get back to base, though. There is no buyback on Burning, but the Broodmother is up in another 10 seconds. It's definitely more than enough time, though, for Fnatic to take a lane of racks. As Vici Gaming are unlikely to contest. If they did 4 versus 5 and lost, that would be straight up the end of the game. So they're just trying to prolong things, but they call it. Vici Gaming, they just seem stumped from like minute 5 as to what to do. They lost their lane so badly when they never should have that they couldn't figure out a way to come back into this game. They tried the farming route, but things had to come to a head eventually.
I sort of disagree there though, because what lane were they gonna win? I guess the bottom lane.
I mean, if you look at the kind of the heroes, I guess
Yeah.
they picked lane dominating heroes, but didn't necessarily have the lanes that were gonna win.
Fnatic's so legit. Gods is right. He can flame me all he wants on the panel. I hope he does. I give him 100% credit here. He's like, yeah, Fnatic can take Vici, and he was so confident on the bus, and we laughed at him. But
You
Go
did,
them.
you disgusting non-believer.
I want to hear what he has to say now. He be happy, Gods. You did it.
You did it. I'm sure there's going to be a lot to talk about from the analysts as we have yet again another one of the big traditional predictions going to be completely upset as Fnatic take a victory over Vici Gaming. Of course, we learned earlier that Alliance did move on, so Fnatic versus Alliance is going to be the winners matchup. Really looking forward to that. Analysts, though, have a lot to say. Give them
Welcome back to the panel here at the Shanghai Major presented by Perfect World, where Fnatic have won. They are victorious. They will be moving on into the upper bracket game where they'll play Alliance a little bit later, but a 2-1 victory from game to game. I don't know if that's just me, but let's focus on the win really for Fnatic. They came out and the mid lane Sven, Mushi,
Next level for Vici.
to next level, which is surprising because normally you'd imagine the Vici players are the kind of next level theorists in the way that they play their heroes. But do you want to tell us why next level?
Well, a lot of it had to do with the Bristleback not getting support on top, but pretty much the Brute couldn't really have any impact. Like normally you pick Brute, you at least win your lane. That's like the bare minimum that a Brute should do, but she couldn't win her lane anywhere because the Sven just kind of ran around and cleaved anywhere that she went. And then if you don't have a Brute that wins your lane, you're pretty much just playing 4v5. And any input?
No, you're 100%
Yeah,
right.
I mean, you said it, Swindles, as well. You said, like, you picked up a Quelling Blade, and actually the bonus damage on the creeps with the level 1 cleave actually does a huge amount of damage onto the hero behind the...
I'm like 95% sure that's right. Hopefully Reddit doesn't yell at me and say that I'm wrong, but I'm fairly certain
You're a very confident man, Swindle Man.
Yes, you get the cleave. You do bonus damage to the hero when you cleave on creeps with a Quelling Blade.
It does works with Tidebringer, then it's a lot worse.
Yeah, no.
Um,
I think it's the only cleave it doesn't work with.
Yeah, I agree. I think you brought it up real quick, but I think Vici just lose the game when they throw Bristleback top by himself. I am totally cool with FY just chilling in the woods, has an Iron Talent, farm up, no worries. But
That's
why
your
is
jam.
why? Yeah,
yeah.
I love that. But why?
Fenrir.
Fenrir.
Yeah, they wanted the Razor versus Tide because the matchup is so good for the Razor alone. Even alone,
Yep.
like you don't need help. It's the Bristleback that needs help against the dual lane at top. Because Bristol,
And that was the first blood, I believe, on
Yeah.
the Bristol back. So
Bristol could. We all felt that Bristol could have done a lot in that lane if Witch Doctor was there with him.
Yeah, usually they're pretty good about
They-
sacking Fenrir. Like, just screw if Fenrir gets farm and then beef up the other members. But this game, it didn't happen at all.
They win that lane easily. Like Invoker and Disruptor are two incredibly weak heroes in lane. Witch Doctor and Bristle, specifically Witch Doctor, are both very good. And we were just talking about it, like everyone on the panel knows Disruptor is great 2 versus 1, 2 versus 2 is pretty bad. So they just
mentioned that before we
throw
went in.
Bristle to the wolves. Like
It seemed like there was some weird laning stuff, though, because, like, Ice threw his wards up top, or his web, and then he, like, wanted to go bottom, and they're like, oh, crap, let's send him mid. So there was clearly some, like, weird stuff going around with the lanes, and both teams were trying to desperately figure out what the
really
other
comes
were
back
trying
to Swindle's melon point that, they wasted a lot of time in the draft. It was very confusing.
Possibly.
Well, Fnatic had a clear plan. Like they had their
Yeah.
heroes they wanted, and then even not just in the draft. As soon as they load in, they're TPing out, they're getting down wards. They had the aggressive ward at the top tier 1 tower to scout. They knew before the bounty rune even spawned that Bristol was going to be top because they saw him using that ward. So they knew what the lanes were going to be coming out from Vici Gaming, which gave them a huge advantage. They set things up. Yeah, the Tide vs Razor is a bad matchup, but they knew they would get good matchups elsewhere, or at least matchups they wanted.
It's a bad matchup, but that's not the lane
They got
want
the
to win.
Sven vs Brood
It's
matchup
not the
they
lane
wanted.
that they wanted to
Yeah.
win, yeah. So
They
that
wanted
was
the
the
mid.
key thing.
Yeah.
They wanted to win the Sven's lane, and basically, and Invoker had a good laning phase. Those are the two things that they wanted to secure, and they got
Has
got
Brood
both of
even
them.
won this major? I don't think so. I've seen him pick 3.
Remember from yesterday, the Brood wasn't able to do as much and ended up losing, and it was playing under a lot of pain and had to go and have a tooth removed and then come back and play versus Secret. Probably not great on communication once you've
still under
had
the
your
effects
tooth
of
removed. That might have been quite confusing.
Yes. A lot of the times, though, the Brute has not been the last pick. He has been 3rd or 4th pick.
Fourth pick.
Which
that game,
is
he was 4th there, but
Yeah.
Fnatic still had 2 to
yeah,
deal
they
with
still
them.
had 2 picks.
And then they
right?
went
So
Tidehunter Sven.
why don't they just pick him 10th?
Yeah, why don't they just pick Razor Night Stalker? Never. instead of first, and maybe then they would have had a better draft.
Yeah.
You're
We're
fine
seeing-
with the Night Stalker in the jungle. Come on now.
Anyone with Iron Talon.
Any melee
Yeah.
hero in the jungle.
Okay.
Man.
Well,
That
we're going to be preparing an interview to finish off this series. I believe Ohio will be interviewed from Fnatic. So we'll just hold on until we get that up on screen. And versus Alliance, which will be their next game. Yesterday we played the lower bracket. Oh, looks like the interviews are going to start now. So Shiva's there. We're shut up and head over to the interview.
Start of the game. What went wrong for you in the early game that made you unable to kill Invoker and Morphling?
首先，先恭喜 Ohio 获胜跟Fnatic 获胜。那么第一个问题就是在第二场当中，前期发生了什么样的事情，让 Fnatic 没有办法很好的去应对水人跟卡尔这两个英雄？
其实对的，是因为我们前期那个城，他的节奏有点不好，前期被打崩了三波，所以前期的话，其实我们觉得我们英雄如果前期打得好的话，水人应该无法那么舒服的那边发育吧。我们推起来，他们应该也是挺难接的。如果我们前期快一点的话。
So I think in the early game, one of our heroes didn't actually was able to fully extend and capitalize on his strengths, and so the speed and pace was all kind of disrupted from the very beginning, and so that was kind of counter to our initial plans.
Which of the heroes is the hero that you're talking about?
刚刚说的是哪一位英
我
雄？
在说的陈。
Chen. Sorry, it was Chen.
Okay, now in the third game, you did really well. You seemed to know what VG Gaming was planning. And for Broodmother, the fourth pick, were you indeed anticipating everything that VG Gaming had in store for you that game?
那么第三场啊，你就是取得了胜利。那么，当 VG 选择了蜘蛛的时候，你们团队的是什么样一个想法？是已经预测到了他们会想要用蜘蛛对你们的战术是如何？
是的，因为我们今天在第三盘的时候，我们也是预测他们应该会选蜘蛛，所以我们已经准备了潮汐。因为我们之前打过很多潮汐，对抗蜘蛛的话，蜘蛛其实节奏会比较挺难找的。然后十问嘛，至于十问，其实 C 的话就看我们想要打谁吧，就火猫啊、十问都可以打的。
So we've actually played against Broodmother a lot, and so we kind of expected that VG will make that pick, and so we picked Tidehunter to counter it. And as for, we also think that when the pick spent, we could have it or anything to kind of play against it. So we were ready.
Okay, previous tournament that you had was a Starletter I-League Star Series. Didn't do so well in that tournament. What did you focus on with your team to improve coming into this major?
那么在 SL 当中啊 ，Fnatic 的表现好像不是特别好。那么在比赛结束的时候，你们队伍做了什么样的调整跟改变？就是为了这一次的比赛准备。
因为之前那个比赛准备不是很多，因为比如说 Mid One 就是我们中单选手，那是他第一次参加一个比较算大型比赛嘛，然后稍微有点紧张，但过后比赛打完了，我们就觉得我们是有实力的，重点就是还没磨合好，所以我们在那期间就在华人新年前嘛，我们就做了很多准备，就一起训练，大家都默契都上升了很多。
So coming into Star Ladder, the team didn't feel that they were fully ready because it was also one of Mid One's kind of bigger tournaments, first bigger tournament. And so before Chinese New Year, they really worked on working as a team and just building up their team camaraderie in order to play well in this tournament.
Well, that definitely paid off, at least in this series. Next series for Fnatic is up against Alliance. Do you have something special in store against them?
那么接下来这一场比赛是对 A 队啊，那你们是不是有什么应对的措施？
这个不好说，因为毕竟我之前都挺喜欢他们嘛，然后毕竟如果有什么打法的话，我们应该都会开会聊一聊他们的战术，然后再做一些准备吧。
So he can't really disclose too much, but he's always really admired and appreciated Alliance as a team, as an opponent, and so they'll just, as a team, as Fnatic, they'll get together and discuss the strats and so on. So they'll think about it and be ready.
Okay, well, thank you very much for taking the time to talk to us, and good luck in that next match.
Thank you, Shiva, and also once again, congratulations to Fnatic and Ohio. They're being interviewed, and do apologize that we're not able to really comment on the interview. We still don't have audio for the interviews in our ears at the moment. But I'm not, hopefully we'll get that solved throughout the tournament. But hopefully you guys enjoyed the interview at home, and those of the fans of Fnatic enjoyed the victory, 2-1. And as we mentioned, they will go on to play versus Alliance a little bit later. And yesterday we did play the lower bracket game first, which means if it's going to be the same, we'll see Vici Gaming versus Team Spirit. Team Spirit actually lost 2-0 versus Alliance, but depending, unless they've changed the schedules here, depending on what they felt will work better for the rest of the group stages, we might also go into the upper bracket game, because I believe there was 2 schedules I saw or have been told about. But we're stay with us. We'll get the next game on the way and we'll find out what it is. So. Anything that you want to add on the match, the finished, or would you rather talk about what's coming up next? Because I believe when we go to break, I think Swindle, you'll be probably heading back to your team.
Yeah.
And doing some practice.
I've been here way longer than I wanted to. You spend too many hours in a room with James, and you just start going stir crazy.
That's fine.
It's okay, James. I like spending time with you.
Ah, thanks. I was listening. I'm really bad at multitasking. When I listen to people in my ear, I just I'm just like, yeah, cool, yeah. But so any final thoughts? I think you had I heard, I wasn't really listening, but you had a great time. You loved it here. The pleasure was all yours. You think -4 is good enough?
Yeah.
For
hopefully, as the tournament progresses, we can earn some more points. But yeah, I actually really glad I got the opportunity to come on here. I'd love to do it again, but hopefully not too soon, because that means we're probably eliminated. So
I mean, we would be spoiling ourselves, really, Swindle, if that was the case.
No, seriously, I grew up. I think the first time must have been like 10 years ago. I remember watching you cast a World of Warcraft event, and now I'm old and I'm here. It's kind of surreal, but
I've got grey hair.
Yeah.
Now. And the only thing that hasn't changed is World of Warcraft. Just consistently there. But yeah, I'm looking forward to watching your team play.
Thanks.
You've had some strong opinions, which is really quite enjoyable for me to listen to, because it's always nice. And I still felt, though, when I gave you the opportunity to give it your pros and cons before we throw it to the break, I do want to say, you've kind of you're underplaying that. You've got to believe it if you're going to win, because that match, I felt that Fnatic were the team that really wanted to win. They were prepared, and Vici Gaming kind of were like, you're not sure how highly motivated they are. So you've got to have a lot of confidence, Swindle. Okay, so go, when we see you on day 4, right, what's going to happen?
What's going to happen?
Well, just tell us how it's going to go down.
Well, we're either going to win or lose.
No, not good enough, right?
Josh will carry the
I mean,
you've got to come into this tournament and feel like, make a statement.
Yeah.
Put it out there.
I thought if we can keep all our items in our inventory, I like our chances. We just can't lose any along the way. Maybe, you're in the jungle, iron talon merrily, and accidentally Tranquil Boots disappear. Who knows? Maybe a Yols, maybe a BKB. Can't.
So your chances are slim, is what you're saying.
You never know.
Yeah.
I just want to perform. Like when I say that things aren't good.
It's not you want to perform. You want your team to perform.
I just
come on.
Look, every team here, this is our life. Like, you play Dota as your career, and I feel like as a man, like, the mastery of your craft has to be paramount, like, in your life. Like, what else are you doing as a Dota player if you're not playing Dota really well? So I just hope we put on a good show, pretty much, over anything else. Like, as long as we're proud of our performance and we play as well as we can play, then I think we'll
The
be
team's
we'll be happy.
performance today made him say that. He's like, wow,
Well,
these guys can't be proud.
Yeah, like
I wanna be
I'm
proud.
sorry, you just can't be. That was atrocious.
You know, like they say, people those who can't do they teach. In Dota, those who can't play they cast. So
Yeah.
there's
You're,
always a
you're,
battle
you're
point.
so.
Easy, easy.
I fear that you're like so tearing people at home, right? Some people are like really into what you're like, what they want you to achieve, because they're like, yeah, this person's turned up with this attitude, and then so when you're like, they cannot be proud of what they've done.
That was awful.
Right? You know
Who
what I
would
mean? They should show
Wait.
from home. That like the people are going to be like, come on, that's a little bit harsh. But you seem very adamant and invested in this. So I definitely think you've got a lot of people rooting for you, and a lot of people rooting against you.
I got everybody on the
but
couch.
do you use that? Do you use that as like motivation? Do you like proving people wrong?
Oh yeah, I've got I saved up one of my finest moment in Dota was when we won the TI build-in Team Tinker for the Americas qualifier. I saved that for like 3 months, and we won. I was like, oh yes, we all did.
In this tournament, have you got someone that's kind of put you out there like, this is never going to happen?
There's a lot of angsty guys on the internet, but whatever.
There's not one guy.
Can you flip people
there-
off
is
on
there
much
You
love
in
for
a
the
very
Dota?
dangerous
Oh,
spot,
yeah.
but it is quite entertaining
Oh.
for us. So you have
Well,
to.
I mean, it's not every day you get a chance to dethrone the king of Dota in your first match, but I think I was telling you guys this before, but Sumail actually has more time played in Dota than my entire team combined. So we're at a slight disadvantage as far as experience goes. I actually think Veer probably has more than Sumail,
You're
but
talking about experience, and you're saying that like a 16-year-old kid has more experience than your.
dude, he was like winning lands at 7. Okay, jeez, when I was 7, I don't even know if I discovered video games yet.
Okay.
But at 12, I was still playing backyard baseball. Great game, if you remember. And Putt Putt Travels Through Time. Remember that? No? Man, you guys are missing out. I had a great childhood. These guys, Australians.
So who would you want to? We need to go back.
It was Samel, I think.
Samel.
You want to play versus?
No,
No,
No.
you don't want to play versus Samel.
no. I just,
Who-
for the love of God, James, why are you doing this to me? What- like,
I mean,
I'm sorry.
Hey.
I'm s-
Hey, first meeting, James.
He's
Who is
trying
it?
to
Just 'cause
fish-
I thought
he's
you
trying
should've
to
Is it
fish
someone
for the
from EG?
answer. He's trying
Oh.
to fish for the answer. You
I-
know the answer he wants.
yes, of course, but I'm not going to
I
give it to
know.
you.
I honestly
He
don't.
actually
I
doesn't
honestly don't
No,
know.
he honestly.
Who is it?
Huh? No
Because
way.
like Malini's, he's washed up now, so you don't have to worry about him.
No,
We want to
dude.
know what drives you.
What drives me?
No,
I just,
which is the player that you want to play or the team?
What?
Is
I
it-
just
you
want
don't
to. I
have-
just want to win Dota, man. There's no hatred here. It's all love. I love
There's
the
gonna be an angry
competitors.
tweet
He's not
after.
taking the bait, James.
No, I'm not- it took me a while to figure it out. Now I know. No, James. Like, just say no, okay? I did the DARE program in school.
He's not a
and I
drug.
learned. Huh?
He's not a drug.
Say no to James.
He's definitely equally dangerous.
Fine.
Mm.
Really looking forward to your matches. And that will be day 4.
Correct.
And thank you for joining us for this series. And once again, congratulations to Fnatic. We're going to go to a quick break. I believe some of our panelists will be swapping out. Who's that?
Yeah, I'm out.
Just Swindle? You commentating?
Taking a break. No,
Okay.
just kidding.
Yeah, you guessed the
Easy
winner
life.
of the series, and they
Yep.
kick you out.
That's how it works. And then we'll be coming back with the next series of today in Group B. So see you in just a moment here at the Shanghai Major Group Stages presented by Perfect World.
it's the four of them.
Okay, and just to come back, because I just really want to be able to talk here, even though that was great banter. I'm not sure if anyone saw it because internet. I think it was censorship on your 6K. That was what really. They were like, nope, I'm not having this in China. No, you're not allowed to be 6K. So we might have lost internet, and therefore this is just for people who watch the VODs, and the internet is back on again. Maybe.
So we had a brief. We could have gone wild.
Yeah, that was our time. I mean, I'm just welcome back. I'm glad you put your pants back on, Cap. I mean, we asked you to prove why you're here, and we did say the 6K.
That
wasn't enough.
I needed to really lay
yeah,
it on
you
the
really
table
need to lay on the table for us.
Actually in person.
And I've got to say, you're welcome to the casting couch anytime. All right, we're getting ready to go into, hopefully, we're ready. You guys at home are surely ready as well, into the lower bracket game, which will be between Vici Gaming and also Team Spirit. And this match, if you lose it, that's your whole group's done. Everyone's been here, preparing. Everyone prepares for these majors. They are huge, and it's, you expect every team to be like, at least we're coming out kind of top 2 from the groups. That's what you want. And currently, both of those teams can do that, but they're going to have to win 2 games in a row. But one of the teams won't be able to. So if they lose, I think I said both the teams. Yeah, both teams still can do that, but one of the teams unfortunately won't be able to. They will lose here from Team Spirit and Vici Gaming, and they will go into the main event bottom 4. And it's actually harder here to kind of get through the main event. Potentially than you would say at like the international, because in the international I think it's only 1 best of 1 in the lower bracket, and actually in the majors it's 2 best of 1s in the lower bracket. So it's very dicey in terms of how far your tournament run will go into the main event if you do actually come bottom 4 in the group. So a big game for both these teams. Who do you think is going to be able to kind of handle the pressure?
Well, I mean, the biggest thing we kind of put as one of the big cons for Team Spirit is that they're veterans. They've been playing for a long time. They've had a stable roster. Apart from the carry role, they've changed. Vici Gaming should be the more experienced team, the more composed team, but they're also a team who appear to be a bit on tilt, whereas from what Synderen sounded like, it seemed like Spirit actually played all right in their games.
They seem pretty all right.
So I feel like Spirit's going to be less demoralized after their loss, but Vici Gaming's the more kind of composed team. So it's going to be interesting how those two things kind of match up.
The unfortunate thing for Spirit is the way they lost the second game, because they were playing up against Alliance, who we consider one of the favorites, and that game was really even. And then they made what is just like one dumb mistake that just cost them the entire game. And you feel like you kind of lost the game twice as hard when you actually had a really good fighting chance, right? So I just hope they take the right things from that game and move in, instead of being demoralized with their previous loss, and just say, okay, we actually did this very, very well. We can take those elements against Vici and probably play our own game.
Since I am sitting in Swindle's spot, I feel obligated to really pull out the flame here. And I'll just say, I think Team Spirit's the worst team in this whole entire tournament. Going into this tournament, I thought they were really, really bad. I thought that essentially that when they made it through the qualifier, I was impressed, and I was like, oh, okay, this is good showing from this team. I'm really excited to see what happened. And then I casted many, many of their games after that point in time, and it was really bad.
Was that the same in the online
really
games too?
bad.
Because Swindle defended them for MDL, saying one of their players was like sick out of his mind at MDL, and that's why they did bad.
These were all like all-on games versus like other European teams that are in their own kind of like wheelhouse. Yeah. And I was looking at like every single one of those teams that they were matched up against. I was thinking like this team would actually, the other team would be better going into the major. And that's like such a bad sign.
I mean, on the other side, though, you have Vici, who are arguably performing the worst they have ever performed.
I mean, yeah, but I think that's still
welcome.
Like,
it's bad, but it's good enough still to beat Spirit.
Is it?
It's like
Jesus, Ben. You guys were really hating on Vici, but I think they drafted really well in game number 2. They identified, I think that was a very clear-cut execution where they identified what Fnatic brought in game number 1 and how to dismantle
that's because Fnatic drafted the exact same 3-hero opener.
Yeah, and they screwed themselves in draft number 3 pretty badly.
Well, and you can see here, FY is such a greedy player. Like he takes up a lot of farm and just didn't really offer much to the team, going for like a straight up jungle Night Stalker. And
Game number 1, they had some really bad mistakes, which I actually thought Vici was really good at before. They were experienced. They didn't make that many mid to late game decision errors. And game number 1 was like, wow, this is not the same Vici. They have not been practicing as much. They are just not up to snuff like some of the other Tier 1 teams. I don't even know if I can call them Tier 1.
I want to go back to you, Cap, because you're saying, Team Spirit, a team that you not written off, but you're going to be very surprised if they kind of come through here and do well. We did a little pros and cons earlier. Obviously, they've got Goblak, which we thought is a big bonus. Hugely experienced. They're healthy in this tournament because the last tournament they were at, there was problems with some of their health. But we did have for cons that the young guns, no plan B. But we put Iceberg in there as well. They're a player because he can either be big or sometimes not. What for you is not working for Team Spirit?
I think that their just communication and teamwork just seems really off, where this is a patch where teamwork is actually like the pinnacle of success. You're going to see the teams who are actually the most close-knit and work together the most, they're going to be the most successful. And for me, it was just like Team Spirit was all over the place. I somewhat understood some of the drafts that was coming out from Goblak, and I was fine with it. He wasn't doing anything that was really absurd, but the team just failed to execute most of the time.
What do you think, Sen? You just casted their games?
Yeah, he said he did all right. You said they did all right.
So you don't agree with Cap?
I feel like
I like you, Ben. This is good.
I think
pitch them against each other.
Well, I was going to say a little bit earlier that you guys seemed to, the two Americans were like competing about who should be the new Swindle in his absence. But you stepped it down a little bit on Vici, even though you started stomping on them a little bit. But yeah, I think they looked all right. They definitely, to me, did not look as bad as Cap is making them out to be. Maybe they just had a good first game and came in with a lot of like confidence after scrims or whatnot, and they're gonna have a bad showing after. But
I mean, it's entirely possible that their online games were just like they just hit a really, really bad rough patch. But for me, I'm going like, you just won the qualifier. You're supposed to be, at a peak, and then you're going into the major. You're supposed to keep that going, and they just like
maybe that's good for them. They're like, wow, we won the qualifiers even though we weren't at our peak. Have you seen our peak?
You put a twist on everything, including Elder Titan.
Elder Titan won though.
He was awesome, Ben.
You know what, Ben? I was with you. I was like, that's the only person who likes the Elder Titan. Like, go, Ben.
I said he was 30th percentile.
Whatever.
You
Yeah, I mean,
like
you threw the least amount of flame to the Elder Titan.
Oh, I liked him.
Yeah.
There was
But Ben, you're saying you're not entirely. You actually think the Vici Gaming are at have their worst performances here. You said,
I would say normally you would put them as top 3
for an important LAN. It's like
top three for the whole event.
Normally.
I mean, because it's burning.
Are they even top 8 at this event?
Yeah, top 8.
Right now they don't look like.
Are they even going to advance out of their group? Like we don't know.
Yeah.
Well, technically, yes. Everyone
Well,
advances out of their group.
top 2 out of their group. Like, are they going to get top 8?
Yeah.
Are they going to go to winners bracket? I mean, before it was a given. Granted, they didn't go to winners bracket in TI, and they still made it very, very deep in the tournament. So maybe they don't even need to get to the winners bracket.
Well, I think that's the biggest thing to talk about with Vici Gaming. It's like their team.
You can't write them off.
They can, and it's not even just even if they end today. Like, let's say they lose this series, get 4th in their group. You can't write them off even from there. They get 3 or 4 days off. Suddenly they'll show up and be a different team the next time they're playing Dota again.
But how long do you keep hoping? It's like, oh, when's the older Vici going to be good?
Yeah. I don't think they'll come back and win the tournament, but they're more like a team who can come back and get top 6, top 5, whatever it may be. So.
I mean, has Burning ever won like a major or an international? Because he's one of those players that everyone kind of talks about, like just absolutely amazing. But
his best accomplishments was the DK team during the TI4 era, which won the biggest tournament was Starlight. That was back when Starlight was like probably the premier international non-Valve event, and winning that was big, but it still wasn't like winning a TI, winning a major, winning a DAC, or even anything that big. So
and then they got 4th at TI, right?
Yeah, they went into TI as one of the favorites to win it, get at least top 2, top 3, and they got 4th, which was close to expectations.
But almost, I think they would have been quite disappointed with that back then when they were playing really, really well. So it's definitely a very capable team. We're going to be heading into the draft for the first match of this series. Team Spirit versus Vici Gaming. Just from some of the panelists' comments, yeah, both teams have got a lot to prove to us here. Maybe it does feel that way, but they certainly can, and they can still make a run through the group stage and finish 2nd place, which will put them in the upper bracket. But losing here in this best-of-3 series will put you bottom 4 going into the main event, and then you'll have to go through 2 best-of-1s before you even hit a best-of-3, and you have to play all the way through the lower until you end up in the grand final. So definitely not a place where you want to be, and we're going to go and talk a little bit about now the banter picks. So take it away, guys. And Vengeful Spirit picked, and I think Cinderon's only happy about that because I think you put it in your most picked in your compendium. So
As did I.
Yeah,
As did I.
I put
Are
it
you
as
all
my
Vengeful
pinned tweet.
Spirit
That's where you found out.
compendium most
Yeah.
picked?
Oh damn! This this is a trade that I personally think you just don't give.
Yeah.
I don't think this is a good opener.
For who?
Really,
Vici?
For Vici
I
Gaming.
think it's okay because
I think Vici have been giving away anything.
This is
though.
the
They gave
ex-
away Chen Lone Druid.
this is the exact
We
same
don't
thing
care.
that Fnatic kind of just played. It was like Chen plus Lone Druid, all that kind of stuff that pushes towers. But Vici, they're like, oh, we finally get the Vengeful Spirit. We can swap an important hero in. They have Elder Titan. They have Winter Wyvern. They have a lot of tools at their disposal to stop this kind of push. So
But now that Spirit has seen that, they can ban them in second phase.
Oh, and that's what Fnatic saw it game after game too. But and Fnatic
Yeah.
tried to adjust. They banned the Winter Wyvern. They tried to adjust their bans.
they
But
banned Phoenix and
And then they won.
Yeah, I was about to say.
But-
Then they won.
Well, yeah,
Yes.
no. Game 2 they
game two. I'm saying from game 1 to game 2.
Game
Yeah,
one,
I
okay.
mean, but that's the thing. I really disagreed with you guys when you guys were talking about Game 1's draft was better against the Fnatic lineup. I thought their supports were much better in game number 2, just because Winter Wyvern is
I
a
thought
hero
it
that's
was
out of the
too.
patch. It's way better to be able to stop that momentum at tier 1 towers than wait till they try and go high ground.
in Sunray got countered by Nyx.
Yeah, I mean, what's
Yeah.
Sunray really going to do, though? It pulls the creeps off of the tower, but it doesn't actually kill a creep wave.
The new
Chen
Wyvern
will
is
just
just so
continue to
much better
push.
against Chen than the old one, because
Mhm.
the creeps can actually kill a hero when he's level 7. You just curse
Yeah.
someone, and those creeps with 50% attack speed, I think they deal about like 500 or 600 damage during the Winter's Curse, and the AoE is really good. So I think Spirit might actually should consider banning at least that one or the Elder Titan that they made work. But the reason it was so good was the combination, right? Was that they had both together to stop them, because the synergy between them, I want to say, was mainly picked for the Lone Druid more so than the Chen, or at least because they were in combination, because both of them have percentage-based damage. Or sorry, the Wyvern has percentage-based damage from the what's it called, Arctic Burn, and then the Elder Titan with the Ore. So there's a lot of amplification that comes out from it, and percentage-based damage on the ultimate too, which I guess also came into play once or twice against the Bear. But to go back to what I was going to say in the start, if you look at this opening, I just think there are so many teams, at least in the Western scene, that would be all over this trade. You guys can have Venge, we take Chen Prophet. You secure yourself a disruptive offlaner in the Prophet. That, in turn, should allow your Chen to jungle fairly freely, because they have to commit supports to being in Prophet's lane. And it opens up. So I'm curious to see what Vici will do against it. At least they have practice now.
Team Spirit are going global.
I'm with Cinderin on this. I think the Chen Nature's Prophet is a better opening, but I am not a big fan of Wisp being run with Chen. I don't know how you guys feel about it.
I totally agree. Very weak support duo. You have no laning presence whatsoever, and Vici already have Avenge, Morphling, and Morphling not amazing laning here, but their draft's wide open. They can bully Team Spirit in the laning stage, or they can go super greedy and not get
in
punished.
the form, like they can't run around that much early, but the amount of sustain and like being able to end the game at 25 to 30, I think the heroes offer a lot of potential, as well as just being able to do Roche very early on.
So Spirit, when they played their second game against Alliance, they went Wisp CK as their first two into Alliance's Prophet. And now that they get the choice to get it themselves, they in that game they ran a Zeus, which this time gets banned by Vici, but Prophet can somewhat play the same role of having like that global ultimate to give them the last bit of damage they need. So I wouldn't be surprised to see them get the CK. I think that hero is actually really good against Morphling too. It has a lot of damage. And
do you think that CK
manage it.
as a pair to the Wisp is better than Tiny against Morphling? Because Tiny does offer that instant initiation.
They're good at different things. I don't think you can just say one is better. Tiny is a better replicate, so so there's that. But Chaos Knight has, I would say, a lot more to offer earlier in the game. Just when you get Phantasm level 2. Yeah, there you go.
I don't think either necessarily like counters the Morphling as a carry on carry kind
No,
of matchup. If you
no.
want like a carry to counter Morphling, you need like a Slack type hero or something. Something that's going to steal his stats, mana.
If he uses Phantasm, especially if it procs an extra illusion, then he can force Morphling into Strength Morph really, really early. So he loses his damage in the fight, and oftentimes that's good enough. You don't need to kill the hero, you just need to negate it.
Yeah, and when you're offering physical damage as well, if you're going to more strength, then you're losing your armor, which makes that physical damage all the more viable. That will make the Lincolns much more valuable in this pickup for the Morphling. But I really like this Tidehunter choice.
That
from
is super good.
VG.
That is such a good pick right now. Chen doesn't have that much laning presence as we talked about, or actually, at least he doesn't want to be there so much. He wants to farm a bit in the start. IO does very little to Tide, and CK... This lane for them is difficult to kill, but Prophet is a little bit of a wild card, so...
What do you guys think about the Crystal main as the pickup against the Chen? But we have other supports that are still left in the pool that are valid counters to both Nature's Prophet and Chen. One of the main ones be like Witch Doctor.
I think Witch Doctor is probably a little bit better. But
Even good against the IO relocate, the CK in some ways. So.
Yeah.
yeah, it's worse against Chen, but it's better for all the other lanes.
It synergizes, yeah. The Tide and the Morph are two heroes that benefit a lot from the aura this game.
I think
Is this just because VG Gaming, like, what does the Crystal main offer you that those heroes do not, like the Winter Wyvern and Witch Doctor? Is it purely just the greediness of jungling?
I think
greediness of jungling and the aura.
a lot of teams want to match the greediness of a Chen with a jungler of their own. We've seen Iron Tile and Night Stalkers. We've seen Enigmas. We've seen Sand Kings coming out from VG, and Crystal Maiden is just a different one.
The
Witch
hero-
Doctor you can't play as greedily with.
The hero would like more than the CM that we've seen quite a few teams do, EG especially against the IO, is the Enigma. I'm surprised. Oh, I'm maybe not surprised VG don't go for it. They're not a team known for it, but I feel like in general it's just a better, greedier option than a CM if you're looking.
I'm
to take
actually
that
more
approach.
surprised they didn't take the Invoker in the first phase instead of the Morphling, because we've seen Supers, Quad Select Invoker just stop pushes and extracts just by that one hero alone, and then you don't have to draft like 2 supports plus an offlaner that can actually deal with the push. And it's very clear as to what Team Spirit likes to play. They play very upbeat tempo. They have a lot of
Watching Team Spirit's game, obviously I didn't get the chance to, how is Ramses doing? Because for me, he's the linchpin for Team Spirit. They rise and fall with Ramses.
He did very well with CK in the CK game. He was 7-1-7, and then they just lost the game right after that. He was super farmed.
I shouldn't say actually rise and fall. I think they only rise with Ramses. Like, Ramses will perform, and the rest of the team lets him down, I think.
Sounds like a player Navi should poach then.
Exactly. Yeah. Or Team Empire.
Historically, there is only one poacher in the CIS scene. Yeah. Oh, Wind Ranger. Okay. This is not really what I was expecting. I was thinking, I think I've made it very clear at this tournament so far that I'm a big fan of Puck in this version. I think it would have been great. Catch that sets up the relocate. It's great with Prophet, and I think it would have been good against the squishy support of VG Gaming, Crystal Maiden. Doesn't scale so well, but if you look at Spirit's lineup, I don't think they want to go super late game.
Well,
anyway.
like the first 4 picks, like you could just imagine like this is like an alliance draft. What would alliance be like last pick? It'd be a bat or a puck for the mid lane, for example, and they'd go for more the tempo controlling aspect.
The good thing about Wind Ranger is that she actually has heavy single target damage when she gets farmed. That can again force Morphling into defensive play.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that that Team Spirit seem to have this thing about directed physical damage against Morphling.
All right, and Ember to finish off VG Gaming. So I'm going to turn to both the couches. Couch number 2 first, which is you, Cap, and Gods. In agreement, who is going to win and why?
You didn't give Spirit a chance? You still
mean,
seeing the draft? I don't know.
I mean, going into this, I thought they were the worst team, but I didn't get a chance to see them play yet. It's entirely possible that they were doing better. I'm going to leave that to you. You make our decision.
We're going to VG Gaming. Board?
Are we on
You happy with that?
I don't think they rounded out the draft as well as they could have, and Vichi's last 2 picks are really good. I think the Tide is exceptionally good in the draft, and Ember looks solid. So I think I'm worried that Spirit can't get enough done, so I would go with Vici for this one.
I think they have backup plans though with a Wind Ranger instead of one that didn't scale as much.
Just to let you know, Ben's probably been right the most on this couch.
Have I been wrong yet?
Of anyone.
Anyone ever. That's
I
probably not true.
Maybe.
Have you been wrong on this couch yet?
I honestly I can't remember. I forget failures very quickly.
But were you on couch 2 or couch 1 when you were correct?
I was on that couch yesterday. This couch sucks.
Yeah,
it did until
I'm
now.
going with Spirit. We're going with Spirit.
All right, we'll go with Spirit. I trust Ben.
If we fail,
while we're off on camera,
you can blame the couch if you fail.
Yeah.
Right. So and I obviously have no opinion. I just go off the pros and cons, and I don't know which is better for which. And the game is paused, but I just enlighten.
Super Duper or Goblack.
But I can really good insight. The Team Spirit, very serious, and because there was he was just like, I want Bruno, and they were like, okay. And then Bruno came over to Team Spirit, and Always Wanna Fly asked him, can I go to the bathroom? Which Bruno replied, yes. So these guys you know, they're taking this serious. That's rules, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know why he needed Bruno to tell him. It was so surreal. It was one of my favorite stories so far of the tournament. It's like, I need Bruno to tell me. And they had to go and find Bruno.
was like, no.
Is Bruno just...
He just popped his head. He just
Heard
Bruno
his
just
name.
like popped his head. He's just.
I didn't
he's
hear
just
this.
like,
I didn't hear the
forgot
story
you-
from Bruno. I actually heard it from another player. But these guys are serial, and I do believe the
Oh, well,
commentators.
Go Black needs Bruno right now, so. There we
We
go.
have no sound.
It's not against the rules playing without sound. Just go.
It's not a rule issue.
Is he gonna backstroke this game?
That's a lot of
That he
cosmetics.
always does.
He always
He
backstrokes.
always backstrokes.
Oh,
This
man.
team looks really fancy.
Yeah. Wait, is
Alright.
that horns?
We're actually going to wait on.
Morphling has horns?
Probably in some new bloom
With the
set
new
or something.
cosmetic. Yeah.
Do you not keep up with hats? Are you not a Dota
Are
2
you-
supporter?
I am.
Do you not support esports?
How
Buy
do
a
you
hat
not have
today.
every hat? Well, Morphling has horns. Today I learned.
I mean, he's kind of like waveform, so you could just like make his water be horns if he wanted to. He can be anything. He's Morphling.
But they weren't water.
He can make them look like they aren't water. You don't even embrace the lore of Dota
Do you
2.
read the lore, Syndron? Have you ever read anything in the Dota 2 lore?
Have you ever read anything?
I lack
a little bit, but actually not that much.
I've heard him read Danish Harry Potter on
the
side.
history of
Yeah. Probably.
Well, I'm still thinking about those horns. I can't stop thinking about them now. It's actually kind of worrying.
Have you seen some of the new bloom sets? They
Yeah.
are a little bit out there.
For some reason, I feel like it's less weird the Lena set that had like the ram horns than Morphling. Yeah, he's wearing that crown makes more sense.
Why? Is he a king or an animal?
See, this is the problem with being with Ben on the panel. He doesn't let go. He pushes you until you give up.
Work on Morphling, idiot. Everyone knows that's not a I wish I knew more about lore. Action Slacks knows quite a lot about lore. Is that
You
the
said
lore
pointing at
master?
Cap.
Oh, it's kind of fun to read.
Gods, your BTS summit, right? Yeah. If not lore.
That's, I don't know, not a very good conversationalist apparently.
Fair enough. It's great having you on the panel, then.
Lead us, wise genius.
I do this a lot when people look at me. I actually kind of like to counter it and just make it even more awkward, because sometimes I've been on panels where when I ask a question, everybody answers one by one, and then they just stop. Like, there's not really a conversation. It's just like my answer, and now it's your turn, and then they just stare at me, and I just like stare back at them. I'm like, yeah, what's up? I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna. Yeah, because I'm just like. It's like host chicken or something. You know what I mean? It's like a chicken game on panel. It's like, yeah, I could hold this silence longer than you. It's like, I'm not worried about. I'm already washed up. I'm taking you down with me. You know, worst panel ever. And they'll be, welcome to my world.
Picture
I'll be hosting Overwatch.
Staring down the panel.
Have you guys been enjoying China? I've hung out with some people. That was nice. It's good to see everybody again. Bumped into LD at breakfast. Lost a lot of weight. Which is
Him or
cool.
you?
Yeah, him actually. Yeah, which is a little bit coincidental, because when I left the Dota. But
Years of playing in top tier. I still can't get over that. Still not convinced.
who is sold on Eternal Envy? Like, who would want Eternal Envy in their team?
I will do it right now.
My team's just terrible. I wouldn't want to bring them down.
That's such a cop-out answer. I'm sorry. I mean, I don't dislike the guy at all. I speak to him one-on-one. He's very nice. He seems to, like, you know, his drive and his thing is like almost like hates the game, or, you know, really wants it. You know, he's so invested. And the, you know, rise or fall, it's very entertaining to watch him. But I just like, I believe on a team you want these people that that just seem stable.
Yeah,
and I'm not
super
talking
unpredictable.
No, not stable as in gameplay stable. Just
So you're saying he's an unstable person?
I'm saying that he's maybe too invested in Dota 2. Okay?
You're right. I've heard that about athletes. You need to make sure they're not too invested into their sport.
Well, just not like that. Just in the sense of like, you know, you don't like,
Just
you know,
keep
hate the
digging.
game or you know what I want to be this good and you know. But I don't know. Hey, say what you will. I'm just not sold. They're not going to win this tournament because of him. Guaranteed.
Oh my God.
I'm just going to throw it
So
out there
if they
now
win
to make
the-
it worse.
So if they win the
Wow.
tournament, we come back to the final panel. What are you gonna be? They did win because of him, not because of Jackie.
I'm just going to throw it out there.
I think if Secret win, it is because of him. It's the crazy thing. Because of the
No.
way he is, the Secret winning is going to be because of Envy just like going insane.
Okay, yeah, and he does go, yeah, he can go ham.
But
But you have to do it through the whole tournament. Like, not a game.
Well, so far,
A series of Secret. Hey, I mean, I don't know why you even, like, let me give you opinions. I don't know shit. I haven't watched Dota for a rather long period of time.
the
But
reason
you're
I'm
all still
giggling
here, so
still
it couldn't
so
change
much
that much.
is that we started this like 2 or 3 minutes ago. It's like I just kind of threw it out there, and James just continued the circle down and down and down.
yeah, you're a good host. You got a good answer.
Thank you.
It's good. Set him up nicely.
Right.
Yeah, that's the alternative.
It's one of the two.
I think Swindles is going to win. I just think,
I mean,
like,
from his
there's
confidence.
something about, you know, that guy, very stable, really on point and dedicated. I was a bit upset,
But they're
though.
-4 on here.
I was a bit upset, right? Actually, no, he's not going to win, right? I'll be honest with you, because when I asked him to call out the player that you know he really wanted to beat, he didn't, and that's fear. I think you need to, if you just want to be like, I'm going to win, because like normally when like if I say like I'm gonna like you know I want to take you on and I want to you know beat you, I don't have to say like I hate you or whatever, right? I just be like I want that match, and I'm going to get it. And then when you're kind of put on the spot, and if I don't want to say it, it's because I don't want other people knowing in case I fail. So it's like a scared of failure thing, right? Which is fear. So
You
I
really
think
need
the
to let
fact
it out
that
so the whole universe knows about it, right?
yeah, sure. Just be like, no, because it's not like the opinion on the person. It's just like that's I'm gunning for this team. We're going to beat them. We're going to beat them. We're going to beat them. You know, I really want to play versus that player. You know, you can say like, I really want to play versus that player, and I think that person's amazing. You know, at the game, and I want to beat him. And I'm going to beat him.
Or you might think that person's
So I've written complexity off as well. And that's all envy. Who else?
Who's next on James's list?
Complexity and whatever team Envy's on cannot win.
I just wouldn't ever put him on my team.
Well, he
And
got
I've
a
never
lot- he
played
got-
with him.
he got
I've
a lot-
never- I had every pandas. And Red Pandas. So you're wrong.
That sounds like a really legendary organization before Earth Spirit.
The only problem is with Keypad Red Panda.
You've never heard of this term?
I don't think.
Everything else was perfect.
I will go back to going
Logo,
back to Jarek's
perfect.
actually. I will just say I think Jarek's is actually one of the most improved players over the last 6 months. I think he's really
Yeah.
impressive.
I mean, look
We're
at
going to get
MVP.
to
His mid and off lane are like night and day.
Which group was Liquid in?
D.
You
Jarek's
believed
is-
him in.
The thing is, like, Jarek's
was
on
on
a
his
team.
team.
He's absolutely top tier player that you would want on literally any team. He's really good communication. And he plays at a super high level, great mechanically. You know, there's nothing you can say about Jarek's, which is like you wouldn't want to play with him.
He's
And-
Finnish.
I think that he lacks a little times. I think what limits some
Some
of the
players.
more mechanically, like there are certain players out there that are incredibly mechanically strong, but haven't been able to make their way onto a top tier team. And most of the time, that's because of
Not
ego and
supports, though,
failure to
right?
be able to work within a team.
I mean, as far as ego goes, I feel like some level, maybe less ego, but arrogance is essential to be the best at the top teams, and some of them can be kind of arrogant or at least really cocky. It's like a necessary trait in some ways to be successful.
I don't.
Well,
I
okay.
feel like,
I
I feel
think-
like Jarek's almost too complacent. Like you mentioned, like he's really good social. Like him.
Yeah, but then you can counter a lot of arrogance with just like someone who's just really smart, who's not
Yeah.
who's like, I think this person is better than me at this, this, and this when you play against them. But you're like, okay, so how do I get the best of them without saying like, oh, I'm such a smart player, you know? But it's like, how do I, reduce their advantage when we go into the next conflict, knowing that they are so good and just being maybe, they would probably go for this kill. Let's bring them in, and
That's
like.
God Black.
I can see what God
That's
is saying,
God
but
Black.
That's God
There,
Black.
that
there are
what-
certain players like when they're at that
all-star status, that kind of confidence is kind of drives them, and what leads them to be able to make that kind of, yes, I can make this next level play and go for it. And when they achieve it, it looks amazing.
Yeah.
But
and young players often young players often do that a little bit as well. Just you know, like just go for stuff almost through like inexperience, because they believe, you know, they don't have enough kind of like data, if you can say, like on the situation. So they actually go, yeah, I can do that, right? And then because they go in with this confidence of, yeah, I can do it, they actually come out like, you know, winning that moment, and everyone's like, what? How did this happen? And normally as players kind of get older and they play more, they go like, you know, I've got like, you know, it's kind of not in my favor just by a few percent. I shouldn't take that risk. And if they do go in knowing that it's risky, they often like, you know, might. So where would you fit yourself in? I mean, you know.
I think I would put myself with what you said, mainly. So not the arrogance, but more of the trying to approach like more analytical. So you look at what are your strengths, what are their strengths, what are the weaknesses, and then try to find the loopholes rather than just being like, yeah, this is what they're really good at, but we're better than them at their. That's what I would do.
So you've been in lanes, you know, or had situations where you're very aware of there's a player here that's a big problem, and you know we should be very, very careful and try and, you know, play, you know, not give them what they're good at.
There are like multiple ways of doing it, right? The one is that you know someone is really, really good at whatever they're playing, and then you try to counter them. Or the alternative is, you know, they're so good in that role that you focus on the other things, and then you deal with the problem later because you've built enough of an advantage elsewhere that you can overcome that in the end. But like you said, the most important thing is the awareness, which I do think regardless of how arrogant or how good you are as a team, you always, like, you can't go into matches without respecting the opponent at all. Like, if you need to have the right balance between being confident in yourself, but also, you know, the best teams in the world don't go in without analyzing their opponents. Like, for example, when EG won TI, a big part of it is the preparation work, and you respect the enemy team's drafts, you ban their good picks, for example. The trait of an arrogant team would be going against an opponent, just giving them all their best picks and just beating them over and over again, being like, you just take whatever you want, as long as we get ours, it's fine. So
I don't think there's any team like that here, though.
No.
Who's like, everyone's very respectful of each other. But I think on some maybe individual player base, you know, where they're not involved maybe as much in the dressing.
Or like players thinking like they're the best carry or they're the best mid or whatever, like thinking they're better than their opponent in lane. They're still going to do the team, at least thinking they know that they're better than their opponent, and if anything, that helps them outplay their opponent in lane.
So I'm interested. Like, so let's say we've got like Samel, Arteezy, and it's been so long, Team Spirit. You've got Samel, Arteezy, Eternal Envy. How good are they compared to each other? And how good do you think they approach the game in terms of their confidence and how good do you maybe think they are? How good do they think they are?
I think outwardly they're very confident, but in like that's what they show to the world. But like they play so much Dota. If you were that confident, it's like I don't even need to practice. Like I don't need to play pubs. I don't need to train the heroes that everyone else is training.
Yeah, none of them have that, right?
None of them have that. So it's not like the utmost arrogance. I think outwardly it may seem like that way.
But who for you is like, go on then, list them in terms of who do you think's best?
I think Envy's the most analytical of the three as far as like the way he looks at the game. He theory crafts a lot more. He'll try and like he maybe sometimes tries to do these like he gets called out for doing these weird questionable plays because he's got this idea in his mind. Sometimes it works and looks amazing. Other times it completely backfires. Whereas Arteezy and Samel are just the more kind of mechanically sound, stable players in a lot of ways. I think as maybe Arteezy probably the flashiest of the three, and has like Arteezy at his best. I think is maybe. I mean, I don't know. It's hard to compare like an Arteezy versus Samel. They kind of play different roles now in EG, but
at their absolute peak, at their best, you think?
I would say Arteezy.
You would say Arteezy.
Currently, I mean,
and what about Eternal Envy?
I mean, Sumel's still only been playing competitive Dota 2 for a year and a half or something now, so it's still kind of too soon to say for him. But
because these are huge players for this tournament. I mean, I've said like, you know, Eternal Envy, I would just be scared to have him on my team. But you're also like, yeah, but if a secret win, a lot of it's going to come down to Eternal Envy. So. How easy do you think it is for these players to be at their best?
Like Eternal Envy theory crafts a lot, but sometimes it's just on the wrong thing. Like he concentrates way too much on like the small things that don't actually win games instead of the big picture, and he gets caught up theory crafting. Just I don't want to say useless, but they're trivial enough that your time would be better spent elsewhere, and maybe this is why he hasn't reached the success of
All right. So you'll get to draft a player for your team, right? You're all now pro gamers, and you get to pick one of these players. Who is it that you first draft for your team?
I take Arteezy.
Take Arteezy?
Yeah.
Cap?
I'd take Arteezy as well.
Melanie?
Same.
Yeah, I would too.
I think it's.
Okay.
I mean, it's very close with
Yeah.
Sunel.
Yeah, very
Right,
close.
now you
I-
have now you have to pick a captain for your team. Like someone who drafts.
Out of
Okay.
those three?
No.
I was
Out of
about to say, out of
anyone,
all three.
anyone in this tournament.
Anyone in this tournament? Oh god, how do you?
Who is the best captain? Who do you want?
I would pick S4.
S4.
Oh.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
Are we playing on this patch, or which patch are we
I
playing?
mean,
on
I'm
here?
not talking.
Yeah.
Maybe he's a coach, right? Maybe he doesn't get to play. He's broke his fingers because he was playing so much Dota. That doesn't happen. Keep playing Dota, kids. You'll love it. But yeah, like just the mind. You would like because S4 obviously plays amazing as well.
Wait, so the only perspective now is drafting?
Yeah.
And nothing else? That's
Nothing
the only
else.
thing we're talking
Yeah.
about? Okay.
Who would you bring in to draft?
Because then you have different. Because I was
Yeah,
thinking
the
more in
main
terms of like
candidates
team
like-
synergy.
Yeah,
and, like,
because
You
S4
got
can do
PPD,
amazing
you've got
things
Puppy,
in game.
You've got S4, and then from the Chinese scene, you've got Zhao 8's not here. Otherwise, I'd maybe go with him.
Drafting, I'll say PPD.
Yeah, maybe PPD.
Yeah.
All stars and like arrogance and confidence, and you know how this kind of goes hand in hand with that guy, and he's so well spoken and everything else that he's an excellent person to have.
Melanie?
Yeah, PPD.
And then Cinderin.
I guess it's boring if we all pick the same, right?
You can.
I'll take
I mean,
Puppy
if
because
it's-
for me it's
Well,
like tied
even
between
before when
PPD
they
and
were
Puppy,
saying
so.
S4, I was thinking I would maybe say PPD over S4, even if they were a player as well. But so I was going to go with PPD. And I'm trying to think like who else to consider, but it's I think PPD as far as just pure drafting goes, maybe would be the probably the best choice.
I think the thing is that the reason that we're all siding on one person with these individual parts of what a captain is because these three different captains actually bring, I think, they're strongest in three different elements, I would say. Obviously, like, none of us
Earth,
can really
wind, and
know
fire.
because we're sort of like that, yeah. But I think, like, we pretty much all agree, like, PPD as the drafter, right? Because we feel like PPD is one of those, like, geniuses of drafting.
I think he's
he'll always be able to find the
absolutely
right-
amazing. And one of the biggest reasons that EG has come to where it is. Absolutely. And I think a lot of what the TI was for me was watching Puppy play versus PPD in that absolute mindset. You know, that was like so interesting to see who was getting the better of it. And I think those two are titans when it comes to actually being able to draft and lead the team.
And then they both had their star players, so it wasn't like you had
Yeah,
two great
yeah.
minds where one guy was kind of stacked with a couple star players, the other guy had like a good, consistent team who played well as a team. They both had their star players. They both kind of came in as like really strong team units, and one fell apart. The other stuck together in one TI. But
All right.
But
Well, yeah, go on. To finish your point,
I
sorry.
was just gonna say, like, PPD as a drafter, like S4 is the kind of captain that you like, that you want to be able to work with, that you know that you'll naturally have like that kind of friendship and teamwork and that sort of thing, just because he's a person that is so nice and doesn't have ego. But like then Puppy as a whole, I think is just like one of those strong leaders, and I think that's like the three individual elements that make up a captain, and I think each one of these captains excel in a certain area.
Q.
I think that's the thing about S4 is a really good point because that's like the whole idea. They put so much weight on their friendship, and yeah, granted EGM has been off the team, but the rest of the other four players have been playing together for like 3 years straight. Whereas you see a team like Secret or teams with Puppy in general are a little bit more. They go through more changes. And I think EG would have as well if they didn't have the success they do. It's the success that keeps that team together. And the moment they feel like something is going to halt their success, they make changes. AUI 2000 after TI5 got replaced. They were champions of a tournament. He got replaced because he didn't fit in.
Alliance didn't play with the same other one. They S4 also left the team for a while.
Yeah,
There was
I
a
don't
period
agree
where
with
both
that.
kind of minor corrections.
Okay, so that's true.
It wasn't just
I
EGM who left
think
the team.
it's true. It's not just EGM, but how do I explain it? So the players relative to others have been more bound. I can't remember, like there wasn't that the same thing with other players
I feel like
or
the
duos.
secret with
right?
S4 wasn't like a small side adventure. That was like a big stage of. If you look
Well-
at S4's career, there's winning TI with Alliance, then there's joining Secret,
but-
becoming the best team in the world with Secret, and now there's going back to Alliance, yet to be proven to be the best team. So I feel like the Secret stage for S4 is almost as important as the Alliance stage for
It's
S4.
more about, for me, it's more about like the time span, not what they accomplished, but how long it lasted.
That's
How
true.
long was the Secret with S4? Half a year?
A
little bit more, maybe?
More than half
half.
a year. It'd be
Okay.
closer to like
Yeah.
9-10 months.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I feel like my argument isn't as
Yeah,
strong
yeah.
as it was, so I would agree with that. But
Yeah.
it's still, if you compare it to other players, I guess like Loda Ake have been playing together for, apart from Zenith, they've played together for like 7 years or 8 years
Yeah.
straight. So they're like almost inseparable. And what's happening?
Oh no, I'm just kind of internally laughing because the game was paused for so long that production were like, hey, you can go to a break if you go to a break, and then we'll come straight back into the game. And but because I was really interested in what you guys were talking about and didn't want to go to a break, I kind of ignored them, so they were freaking out and kept talking to me. And then eventually until can you hear me now? And I'm like, I could hear you the whole time. We're not going to a break. I'm in charge of the show. But yeah,
All right,
apparently
let's
the
move
game,
on though.
Yeah,
That's
the-
mad with
Do
power.
we have to
Yeah,
break
mad
now,
with power.
James? Is that what you're saying?
yeah, and I'm also Sir Too Good, so it's 2 points to me, 0 points to production here. I'm getting one up, but they're doing a really good job back there, keeping us informed, and hopefully, yeah, I do believe we just got told that the game should be getting resumed. Thanks a lot for all the conversation. It was very fun. All I had to do to get that started was just publicly flame people that are going to write blogs about me, and then you guys started having an opinion. But we all know I'm done for after this event anyway. So yeah, hopefully, just sit back and chill, wait for the game. It's like with friends, Sindarin, hanging out on a couch, got a TV, just with thousands of people watching us.
Is that what friends do? Watch
Yeah,
this?
yeah, I was like, hey guys, come round to my house. Hey, look at this. Too Good versus Zalma. Oh, look how I was 24 when this was on. If you guys know I casted World of Warcraft, I've got a video of it. Yeah, that's what I do when I bring friends over. No one comes over anymore though. It's weird.
Yeah, it's coincidence.
I think it's something to do with the weather.
that where
Sweden,
Bruno
very snowy. Bruno was out of there. Much.
We're all skeptics.
Gonna stare at him again, or is that what's the play?
Yeah, let's just all stare at James until he just
I'll stare
goes
back at
down
you.
another rant.
No, I'm good.
Then production's gonna think we're on break.
Yeah,
No
we-
one's saying anything for like 30
I
seconds.
feel like
They're just looking at
the five of us would be willing to have a long enough awkward silence after this.
Me and Joe Miller used to do the thing because, we're hilarious. Where you come on live and then you start miming. And it freaks people out. And you're like, ah. God, that's a classic. That's a 2005 joke. We're going to bring that back. It's going to be great. It's not good, I know. Entertain ourselves. I mean, when you work at ESL, what are you going to do?
All right, that's the
Germans
next
loved
shot.
it.
Next talking point.
Yeah.
Sorry, anybody else you'd like to flame, James?
No.
I almost feel like this is more therapy, like we're four therapists sitting down. James, tell us about your problems. Tell us about who's causing you problems in your life.
Probably just me. I think I'm the biggest problem.
Then you've come to the right place.
This is
I
too
guess.
deep.
Yeah. And I think it all goes back to my father. I wish I had one. Can I call you Daddy, Cap?
That's later tonight.
How's Toby doing? I want to make this as weird as possible, just for the sake of. How's Toby doing? Is he all right? How's your significant other?
You think? Don't you know?
No.
Blitz left Purge. It was a huge scandal, and then we hooked up.
It's amazing.
That's the new duo.
How's LD, Gods?
He's good.
So now they've been faithful for a long time. You ever have
He
to
cracked
shake
a
things
smile.
up a little bit?
He cracked a smile. I think you won that.
I think Gods is done with this panel. All right, Ben.
I don't want to look at him.
Who's
Then he ask me.
Who's kind of your, Dota other half? Can't be Cinderin.
Please?
Can't
No.
you?
it's
All
not
right.
Jinren.
Huh?
It was worth a try.
You're too needy. So I pick Winter?
What? Oh, were you saying
Oh.
here?
Why would you pick Winter?
Because isn't it Jacob?
Yeah, I guess it would be Jacob.
Jacob.
That would
It's
be my-
Jacob.
yeah,
That's
Jacob.
true.
Jacob.
Yeah.
Cinderin?
How's Jacob doing? You can't just let him off. He has to answer.
You
doing well.
said. You
Yeah,
said it
but
was
yeah.
Malk, right?
Yeah. You're asking how's he doing. He, has
Huh?
to- he can't just pick
He doesn't
one.
actually
Yeah,
care.
I'm kind of
So-
upset that Malk isn't here, really, to be honest. I mean, we did actually ask him to come, Jacob, Malk, Reek, or whatever his name is now. But he said that when he saw the panel lineup, he thought it was a bit of a sausage fest, and he wouldn't fit in. I don't know what that means.
In contrast to all the previous panels
Yeah.
he's been on that have been just as much sausage fest. So.
But
Have you seen his
Jacob,
doppelganger? He has like there's this like actress.
These are some highlights from earlier on, but we can just talk.
Oh, I was like, oh,
we can
crap.
just talk over
I was like
this.
5 minutes in.
Yeah.
Who's your
Yeah,
Dota?
yeah.
Who's your Dota 2 significant other? Cinderin.
I have no idea.
I mean, isn't it Toby?
Yeah, it's
But like that's also Caps, kind of.
No,
I think.
I'm gonna shut that down right now.
Well, who is yours?
I just told you.
Who was it?
He said Blitz.
Blitz.
So his.
Oh yeah.
Mine has got to be Suns fan with that logic.
Yeah.
So if you can change to Blitz because of recent events, then Toby and I obviously go way back with casting, but Suns fan and I have been doing some good stuff.
Man, mine's I guess Bruno.
Yeah. How's he
But-
doing?
I think he's doing fine. But when we used to play Dota, we used to shout at each other a lot. Or he used to shout at me. There was like no trust in
Mommy and daddy
in
were
this
fighting.
Dota relationship. It was kind of like we were playing games, and he micromanages me. Like he tells me to stun, like when I'm on Nyx, when someone's running away, and the only thing I need to do is stun. He's like, "And stun him now, and do this now, and do this," and it's just like it got.
I could see you being the kind of person who just needs his freedom.
I do
in-
need a
in
lot
that
of
kind
freedom.
of relationship. Yeah.
Is that why you started picking Silencer?
I don't really. Yeah, because he couldn't tell me to do anything on the hero because it does nothing. He's like, press R, and I'm like, cool down, bitch. Which is like a double joke. Yeah, so these were games earlier today in Group B, and we'll be seeing Vici playing next. And we probably could go to a break while we wait, but I've seen there's rumors that the game might be ready.
There's just a lot of weird things about BC's play. Like they lined up for so many double stuns and people just getting away nonstop. It was just their teamwork and chemistry. They needed Bruno telling them exactly what to do.
Every team needs a Bruno.
Do you guys think Phoenix is suddenly as good as the teams are making it out to be based on
Sunray,
draft
dude.
priority?
Well,
Yes.
the teams who are picking him, as good as I wouldn't say that he was quite good. The teams who are picking him, they've currently finished like they've been losing all their games because it's been eHome, it's been CDC, not CDC less. eHome, the main team who've been picking him.
BG.
I think
BG.
across all of eHome's games, that was their consistently worst performance was on Phoenix. Like, I think they just didn't play the hero very well.
I
It's
will,
like
tell,
they
I will say right now
have very
that
good synergy with it.
Phoenix is definitely being picked up for a very big reason. There has been like a lot of time before this event actually started where teams were scrimming against each other and such, and I think that you're really seeing the impact of that. That there are some very clear strengths to this hero as a support position with the Sunray Max build that we're seeing right now. It's a lot of early team fight potential, and that's what this meta is all about, right? We're seeing like so much of the team who moves the fastest is oftentimes the team that wins. That Phoenix really fits in with that. Like his level 1 potential is off the chart when you just look at damage, just purely level 1 Sunray. It destroys.
Since you guys are like good at Dota and all that jazz, allegedly, I want to ask, like, because there's a lot of teams here in this one, and we've got 16, and you guys all play somewhat specific roles. I think Cap, you played a lot of off lane to get where you are. Gods, what did you play? Was it support?
Mostly, yeah, 4th position.
4th position. Millennia, you were mid.
What, playing what?
When you played Dota, you play a lot of mid.
I played solo whatever.
Solo
Solo
whatever.
mid or a safe
Solo
lane.
jungle with Iron Talon.
And Cinder, and you played support, right?
To get where I am MMR-wise, no, I played offlane.
Okay, but when you were like playing Dota professionally, you were a support captain.
Mid
for a while.
I played support most. I played mid in the start of Dota 2, and then I played mostly support.
Right. So there's a new rule at this tournament. Okay. Basically, if someone from a team becomes sick, right, from the 16 teams here, right, if someone becomes sick, they're allowed to be replaced by a panelist.
Okay.
And they can only be replaced by the panelists that we have here right now. All right.
That's unfortunate.
So it's quite unfortunate. But
We
you
lost.
but you but you get to choose who becomes sick. Then you have to choose somebody, right? Someone becomes sick, and you get to take their spot in this tournament.
So is it
Which-
someone we want to become sick, or who we think we replace well?
Who you think you will replace well and
Okay.
can go on and win the tournament for, and the team that you want to play with. So
pretty
you're
much a
kind of like
flame
wishing
anyone
on.
we pick.
You're wishing on someone
yeah,
to
yeah,
become
yeah,
ill.
flame.
No, it's
Isn't it
not
a flame?
It's not a flame. It's where you can fill in the best. Cap.
Um,
I'm going to go with you first, but you're on the
Okay.
spot. 16 teams. We can go to the groups and show Group A, B, Yeah,
So
that
I
would be
think
big.
I think I know.
You think you know?
Yeah.
You've got an answer for us while we wait for this match, which
Mhm.
is Vici versus
I'm
Team
gonna
Spirit.
wish sickness on probably one of the greatest offlane players
You wish sickness
of all time
on.
on Universe. I definitely am going back to EG.
You join EG, and you
Absolutely.
think? Do you think
That's what I
that
was
you
gonna
could
go.
replace Universe?
God no.
But the thing
Are
is,
you
now you're
kidding me?
fucking up the team. I mean,
oh well.
You're gonna be the scapegoat.
I got mine.
but you think you'll get the furthest with him?
Yeah, absolutely. They have to carry my ass.
But you know, like, dude, Universe is so, like, awesome every game.
I know. He's
like
an awesome guy. I feel like terrible.
Are you
for
sure
him.
you don't want to play like Team Archon or something, Cap? Like,
I mean,
come on.
I want to get in the money, guys. Come on.
Okay, all right. God, who do you wish sickness on, and who do you replace? That's. I mean, that's very greedy.
I was
Cap.
gonna go with EG as well. No,
No, you can go.
No,
I mean,
We're all casters and analysts. We
Yeah.
sit in front of the camera all the time. We want
I mean,
attention.
how much fun would it be
That
playing
means
like
we want to go far in the tournament.
Yeah, and playing on a team with like PPD as your captain, like that'd be sick. That'd be a good experience.
yeah.
I don't know.
So who do
see,
you,
I
who
was
do
just
you
thinking
wish
about
sickness
money.
on?
I wish sickness on Fear. He's already old. He plays Earth Spirit. I'm sure he has it coming. Like
It's just days away.
I mean, I can play Earth Spirit. All right, like it's fine. I
How
feel like
do
I can play from watching other
do you
people
think
play.
you
Probably. Yeah.
As
but-
Cinder, he on
What do you think? All right, Cinderin, such a really nice.
He plays the supports that I'm
Yeah.
not so good at.
I mean, what to do? I was gonna. So nice, Ake. You can never be mad.
You play like
Highlight I was. Ultimate, just for me to know that worked for me, and I'd fit in. I think it would help with a ton. Stare at the screen. I'm not paid for. Yeah.
Cinder had a lot of fun.
I mean,
It's
I chose
just
those
difficult to
teams
remember
not
everything
because
by
I had a
heart.
choice between, you know.
The moment I gave you an alternative.
Yeah, but that's because you're smart, Cinderin. Pub games. I think it's like impossible to lose.
There's a team list for
It's
you.
called
buddy.
getting carried.
Yes.
All right, let's see.
MVP Phoenix for me.
Yeah.
Because they've
You
got
would replace
one,
the entire team.
just the whole team. They've got. I don't know. I don't. Who would I be able to replace on there?
We can play offline.
I mean, you don't really have to farm on on MVP
He's got
because. I mean,
I think it's boring if we all choose MVP, but the thing is, it's like the only Eastern team that we think we would have good communication with. At least from my
They
perspective, I
don't
think.
speak much English.
and it's
Uh,
fun.
they-
And it's fun.
Some of their
don't-
players speak.
Kyo,
decent.
Kyo maybe the only one.
Bebby definitely does.
I think they.
Oh, you said yeah.
Febby speaks
Yeah.
good
Yeah,
English.
Kyo
I think they speak better English on average than the other teams by far. You can definitely communicate
I
something.
mean, Vici got
Pings are
Yeah, they chose
universal.
eyesight.
Pings and chat wheel
That's
are
true.
universal.
Yeah, Zeus ulti now. Just go with MVP.
But I think like MVP
Dude, playing
for me is
RTK,
just
playing with
so much
RTK
fun.
would be fun on LGD.
Yeah, that would be
Yelling-
fun, actually.
Yelling
That would
at
be
you
fun.
to I don't even know what he's yelling about half the
But
time.
but no, but
Just
the,
having him yell and you don't
the
understand.
thing about
anything.
ROTK as a captain is like I think like when I watched his TI finals, this is Zhao 8, you know, unfortunately this didn't work, and you know, it's like he was just like adapt ROTK, and I don't want to be. I think he wouldn't give me, wouldn't let me farm. He
Just replace ROTK. Play with the rest of LGD.
I'd be the nice general. I'd be like, I value all your lives. Follow me.
I love you all too much, so we surrender.
Yes.
Lives have been saved. I'm gonna go with Ehom.
They're loud. They are so loud.
I will replace Old 11 because I have all my teeth.
And good teeth as well. American
Mhm.
teeth. No hospital trip for you.
Unless my tonsils inflame even further than they already are.
Mm.
Like golf
That could be a
balls right
problem.
now.
Are they really?
Yes. I am in constant discomfort.
I don't know why that's funny, but
Talking really helps.
Okay, let's have Cap on the panel for an hour in pain. Gods, you have a pick?
I think I want to play MVP. I want to play with Kyo. I played with him because he used to live in Australia and play there before he moved to Korea. So I think it'd be hilarious to be on a team with him.
I'll go with Shiki. I can wear board shorts and play Lena. And get carried by aggressive. Sounds like a good life.
And Singe, you made your pick? What was it? I can't remember.
Did I?
I'm not sure.
I made a pick. I don't think I did I?
No. But
No.
you said it would
You
be
said you
boring if we
needed a
all pick
team list.
MVP, so you're kind of
Yeah.
leaning towards MVP Phoenix here.
I think I'll take something else. Then I'll probably go with Vici. The problem is I think FY and Fenrir are such a cool duo to watch, and it's difficult to replace one
No,
of them.
but
as
you would be
support,
the
but
you'd buy Gem.
I think I would, if I play for Vici, I would definitely play the Fenrir role. That's for sure in that team.
But with a Gem.
But with a gem. Yeah, that's
So
my pick.
also
I think playing with Ice would actually just be really fun. I think he's a great kind of character to have in your team.
I
They
think
just seem to
you
have fun.
fit in that team. I think that's a possible transfer.
Yeah, he did great at the losing
I'll
part.
tell you what.
Hey!
Well, you're used to it, aren't you? In terms of some of your tournament. You've been to TI. You played.
Yeah.
Lower bracket.
Yeah.
How'd you do?
Not so well, but I was there, Ben.
That's experience.
Retired before.
Yeah. Retired while it was
You could help
before
him
it got
out.
cool.
You've got the experience.
Do you regret?
Okay, so I'll tell you what. We're going to take a break so we can all go off and talk to these teams about the possibility of transfer. Those of us that don't come back, we've got contracts and we're very happy. But thank you for bearing with us here at the Shanghai Major presented by Perfect World. And of course, what is most important for us is really that the players get to play at the right conditions, because it is such a huge tournament. So if it's swapping out PCs, whatever's going to happen, of course, we will have those delays. We're never going to put the players at risk of not playing their perfect game, because that's what they really need to do to get out of these groups in the top seed. So we'll take a break, and then we'll come back, and hopefully we'll be going into the lower bracket game shortly between Vici Gaming and Team Spirit. See you in a moment. Peace.
Chaos. We have Dota to anchor us and keep us sane. I'm LD. I'm joined here by Witzer. We've got Team Spirit taking on Vici Gaming. A quick refresher. This is a best of 3 lower bracket match here in Group B. The loser will be dropped down and begin the larger main event bracket in the BO1s. They'll have to win 2 just to get into the BO3s. The winner will have 1 more shot at redemption in order to let's try to get our bearings here on this game. It has been probably an hour-and-a-half pause at this point. So looking at the drafts, looking at the way the teams are matching up, what are your thoughts? And actually, don't think, Winter, because we've got action here in the river. Off the bat, they're going to make the move here into FY. 2 Hero Chains comes out. Team Spirit looking for the early first blood, and they're going to get it on that squishy Crystal Maiden, now turning, perhaps fishing for more. Super going to be driven back by Godblack, so they will allow a potential aggressive maneuver here into the enemy jungle. In the end, Godblack is going to back off to his own big hip. Okay, Witzer, you're allowed to talk now.
Wow, they did not expect the aggressive tri-lane from Team Spirit here. Or should I say aggressive dual lane from the Wish CK, leaving the Prophet to have a 1 versus 1 matchup against Tidehunter. They were not ready for that room fight there at bottom lane. And at top lane, however, Prophet also managed to grab the bounty rune at top. So Team Spirit, first blood, double bounty runes?
Yeah, off to a great start.
No, they didn't get the bottom bounty.
They got
rune.
1 bounty,
yeah.
But still a great start, obviously. And there's the Chen factor to worry about. Godblack does start with a smoke here, and he's bringing in a Centaur to the bottom lane. It's getting aggressive. Ramsey's still only level 1, but this Crystal Maiden, very squishy, so FY is going to have to be safe as they move forward just a little bit. The Morphling, not the easiest target.
Yeah, they are going to put a lot of pressure on this lane, and Morphling's not going to be able to farm as usual. And looking at the 2 other solo lanes as well, I think the other 2 matchups are also very favorable for Team Spirit. The Prophet versus Tide, and they have the Wind Ranger versus Ember. So the laning setup looks really good for Team Spirit right now.
Yeah, Ice definitely struggling here in the top lane. As you can see, he's been harassed very heavily. So overall, the CS looking pretty good early on for Team Spirit. We'll have the 2-minute rune spawning relatively soon. Godblack's still parked out here in the bottom lane. They've got their level 2 in the Chaos Knight, and that might be the go time call. You can see FY tried to do a spot of dewarding here, but he is in danger as there is a Dire Observer Ward that scouted him out. Godblack going to move in, and if nothing else, we'll force the Crystal Maiden back. So the aggression continues here from Team Spirit, but it is delaying the Chen zone level progression a bit, and they're not converting this into any actual kills. The Morphling still farming well, already 8 and 2, so FY be pretty happy about that. They frostbite the Centaur Conqueror, and they're really going to slow Godblack down, so he is, in the end, going to take over another creep.
Yeah, it seems like the Morphling, like you mentioned, is still having a good time. He's on par with the CK, has 1 more CS, in fact, and he's going to pull ahead more as the creeps go towards his towers. And the other 2 lanes, the Tide is still doing quite well, but Prophet would start to get ahead when he completes his phase boost. Then the lane would start to become really hard for the Tide. Right now, so far, the Chen is choosing to sacrifice his own farm, and they get a pull onto Burning here, gets the waveform out. But the Chen is going to sacrifice his own level progression just so that they want to be able to pressure the Morphling. But
so how are you expecting them to pressure? Because they're not getting kills right now. He's farming equally with the Chaos Knight. Is it pushing the tower? Should they be trying to focus more on killing the supports? What kind of pressure should we be seeing here from
I'm
Spirit?
not sure whether this is worth it though. Like, if you talk about the pressure, then I'm expecting if you don't get any kills, I don't think it's worth it. Like, if they are going to commit the Chen at the bottom lane with the CK and the Wisp, I expect them to at least get kills. If they're not getting kills, I don't think it's worth it, because CM is still killing the Chen creeps with a Frostbite.
And if you're just trading farm, a Crystal Maiden and a Chen's going to bring a lot more to the table come the mid-game. So, yeah, it does seem a little odd. But Godblack, recognizing that, is going to back his way off to the jungle now. Closing in on the level 3, he does get a Wildkin.
There's another timing they can wait. They can wait for Afterlife to have level 6, and they fight at bottom, so he can actually assist with his ultimate. That would be the other timing that they can wait for.
Well, whether he goes back to the jungle or sticks around, it is coming. And the Chen is going to return immediately. He'll summon the Tornado. One lane we have not looked at really, or talked much about, I should say at all, is that middle lane, where Iceberg is just dominating. 18 and 6. Super doing pretty well considering the matchup at 12 and 2, but he is forced to grab another salve here to keep himself sustained in the lane, and is going to look for rune. Had a haste earlier, now he'll bottle a bounty. Yeah. They actually get the double rune spawn, and on that note, they are going to look for a kill mid. There's some potential here. Io does have a TP, so we might see Always Want to Fly rotate in and turn this one around. They're already pressing forward. Iceberg does get caught. Immediate TP coming through. The chains are there as well. He's going to go for the TP out. The Io's there with the save attempt, and is going to be enough in the end. He TP's all the way home. to leave the IO in the mid lane and always want to fly. Maybe the one who pays for this. It's time for Afterlife to turn things around. Teleport in from the Nature's Prophet. He's going to isolate him with the Sprout. Gets the kill. Looking for a bit more. Super's in danger. Has no boots. He gets the 2-hero chain, but the Spirit almost finishes him off down to 45 HP. Is barely going to slide away. Even Birdie wants a piece of this action, but the Fairy Fire saves Afterlife. He can't finish the job, so they force out the team Knight to farm bottom during the midst of this.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, ICE is not really that great, you know, for them. So VG, despite giving up a support kill, still getting a lot out of the map. And Afterlife right now, once again, TP's back to top lane, but I think Tide right now has assumed full control of the lane because Prophet, it always happens to Prophet when you TP away to help the other lanes. You can't really control your own lane anymore.
That's
so
where you often see someone else take over the lane, but obviously nobody was in position to be able to do that.
Now they have the Nature's Wrath, so let's see whether they can actually make anything happen with it. So far I would say that all the time the Chen has spent at bottom lane hasn't really accomplished much for Team Spirit.
They're still leading here significantly when it comes to gold, but I think to your point, it feels like they could have done a lot more. Bottom lane, on Defender, they will go. They manage to isolate him, try to control him. The Nature's Prophet bounces through. They get the Venge kill, but it cost them an IO. Now hunting for Burning. He's trying to strength more here, but I'm not sure it's fast enough. Ramses has another stun, slams him in the face, and that will be a second kill. 4-1 the score, but again, Ice up top. He's been left alone, and the Lonely Mountain is going to take a tower here as well. Gets the last hit. 1,600 gold Winter, so that potentially, it looks like probably a fast Blink Dagger could be coming out.
The timing, the Prophet is coming online, but at the same time, he's doing this at a price. Like, he's getting kills for his team, but Tide, on the other hand, is getting a lot as well. Like, he gets a tower. Not sure what he actually wants to go for.
Super's making a move in bottom, and as he does that, they also dive the tower, trying to isolate FY. They get the Crystal Maiden kill, but reinforcements are arriving. Teleports are coming. They have the Ravage ready. Spirit grouping up for 3 heroes on top of that Ravage. They'll be punished. Always want to fly. Going down here in a matter of seconds. Afterlife to be next. Unless he can match the TP out. Nope, not going to happen. So Vici Gaming, quick counterplay there. Get the 2 global heroes, and they shut down the aggression. Really overstayed their welcome there.
Yeah, there was like the Tide coming into the play with his Ravage, and he seems like he's going for Aether Lens as his first choice after the Tranquil Boots. Because he needs like a mana item.
Yeah, he saved a lot of gold, and you know, normally we have seen sometimes go for the fast smack, but you always get the arcane boots if you're going to do that.
Yeah,
so.
I mean, he just wants to have the sustain when he was laning against Prophet earlier because he was taking a lot of damage from right
lane. They find Iceberg. Super moves in, has the chains ready, hanging on to them for now. Doesn't want to see any TP shenanigans, and Iceberg kept alive, but I always want to fly. This kill is not turning out to be as easy as expected. Good control there on the tether, but it's simply not enough. The turn comes. Afterlife teleporting over the top. Gets aggressive here. Super out of mana. Has no remnants. Could be in danger. That Sprout's cooling down. 3 seconds to go. They can do it with auto attacks. The Chun stuns coming in. An army of Mud Golems. Now the Hadoukens. Again, the boulder stuns from these pesky Mud Golems. Running Ice down. On the back of this is going to get the Hand of God off, which prevents
the depth of the Wind Ranger long enough so that the Prophet can have enough time to actually come in and get 2 kills there for his team.
And for the Chen to rotate in as well. Everything just hit the timings there for Team Spirit and works out beautifully.
VG without the Ravage that was actually not able to fight. So Ice is actually going back for Grease on top of the Tranquil Boots. I mean, I guess it's still all fine. He's just basically going to go.
The way he itemized it first, it seemed like maybe he wanted to rush Blink, but then you're just a Blink Ravage and you cast 1 Anchor Smash and you're basically done. So he goes back for the Arcane Boots, but going now into what appears to be a mech, they're expecting the Spirit push to come, obviously, and in order to fight into that, they don't really need initiation. They already have Ember to start fights. They have Morphling, even the Venge who can, so it's more about sustaining through the fights, it seems, and we'll see if the mech comes out in time to turn the tides.
Because their own
Smoke
mech,
from Vici.
It's going to help them fight. So they're going to smoke right now. Ravage is online, so they want to be able to gain some sort of advantage, place a deep ward in the enemy territory.
They just saw the Wind Ranger just for a second there. The smoke's going to break. They get eyes on Iceberg, but the Chen's behind him. Can send him back if need be, and Super a bit slow on the Remnant cast there and just not in range anyway. Won't be able to find him, and this frees up the top lane. So perhaps they look for the push, but Vici still with 2 hero smoke are going to move there, but they see the Crystal Maiden skating through the river, courtesy of an Observer Ward up on the hill. And they know something's up. They're relocating. FY turns the other way. No, leave me alone. Not so fast, Crystal Maiden. Down she goes. An easy pick there on the first relocate.
Looking really, really good for Team Spirit. All of a sudden, they get pigs, they get towers. Like the movement of the team with the Prophet and the relocate has starting to take a toll on Vici, because Vici want to fight as 5 heroes.
Fishing with the Shackle bottom. Iceberg does have a double damager, and even through the Strength Morph might have been enough for a kill, but it's just not in range because they've deforested this entire bottom lane. Poor trees. Even they're struggling. So they will hang on to the Morph lane. They defend the tower. It does prompt a TP reaction out from Ice Ice Ice, and meanwhile, looking at Spirit's item progression, we see the Chen now building towards his own mechanism. Nature's Prophet going to be grabbing the drum, so when this patch first dropped, Winter, Team Spirit, most of their games were very... We've seen the panel talk a lot about fast-paced Dota. They were one of the fastest teams, picking Lycan a lot, picking Prophet a lot, going for heavy push stretch, trying to end games around, you know, even like TI4 era paces, sub 20 minutes at times. And not sure they're quite that committed to that strategy, but they definitely want to go for these objectives early on.
They have that sort of power, but at the same time, if the game goes late, they have Wind Ranger and they have CK, so they have a backup plan. It's not like a all.
They have the insurance.
Yeah, they have the insurance policy.
And Vici, unless they get a lot of farm here on the Ember, don't really have the best solutions for a CK.
Just look at their network. They are really falling behind right now. Ember is like the least farm among the 3 cores, the Tide, the Ember, and the Morphling. And if you compare it to Team Spirits, cores, the Prophet, and the CK are just leading by so much because of the tower goal, the kills they've been getting from the relocate and the Wrath, the Nature's Wrath. So Vici has to be able to fight around their Ravage. I think that would be their best bet. They fight around the Ravage, get a mech on the Tide, and try to avoid fights as much as they can when they don't have the big spells.
Even though they have the Morphling and Ember, and on paper it looks like more, feels like they do have to team fight.
It's going to be difficult for them to farm because when it comes to mid game and CK probably has just one item like an Armlet, and they have the relocate, it's always going to be very dangerous for you to farm around the map because they have so much threat to be able to kill you with relocate and the Prophet TPing in.
And they can't kill a CK with Armlet without the whole team, and certainly not without that Ravage. Not at this stage.
This CK is going to be really, really hard to deal with, and at some point Team Spirit going to be able to force the enemy team to split up enough that they can also get Roshan because they're on the dire side.
Vici starting to clear out the Ancient stack for Ice Ice Ice. One of the later Ancient stack clears you'll see, but they've been very busy for Ice 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 to try and control
this is
things.
His mech.
So it will be his mech. There is a drums now complete on Super. Not the biggest items, but these are items that allow them to take fights. And looking at the way Spirit's also gearing up, it seems they'll come just in the nick of time. Goblak's mech not quite yet complete.
Yep.
Iceberg still working on his Aghanim Scepter on the Wind Ranger, and up top you can see Ramses hiding in the trees. Still does not quite have the armlet.
They do not have any vision, so they are not sure where the enemy team is. They are thinking that, oh, Vici has Ravage. They want to smoke, they want to pick us off. So they are playing extremely safe, but...
I mean, honestly, this is the read not on point this time around.
I mean,
but
they're just
it's a good read based on how Vici
They're just playing safe, so no vision. You can't... Team Spirit had the impression that this guy doesn't look like he's alone. They have the mech completed a little bit faster than Goblak.
Pace of the game is overall slowing down now. Not really seeing that helter-skelter aggression for hero kills.
Yeah, and right now, because Team Spirit realized that Ravage is up, mech is up, we do not want to take a fight right now, so we get as much trade as we can. Any trade is fine for us until we get our mech and we feel that we can actually take a fight.
They do have a glyph available, wondering if they're even considering a defense, and in fact 3 heroes sprinting towards the middle lane now. Spirit are hot to trot, perhaps going to try and defend this tower. Ice 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 still the big bully in front. And there's the armlet timing. Now complete. The mech only 140, 130 gold short. Coming momentarily. And with those 2 items, you would expect Spirit to ramp up the aggression. Burning has gone for a Dominator in the meanwhile, so he's going more economy, Winter, and doing a pretty good job of keeping up, considering the amount of pressure his lane was under early. Seems Vici may try to basically play that more 4 protect 1 with the Ember split pushy a little bit, but also ready to join the fights. The Morphling primarily trying to pull ahead in terms of net worth.
Yeah, this build is just more focused on jungle farming. You can leave the lane for your supports or whoever else that needs to catch up, because right now it's not only the Morphling that needs the space, the Ember needs the space as well. He can't be taking everything, so he needs to be more focused on jungling, so he's giving the lane to the Ember.
The one thing though, that they don't really have the best catch right now. Until Wind Ranger gets like a Blink Dagger or a Shadow Blade, or an Orchid on the Prophet, which it seems he's not going to go for, at least not quickly. It's tough to catch a Morphling or an Ember.
I mean, the Prophet can definitely go for the Orchid this game. I think it's pretty good against the Ember and the Morphling, both those heroes. And you ideally want to force them to go defensive items, so it slows down their progression on getting aggressive items. So it could be a good item selection for Afterlife this game. But we see
Flash is coming mid.
Team
Ramses poking his head out there, waiting for the Wind Ranger to get in position. Iceberg is going to bait them out, drags them away to the top side, while meanwhile, they're going to move in on the Morphling. Burning able to waveform back, will survive. Wind Ranger finding that shackle on Super, isolate him, connects on the power shot. Remnant back right as they pull in Ice Ice. They want to force out the Ravage. They will. Chan has the Hand of God ready, pops it now, completely negates the Ravage damage. They move on to Super, dragging him back in. Does he have another Remnant? He gets swapped out to safety. He Remnants a little bit farther away. Will end up surviving. They keep him alive, but it's going to cost them supports. Crystal Maiden down as well as the Venge. Morphling barely able to escape, so in the end, they hang on, and they do get the last hit on the tower. It goes the way of burning.
Oh, can they get Roshan
But
as
with,
well?
yeah, with Ravage down, how do you fight into that pit?
So Afterlife is indeed going for the Orchid build, which is really, really good. So Roshan would be claimed by Team Spirit as well. I guess you put it on the CK. Yes, it's your strongest hero now. So it will give him much more opportunities to be really aggressive and just run in and tank for his team.
And Afterlife is going Orchid now, as we see one Oblivion Staff complete. Quarterstaff and Robe already grabbed as well. They're trying to throw Ice 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 into the pit. They don't have the Ravage, but they're looking to take the fight anyway. Always want to fly low. The Remnant damage, it is enough. Kills them off. So they lose the Wisp at the start of the fight. The Aegis hits the deck. Immediate buyback from Always Want to Fly. He's going to rejoin it. Wind Ranger grabbing the Aegis. Godlike trapped within. He's low. He's going to drop. Vici Gaming taking the big 5v5 fight without the Aegis, without their Ravage, and coming out on top. They pop the Aegis. Always Want to Fly. This might be a dieback. He's going to get blasted by Birdie. Ramsey's up on the clip. He's trying to TP out. The CK at least will escape, but Always Want to Fly. Needs that tether, needs it now. Not gonna happen. Drops as well. A massacre in the pit. They get rid of the Aegis. They kill the IO twice. They kill the Chen as well. That's 4 kills. And overall, it looks like a big win there for Vici Gaming.
Really did not expect them to be able to take that fight without the Ravage, but they were able to do so because a lot of the big spells were on cooldown. The Phantasm,
Hand of God was on cooldown.
Yeah, Hand of God, so they were able to have enough damage to actually still win the fight, because Team Spirit didn't have most of their damage source, which is the Phantasm. And CK was also not at full HP because he was tanking the Roshan there. So good read by Vici, understanding they could actually take a successful team fight. And here comes Afterlife. He has his Orchid completed already.
Ice Ice Ice, he could have gotten the Greaves now, but he's going to go back for the Blink. So potentially they can silence him, ignore him, try to kill some other heroes. And of course, now they've got some lockdown to deal with Super.
I mean, if you think about it, he's gonna be able to get his Ravage off regardless.
It's more about, does he get it off at the right time?
Yeah, you need to be able to get it off at a good position and at a good timing. So obviously the Blink Dagger helps more. I mean, it's still really good to complete the Greaves at some point in this game against the Orchid. So, but I would say the Blink is definitely much more important right now for his team.
Yeah, he'll have both soon enough. Ice Ice Ice, right up there with the Burning as a leader in net worth for the team. So looking at the way the game's progressed, Winter, not the most satisfying Roshan fight for Spirit. They hold an advantage here, but considering how the game looked, it's not that overwhelming.
That was actually
what is the next step for them to try and really seize control?
That was really bad. They were actually quite far behind before, but the Roshan fight put them back in control. So for Vici and right now Team Spirit, I think that they need to focus on trying to get pickoffs, split the map, try to use their relocate and Prophet's mobility to get pickoffs, and try to just go for the next stage where they get their BKB so that they can actually combat the Ravage, especially on the CK. I think he's the most important hero that needs to get the BKB, and obviously the Wind Ranger at some point. It's not only the Ravage, if you think about it, like look at the Venge, the Ember, and the CM. Like all those heroes actually.
The E-Blade actually
yeah,
as well.
All
for the first time in forever, we're not going to see a Lincoln Sphere build, but hold that thought. Ramses is moving in. The Blink Ravage forward from Ice Ice Ice, trying to isolate the Wisp, bring it down off the bed. They have managed to control Ramses for now, even through the Phantasm, yet to get a kill. IO down. Oh, well, decapitating the Crystal Maiden, turning back for a bit more. Perhaps not ravaging him is going to end up costing them Burning. Held in position by a stun. The Chen's here. He's arrived. The Ghetto IO works its magic. Suddenly cleaves down the Tidehunter. Off with his head as well, and that Mace of Doom just keeps on rolling. Gonna pull back one more. The Venge drops. It's a triple for Ramses, and it feels like he was a one-man army there. The Ember running away. They decided if they kill the backlines, the CK could be dealt with, and boy, Winter, were they wrong about that.
That was the reason why they lost the fight at the Roshan Peak, because they didn't have Phantasm. That was such a huge difference when they had Phantasm on, and not to mention...
And the Ravage didn't hit any of the Phantasm illusions.
The Ravage only was used behind on the Wisp alone?
It was the Wisp and either the Prophet or the Wind Ranger, but it was 2 of the backliners.
Yep.
They kill the K kills the enemy backliners.
You know the CK feels like Death Prophet when he has his ultimate out. It's so difficult to combat him. He's always so based around his ultimate. When he has his ultimate, he's just extremely strong. Even though Team Spirit lost the previous team fight, but they were still able to actually take this team fight successfully.
You know, it's funny you mentioned Death Prop because the ult's really long. It's 140 seconds. You don't get Octarine on CK, and at least not at this stage of the game. So
maybe someone will try it and make it work.
I mean, I love Refresher CK later
because
on.
if you think about the hero,
the ult is essential.
The ult is just basically what he needs.
The ult is the hero.
Yeah, the ult. Yep. To a certain point, yes, the ult is actually.
You get a Manta. It's kind of a ghetto ultimate, but they don't. Those illusions do not hit as hard as the Phantasm. So, all right, here we go now. BKB's up. Iceberg has completed an Aghanim Scepter.
Not to mention something important. They got some. Oh wait a minute.
They're moving in. They try to make a dive here. Tidehunter able to jump away just in time.
Yeah, he got lucky in the last fight. He spawned an extra illusion from his Phantasm.
Ah, that's a good point.
Yeah. It's something that we always forget because it's
Spirit could find the pick up the two-hero shackle. VG Gaming getting overrun now. Ember dies in a cloud of blood, and next on the list will be Burning, blasted away by the Prophet ult. It's a slaughter in the VG Gaming side of the map. Every last hero on Spirit survives, and they rush on to the tier 2. These fights have been catastrophically bad for VG Gaming.
Man, at this stage, they do not have enough AoE to deal with the CK illusions, and that fight was not even with the CK ultimate. It was just basically them getting overrun by that 2-man shackle from Iceberg there, setting up.
He's been quiet this game, but he came through when they needed him.
He had quite a good laning phase against the Ember, but that was his first big play for his team. Before that, it was just the Prophet and Chen, and obviously the relocate from the Wisp played by Always 105 making plays for his team. But right now, Team Spirit looks set to get this first set of melee.
Hey, what do you know? He got the extra illusion again.
Wow, okay.
All right, well, that's great for demolishing the enemy base. So suddenly a Rax Pourer, VG Gaming, will be on the back foot here in game number 1. It is a best of 3, but the way this one appears to be headed, we could see VG Gaming having to fight their way.
Tempo is just way too slow. And Team Spirit, having the Prophet and Chen, their tempo is really, really quick. They always want to fight.
And there was room to improve maybe the early laning movements.
Really quick, and VG's weakness is we have to fight around Ravage. When we don't have Ravage, we cannot fight. And whereas for Team Spirit, yes, CK ultimate is really important for them, but he has the Rift. He's still contributing to his team.
Another B connects and pop! Goes the Venge.
This is the threat of the Prophet and Relocate. It's just so difficult for supports to play with when you're behind, because you have to go ward, and
you don't have your own wards a lot of the time. You don't have vision on them.
You're not sure if it's safe, but then you have to do it because you don't have vision.
There's no tower for your team to TP to either, so even if your team knows the gank's coming, it's harder to get in position. And well, it is only a Venge, but it's yet another kill, and Spirit momentum continues to pile up.
They have to rely right now on Burning, to get pickoffs, so that they can actually buy enough time for their team to farm up. Because right now,
but who are you killing? Chen's too tanky, 1400 health with Mech and Hand of God. Wind Ranger as an Egg.
Wisp has Glimmer Cape, so
Wisp is too tanky. CK obviously you're not killing.
No,
He's got a Reaper.
I think you can only try to kill the Wisp. Like you need to waveform in, give him a couple of right clicks before you drop your nuke on him. And you need dust for that as well because of the Glimmer Cape.
So basically, we've determined he needs to kill heroes, and there's basically no good targets.
He has to try.
It falls to the Morphling. Tidehunter's just not that type of hero. You can't waste the ult for a pick-off at this stage, and thus VG Gaming find themselves in quite the quandary. As we hit the 25-minute
They are in a very, very, very precarious position right now. Like, one more mistake means the game is just over for them right now. They have to be able to win the next team fight, but
top lane? FY also TPing out.
For Team Spirit right now, it's just about getting all the remaining towers, the outer towers, and wait for the next Roshan and go for the high ground. I think with that timing, it's the best timing for them. It's the safest way of doing.
Last night performance. I think not too surprised to see it.
They are playing really, really impressive with this lineup. It's like more like the pace, I'm really impressed by the pace. Even when they feel like, oh, they have Ravage, you can't fight them, but they're still doing something. They're getting your head super. Battle Fury ain't gonna save you now. Oh my god, this is falling apart, Gorman, for VG Gaming. And right now
it's as the worst team in the tournament. This will be their second lane. And that range Drax mid looks awful tasty. They'll leave some illusions behind. Hack away at the range. They'll get that too. And can't be killed by the shotgun unless who's had a pretty decent game overall in terms of farm. You're in trouble. I'm not feeling it.
You're not feeling
You
it.
have to be played for Vici to.
They have to wait for Ember to farm another item, and they have to rely on the morphing to get pickoffs, which
CK has a heart. CK has 15 armor, 3,600 health.
and a whisk
Just
behind him.
God save you if he gets an
good luck,
illusion rune.
good luck killing the CK.
God save Vici Gaming should he find an illusion rune. Bottom lane, Shackle. Nice connection here by Iceberg. The setups continue, and the
And
kills
this
just keep
game,
on piling
this
in.
game is just out of control. There's nothing Vici Gaming can do right now. They might have to use the buyback. Team Spirit is going to try and force it. 35 seconds before Phantasm comes online. Tidehunter still has Ravage, so they're going to be able to force Morphing to buy back here.
Hasted CK rushing in. He's looking for openings. Ramses knows only one way right now, and that is forward. Beating away at the tower. He's tanky, has the BKB. Might need a little bit of assistance here from Goblik. They're going to try and maybe send it back. No, BKB. They turn and they look to fight. Does Burning desperately try to burst down Goblik. Can't quite do it. And now Iceberg turns. They swap him back out. Get that Morphlead out to safety. Try to keep him alive as he has already committed the buyback. Can't afford to lose him twice. Then Rear gets clobbered. That's a 900 damage crit from Ramses. And FY stands in the middle of it all. Pomps the ultimate. It's doing decent damage. They've held on to the Ravage. Vici Gaming are turning it. Goblik being forced back. Ramses in danger. Always want to fly here to try and keep him alive. He armlet toggles desperately at that, but his IO is about to drop. No! Oh, he gets out. The relocate save. And now the question is, does anybody come back with this little old IO? Do these old friends stick together, or do they sacrifice the ball? They're bringing them both back, and they're moving in. They feel like Vici Gaming have blown their load, and they can turn this one. They pull in one. They start to get to work here. Iceberg rejoins the fight, and it seems Spirit on round 2 might just be able to turn this on its head. Burning, already buying back once, can't afford to die again, and he's slowly working out. Always want to fight, kills off the IO. Ember buys back as well. Madness in the bottom lane. Somebody win the fight already. Ramses gets stunned, locked out and controlled. Finally, he'll drop. That's a beyond godlike streak, and they didn't even crack the tier 3. The tier 4s are under siege, though, and that ends up being a massive win for Vici Gaming. Granted, they had to buy back, but they hang on and they avoid the mega creeps.
It was still pretty good for Team Spirit because they were able to force the buyback. But they were just too confident there. They could have just left the Wiz to die, but they decided that, okay, we're going to try to fight with our CK.
I like that. That's a great love story.
And you know, and when Iceberg was like, he was already out of that, and he saw his team. Okay, guys, we're doing this. I'm going back in. Oh, well.
You got to stand by your lover.
Yep.
And they did.
I mean, I don't even blame them because of the position they're in. They're just so far ahead. And Afterlife here doing some cliff jungling, you know, why not? Just why not?
Yeah, they've also got a Mjolnir now they can throw on the main CK in the next fight. So, as you pointed out, I mean, technically a gold win for Vici Gaming, but it's a relatively slight one, and immediately Spirit just go back to pushing out the lands. They've still got the map control advantage here.
That fight was
and they can slow the game down if they need to.
That fight was just like Isocy's being really patient with his Ravage, waited the BKB from Ramses out, and obviously the CM ultimate as well, combined with the Ravage, just dealt too much damage to the whole team of Team Spirit. So they have to be really careful not to fall into that trap again if you're Team Spirit.
It seemed they were a little indecisive. They let Ramses lose about half his health.
They were just
then he walked back.
They were just a bit too relaxed because they were in such a
I mean, who wouldn't be? Let's be honest. When your CK is just running around decapitating everybody on the enemy team, and he's not even the most farmed hero.
But after that, you know, after that fight, it's like a wake-up call for Team Spirit. They can actually still win a fight, so we have to be very careful and patient with how we use our BKBs. We must make sure that every time we pop our BKBs, we have to kill the heroes. We can't just run around and just be really
and if you're gonna fight, then might as well BKB and go in right away, not lose half the CK's health, sort of back away, and then try to turn and take the fight.
Yeah, as long as
we'll see if they're more decisive.
Team Spirit do it properly, and he gets another.
Oh, 5 CKs. They're tanky too. Ice trying to deal with them there with the anchor switch forever. He gets silenced up, controlled, and there's a 2-hero Shackle. Fenrir down. Ramses turning, gets nuked down by the Morphlead a little bit, but they can't finish him off. Now he's forced to wave back. The Shackle's gonna follow him. Ice. While he's able to crack it enough. Taken out. Spirit. Dominant. A slow laning stage, and then things dropped off a cliff.
Spirit with a strong spirited performance that, man, the whole team shines so well. Like, always want to fight with the early game saves with his team to come in to get all the return kills. And not to mention, like, the tempo of the game was so quick because the whole team played as a unit to actually control the Ember before the Ember drops another slide that would I think that would actually kill all the illusions of the CK. So that was a really crucial shackle from Iceberg there.
And even though they may run a CK IO in the mid lane, they could run them in the safe lane. They don't have to throw them in the off lane.
Yeah, that can be played on a one position on different teams.
And even Tidehunter. Tidehunter is a hero that wants to get the ult, wants to get a blink dagger. Takes a little while before he
not
can
really
really
that
fight.
quick. He's fine if you have one hero, like one of the two, Amber and Morphling, plus another hero that makes some space for the team or able to fight. So that's the problem I see in this game for Vici. Their lineup basically is very hard for them.
All right, well, with that, Team Spirit jump out to a 1-0 advantage, and we'll see how the analysts can break it down. Back to you guys.
Welcome back to the Shanghai Major. We are still in Group B, Day 2, and we just witnessed a match in the lower bracket. Team Spirit able to take the first game against Vici Gaming here, and I believe that was not exactly what our analysts were expecting of this.
Us two did.
Coach 1 was right?
Yes.
Coach 1.
And my predictions were so long ago. I'm still just, I don't know. I feel like it's gone such a long journey. I forget why I went on the journey.
Yeah.
Having watched the game, Spirit just everything kind of went right for them.
And what went wrong for Vici Gaming, I would imagine?
Everything. I mean, honestly, a lot of their decisions were really questionable. I think the game that they were just like forcing a lot of fights that were really unnecessary. I think that, you know, it's pretty clear that they have this late game power and that they got both Ember Spirit as well as Morphling, and that there were certain engagements that they choose to fight into Team Spirit, who we know are at their strongest at the 20-minute marker with that kind of lineup. It was just like a bad idea to start. No matter how well you executed that kind of fight, it was going to go bad for you. And you saw certain fights where Vici Gaming executed really well, and it didn't really matter because they were fighting into a lineup that was much stronger than theirs.
I disagree with like they were forced to take fights that they didn't want to, because you're getting aggro by a Chen, a Wisp, and a CK. Like you have to fight that. You cannot just let them free farm, destroy your morph, take your tower, let MP do MP things, and that's kind of just what their draft was based around. Like if they, I just don't think they had the right lineup to fight early. Why would you second pick a Morphling? Okay.
I mean, there are certain engagements, like there was an engagement like right in front of the dire side tier 1 that it is very fast paced, and I don't think you can afford too many of these later game cores. You really have to get something that's faster tempo, particularly if you're going to pick up something like a Morphling. You have to run something that's going to be ultra aggressive on your cores and establishes a baseline at 15 minutes.
And the interesting thing is the way these games are going right now with the fast pace is actually somewhat similar to some of the games that we saw at TI4, where the Chinese teams were really, really good. And one of them was Vici Gaming.
Yep.
And a lot of the players, they should definitely be comfortable with playing this kind of style where it goes all about super early aggression. I think the big picks of that tournament were a lot of Nature's Prophet, funny enough. Venomancer was picked quite a bit just for the push. I think we saw Pugna when ROTK was on Vici at that point. Doom was played.
Luna was the big carry as well.
Luna as the carry. We haven't seen Luna yet. I think it can definitely work for this kind of stuff. Probably not a good pick for Vici this game.
I think Brewmaster would be really good.
Brewmaster,
this sort of
very good pick at TI4 as well.
That being said, like as much as I had many issues with some of the Vici Gaming decisions that they made, I think that Team Spirit actually really surprised me in the fact that they looked more like the qualifier team that we saw and much less like the team that was immediately after the qualifier, where they were losing to a lot of tier 3 teams. That was completely not the kind of caliber that I wanted to see at a major. So, you know, I'm perfectly happy with saying, you know, I'm wrong about Team Spirit. That's fine with me, because the complete honesty is that the way they were playing before this major was not up to par. And they've definitely taken some sort of step here, because the thing is, I looked for Team Spirit. I didn't want to see just like Ramses going ham. I wanted to see everybody actually shining on Team Spirit, and that was the thing here. They had really good teamwork. They had really good coordination. There wasn't like too many plays where I was just like, I felt like there was a dysfunction between the team, which I definitely felt watching them before.
Yeah, there's about to be a fight coming up at the 15-minute mark, which I'm sure there's a highlight of as well, that really showcases Always Wanna Fly on the IO. I mean, Always Wanna Fly is one of those players. He's been around for ages. He's had like on him. It's always been some of his teammates, and he just was, you know, the support. But his game on IO, this game, I feel like he performed amazingly well.
He made a lot of good decisions. I think he has about half his team's deaths in this game, but I still think it's fair to say he played, if not the best on the team, then at least one of the best performances they had. Because obviously, if you're playing into a lineup like Vici Gaming with what they have, they want to target the IO. So your positioning is crucial, and your decision making about when you can go in, how far you can stretch
Yeah,
in
this
the
is
fight.
the fight I'm talking about as well.
And he pretty much squeezed everything he could out of his kit in these fights, and then ultimately dies. But that's fine because he's given so much value to his team. Like, this is really good movement. Hiding off in the fog. This Ravage ends up doing almost nothing. This is one of the fights, by the way, that they didn't have to take.
Right.
Vici Gaming choose to re-engage in when Tide gets reality rifted. You have two choices there. You either fight like they do, or actually there are three. The other one is Tide anchors matches and tries to draw them out and buys time. And the third one is he sacrifices himself. And ultimately, they waste cooldowns and die.
Yeah, Vici Gaming just needs to remember that in these sort of, like, let's not go back to the term death ball, but like really fast momentum sort of base lineups, that you have to pick and choose your team fights really carefully, because one team fight can actually cost you the next team fight, right?
Yeah.
You're at a serious disadvantage when Team Spirit is going to choose to go for Roshan and that sort of thing. So I think they'll definitely evaluate this game and say, you know, we had a lot of decisions that were just wrong, and I think they'll be able to fix it in game 2 and look a lot stronger. But whether or not they can actually keep up with Team Spirit is another question.
Yeah, I think the other where they were perhaps misled was when they picked the Morphling second. It's because they've seen a Chen and they're expecting Morphling really early on in the first 6 or 7 minutes, and he was never as what they expect out of this game, but that just didn't happen. Instead, it was Ice in the offlane free farming. He got his T1 tower up top really early, but at the end of the day, that's your Tide Hunter. That's not the hero that you...
For each one, maybe would be better fit than Wind Ranger, but it works for them. I think that there was another one, like the Furion is actually something that I think works really well to their tempo. It's a very unique hero right now, and like Synderen, you brought that up the last time we were talking.
I think the funny thing is that you mentioned those three, and for me the most important one is actually Godlike getting Chen.
Oh,
I think that's the most integral hero for a player for this team, is that from what I see in a lot of Godlike's games, he is not as sharp on positioning as some of his teammates and gets caught out of position. I think Always Wanna Fly plays the positioning game better, but Godlike is really good at the micro game and looking at the bigger picture and calling the big shots and the overall strategy. So for him to be able to play around the jungle area, this game he didn't play safe in his own jungle, he played aggressively, but he was very comfortable. He's most comfortable on Chen.
Double golems, like that was just
really good.
Like to be able to keep up that kind of pursuit and still be able to micro efficiently the way he did was pretty impressive.
Now, VG Gaming is a team with a lot of players that have been around for a long time. They're not really a team that goes on a tilt or anything like that. How do you feel like they're going to approach their pause? What are they going to do?
I kind of feel like in some ways they are in tilt.
That's why I wonder, because it seems a bit, but they shouldn't be because they're so experienced, right?
I mean, even every time after all their losses today, when I've seen the camera shot on them, they're just all like Ice just looking blankly at his monitor. The other players are just kind of looking around. They're not talking. They're not communicating.
Flustered, confused.
They don't look like they're in good shape. Not just from their Dota, but from just their appearance as players in their competing booths. So I think it's fair to say at this point they're on tilt as to why that is. They don't seem to have come prepared as far as who they're going to be versing. They don't seem to have clear strategies in mind. Like with their drafts, they're kind of all over the place. It was the game 3 in their opening series where they had no idea what they took forever on their first ban and went into the reserve time. And Swinder's over here like, why are they in their 40 seconds in their reserve time just for one of their first 2 bans? And it was very uncharacteristic Vici game.
Their drafts are also much different than before. Before it centered a lot around Witch Doctor, Phoenix, Tide Hunter, OD mid on Super, and they have just switched like their gears completely into something that isn't quite unified yet, and all the teams that they're playing against have just very heavy push, very heavy objective, and they have to have a very solid draft to be able to battle them.
There was an interview with Ice where he even flat out said, I just saw like one of the little snippets that said we didn't prepare well or like really at all for the Shanghai Major as to why or what that is. Maybe it's something where he's like hoping other teams underestimate them, but just flat out said we're not well prepared. So
that's definitely what it looks like.
And it's showing here.
Yeah.
They're getting completely destroyed. So
yeah, it's funny because going into this major, I talked to a couple different people, and I think we kind of agreed that like the Chinese New Year would have an impact. At least what you like read from some of the Chinese players, like they said certain things, and the Chinese hardcore grinded out. But that was still going to play an impact, right? You know, that's clearly not been the case.
No.
Meets who in the lower bracket?
A third place finishing team will verse a fourth place finishing
From
team.
which groups is
I'm not
that?
sure. I don't think
I
it's being
believe,
decided
yeah,
yet.
it's not determined yet
It's
because
randomized,
It's
I
just
they
think.
coin
don't
toss
want
or
they don't want the
shuffled?
teams and the
Better opponent because you're versing like, let's say a
Yes.
team like flukes out against them, for example.
Gods doesn't like Arc.
I was about to say, I disagree with Swindles in that I think that Group A was the worst,
Yeah.
and Group B is a little bit better.
Well,
I
it was
think
also
that-
the best, right? Because it was the only one that was played so far.
I think Group A was quite scary.
I think Group A,
It
yeah, it was
a bit,
quite
It was a bit
scary.
sloppy at times, but these are all teams who finished top 8 at TI. Like maybe Secret's a completely different roster, but I think Group A was actually scary.
Yeah, and Phoenix 4-0.
Yeah.
Spirit put up a good fight against Alliance. 1-0 versus VG. Like these.
So that was very much like his personal belief on what team should be drafting the patch. But on top of that, even if they need to change their draft for other teams, I think the point still stands. These are some of the best teams in the.
down with Swindles.
You think Group A was quite.
And that's what it was.
Okay.
I think
Fair
there
enough.
was some really big holes in their performances. And I think actually the teams from Group C and D are actually getting a large benefit out of being able to have those couple extra days of prep time and seeing that this meta is developing and anticipating like, oh, we gotta play a lot more clean at 15 minutes. Like you can't have those kind of like once you start going outside the laning phase, some teams will falter and some teams like won't know quite what to do, what kind of rotations. The teams who are playing fast, who really know like go from this objective to taking this tower to smoke here, rotate up to the top lane. Those are the teams that are succeeding the most right now.
If you would compare MVP Phoenix to Team Spirit in this series, specifically this game, I mean, earlier today they had a bit of a rough patch against Alliance, who, by the way, have an even crisper laning stage, because I managed to catch some of that game. But if you managed to compare the two, MVP Phoenix, Spirit, what's your thought on laning stage altogether?
I think MVP are way more aggressive.
I think
Way
they're
more aggressive?
see, MVP Phoenix kill heroes. Spirit they kill towers.
Yeah, and the way they
at least that's the strategy. I mean, you still have an IOCK. IOCK love getting. They're going to go for tons of kills, but they win games by taking towers, objectives. They have Profit, they have Chen. So
And
it's a very different overall gameplay.
Yeah, and I think in addition to that, when I say they play way faster, I think it's not just that they hunt for kills, but also they reminded me of CDC from TI5 in how quickly they group up and go somewhere, and just it seems like very, very, like you pointed out, Kev, like we go here, then we do this, 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 and this. It's almost like they have mapped out what's going to happen next before it happens, and they're thinking that one step ahead and just really quick at the play, and very quick at. If something happens that they aren't expecting, they're very quick at adapting mid-fight. Okay, we're back. Forget it. It's like there's one clear voice in all of their heads at the same time that just says, this is our read of the game, this is what we need to do.
I think Spirit are also much more draft dependent. Like Phoenix, they can get away with not having Chen, NP, Wisp, whereas Spirit, I think they're much weaker without any of those three, and we'll see how
Well, they could get two
approach
here.
the draft.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Invoker though, as I'm sure Spirit already watched some of the games from Vici earlier today, the Quaswex Invoker was a very large problem for Fnatic's early push. And if they want to go for that same sort of strategy, they still have to address the Invoker. It's almost certainly Quaswex played by Vici.
Do you agree with VG Gaming's bans? Leaving IO in?
Agree with the Chen at least.
IO was a third pick last game.
Yeah, that's what I
It
thought
gets
it would
elevated to the first stage because of the fact
Yeah,
that it was a key hero and Chen's
mhm.
been banned. So it's like, well, if we don't get IO now, it's going to get banned out. But I kind of agree with what some others said, where the Go Black Chen was the big hero for Spirit to get in game 1.
It's like watching Team Spirit draft in this series reminds me of Alliance at TI3 with their priorities, what order they ban in and what order they pick in. It's like, okay, if we can get Chen, we get Chen plus Prophet or Wisp. If we can't, we get Prophet and Wisp together, and we just set. It's like a time machine. They do the same thing. Offlane the Prophet, or if they can aggressive trial, they do that. Alliance also did that at TI3 in a couple of games where they saw the opportunity to do it because Prophet can always join. So it kind of compensates for IO's shortcomings in the early laning stage where it doesn't contribute that much. Prophet can do the extra little bit that you're missing. I think this is a great opener.
Up from Spirit, but I think actually Vici have adopted Morphling pick. They also had to waste 2 bans in the second phase to make sure that Morphling had a good time. They banned out AA and Zeus in the second phase, and I think that both of those could have been very, very good versus the Wisp plus the mass heal that Spirit had.
And now they've already secured themselves arguably better teamfight than they had last game. They had a Tide, but the synergy just wasn't really there. Tide was good for his lane, but the team couldn't use the Ravage that much. Void plus Invoker is a kill on Wisp. You Chrono, you Sunstrike, and you hit anything else, and it's just dead.
They also couldn't, like, the mobility was just way too much. Like, Tidehunter didn't get a blink until super, super late, and they had to already deal with the Nature's Prophet and the Wisp like 10 minutes in. So I think Void is just far more mobile and can offer a lot more to respond to the aggression that Spirit brings.
CK ban?
Yeah, what kind of change do you want to see from Team Spirit? I mean, You're talking about VG Gaming adapting their draft. Obviously, Team Spirit is aware of that.
I don't think they should change, just because this is the same formula that they've been running for quite some time. Some heroes interchange here and there, you know, like Invoker or OD maybe for Iceberg, but overall, Gallblack has had the same formula for a very, very long time.
Number 2, same kind of strategy. See whether or not VG Gaming is the one to, because they're the ones who have to adapt, right? The pressure is on VG right now.
And they're just so much better at that playstyle than any other style that we've seen from Spirit, I would say.
Global strat. That was banned in the last game after they picked Chen Wisp. Or what was, no, sorry, Chen Furion, and then they banned the Zeus second phase and let the Wisp through. But this time, I'm not sure if there's any problem with going for a Zeus here for Spirit and just playing full global. They could even go Spectre if Vici
It's more the
allow them.
lack of lockdown right now I'm looking at when I'm thinking like, okay, you're versing a Void, like you always want to be able to at least
Yeah,
stop
that's
him
true.
getting off the Time Walk in some way. Similar story with the Invoker. I think you can get the Zeus, but then your safe lane farmer needs to be like a Sven, and then you need support
Yeah,
with some control
Sven's
as
good.
well. So you can fit the Zeus in, but then you have to adjust your 4th and 5th pick accordingly.
So Team Spirit, what are they looking to get?
I like Sven. I think it's a
Are
kind
they
of good substitute for the Chaos
I
Knight.
think Sven's
Yeah.
too early. Zeus Tiny or I don't know how they want to deal with the Invoker. We saw Nyx kind of use earlier today. Wisp +1 is pretty good, but there's not that many good matchups against the Invoker in the mid lane right now. So if they want to go for Tiny, or you know maybe they want to run a Spectre strategy, maybe they want to just put Zeus and trade farm and play for the late game. We're still not sure.
If VG Gaming does go for a bit of a global strat and they go for Spectre and they get that Zeus, do you feel like VG Gaming has enough to deal with the push, the pressure coming out from Spirit early on?
Yeah, if they get something like a Jack. Easily enough team
But
fight.
they would already have a Zeus and a Spectre. So you're saying not get a Spectre, then gets...
I mean, I don't really care too much if they're going to draft like Tiny Wisp and a Spectre and Nature's Prophet. Like, that's just
Oh, I
too
mean for
much.
VG Gaming.
I mean,
VG
I don't
Gaming
know.
tries
I
to
don't.
draft it
No,
global.
you can't draft as something that is too late game oriented. The VG Gaming would
Yeah.
be making the same mistake. They should really get something that's like an early team fighter at this point in time. That combos well with the Faces Void. Like they could look at something like the Ember Spirit, but again, I think that's a mistake. I think they should try and challenge them for tier 1 and tier 2 towers. Don't let them
Gyro,
start.
Death Prophet, like these sort of heroes are things I think that VC should be looking for. to
Juggernaut
fight
is an
early.
optional
Juggernaut, these
pick.
It also can be left alone against Nature's Prophet.
Yep.
I like the Witch Doctor though. That's just more team fight combo with the Faceless
As
Void.
much as like we can't question the second pick, Morphling last game, I feel like the CM is still like probably the most questionable pick of that
Yes.
entire draft. Like Morphling, end of the day, it's a burning hero. VG Gaming play it. Maybe they picked it and prioritized it a bit too early, but it still wasn't a terrible pick. The
I
CM
think
is like
perhaps they were
I think it was a bad
expecting
decision.
IOCK to go mid and then have the classic CM Morphling mid to counter it, and they switched it around
I
because
think
of that.
CM Morphling lose that lane though. You just
Yeah,
you
I
just
think
kill the
Morphling
CM. You kill the CM over and over again.
Okay.
I think they wanted to play greedy. It did okay at dealing with.
Vici was actually expecting them to go for that aggressive triangle that they did, because they did the exact same thing against Alliance. Remember, because it was earlier today, but yeah. Well,
Okay.
regardless, because if you're expecting the Chen to play that aggressive style, then CM gets way better, right? She shut down the Chen fairly well, but I think they
It's still
misplayed it.
as you've got CM plus Venge. That support duo is like to me that's not a good support. Like it's not a strong duo to have if you're worried about an aggressive lane. They're just cannon fodder.
We have a
Actually, they did. Never mind. They didn't do that. No. I'm trying to justify that CM pick, because if they don't
Yeah.
expect that aggressive triangle, it just doesn't seem very
Is
good.
this the Godlike Beastmaster?
I think so because rather
Does he play?
Afterlife will go Nature's Prophet. Who else would go Nature's Prophet?
Yeah, it's more if they do like a mid or even a safe. Like I know OG did a lot of safe lane farming. Beastmaster for no
Iceberg
tail.
Beastmaster, that could work.
Yeah, Iceberg Beastmaster, be it mid or safe lane. I just don't. I'd be kind of
Too
screams
passive?
weak lanes and.
Yeah.
I think in 1v1 matchups against Faceless Void, you want spread damage. You don't want burst because he has Time Walk, obviously. So they Vici like were to pick up an Enchantress or something. Because that's the thing. We've seen the Furion safe lane before. It's actually Complexity who has run it, and it's really sick.
Merlini, talk to me about that Sand King.
Because it's in that spot where, do I really want to fight with my team? If I don't, we might lose 2 towers, but I might get my blink at 11. So it's kind of that weird hero where I think they might be in a position where they want to wait for items, but Team Spirit's not going to give them any time.
I do like that it's flexible what you mentioned, like where you can gank the first couple of minutes. Because if you just have a straight up dual lane with Lich, like that to me is how you beat a lane with Lich, is going for kills, going for like having a boots first on Sand King and trying to act.
Unsuccessful that FY Night Stalker jungle was, though.
This
No,
is
I'm a
burning,
bit
burning
concerned.
safe lane Invoker, it looks like. Super's picked up Alchemist.
It could be Ice's Ice.
Nope.
Wow.
Burning plays, he's done Exort Invoker, like back in the when safe lane Invoker was popular, where you go like the Necrobook build and all that. Not Comfort Hero, so.
I've seen it a couple times on his profile.
Yeah.
Who do you favor, though? Is the question. You never seen the draft?
So Alchemist pick against, it's great deep push.
It abuses the low armor on these heroes. If he goes the medallion build, the high amount of physical damage that he offers is actually quite strong versus both Tiny and Wisp, and he's one of the more suitable mids to go up against it.
So Fiji Gaming for you?
Pick to win. I go, let's just grab an FY Sand King. What's our last pick? Let's get a better mid. Invoker's going to lose mid to IO Tiny. Let's put Invoker safe lane. Who can go mid? Oh, Alchemist. It just seems like they're randomly grabbing like some signature heroes and hoping it's going to work.
Okay, so couch
I'm
2
Team
is
Spirit.
jump ships, couch
I
1?
think I'm the opposite. I think that Vici have constructed a pretty well thought out mass team fight lineup. They have very, very good anti-push, and I think they have superior laking compared to Spirit.
We lost.
I'm not that big a fan of the Io and Lich as support duo as well.
Well, we're gonna find out what's gonna
Vici.
happen.
We'll go with Vici. Ben was
Okay.
smart last time.
Wait, I would jump ship for Davichi. I want to
Okay,
be with
heads
Ben.
up, guys. Alliance vs Fnatic is on Dota Major 2. We're gonna go straight to the game because it's over to Game 2 of Vici Gaming versus Team Spirit.
They got this level 1 Roche. GG, cheese. No. You shouldn't have jumped ship. What do you think, Cap?
We were talking about some very strong defensive pushing supports. The Abaddon, the Goblak, Triat Protector came to mind. We even discussed Dazzle, but now we see why they wanted the Lich. They got the Frost Armor here and the old Roche. They got no clue.
They could have just picked anything to do this Roche. They don't really need the Lich we mentioned. I mean, Dazzle would have also allowed them to do the Roshan. But just basically the core heroes were able to do the Roshan itself.
And it's working. They grab the Aegis. Nobody even in the neighborhood. They'll get one of the bounty runes here as well. Always want to fly. We'll start with the bottle. Iceberg grabs the Aegis. Ramses is going to be changing things up here as the Beastmaster, and he'll be heading all the way up towards the top lane. So he'll be a bit late. Ice will have a relatively free time of it here for the first wave, but clearly Team Spirit came to play, pulling every trick out of the book to try and finish off Vici Gaming.
Man, this is gonna give them such a substantial lead, but they do have Alchemist. So, man, they have really good team fight compared to Team Spirit, which is more focused on single target, Beastmaster role, and they focus one target down. And Vici Gaming have a lot of multiple target stun, so we'll see when it comes to team fight whether Vici Gaming are still able to pull.
During the breaks, we've had a lot of time to discuss, is that Vici Gaming tend to play pretty slow. I mean, Shan, not only do they have 2 bottles on the Io and Tiny and a bounty rune and an Aegis, they now get a first blood as well. But yeah, Vici Gaming
hero, but not aggressive one. In today's games, they played Night Stalker jungling. They in the Tiny being gone on, but he does have the Aegis on Iceberg though.
even if they pop it, it's just a free heal for him.
You don't really.
2-minute rune's gonna spawn. Normally you wouldn't go for this one, or at least you'd be very nervous about it. The Acid Spray may take down that Aegis. But while this is happening, FY is starting to get his jungle game on. I guess in good news for him, he's not directly being contested. It's more just the rest of the map around him being pressured quite a bit here. You see Ice being pursued top. Ramsey starting to hack away at him with the axes. Forces out the Time Walk. But it's not going to be enough for the kill. Early Orb of Venom on the Beastmaster. Nice when you're going to be trading blows with the Void here.
The balls, the Orb of Venom, but he's still holding his own. He still has the Salve, but his Time Walk's on cooldown. Ramsey's going to get the kill. Oh dear.
Not if the creeps block him. Ramses is going to grab it in the end. That was a bit close, but he pulls it off and makes out safely. Always want to fly, heading all the way back to base with the Courier Escort. He's going to give refill his bottle. Since the Tiny in the mid lane still has the Aegis for 2 minutes.
All the lanes are lost for Vici Gaming.
Okay, the jungle's not lost. FY is winning the jungle right now. He's stacked to camp, Winter. Calm down.
Come on, Gorman. He's not
Stop being
losing
biased.
He's
Stop
not
being
losing
biased.
the jungle because there's no one to
I know you're a
contest.
Goblak fan, but you know, contain yourself
I'm
here.
a Goblak fan.
They're winning the jungle, but yeah, you're right. This is looking ugly. They're already down about 1750 gold, which is one thing. Considering the Roshan, you could say, all right, well that's inevitable, but the bigger issue is the experience difference. Almost in fact, over 2,000 already.
The lead will just continue to grow bigger because as soon as Team Spirit reaches the point where they have their level 6 faster, they're gonna be able to get more kills and further extend their lead. So the lead is just gonna get bigger and bigger at this point until Vici Gaming's heroes, like especially the Chronosphere, comes online. And I think the key thing will be the Sand King because he's the only one, like we mentioned, not being contested at all in the jungle.
FY trying to move in towards this bottom lane and stop the side pull shenanigans, and we'll clean up that camp in while he's at it. 4-minute rune about to spawn. He's going to be the man there first to guard it for Super. Super will collect a bounty rune, and although it's not as good for Alchemist as it used to be, it's still quite good. Top lane, the roar's already online, and Ice is going to pay!
Mid lane, Iceberg finds Super, he's going to get the stun, he's going to get the toss. Tiny gets the kill on the Alchemist once more.
Everything is going for Spirit. Not only are they winning all the lanes, they continue to accelerate the advantage.
This might just
it's up to the bottom lane where there's a wraparound. FY has the Burrow Strike. It's only level 1 though. The damage isn't that great, but the Sunstrike is going to connect. Should almost be enough for Godblack. They do finish him off with the Forward Spirit. Teleport coming in, but that gets cancelled. While meanwhile, top, Ice is just getting straight up dual lane by a Prophet Beastmaster. They just keep on pushing the lane in. They've got a bit of a creep army going here. And with the Reign of Basilius activated, it seems they want to do some tower damage. They're really trying to punish the Sand King jungle, or at least force an Alchemist rotation. And Super's going to be the man that moves. Now he thinks about it. He walks back to mid. They are getting pulled apart at the seams. What do you do if you're
This
Vici?
might be the fastest game in the tournament if it continues to go at this rate. If everything is like smooth for Team Spirit, they get their level 6. They should be able to control the map and get the next Roshan. They'll be in pole position.
Mid lane. Avalanche onto Super. They get the toss up and down. It's not quite when the Avalanche starts. They don't get the full bonus damage, but it's enough.
Another
They get
kill.
the kill, and it looks like the cast isn't enough. Fenrir being run down by auto attacks. Oh, Iceberg gets the gem. He's going to make it out. Has the bottle charge. He's on to stick the Sunstrike.
Oh,
not going to get the
my
job done. And Always Gonna Fly will barely perish, but well worth it. Another kill on the mid Alchemist. They only lose an IO for it. An IO who already has an earn a bottle. Off to a fantastic start here still. And this is before the Prophet ult comes online. He hits level 6 now. The IO is level 5 and change, so we haven't even seen the full global threat unfurl, but it is about to, Winter. It is about to.
Okay, the one good news. Sand King is really close to the dagger. It's like 700 shot at this rate. So he should be able to get it by minute 9 or minute 10. And we'll see how much he can do about it.
Sand King is going to need to steal global teleport if he wants to control this game by his own. He's got a lot on his
I mean,
shoulders.
that's like their only way right now.
Of course. It has to be him.
Like, Chronosphere is a long cooldown, so the only reliable way of constantly getting pickoffs is through the blink from the Sand King at this rate.
Chronosphere into Sunstrike. It is an Exhort Invoker for burning.
And bottom
Another
lane,
kill.
Beastmaster is down here. Let's see whether they can actually get the kill. They have a very deep ward behind, so they spot up Burning's position.
Radiant's bottom tower
Burning's
is
getting
attack.
pressured. And we thought last game was fast-paced. This game has hit the afterburners. They're on a different level right now.
They took a shortcut by getting the Roshan early. So
I feel like I'm watching something out of a game of GTA, and someone's just trying to get to the airport. Team Spirit are in a hurry.
yeah, Team Spirit looks like they have a flight to catch right now.
Turn this one around. Still no blink on FY, and he's sitting bottom.
Protection?
Radiant's middle
Yeah.
tower
I
is
mean,
under
it's so
attack.
early. You're not expecting Sand King to be defending towers.
And Void right now
Radiant structures
wants to be
are
able to use his
fortified.
chrono. He has a TP scroll,
Dire's
so
top tower
if
is under
things
attack.
do get dicey in the other lanes,
Radiant's
Void can actually
middle
come in
tower
to set up
is under
a
But they don't have
kill.
that much damage to dump into it. They have the Epi.
I mean, you can chrono, Epi, and Barrow Strike in.
There's no Alk stun at all. So that is a significant chunk that they're missing. So, and I guess that's something worth mentioning. Like, Spirit,
Roshan.
Alchemist has taken the 2 early points in Grievel's
Yep.
Greed. Is this like your old school Radiance?
Team Spirit, once they take out the towers, they're going to scout it out and go for the next Roshan. So the pace of the game is just into the game. They can't really farm and just drag the game right now.
Speaking of fighting, Iceberg, if he wants to. As well, the Chrono gets dropped onto 3, but no reinforcements here. Okay, back onto mid. They've got a DD run on Tiny. They've got Prophet in position. Maybe you just go now.
I don't think they scouted the Rosh out yet. I don't think I saw Team Spirit sending anything like Treants or heroes walking into the pit yet. So they have no idea that Roshan is up. So
They may not care as well. They can also just starve the enemy jungle.
yeah, as of now, they are controlling the map. They are just looking to take out all the towers and make sure that every lane is not farmable for VG Gaming. They can't stay in the lane to farm because Team Spirit can just kill them with either the Prophet TPing in or the relocate gank when the relocate is up once more.
And that's something I think really to emphasize here is we've got a bit of a lull, is that Spirit's lineup is so good at playing from an advantage because they've got the Beastmaster Hawk to give them vision, they have the tiny IO Prophet threat to constantly gank out of nowhere and show up in the offensive or at least regain control.
Yeah,
of
they're
their
just
jungle.
too slow paced. Like the last game, they have to wait on the farm jungle. You want to wait for the blink. So FY Chrono is...
Top lane, relocate's coming, and they want a piece of time here. Always want to fly, will be going back, but they leave the Tiny alone. Oh, almost.
Gets scouted? No.
You see the mech rush. Oh, Fenrir getting roared here in the mid lane, but the counterplay comes from FI. He gets up the burrow streak. Ramses trying to finish. Spirit will feel a little more confident to go for something of their own, but for now it is a kill.
Down.
Much needed one.
Epicenter down, and Team 3 are looking to just get something else done.
No Alchemist done.
They can only Chrono into Sunstrike, which is at this point not enough to get any kills.
And you might look at the Beastmaster and say, what is he doing there? But you have to remember this is a global lineup. So in theory, the whole team can pretty much show up. In that case, I think the IO relocate was still on cooldown.
There was always a hidden +3 hero.
But normally you can get away with that play. Super
Nope,
though.
relocate.
Does get scouted out here, and Iceberg's the man to blink forward. He gets off the avalanche, the toss as well. Armlet ain't gonna save him. And up to 1,200 gold already to go with that blink dagger. All of a sudden they swing on towards mid. Chain Frost still primed to be used. And the Roar's about to cool down. Meanwhile, Epicenter a whole minute away. And if Spirit are playing around the timings, Winter, they may just take this tower
How
now.
are they going to farm outside of their map at this point with Relocate and Prophet?
They're not even really a great split pushing
I
lineup.
think they have to try to bait the Alchemist, like send the Alchemist out, have the Sand King stay behind, avoid, like...
They have to force a mistake.
Try
They
to
can't...
bait them to relocate into your Epicenter or Chrono.
Because they don't have that Ember Spirit or Morphling, they can split push and stall the game. These heroes are just not that
At
mobile.
this rate, I don't think that they have any other choice. So they have to send someone to bait, even though the Alchemist has to die for the cause. But they have to try and do something. Like the Chronos that they had was just so far one defensive Chrono when they were trying to gank the Void, which was Ice.
And again, it's not like, oh, it was a bad Chrono. It was a necessary one, but it's all because the strategy forced them into it. So now, Spirit looking for the final tier 2 tower at 30 minutes. You might not thought TI4 was over, but at this rate, it's coming back at the Shanghai Major. Chronosphere does get dropped. It's a very good one. The Sunstrike Stairs always want to fly. It's enough to finish him off. Ice is able to jump away, but Iceberg is rampaging through the backlines. That Epicenter, 5 seconds and counting FY. Maybe looks for the turn. Is he going to insta-channel it? Does he want to go in? There's still an Aegis available. It's a double kill for Iceberg. A monster kill for the man. And that is just not the hero you want to be committing too much on.
Prophet even commits for the mech. They want to end the game right now.
God Black knows this day has already been long, and you know he might even get to watch that next match that's still going on. The winner bracket finals right now happening.
Oh dear.
The same moment that the lower bracket finals
Man,
are.
this VG Gaming looks like nowhere near the team that we are used to seeing. Like they are not drafting clearly as a team. They're not playing as a team.
They don't seem to have an identity either. You
Yeah,
know, in
really
the old
lost.
Vici Gaming, you look at like they were known for just winning all the lanes with dual roaming way back in the day.
FY is gonna try to find a solo pick off here. He smokes himself with the Sunstrike, hoping to get a solo pick off onto Afterlife.
Well, you know the old saying, Winter. United we stand and divided.
Wait. But he got a mech.
Epicenter's coming. FY going for the big solo kill. Ando always want to fly. The Sunstrike's there, but it's split by Iceberg. The teamwork blink forward. He's going to turn this one. He gets off the toss. One more right click. Hammers down the Scorpion. And then jets back to safety.
Oh my god.
The power of teamwork and friendship.
I don't know if that was intentional, but that was such a big play by Tiny there. But I was talking about the mech. He actually sold his mech, so he changed his mind. He's going back for the Orchid build on the Prophet.
How much did he
Yeah,
sell? Oh, bottom lane. Ramses is making a movement.
They're going to have level 3 Necrobook.
Level 3 Necrobook.
Talk about detection.
They already have the drums
And
on the
mech
Tiny.
is coming on
Actually,
the Lich.
double drums.
Yeah, Lich is going to be the one that gets the mech. He's really close. He just needs
I mean,
400.
it's next Roche, and then Spirit are going to be trying to break the base, Winter.
The game is probably going to end by that time. Yes, I agree.
Well, unless Vici have the God Chrono Epi, everything hits perfectly combo.
Yeah, but all Team Spirit
That's a lot of ifs.
All Team Spirit has to do is just make sure they send one hero up, siege the base with one hero, make sure not multiple heroes gets caught
Prophet
in
keeps the other lanes pushed in. Just
and
don't
you
group up.
save the relocate for the Chrono on the Tiny.
Yeah.
As long as they keep all those in mind, they should be able to siege the base.
Then it's going to be up to something crazy like FY blinking over the Chrono to stun the IO mid-tether, and even then he's probably going to have an Aegis. So.
And it's going to be a lot of ifs once more. Like it's going to be all on Vici Gaming having to make the dangerous plays and the risky plays to win the team fight. And right now, look at what Vici is doing. They're baiting the Alchemist. As I mentioned, they need to do this because this is their only play right now. They're standing behind Super. 3 of them smoked.
And he is saving gold now, 2,500.
So he's going back for the Radiance, yeah? I guess he feels like
maybe
there's no choice. It's either...
I think he's leaving the option open to go for it. I'm not sure he's committed to it yet.
I mean, the other option is to buy Aghanims for your team. I mean, I feel like whatever he does is just going to be really hard. So why not just try and get the Radiance?
Oh no. Even Ancient stacks. That's what Iceberg's going to look for here. Cleans out the double stack very simply. And they're moving up in the river as well, trying to find the opening here. They get the roar up and Ice up on the high ground. Godblack's there, has the Chain Frost ready, but he time walks almost everything off. Instantly TP's out, and on the other side of the fight, Iceberg, Demolition Crew, comes driving by, cleans up Fenrir on the Witch Doctor, as Ice finds himself on the run, doesn't end up making his way out, and now is in a lot of danger. The Chain Frost canceled that TP, and he's gonna have to run for it. Afterlife cutting off the path of retreat. He's got one more time walk, and then the mana's pretty much gone. It's looking bad for Daryl. Into the trees he goes, stalling, but they're breaking base in the top lane while this is happening. Iceberg with the DD rune. Who cares about
They don't even need to kill him. They just leave him there. He can't get out.
Oh.
They don't have to kill him.
Yeah, look at that tier 3 tower. They've done 850 damage to it just from a couple of auto attacks.
Man, at this rate, you ignore him. You just go for the base as the Furan. You don't kill him. It's better not to kill him. He can't TP back to base.
But Winter, that sweet kill gold. That's the Orchid if he gets it.
If you have a bounty hunter, yes, you go for that kill. Sorry, Gorman.
They still did a lot of structural damage, though. For Team Spirit, things continue to roll their way. About an 11,000 gold lead, 7,500 experience.
They find him. They're still going to get him at the end?
Oh
my God.
Ice. Not like this. He's got one more time walk. He knows the Chain Frost is on cooldown. He's going to make his move. And this time he will.
The adventures of Ice.
That's basically a death, though. The amount of time that he wasted in terms of the amount of gold he could have farmed.
But at
it's
the
like
same time, you're wasting 2 heroes' time. They were chasing him all the time.
And so it even.
It wasn't like he was running around and no one was like he was waiting for his TP and no one was like.
It could have been, though, like you were saying.
It could have been. It definitely could have been if Team Spirit realized that there's no point in chasing for that kill. He doesn't have a TP. But at the same time, it doesn't really affect Team Spirit's position in the game too much. They're still in a really, really good position. They're in firm control. They just need to wait for the next Roshan, get the next Roshan, and siege the high ground and get the Rex. That is all they need to wait for right now.
And I have to say, you know, we've seen teams that seem like they maybe lack an identity or a clear strategy in this event at times.
Relocate.
Spirit is very clear.
Burning.
They're making their move. They get the silence up. They toss the IO forward. Then the blink in from Iceberg. He's going to join his buddy here. And clobbering time continues. Burning's on the menu while that's happening mid lane. There's a roar. Catches out Ice. Beaten down by the Beastmaster Godblack with the Chain Frost to help secure it. 2 beefy cores continuing to pile golden experience into the Spirit
what is
coffers.
going on with this Vichy Gaming squad? That is.
It feels, you know, Winter, what it reminds me of? It reminds me a lot of IG at TI5 heading into it when they were really struggling.
It reminds me of Newbie at DAC.
I feel like both of those situations where it's just, at times it just feels like it's a team of individuals. And that's not always been the case with Vichy. Vichy, even when they're not doing well, they normally do play like a team. We're not seeing it here. There's been so many cases of heroes just running off on their own the whole game.
They did what I mentioned a little too late as well because Alchemist died a few times to the early ganks. If they would have been in position for the early ganks, they would have actually gotten maybe some return kills, and that would have been really good for their team. But as of right now, Vichy are just stuck in such a precarious position. They're gonna have the Radiance. That's good news for them. That's still a reasonable timing, 21 minutes.
If they have the gold. You imagine Vichy Gaming with equal farm to Spirit at the 40-minute mark? You're pretty damn happy.
If only you can have equal farm with those heroes. If only.
Hey,
if the enemy lets
Alchemist may not be Naga, but he can be pretty pesky.
Roshan is up. This is ready. The cheese should be on always wanna fly.
Ooh, at this stage, that's obscene.
Is it actually even better to have it on the real hero because you don't even have that much?
You don't have, you can only heal so much. I think it's maybe better on the tiny. Or they didn't find it. The hill is his downfall.
The hills have eyes, Corbin.
Not only the hills. The hawks as well.
So they still lack the Blades. I guess that is the last component that they...
The Arcane Boots and the Glimmer
I mean,
Kit.
it's not that important anymore now. It's nice if they have it, but the High Ground Siege would commence right now.
She can't know if he has his team there, because they clearly don't have any control over the map due to the pickoffs. There is a Sentry Ward here. I don't think Vichy saw this Observer Ward up north, but...
If there was no Griever's Greed and there was no Midas, I guess this game should be like 20k net worth behind for Vichy.
It feels like 20k. maybe more.
So right now the main question is, can Vichy hold high ground, and how fast can Team Spirit finish the game? Because obviously, even if they're in a really good lead, but if they let the game go longer, it's not going to be good for them.
And Burning is closing in on the Aghanim Scepter. Big pickup against the pushing lineup.
Yeah, but at the same time, the more I think about it, even if they let the game go late, yes, the enemy has Heroes Grey, they have Midas, but you have Tiny. Tiny is like a beast late game, and you have Prophet.
And they have the IO to save him. I feel like Vichy have pretty good IO counters though, so the relocate
as soon as you can, because Alchemist.
You have to go with this Aegis. You've Aegis cheese. You have you have at least.
You
like
don't
a
want the
10
Alchemist to keep farming, so.
Oh, top lane. Afterlife was having a fish, and they do relocate on the top lane, but it's always only want to fly. Always want to fly.
Always alone.
It's only always want to fly. Man, that's a tongue twister. And he will not end up getting the kill. AC's up. It's go time. At the very least, try to force out some buybacks. FY's going to start things off here with a Burrow Strike. The immediate Glimmer comes out, an Iceberg. Slowly walloping the tower here. Off giving them good vision up the hill. Spirit, a pretty safe spread here on the siege. And we'll wait for the next round of creeps. Glyph's already forced out. Are we going to see that smoke from Vichy Gaming? Actually, do they have one? They have one available, not opting to buy it. Still no Invoker Aghanims. He's 150 gold short. They'll toss creeps forward, looking to slaughter some catapults, and they'll make mincemeat of the wave. Now, the tower down, the racks exposed. Spirit, keep the juices flowing. Glimmer Cape again, looking to secure Iceberg safety. They'll tether forward. Let's see how good of a spread they can maintain here. They get the stun up of Burning. They're going to toss a Fort Spirit on his head. Iceberg, though, rolling right into the Chrono Spear that cuts off the path of retreat. He's going to lose the Aegis off the bat, and then he incinerate the Lich, turning into a very good hold thus far. They pop the Aegis. They've gotten one, but the Burrow just a bit too slow for the blink out from Iceberg. This does buy time for the Aghanim.
They still have Epicenter, so
Team Spirit hold.
Team Spirit is going to be thinking twice about continuing the siege. Right now, that was still a really, really good hold, even though they lost their tower. But Team Spirit's going to have to try and regroup, or maybe if they get a pick on.
Oh, they find FY though. He's out of the base. He gets trapped out. There's no Chrono to save him. He's the high ground hold, and down he goes. This is getting hard for BG. Ice next. One by one, they start crumbling. Super trying to turn it, though. He's got the armlet. He does have the Radiance online as well now. If they keep on running, he's going to burn them down. Cheese is ready to turn this fight on its head. He may have to pop it up the hill. The silence on Super. He's going to stun himself now. Could be turned on. Iceberg has the toss. He's waiting for the avalanche. Pop that cheese. Gets the cheese off. Turns on Super, but the Deafening Blast helps cover the retreat. Not enough, though. And now Burning. One by one. Vichy Gaming have overextended. They've lost 4 heroes. They get cleaned up. 19-6 the score. And just when it looked like this game was turning and Vichy's fortunes with it, they crumble, overextend, and may have just lost their first lane of racks at 26 minutes.
That was so close to being a comeback if they were able to actually bring down Iceberg. Iceberg, he's still in trouble. Can they actually get him here?
He may die. The Death Ward comes through, but it's hitting Ramses. The 2-hero Burrow. Vichy Gaming hang on, but the Chain Frost comes through. Looking to end it, and my god, it does. Super and FY down as well. Death's piling in. Helter Skelter Spirit have been, but they are now going to take that full lane of racks. They keep on moving forward. BKB up on the Tiny. A Maelstrom for the Prophet. The map control is going to be unreal. They've had some good fights, but it's looking close to impossible now. This bottom lane's under siege. Chronosphere has cooled down, but the Epicenter 90 seconds short, and there's no glyph available. The buybacks are lacking at this point. Only one for the Radiant team, and it's the Void, and who cares if he has 2 lives when he's only got 1 Chrono. Second lane down. Base completely caved in. And on that note, Spirit, content with their victory here, will back off and reset.
Alright, so the last piece of the puzzle is completed. Always Wanna Fly has his Blats. So the next question is, do they wait for the next Roshan? I don't even think they need to wait for the next Roshan. They can just walk up and just finish the last set of racks on top lane for Vichy Gaming. And Vichy Gaming has to count on some fantastic teamwork with the Chronosphere, the Epicenter, the Meatball.
Well, you said the last piece. Here's another piece. Solar Crest for the Tiny. Yeesh.
I guess most of the damage right now is the spell damage. So I mean,
Finishing
the way they are killing a hero is just by dealing with using the Epicenter, Sunstrike, the Meatball. I don't think that's the
what
main
do you think,
problem for them.
Goblex? Is this an Aghanims build up for the Lich here?
Yeah, why not? You keep the bounce
I'm fine
going.
with it. Split push the Lich, just throw the Chain Frost out to
keep the bounce
cushion in the lanes. Alright, here we go. But indeed, it is the state of the game. Spirit Splitting those lanes slowly. They've got the whole combo ready, but this needs to be perfect. The BKB's already come out from the Tiny. He's not going to be an easy kill. The Chrono's deployed. Epicenter's channeling. They can get the whole backline. Behold the Meeple, the Infinite Blast as well. They've gotten 2, almost 4. Afterlife down. Always want to fly next. On the run is the Idol. Looping back. VG Gaming. Clean them up, but by the way, there's a rock. And that rock is unkillable. He finishes the job. He will finish off the final racks, and he comes rushing back in. Perfect combo, not enough. Burning, destroyed again. And Vici, one last good show of teamwork before they are sent packing to the lower bracket.
TI5 over again for VT Gaming. This looks, even
It's
the
just-
teamwork's the issues, like the view, how they view Dota right now, how they should be playing Dota, like
It's,
the way they're
well,
drafting.
so there's tactics and there's strategy, right? There's tactics, which are how you approach each little aspect of the game, and then there's the overall game plan. And it feels like it's the latter that is really the issue. And Ice has decided to buy 4 boots, perhaps 2 to cover his eyes and pretend this game never happened.
Oh dear, this is very worrisome for Daryl Gorman.
Oh, it's very worrisome for many players on Vici Gaming. They'll have some time to regroup here. And while they struggle, we'll see if the panel can find some silver lining.
Double bottle and a Drodo. This game is over. Was sort of what Merlini said right after level 1 Roshan.
The key part was the Drodo, though.
Yeah.
The key part was the Drodo, yes. Team Spirit 2-0, Vici Gaming. Don't think a lot of people were expecting that before today, and maybe after seeing Vici Gaming not really performing all too well earlier. You know, it was kind of up there, but still, 3 of our panel members were wrong. Gods.
Good job, Gods. We did it.
No.
You and me, buddy.
No.
Hey, we're a
Team Spirit.
That
You don't count.
Come on, guys. I just jumped ship to make sure that Ben wouldn't be right.
You went back on Gallblack.
You never
I
go
just
back.
had to make sure I dragged Ben down into the dirt. I didn't want him to be right against
No one
me.
saw the level 1 Roach coming.
Gods, you were right.
That's correct.
Does he get to be on your ship?
Yeah, he's
Yes!
Look,
Okay.
I feel like he's over here. He's on the couch. I'll drag him along when I need
The
to.
guy who also started this series was saying, I thought the Team Spirit was the worst team going into this tournament. Woo!
He's
Prove him
just
wrong.
like the guy my pub games have to carry, you know?
Yeah.
He's like he's that 3.5k mid who's somehow on my team, you know.
It's actually a really good simulation of the Australia server in general. It's very accurate.
Okay, so level
He
1
communicates
Roshan.
a lot, but he's just doing dumb shit.
Level 1
That is all
Roshan.
servers in a nutshell.
We didn't see it coming. Vici Gaming didn't see it coming. Should we have seen it coming?
You normally expect it with A, an Ursa, or B, a Luna. I will say those are probably the most 2 common ones, but
Venge
those are
maybe
kind of like
too, but-
dead giveaways. Yeah, Venge, but the level 1 Frost Armor and them pretty much picking Wisp and Nature's Prophet every single game, kind of just like, oh, whatever. It's just a normal Godlike draft, right? Which it was. But
Again,
no, it's
I'm
not dumb.
just surprised why teams seem to keep giving Prophet when they have first pick. They again, it's just a
Swindles
better
even
choice.
said it. Like he said by day 3, day 4, Nature's Prophet is going to be first ban, first pick material.
Yeah.
I think they just got demoralized to pick it again.
Phoenix prioritized
Yeah.
that hero very, very highly.
Yeah, but I for outside of Phoenix, like Team Secret were just like, we lost. We're not going to pick it anymore. Let's pick other stuff. but,
Alliance,
yeah.
Team Spirit, like and
it's
that's
going to
pretty
be
big,
like
it's pretty high.
it's going to stop becoming first ban probably for a lot of
Great.
teams.
He's a great hero.
Very, very strong.
So even after level 1 Roshan, you know, your Vici Gaming, you're slightly on tilt, as we discussed. They probably would be, maybe even more so after the Roshan. Is there anything they could have done? I mean, that last team fight right before they got Mega, that was actually not bad.
I think they dealt with it pretty well. It's just such an
They had a team fight
almost
lineup.
impossible
They were
game
going
to
for the
win.
Radiance Alk, which I think is like, I guess it's like we have to. But if they had a different hero than Alk, maybe with a bit more early game presence, I think they could have tried to salvage the situation. But just because you have an Alchemist,
Tiny
your
was
catch-up
just
takes-
How's an Alchemist deal with 6 charges a bottle on the Tiny, essentially? That's
Well,
so
you
ridiculous.
Usually the Alchemist is actually pretty good, I would say, versus the Wisp +1, because
Yeah,
even with the
when
Wisp
you're on
you don't
even
have enough.
growths, yeah.
But then you have and a Droid.
Well, and Tiny's like starts level 3 with Bounty Rune plus, well, he needs 1 CS to get level 3, and then he just instantly kills Alchemist with a Ava toss in a tower. It's like, okay, lane is not going so
Okay,
well.
that lane lost.
Every
Could they have
lane
focused on other lanes to get better there?
I mean, they have a
Uh,
Sand King. What can he
But
really do
Invoker
with
wasn't
level
doing
1?
too bad on his safe lane.
I'm wondering if they could re-smokes and
are going to be pressuring all your towers. You have to meet it with some sort of resistance.
I agree with that.
It doesn't synergize with the Void though, and I think they really wanted to have that. Void gets level 6. You've got Exo Invoker. You can get kills anywhere on the map.
Meatball.
The Meatball, the Sunstrike, all
the idea is to delay the game long enough so you equalize the levels. Because like level 1 versus like level 3, you're going to get owned. And then later on...
It would just go again, like their whole strategy coming in when they decided to do the safe lane Invoker was Exo Invoker with Void. You've got the Sand King who's going to farm a Blink later. And to change like your entire game plan because of level 1 Roche in the moment is just so difficult.
It's very difficult, but it's what...
Yeah,
those
maybe,
are the kind
maybe
of
they
desperate...
Guys, it is time to listen to the master drafter himself. We are having an interview with Goblin.
应该是来自 Team Spirit 的 Go Black。Go Black 先跟我们发现Spirit 战队刚刚的表现非常的好，两盘啊都有超神的英雄出现。然后问一下现在获胜之后的感觉怎么样
So okay, during the 1-0, and now we are waiting for our next opponent. Hope we can beat them and go to upper bracket.
对，感觉很好。然后现在我们在等我们的对方，然后希望我们可以打胜他们，然后进到胜者组。
对的，上午 Spirit 是和 Alliance 已经对交手过了。那接下来呢 ，Fnatic 现在正在和 Alliance 进行比赛。那Spirit 这个 Go Black 可不可以评价一下这两支队伍，认为胜者会是谁
？So okay, so you guys already played against Alliance. So Alliance is playing against Fnatic now. So do you have any comments on these two teams? Who's gonna win?
I don't know. Both teams are strong. We're gonna watch games at the moment because first game started right now, and we'll try to prepare as much as possible for them. Well, what can I say? Alliance, not so comfortable enemy for us, so I think we prefer rather play Fnatic.
You need to be closer to your mic.
Okay.
OK， 就是说现在他想说要去看那个比赛，然后他觉得现在 Alliance 应该会比较恐怖吧，希望能打的是 Fnatic。
希望能打的是 Fnatic， 因为之前已经跟 Alliance 队交手过，但是却不幸的惜败了啊。那我们发现 Spirit 有一个体系，就是小精灵的体系，这几场比赛一直在出现，他们包括搭配小搭配 CK 都出现过。想问一下，他们缺点在哪里
Okay, so you guys have been using Whips for the past 2 games, with CK and even Tiny. So what's the pros and cons of using Whips?
What's
Whips?
Sorry?
IO. Whips. What's the pros and cons? Good and bad.
What's the pros and or what?
Good and bad of using Whips.
Good and bad. So you can counter split pushers and split push by yourself. The bad between team fight.
Okay, 就是好的。不好的，
可不可以再问一下，就是他觉得哪些英雄还可以跟小精灵打出如此高默契、高伤害的配合呢
？So for now, you guys， 有可以出晕招的人就对了。
好的，那我们也期待 Spirit 在接下来比赛当中能够给出我们更多惊喜的配合套路。那也是非常感谢 Go Black 接受我们的采访，谢谢。
And that was Goblak, and he's not yet done today. He will be continuing on because with his victory over VG Gaming, he'll be moving on to face the loser of Alliance versus Fnatic, which, by the way, is going on right now on the second stream. So we are actually going to soon take a break to watch that game so we can come back for the second game, which will be hosted here on this main stream. But first, the first game will happen on the stream. We are going to look at some highlights of the previous match still. I mean, it was a fairly short game. I feel like all the highlights were kind of...
Is the highlight just them killing Roshan?
No, it starts later than that.
That is actually the most important part of the game.
I'm pretty sure the highlight of the game is them taking Roshan.
Yeah. So 1 minute in, yeah, there's the avatars. Goodbye.
It's just the slaughter. They start so far ahead.
Wow. Yeah. And Beastmaster gets a solo kill. You can only blame ISSI so much for that as well when like, there's a 2-level advantage.
Yeah, VG Gaming, by the way, they will move on to the lower bracket. Like, they're done for the day. They can think of their sins.
Their sins.
Not scouting Roshan.
Losing is a sin.
They can
as far as
focus
Dota
on
sins go, not scouting Roshan could be considered one,
Yeah,
perhaps.
I
Like
guess.
that's, I'd consider that a Dota sin.
Flagellation will be the appropriate response to these sins. Hey, Cinder, I was curious. Did you think their performance against Alliance? Because it's really hard to look at this series because Game 2 was like Roshan, like where they're really at. But you got the chance to cast Team Spirit versus Alliance, which, while they lost 2-0, you said they actually did pretty good. Where do you kind of place their chances moving forward?
Well, the difficult thing right now for me is to we don't have enough footage good Spirit are based on their performance against Alliance. I think when we see Alliance's matchup against Fnatic and see whether they win the group convincingly or if they match up close there, we'll have an idea. But
this is top of their group, and we say that at least in my opinion, I think Alliance is going to be like say easily.
I think they're.
How do you think Fnatic Spirit would go down? Because that's kind of I guess where the group could most likely be headed.
I think
is
Spirit.
Fnatic Spirit to decide
Spirit
second.
would win.
The thing is that this win for Spirit is so weird because of how much it seems like Vici are just drafting into their hand. And Fnatic aren't going to draft the same way.
Well.
Fnatic and Alliance will not give Spirit these kind of picks, and if they do, they will have a better response because they seem to have a better grasp of the metagame right now. So, in all fairness, it's very difficult to place them right now. But
I think
they look
to me
good.
it's like a 50-50 series if like looking at
Yeah.
how those teams
I'm
play.
on Spirit train.
For the sake of winter, I'd jump on the Fnatic train.
I'd also like to point out that Team Spirit's logo is super menacing. A lot of them are just like letters, like, oh, cool, there's a VNG. They have a dragon. It can kill you with its like pointy tail. It can
They
breathe
got
fire in your
fashionable
face.
hoodies.
So Ben's professional analysis. Jodo Korea wins games. Cool logo wins games.
This is
Ben
why we
Wu,
have the other panel
professional
with me.
logo analyzer.
Have you seen their logo? Dude, he has like a horn on his nose. He could like spear you like a rhino.
I'd like to criticize, but he's made more correct predictions than I have on this panel. So,
exactly. Kim, from now on, whenever Ben's on the panel, when the draft finishes and they actually start the game, can we have the cameraman look at both couriers and then Ben's able to really get the full analysis before he makes his prediction?
Have you seen some like the NBA team? One team's like the Raptors, which is pretty scary, and then there's like the Pelicans. It's like
Pelicans never win.
They win.
I don't know actually.
You don't think they win because their mascot is just awful. But I think.
Okay,
There's
well,
some layer of importance there.
Vici Gaming, maybe then spending their time over the next few days that they have free to come up with a new logo. Yeah?
Yeah.
Sort some
What
couriers
should their logo be
out
after the
for
series?
the matches.
They need new jackets. New jackets.
jackets.
They need the old jackets.
I
'cause
was
the
gonna
new jackets
say,
aren't working. I
Vici
don't know.
Gaming actually used to have really nice
Yeah,
jackets.
they're white and black now. They lost the
Guys,
money.
we all, and that includes you guys at home, should welcome back to the Shanghai Major presented by Perfect World. I am Lady Shiver, and we are back for our winners bracket match. Alliance versus Fnatic. The first game is already behind us, and to talk about that first match, we have, of course, gathered a panel. Coddle Guy in the far corner, joined on couch number 2 by a Blitz. Gentlemen, welcome back to the couch. And couch number 1, this time by 2 Merlinis, but one a little bit more Merlini than the other. It is actual Merlini and Winter.
Can I be gentleman, Chan? Since you're Lady Shiva.
We prefer Emperor.
I think this is
Emperor Chan.
That's only on the sorry. This is only this chair. Is what
That's
you
the
know what?
throne.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
There's no way. You can ask if you can have a chair. In which case, Merlini would also get a chair. In which case, Merlini would also be Sir or Gentleman Merlini.
We can be the triumvirate.
And that means
This
that
can be
he's
our
still
understudies.
the higher ranked Merlini because he's the actual one. Right?
Thank you for reminding that every day, you know.
Not every day. That was James that said it yesterday. The posts were wrong. I could not make such a good pun.
You know,
as,
reminding me every day that I'm a duplicate.
No, you're
to be
unique
original
in your
there.
own way. Anyways, Alliance versus Fnatic, guys. That's what we're here for. Alliance able to take game 1 here against the previous match with Vici and Spirit, but from what I've been told is that Fnatic won their lanes. They
As
were
usual.
doing really well,
Yeah, as usual, they win their lanes.
but something went wrong. What went wrong for Fnatic?
I think going high ground against Spec Zeus, there's like such a specific timing that if you mess it up, you give so much away to the Spectre. And Zeus is one of those heroes that tend against that kind of lineup, everything just goes south. Like you almost have to play it, like you grab the Aegis, then you play the high ground fight perfectly. If you don't, you give up a little bit too much.
It's a lot of the draft, though, the story of the draft, because basically what they wanted to do is they wanted to lasso to start a fight so TA could blow someone up, preferably the Zeus, he's the main target, but there's always going to be Oracle there to actually prevent that from happening. You're smiling.
It was because the camera was still on us. I was like trying to guide it over.
It did work in the end.
I mean, we caught the game when it was like maybe 20 minutes, 25 minutes,
Yeah.
when TA was like ahead of the pack of everyone else, and they were sieging the middle lane, and they only got the melee racks. At that point, when we were watching the game, we were like, oh, okay, Fnatic, they are ahead. But it's not enough, you know, at that stage. They got the melee racks around, I think, minute 30, around that time. But for their lineup, it's always better for them at around minute 30 to already maybe done more. So we still felt that even though Alliance was one racks down, they could still win the game because they can win the team fight. But they ultimately used buybacks to win the next 2 engagements, which resulted into their heroes getting more experience and more gold after that, and they bought enough time to actually win the game.
Alliance, as we know, is a team that has some of the best game stamina out there. They're used to going into these long-winded matches, and I don't think there was a shred of doubt by them that they could able to hold the high ground. And as you mentioned, they had all the tools to do so. Great outspam, great sustain with having Chen. And, I mean, as we know, Fnatic is very, very talented group of youngsters, and then Mushi, who's an experienced LAN player. We continue to question how the team coordination can be, and when you get down to the wire like that, and who knows how many times in scrims you're able to imitate that kind of stuff, especially when you're going against a team like Alliance. Is the experience there to be able to kind of take it all the way or not?
Do you feel like maybe Fnatic didn't draft flexible enough in order to be able to take late game? Because you know you're going up against Lions. I mean, they're the king of defending high ground and then take it late and still win later on in the game, which is exactly what they did.
I think they
this
drafted a lineup that scaled much better. Before we saw Midwin on the Knicks and the puck, he was like 5th or 6th in net worth, even when they were ahead. This time he was number 1, even I think when the game ended. And I think that this shows that they can actually play a game that lasts past the 10-minute man that we labeled them as earlier. And also, I think it just fits them better. Most of the high MMR players are used to playing heroes like TA, and that's more self-sufficient, farms a little bit more, and they seemed a lot more comfortable playing that sort of game.
You agree, Windsor?
Yeah, and he had a fairly decent lane matchup against Zeus. There's not much Zeus can actually do against TA. That matchup is really difficult for him. But basically, their game plan was to try and siege, and their lineup was just built to siege. They had Leshrac safe lane. So the overall idea is just to siege and be able to finish the game around minute 30 to minute 40. They have to be able to do D1 because we didn't catch the first 20 minutes, so it's very hard to say what was going on. We only know that Fnatic had to give credit to Alliance. They used their buybacks very well. Like each of their buybacks were used. The team could have just lost the game because they made a bad decision in using their buybacks.
Might not have been as flexible in their draft, still ended up winning, of course, otherwise they wouldn't be here. Now they have already adapted in their previous game, might not have won the game, but they adapted their draft to also have a bit more of a chance late game. Definitely a team that can adapt during this day, which is needed in a tournament like this? What is their next step, Blitz, to adapt against Alliance?
Something that was less of an initiator, and they showed a different style. I think the problem is with a hero like TA, you have this like really specific timing window because the hero is not. It's deceptive. You think it's really tanky because refraction early game is so good, but as the game goes on later, it fades so fast, especially against a Radiant Spectre. So now you're trying to go high ground with the hero that's essentially a melee. It's not a very good high ground hero. In the first 20 minutes of the game, yeah, fantastic. But after that point, it's really hard to base break with TA. So I think they just have to be a little bit more decisive and a little bit faster because maybe they over-respected the Zeus Spectre.
But it's also the fact that Mushi on the Lash, he was really poor that game. He died, like he was like 0-10.
That's their high ground
He
hero.
was supposed to be the high ground pusher, but
Can't
because
put it
he
all
was
mid-1.
because he was too weak and he was far behind in items, so there was like no choice. So TA had to be the only one sieging.
I don't put that game on mid-1 at all. Like I think
he did his job.
Yeah, he hit the limitations of his hero. He was never meant to be the hero that was supposed to go high ground.
He almost did everything.
Yeah, exactly.
Which
but
is cool.
he needs like some help against a lineup that is entirely geared at having the best late game hero.
And Oracle's also really good on high ground defense too. Like you just Fates Edict the guy who's just sieging and
it's
they have to
scary
back off.
because the issue is like you're telling your team, okay, we're still winning, but every Dota player knows at the back of your head, late game Spectre, like this ultra late game Spectre, it's so hard to deal with. So you have to be decisive. Like you make one misstep, you just lose the game. And Fnatic has to be a little bit less timid. You almost just have to like force. Somebody I know was calling him like the C miracle or something like that. But Mushi is always going to be like the emotional core of the team. So much is going to flow through him. And when you're a core and you have all this net worth, you can make these calls. But when you're behind, your play calling gets a little bit affected. You want to go a little bit later because you want a little bit more farm. So Mushi just has to kind of bring it the next game.
Today, is anybody here to say no? Alliance is not going to do
They
it.
haven't steamrolled their opposition. though,
Yeah, I
which
mean
is more what I
Alliance is
expected.
obviously the favorite, but I think everyone still has a chance. But right now, obviously the higher chance teams are going to be Alliance because they are the only one team in this group that I feel like they are most likely going to be the team that actually takes first place. But I think among Secret, for the second spot.
Now, we weren't able to catch the laning stage, as already pointed out, but it was a tough laning stage for Alliance, and they need to.
They sack their lanes a little bit, especially when you have a Spectre. You don't expect.
I mean, if you look at the lineup, it's mostly like the weakness of their lineup because they have a Zeus versus TA, and Spectre is bound to have some trouble in the early laning phase. Because if you have a Spectre draft and you don't have trouble in the laning phase, you almost win the game from there. So that is like an inherited disadvantage of their lineup.
What did you think about the Oracle pickup?
I mean, it was really good versus like Bates mentioned. It was really good versus the TA. It was really good versus the Bat. It was just a great hero for that game.
The first time we saw it, actually, is it one that we're going to see more often? Maybe very situational?
I mean, it used to be picked up a lot when Batrider was also all the rage, so he was like the go-to counter along with
Darkseer
Vengeful
as well.
Spirit. And Darkseer as well, and we just don't see as much of them. I mean, Alliance will see some Batrider from time to time, but this time, of course, it was being on their team. I don't know if we'll be seeing a lot more Oracle. It worked out well because they knew that Spectre was like their precious treat to kind of take them to the late game, and you have the benefit of false promise. It keeps Spectre alive
so
very
good
well.
at dealing with like certain spells. You know? Usually when you pick Oracle, I know you don't see it often, Dakota, but when you see it, it always has a specific purpose. You're picking the Oracle to remove certain things like Lasso, or you want to deal with the TA. You always have a purpose to pick Oracle. It's not like a pick where, we're just going to pick Oracle this game. You don't see any heroes yet, but you just want to pick the hero. I mean, it's great at zoning one offlaner, but apart from that, the Oracle will be picked for some reason.
Yeah. It used to be picked just to make sure we wouldn't see a lot of Batrider, but yeah, I certainly agree. It definitely is a cog for a machine, and you have to make sure you have the right machine to work with it.
No, I talked about adapting to deal with Alliance, and that based on the previous game, Fnatic should maybe try to draft more versatile to be able to have a chance at a late game. But if you're up against Alliance, do you really want to go late game? Should you go for an all-in push, which we know Fnatic can do? They've done it before.
I think so. The way that people think about Alliance, I think, in some ways is incorrect because they think that they play this dual core setup where they have Bulldog and Load Up kind of playing the 1 and 2 position. But if you look at it, you just look at the chart right there. S4 is almost always near the top of the net worth chart. Everybody thinks of this guy as like the initiator. He's going to sack everything. No, he almost always gets his own farm. And EGM and Ake are some of the greediest supports in Dota total. So when you combine that, you've got 5 heroes that carry some amount of net worth. That means the late game is where they're going to be the strongest because they distribute farm the best.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people incorrectly look at them as just this like split pushing team, but I don't think it's that at all. I think they just eat space really correctly as a team, as 5. So when they play against these timing kind of lineups, they do really well, or it looks like they're going for the split push, but it's just because the enemy can't deal with it at some point. But Fnatic,
yeah, Fnatic makes too many mistakes, I think, for them to end the game early versus Alliance. Even versus Vici Gaming, they made way too many mistakes. Their supports got really poor, or Mushi didn't have a great game. And these sort of things just are, you're going to lose if you try that versus Alliance. They can run like Caudal Bristle, they can just run Bat Rider. Like, any of these heroes, I think, just singly alone would be enough to stop Fnatic.
But don't you think like it's like playing to their strength if you try to play late game with Alliance, like what Shiva suggested? Is it better to try and play to your strength, because we know they are better from maybe early to mid game, and you try to use that to your advantage, play as much of heroes that are good during that point of time and try to win the game from there, instead of trying to maybe we can play like we try to draft some insurance going into late game, but not go all out.
If they drafted like they did versus Vici, I think they would have lost very swiftly against Alliance.
But don't you think it's like a better chance?
No, I think this game was really good for them. I think that if Mushi were a little bit more farmed, or if it were maybe just a different, better scaling physical damage core, then the game would have been much easier. It was really, really close. They were really close to breaking the second set of Rex, which I think is far above my expectations of Fnatic versus Alliance. So I think they should continue with this and just, I don't know, Mushi's just such a wild card for me in some of these games. Like, his silencer was pretty darn good. His Leshrac was, wasn't up to snuff in the late game. So I think they should continue with just something that he won't die that many times with.
Well,
it's hard because what Mushi is, and I believe it was like Nahaz who said this, like, if there was a Dota Hall of Fame, it's no question that Mushi would probably be an entry into it. He's like 230 some odd LAN wins. But nowadays, like you said, we don't know what Mushi is going to be showing up, and he has so many heroes. It's like you want to just be like, let's just get him a comfort hero. But it's like, what is the Mushi comfort hero?
But I think at the same time, you want to pick a hero that's not too slow paced. You want to be able to pick a hero for Mushi that's fast paced, so he can dictate the pace of the game. Maybe something like Ursa, like he's fast paced, but at the same time he has some sort of late game. I know he's not as much late game as maybe some of the heroes you might want him to be on. Like maybe the last game he was Leshrac. Leshrac is much better late game than Ursa, arguably, but overall I think his playstyle, I mean, because I know him very well, he likes to be on heroes that can be doing something with his team early. He likes to be able to kill heroes alone or try to dictate the pace with his hero in the early stage of the game. I think that works the best for their team.
But does it work the best against Alliance?
But then if you do that, obviously mid one would be on a hero that would take more farm instead of like the Nyx or the Puck. You have to adjust it somehow to make it balanced.
By balance, it's also being able to assist someone like Midwan, who, it's funny that you said that he's like the C Miracle, because from what I'm hearing is like he's like the C Sumail. This is a young pup star, 8K I'm sure by now, and he just had his first LAN appearance at Star Ladder, and unfortunately it wasn't a great one, but if we remember, Sumail's first LAN appearance as well was not that great back at D2CL. After that first little hiccup though, he became an all-star, so this could be his breakout. It's a major, so it's one of the bigger stage to kind of have your breakout performance. So when I hear stuff like that and their dedication to be coming out, a week ahead of time, getting inside the eHome gaming house to kind of grind out those extra games, I'm not denying their heart is there to want these games, but they have to make sure they can also complement each other to be able to pull out those wins.
Yeah, Blitz, I mean, as a former player, how much emphasis can we put on having had your first LAN out of the way, just to get the feel of the LAN, to get the experience of being at an event like this? Like, for example, it's not just Mid 1. You see it also in Team Spirit with Ramses and Iceberg. That was also their first LAN. They didn't do great there, but they are definitely doing good here.
I think I've been thinking about this a lot, because you remember like when it comes to gymnasts, everybody says that being younger is an advantage, because younger gymnasts, they have no fear.
Yeah.
They haven't.
Aren't you more flexible as well because you're young?
Limber.
The thing I heard was like they're willing to take chances. Like, they don't care about what happens. And when you're 16, 17 years old, you don't think about the consequences. You've got these guys that are 24, 25, and they have to start thinking about the future. They've got full-time girlfriends. They have the responsibility of their families behind them. But you get this guy, he's like 16, 17. He's thinking about none of that. His entire focus is on Dota. So a lot of people say they're afraid to take chances. Before Sumail, they were afraid to take chances because they're like, well, he's young, who knows how he'll perform. But, I mean, most of these guys, at the end of the day, they end up performing great because they have none of these burdens behind them. Yeah, you might have, like, first LAN jitters because you've seen Dendi your entire life, and then all of a sudden you're playing against him. Yeah, but after you get over that, you remember it's just Dota, And in a lot of ways, I think there's less pressure on them.
I
Because
think
they
your
don't.
teammates also play a crucial part because
Yeah.
you need to be around teammates that can actually guide you through it. Like, e.g., like Fear was there for Sumil. So you need someone there for you to be able to help you get through that stage.
Yeah, I'm sure Mushi is telling everybody. He's telling mid one like, calm down. Like this isn't gonna be, this isn't your first land. It's not gonna be your last one. Just kind of relax and have fun. And once he has that, he's probably gonna play a really crucial role in his team because he doesn't care about a mortgage or taxes or anything like that. He's just gonna play some Dota.
Get into the MMR, get on this level. So you're feeling like the first land jitters. They might be there, but after that first land, it's
Yeah, you're
like
good after that.
smooth sailing.
That's always been my experience with young players. It's like held
Okay.
true every single time.
Well, definitely working out here for Team Spirit and also for mid one here, and hopefully in the next game it might lead them for a win. So that is what they need to make it forward and actually directly then make it into the winners bracket. But yeah, we are gonna be having the game very soon. One would hope before we run out of things to talk about because we wouldn't want that to happen. But thinking about Alliance just now, everybody's saying like, what do you think of Alliance before the tournament? Alliance did really well at Star Ladder, but there have been a lot of people looking at them, trying to figure them out. They were the team to figure out because people didn't figure them out at TI3. The patch just changed. Now there's Take 2. Can they figure them out this time? This is the chance. This is the time. Fnatic taking the first step, didn't win, but you said, they did better than most teams so far. Do you feel like they are as strong as they were at TI3, like in terms of form?
I think in terms of flexibility, yes. Like even just the Oracle pick. I remember at TI3 I saw EGM play like a support Wind Ranger. He had 2 kills pre 5 minutes. He was just running around. I was like, people were like, what, support Wind Ranger? And they just do all these they can play Wiz, they can play Chen, they can play Spectre, Terrorblade, like any sort of strategy. Although they favor some more than others, they can really just run anything.
Yeah.
Which I think kind of reminds me of their TI3 form. So we still haven't really seen enough of them for me to be like, wow, these guys are going to win the major, but it's looking pretty good thus far. They've handled their opposition.
I mean,
quite nicely.
their competition has also become stronger. Maybe
Yeah.
back at
Yes.
TI3 there aren't as many strong tier 1 teams right now. So there are so many teams because Dota has just became bigger. So everyone else is working hard. I mean, everyone knows what to expect when you're playing Alliance. You know what's coming, but can you handle it and can you bring out your A game? That is the more important question. Because it's like every time they run a very similar structure, you know what they're gonna do, but handling it with your own playstyle and your own draft is the main issue that you need to settle. What is your best way of dealing with them?
Yeah, the draft is not where you beat them. It's more like, can you overcome their synergy? They are really good about playing around each other. S4 is always there to help out his team. Aki always sets up the framework for them. Like, that's the difficult part, that people, they see it, but they can't overcome.
Do you think playing your own game is more important than actually trying to focus on countering their game?
Kind of, but Alliance are like, they're really good. Like, if you go in all in push, they're really good at delaying the game. If they have better late game, they're also really good at delaying the game. They're really good at crushing the lanes of giving the opportunity. So I think that Alliance are actually really good at identifying your weaknesses. And if you don't have a strong enough base, then you're going to get destroyed. So I can see that. You can't really prepare for Alliance because they meld to what the opposition does much better so than any of the other teams.
Just like you can't simulate Alliance. You're looking at some of the best players who play those roles the best. We know S4 to play the best, like mid lane Bat Rider, best $1 million puck performance, and we know, of course, Bulldog to be the best at what he does. I mean, hell, Ohio has said himself that the reason he has learned to play such a good Nature's Prophet, he's the #2 Nature's Prophet to Bulldog's #1, and even that gap is huge between the both of them, and he said he got that good because he watched Bulldog play Nature's Prophet and learned from that. I mean, you just can't simulate Alliance, and plus they've been playing together for so long.
Yeah.
It's a tall order.
Yeah, a lot of these teams, they have very similar drafts to Alliance, super similar.
They try.
NP, yeah, they try, but it's just nowhere close. And I think who was it? Swindle Melons maybe was saying, oh, if Alliance had this draft, they would have won easily. And teams just try it, and they just can't do it. And you can't mimic that synergy.
Very true. We are into the draft of the second game of the winners bracket final, so we will be getting on the way with that very shortly. Alliance 1 game up against Fnatic, and they will want to win the second game as well to basically get 2 days off, get an early dinner, and force Fnatic to still play a last series against Team Spirit. To
Show
decide
me
who
Earth
goes into the
Yep. Yes,
winner.
Dakota.
And Earth Spirit, yeah.
Fnatic plays
One of
Earth
the
Spirit.
few. One of the few times he made it through the
Don't you
banning
know?
phase.
So you're okay with giving up Wistan?
That's the trade-off, right?
Yeah.
Dude,
I haven't seen Alliance actually play much of Earth Spirit. I mean, you would know more than
EGM
others. Blitz. Does
play
EGM
it,
play Earth
right?
Spirit?
I ain't saying anything.
Uh-oh. I have not personally seen them play, and I fiend Earth Spirit. It's disgusting. I know. I watch who plays it a lot, and personally I haven't seen much Alliance play it. I've seen Fnatic play it both Ohio and
they took
OK.
bench.
Can you go into this Shanghai Major knowing that Earth Spirit is going to be super high contested and not having an Earth Spirit player? It is very difficult to believe.
I'll tell you, he plays the hero.
Okay.
Yes.
I
mean,
it's like he plays the hero.
You might have to play it now. We'll see.
Earth Spirit and IO, too greedy?
Yes, because
But
I
both-
know that they don't practice it.
But both of the
independently.
heroes are played by the same player.
I think I've seen OK play Wisp before, but preferably they would obviously have EGM
Earth Spirit
play
works
it.
with anything.
Okay.
It's like Loda's
Any
never
draft.
played it. He's like,
This
just
was-
play it, Loda.
Yeah.
You went around for hot potato Earth. You would have loved that, Dakota. Ben was so excited just to list why Earth Spirit's a BS hero.
Wow, no.
Oh, they
This
ignored
can't
both.
happen.
What?
This can't happen.
None of that.
Wisp, fine. No OD. No anything. You go for Puck. Why Puck?
You don't do OD. I don't think you can just open OD first two anyways.
Do you think that they have a specific strat? Like maybe sometimes, you know, because you're so predictable, you want to use it against the enemy. Like they think that you are going to go for this, but you go for something else. Maybe you have another set of plans that you haven't really showed. Just because the first game for Alliance, they see it, okay, this just as they can. And right now, because they feel this opponent might threaten to beat them, so they're going to use some of the things that they prepared for the event.
The mind games?
I like it.
I don't know.
Maybe. I mean, it's just a reasoning why they might be doing this.
Could be the first.
I mean, they're a game up. They have the luxury to try something, right? Or to at least try to not reveal anything they have prepared for later on.
Yeah, but at the same time, they might be thinking, a 2-0. We know what a 2-0 means here. It means a lot. So they pick. Yep, and Fnatic removes the Wisp here, so not allowing that hero to go into Alliance hands. And they have like a very standard Venge Invoker. We saw this opening a few times yesterday. Some were successful, some were not successful. I think the unsuccessful ones were against MEP because they did the Phantom Lancer mid, and they had like some roaming bounty hunter or spirit to pressure the Exort Invoker.
They played, I think out of all the teams that I've VP, it was like, I know people talked about, you know, it looked fast, but if you watch the replays, like they barely take time to farm neutrals, even in between pushes.
Yeah.
They just go one after the other.
I think
like nobody
Fnatic
plays
is
at that
a
pace.
little similar to that as well. They do play a bit fast as well. Maybe not as fast as them, but the way they play revolves around very fast paced Dota as well.
The one thing I really liked about Fnatic in the series that I had to cast, was like every single time I cast Fnatic, it feels like there's zero game plan. In all honesty, I just feel like Mushi's just like, hey guys,
you like it because there's zero.
No. But Mushi just seems to come into tournaments. He's like, guys, just be prepared for everything. He just like gives his team like 20 heroes to play and stuff, and it shows sometimes. But this time around, it really feels like he's narrowed it down. He's like, this is what we're gonna focus on. He's not just gonna give a random Mirana or something and like we haven't practiced it. Let's just do it.
That is actually really true, honestly. You're really observant about how they pick, like between different events. This event used before, and yeah, they have been more focused, I'd say, like to try and optimize their performance. Because if you have to play so many heroes, it's kind of hard for you to play good like every game.
Yeah.
If you just play like, let's say 3 heroes, 4 heroes, it's easier for you to focus on the game.
Question regarding bans of Alliance. They ban out a lot of Bulldogs heroes.
What's he gonna pick?
What's he gonna pick?
Void.
I mean, Viper is still in the pool as well. He actually used to play that quite a bit.
They have Witch Doctor if they take Void.
Yeah.
Can't he play Puck too?
I mean, I haven't seen him. I know he
Space and then fast showers.
Oh,
They're
perfect.
memeing on purpose.
Yeah, right.
Shiva, what is Bulldog gonna play this game? Oh,
Weaver. Actually, I was gonna say Weaver. Did I say it before I showed it? Did I show it? I
No,
didn't
you
think
did
so.
not.
I did
Isn't
not.
that
Well,
Loda's hero, though?
it's okay.
yeah, he plays the hero.
He plays it. He plays it quite a bit
Loda
actually.
plays
He
it.
actually picked it in
No,
Star
Loda
Hour as
plays
well.
the hero too, right?
Yeah,
He
Loda
used
plays
to
the hero
play
for sure.
Clockwork. That hero died.
Oh yeah.
But
Oh,
Earth
yeah.
Spirit, there
Oh,
he is.
yeah.
Can't pick him now. Earth
OS
Spirit
Frog
trounces
himself.
Clockwork. You want a cog? Sorry. Cool.
Yeah, but at the same time, we saw like teams that are dealing with Earth Spirit. They pick Puck because Puck is a hero that's very hard to be pressured by Earth Spirit early. So maybe they were also anticipating that, oh, okay, we are giving up the Earth Spirit now, so maybe Fnatic are gonna pick Earth Spirit. So we want a mid hero that doesn't get pressured by Earth Spirit a lot.
Drow Ranger.
Why, I know. but
Okay,
they
that's the-
still
so
go
that's-
for the
that's
Earth
the
Spirit,
plan.
seeing that.
That is
though.
the plan. So
Yeah.
lane.
I'm surprised that Fnatic took the bait. They're like, someone's got to take Earth Spirit.
I
We're
mean,
gonna take
it's
it.
better this time around that they are actually picking more. Like you guys talk about maybe Fnatic needing to go for more late game, but right now Alliance feel like the last game they don't go so smooth. So I don't think heroes that help you win the lane, the aura to help you win the lanes for the Puck and the Weaver. So you see a clear change of plan for Alliance. We're not going to play slow versus Fnatic because it's very dangerous.
They could do offlane dual off too. Witch Doctor Weaver. Witch Doctor is one of the better dual offlane heroes, and you've got double draw aura. Almost any carry is going to get pressure.
Not to mention like Weaver, if you actually think about it, he could actually do really well in the lane if it's only 2 heroes potentially.
I think it's going to be because the Earth Spirit roams, and you're okay with that because you have a very strong. You have the draw aura, and if he doesn't roam, then you've effectively kept 3 heroes.
But what can he do to help the mid lane? Like it's hard to do anything.
You can't effectively.
It's
get
either you
Puck.
help the off lane or you
it's hard.
stay in a safe lane. So those are his options, I guess.
Plus, they have all the silence now between Drow and Puck. It's going to be a hard game for Earth Spirit.
So Alliance still need another support.
EGM's hero?
Doesn't he play Witch Doctor as well, or mostly just Aki plays the hero?
I think sounds like an Aki hero to me. Seems like a silencer game to me, man.
So that they can have also a
Earth Spirit can
fast-paced
easily
jungling hero.
cancel black holes and stuff.
But it's just the state of the like.
For
I
some
mean,
reason,
it's just for their strategy.
AA bounced out to me, but we haven't seen much of AA at all.
We've seen him banned a few times.
It's
But
great
that's
with
it.
Weaver, and they have a range with the more
Mhm.
buff to the right click, and it's good
I
against
think
Faceless
yeah,
Void.
because right now I feel like they need like a mech carrier. Like
Yeah.
right now they have a very fast-paced lineup, but they're lacking a hero that can actually buy the mech for the team so that they can actually play fast-paced.
I think AA is too slow right now. I think the build up for that hero.
Well,
the hero
A is more defensive too. You
Yeah.
want an
What
offensive
what
hero.
other heroes can actually buy mech on EGM's position right now that he plays?
Or have enough heal that could replace the mech.
You have Witch Doctor heal. It's okay. You're not going to go Maledict against that lineup anyways. Although it's okay against Void if he's going to be the safe
For the
lane
laning
support.
phase, yeah, for the laning phase.
My
Is-
vote silencer.
Is Dazzle even an option?
Dazzle's
Yeah, Dazzle's pretty
What
good.
about Keeper?
Keeper of the Light.
Ake's one of my boys who would actually pull it out.
Oh,
Isn't
wait,
it super annoying?
They had
It's
Oracle.
not enough to be offensive though. It doesn't go along with pushing forward and going through.
Dude, that heal.
They had Oracle previous game.
I mean, the heals. It will. He gets mech. He's got great heal. Mana Leak's very good against something like Earth
Fnatic's
Spirit.
taking so long.
Blinding Light's good against Faceless
Yeah, because
Void.
they are not very sure that what they want. So
It's
they-
okay.
That was the hero I was going to say.
Someday you'll see the call
They
will
needed a
come up.
chaser.
Oh.
A
that's the
Baden
sustain.
Weaver.
That's the sustain and a Baden Weaver. So that would probably be their dual lane, I guess. A
Yeah.
Baden plus Weaver off lane. It's gonna be quite annoying for Fnatic to deal with if they don't have very good laning carry.
Isn't Abbott weak versus like Invoker and Earth Spirit who just do so much spread damage though?
It's
Was-
okay.
The Baden's
Wasn't
very
there
good against Earth
recently,
Spirit. You can just shield off Magnetize instantly.
A discussion that you would go for a Legion Commander over a Baden? And just go for...
No.
It's way
But,
versus
For
but,
Zero?
but I think
Less
for
greedy.
Okay.
for support position, a Baden probably is slightly better because you actually offer more in the laning phase. You have your passive if you need it, and
Frostmourne is
yeah,
awesome
Frostmourne
at
is so
pushing.
good.
Okay.
You
Curse
see,
of Avernus.
Fnatic. So I had the idea that
Old school.
they take Disruptor because they needed a hero to catch when they go for the pushes. So I was gonna say Disruptor, but you know, so Alliance like insta pick Abba. Like
Yeah,
they knew
because they just
going
want a
in.
5-man, right? They
Yeah.
want a hero that can sustain. So a Baden can also be the hero that picks up the mech if he actually has to go for it.
Yeah.
So basically, you're not looking to catch too much. Obviously, Puck can catch.
You're waiting for
at
them to
some-
come to you.
Yeah, you're just gonna be sieging, and then you're waiting for them to come in so a Baden can actually save the target. So Fnatic has to decide what type of carry they can actually use to defend the pushes. Like they need a fast-paced carry as well that works with the chrono. Because if you're going Exort Invoker plus you have Void off lane, your carry has to be really active.
Ooh, Sven stands ready.
I always get irked seeing Sven and Faceless Void together. I don't know why. It's just
Me too.
He can't really do much with the chrono.
I don't think it utilizes, but it's a hero that they're practicing.
You can cleave creeps outside the chrono into the chrono.
Yes. Value. Cleave. Okay, Couch 1. I want you to decide amongst yourself which team you're favoring here based on draft.
You're letting me do the decision this time.
You always say Fnatic, so I'm just waiting for you to say Fnatic again.
I mean, I am going to say Fnatic again because I think that they can do it, and even though
You have to convince
Couch number
Ben.
2 doesn't like the Sven plus
Can you
Void,
convince me?
I can.
5
I
words,
don't
one
have.
sentence.
I don't have to convince you. I just have to buy mango for you because I know you
Okay.
like mangoes.
Pull me 2 mangoes and we'll call it.
Sure,
Okay,
okay.
Couch 2.
Dude, we're definitely an Alliance house.
I mean, as much as I love Earth Spirit, this is Alliance game in my opinion. So Alliance.
That's my best man. We're going
This
we're
is
going
true.
Alliance all the
Even
way.
if they had the shittest draft. you
Yeah,
still
those
go for
guys
Alliance.
can like first pick Sven. I'm down.
Okay, well, we're going to find out which couch has the right of it. It's time for game 2 of Alliance versus Fnatic.
and you can hear us. If you're outside of China, you can hear us. It's a modern miracle. We're here with Game 2 of Fnatic versus Alliance. Myself, Felix and Jaskell. Game 1 was a bit of a crazy one. 60 minutes in, Alliance were able to take it. Loader on Spectre, EGM's godlike, force promising corridor. Some fresh drafts, some fresh heroes. Alliance was perfectly strapped Fnatic and very much a confident hero.
30 seconds to battle.
What are you looking for, sir?
I mean, I kind of have to side with the Will Dakota couch. I really think that Alliance got the better end of the draft pressure, and the Weaver Abaddon lane, I just don't really feel like Fnatic have a good way of dealing with it. Like, how does their team deal with this lane? I mean, maybe the Weaver doesn't get a tremendous amount of farm, but at the very least, I think it's going to be a lot of pressure, and once Loda gets a couple of levels into marksmanship, hit that level 11, you have 4 ranged heroes and an ABBA, you can just slow siege, like the couch was saying, just push and push and push. So we'll see what Fnatic can do with this early game Earth Spirit. They also have Venge, which is a fairly strong pairing, and they also have lanes that they can potentially gank for too. Obviously, Mushi is going to have Sven stun, and then you have Venge Magic Missile to follow that. So I think a lot of this is going to depend on what DJ can do, and if he can find the roam, then I think they could be in good shape here. My lord. I think everyone in China just heard you there. And all over the world. So, now it looks like it is going to be a solo Void off lane against the Witch Doctor. And then, of course, the Drow in the safe lane is middle lane. Actually, could have a potential first blood here. S4 is going to be able to orb back to safety into the tower. DJ is going to go ahead and walk back there. Just the strength of the Earth Spirit once again being shown. It's going to be forced to salve up, but it's going to be a little bit annoying, but one of the heroes is actually quite difficult to kill.
I fixed it. We're live.
All right.
Fantastic.
Did you actually have yourself muted?
I didn't press this. Someone press this.
All right, just we'll pretend like Nolder was missed middle lane.
Okay, well, come on, Earth Spirit, step it up, please.
Earth Spirit just Tokyo-ed
You man to be OP. Come on, everyone. Being harassed back S4, going for the plays, jumping forward over the illusory orb. They'll turn around the course up. Oh, the drive-by from DJ, going to get juked out by S4 with the phase shift. Now he has himself back to the high ground, gets himself out of there. The creeps are chasing him. S4 is going to be good to go, and he should be fine. DJ trying to give him the walk down, but he does not have those magical powers to jaunt about. Net bottom lane, getting a bit of harassment to the face there from Bulldog as he goes in with the right click. And out they go. And now S4 still having a bit of a 1v1 there. Oh, DJ, get yourself away from the bounty. He says to S4. He's able to claim that himself on the Earth Spirit. And well, it's all kicking off, but it's still 0-0. No one to die yet, Andy.
It's nice, though, that actually he might have a slower blink timing. It does mean that the bottom lane should go favorably for him.
Oh, mid lane calls down to S4, but hey, he's got phase shift.
What a skill.
What a skill. What a player.
But they are very heavily emphasizing this middle lane. And it's going to be, looks like an Exor Invoker, at least for the time being, coming. This bottom lane is still going to be Admiral Bulldog getting even farm with Mushi. And this hero is up. It supplements him in the fact that he does a good amount of damage. He's hard to kill, and he can siege. Whereas Fnatic, they have a couple of forms of initiation, more notably the Chronosphere, going to be the one they're going to be looking for. But I don't know if they're going to be able to deal with this 15-20 minute timing of Alliance, especially with the lanes not going.
Not too scared of these two. But of course, getting the nice farm. 17 for 2 at the moment on his Drow Ranger. Mid lane, still the matchup. 14 for 7 on the Invoker compared to the 12 for 2 on the Poker. Bottom lane, Bulldog's going in. Pops out the Swarm. This man hunting for that first blood
He should be dead,
potential here. And that, he's not getting himself out of this one. And Bulldoggy Dog should be able to find it, and he will do. The Fairy of Fire not enough to save Net, and that's going to be your first blood there, going the way of the Weaver.
Now, this is what I was saying. This lane cannot deal with Weaver Abaddon. I think this is probably one of the easier lanes to run as well, because if you have double stun, for example, and they're both single target, as long as the Abba's just sitting behind Bulldog, all you have to do is throw out one shield and the stun combination is broken, because both of their stuns can be disjointed. So how do you kill the Weaver? How do you even go on the Abba in this lane? It's just a little bit rough. So who on the side of Fnatic is really going to be able to rotate besides the Earth Spirit?
Himself safe. He backs himself up. But at the moment, it's only going to go that way. And going back to the draft, Drow Ranger, of course, not a hero that we're seeing an awful lot. With the kind of the lineup that Alliance have got, the aura is going to be obviously very nice across the lanes. And also when the pushes do start to happen, having someone like the Abaddon there to provide you that sustain with the shield and with the Mistcoil heal. If Alliance do get the ball rolling, it's going to be a hard one to stop.
Yeah, it's more about the fact that, okay, DJ going to whiff there.
Ball just quite not reaching Loader. And now, just Loader just returning the aggression, forcing a higher back out of the lane. He'll try and walk off the last couple of hits.
I suppose since they have Exort and Invoker and they've been favoring mid one a little bit with the rotations for the Earth Spirit, giving him a little bit of room, that they think that it's okay to just have Chronosphere and then an Exort Invoker on top of that to deal damage inside. And you can still obviously throw like Svenstun in there, Venge as well, but I'm a little bit worried at this point. I mean, the last time I saw Earth Spirit, it was played by MVP, and good God did that hero do work in that game. And I have yet to really see him be able to have the same kind of impact here in this match.
Trying to have a go at there, okay, with the paralyzing cast. Gets a couple of bounces in the Tubwalk, has already been used, but higher. He's going to be fine. Gets himself back under the safety of the tier 1 tower. And still, just 6 minutes and yet to see any kind of really kind of big rotations come out from either side. As both teams playing fairly safe. He's going to have S4 looking for the rune here. DJ, oh, he went for the stun, does miss it. Doesn't matter though, still able to take the rune away from S4.
Wait, that that rune was still there that whole time? Okay, that's really weird. The fact that that was just a rune just casually sitting there for that long. Very uncommon if that happened in a game, but... Mushi? No, they're not going to die. Bulldog has no mana. Okay, so given a static laning phase, Alliance are going to win every single time. For the reason that we're seeing here. Like, granted, they're probably the easiest person to kill prior to him hitting 6, obviously. Because the Weaver to Shikuchi is away, and you can't chase. But if you land a boulder on Abba and into a couple of stuns, you could kill him, maybe relieve the pressure from that lane, but it seems like Fnatic instead... They want to go for the higher priority kill. They want to try to either take out Ake and slow down Lotus Farm, or maybe just get lucky and be able to kill them both. But this is going to be tough. There is a ward just spotting them all right now, and they are not smoked. So I seriously doubt this is going to work.
Yeah, indeed, just with both of these wards as well, just Alliance keeping real good control here of the Dire safely. So it will be a surprise really if Loda does find himself out of position, and well, net indeed, with a no item strat at the moment on this Venge.
Yep, this is the... I had a hard lane, and I'm saving potentially for boots. I know he has enough money for boots, so what is he saving for? No. Smoke, wards, sentries. That's about it.
Let's see, they really want to find something, but as we said, Alliance, they know what's going on. They know what's happening here. Okay, that's only here. It was CDJ. He does manage to get a fairly deep ward here behind the tower. They really want to try and punish this Drow pick. They want to get the vision so they can roll in, get the initiation onto the Drow Ranger. It's going to be hard to do so. Loda coming slowly forward. Still, this is a lot of time spent from Fnatic trying to find Loda. And we've seen Loda, he's still been able to get himself in close enough to get the last hits. And it looks like he's going to be fine. And it's just more and more time wasted here for Fnatic.
It's going to be the story of the game, really. Just what the supports of Fnatic can...
So in the wounds there. The D ward from Ake.
Oh my god. This is so painful. Really nice awareness, too, from Ake. Like, realizing, okay, they rotated up. They've been sitting here for a while. There's a good probability that they warded just to have the vision for the gank. And with that D ward now, Fnatic just say, okay, well, we can't really do anything there. Gonna go for a smoke. Killing mid is so hard. And look at this rotation with EGM. He's already here.
Well. Yeah.
Okay, they can actually kill EGM, but they can't kill us4. So maybe he dies for this. I think he just came over here to soak experience. He could end up taking the gank.
Well, let's see how far forward EGM goes. It could be a bit of a disaster if he does come forward, but again, it's just S4 on the front, and as long as the puck's there at the front to take the brunt of the initiation, EGM will be able to save him. Now EGM might get caught out. He's still behind him, but it looks like Fnatic, they don't really want to go in whilst S4 is right next to them. There's the potential of them turning around and with a bit of burst taking down one of the squishier supports. And still, this is a lot of time from Fnatic spent. And in fact, meanwhile, guys, you've got to do something because you're losing your Invoker. And Fnatic is just sitting there. Now they'll go in with the Chrono. Highest coming with the rotation. EGM's trying to keep S4 alive. He might just be able to do the Storm Hammer comes through. S4, can he get himself an S4? Phase shift. Gets himself away with the orb. And they've actually lost 2 here on the side of Fnatic. Mushi's coming as well, trying to desperately help out the side. But this, Fnatic, this is not the game plan that they were looking for. They lose 2. They were looking for a rotation themselves towards the mid, and Alliance, they're just on top of it.
If that's Sven, leveled stun, S4 was definitely dead there. That's a level 1 Sven stun. If he, even if it was level 2, I think he might have died, just for the extra 75 there. So, really unfortunate they get really nothing from that engagement. Tornado EMP gonna be thrown out here. Mid 1 opts to go for quad is more valuable, and tower is gonna go down here. Attempted denial, but not gonna be successful. And Alliance just seemed to be just dominating this early game.
Oh boy, an S4. No, he's got the 10-minute blink.
I mean, look at the support levels of Fnatic. They're both level 3. Oh. It's 10 minutes into the game.
Jesus.
This is a disaster, actually, of an early game.
Yeah, and this game itself is also a disaster.
Yeah. I don't know actually what the game plan is. Like, how do you come back from this? I suppose you can, like, that guy needs 6 so badly. He's just sitting here, like, looking for a potential kill, but the problem is, Lota just, he knows it's coming. He doesn't see any of the supports on the map. His team is off doing something and healing up in the well, so they're just going to TP back now to defend. And I don't really see an opening. Like, sure, you have Chronosphere, but the follow-up damage is nowhere near enough, especially when EGM is sitting behind him. And the fact that Lota also opts to go for Dragonlance, like 1200 HP against Fnatic's team, the fact that your Sven doesn't have max stun, I know this is a very common build, but still.
They can't jump on EGMs there.
Yeah.
And now, S4's there as well to counter jump. And they do have mid one on the Invoker right now, now Ohio going in, getting 2. S4 gets the silence onto the Invoker though, so he's limited in what he can throw out. Loda getting low, will fall down here, so they will find the kill on the Drow Ranger. Net looking for the TP out. He is going to be able to escape, nothing to cancel that one. Ohio pots the time dilation, will time walk away, but Bulldog, he's there. He's ready and waiting in position. S4 jumps forward as well. They'll get that kill. Then S4, he's not done. He's looking for mid one. Mid one is going to go for the TP out, nothing to cancel it, so will escape. Net as well. It looks like Ake. That's a 2-for-1. Yeah. Alliance take the trade favorably, and again, another trade that Fnatic were just sitting there on the sidelines, spending what seemed like ages looking for.
Well, I guess the Venge got some experience out of that, so did the Earth Spirit. So the fact that they killed Loda was a pretty big deal for them, if only for the fact that their supports are closer to level 6. Like, Magnetize is a pretty big deal, even though they do have 2 points in the Voodoo Restoration and an Abaddon who can dispel it on a 6-second cooldown once it gets to level 7. Those things are a little bit of a nuisance, but man, like the amount of impact that the supports of Fnatic had in the early game has just been nothing. Like, even just sitting in lanes and hitting creeps probably would have accomplished more than what they were able to in this game, and that's just due to Alliance's pretty much a to hold down S4, and he's not even that far behind in terms of overall CS, and the fact, like you said earlier, 10-minute Blink Dagger. Like, that time that he spent mid doesn't really feel like it did anything for him.
See here in the mid, Bulldog with the boys. Oh, that Ake wall placement pops the wall. What a man! What a legend! Who's the Venge? 2 dead on the side of Fnatic, and Alliance. They just you can't deny it. They just seem to be playing on another level this game compared to Fnatic.
The weird thing about the lineup that they have is most of the time when you have a Drow lineup, rotate. Maybe it would have been a better choice to just leave Mushi bottom and have both Avenge and the Earth Spirit together, because then at least you have a double disable at the very least. You can go top, you can maybe force the Avid to TP, that leaves the Weaver alone versus Sven, still probably better than the way it worked out, but I think having the Earth Spirit by himself the entire game and just having the Venge sit bottom to try to defend Mushi and help, he can't really dive the safe lane when he only has a Void off lane. It's just not going to work out.
And now the fact that for the next push, they've of course got this Aegis on, you'll be more than happy to use it to try and catch up. Oh! If it just couldn't look any worse for Fnatic, S4 just dances around them and just, he goes to the toilet over the entire, that was just, he was, what? It's Fnatic. Hello.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
I think that was pretty much the story of the game so far. It's just not been a good game for them. Granted, the Sven is still farming pretty well, but the real issue lies in the fact that Alliance's lineup hasn't even really hit their peak yet, and they're already hitting at tier 3s at 15 minutes into the game. And with the Dragonlance on Loda, he's so far away from the tower that it's just so hard to go on him. No Sphere? Alliance are just like, okay, where's your team fight? Like, how do you stop it?
Bulldog's got he's got the time lapse, he's got the Aegis. And he's got the sustain of Ake for the Voodoo Restoration. There's no reason for them to stop. They'll take the tier 3.
I think they have, they have Magnetize. Okay, so they could maybe fight this, but they need another Tornado EMP or a Sphere.
They'll get the stun for onto 2. DJ running forward, but S4 gets the silence on Stratus down. They'll lose DJ and Net as well. It's a triple kill for Bulldog. And
that's some buildings dead right there, I think.
Well, I see the Tornado EMP coming out from mid one. EGM walking it off with the ultimate.
Oh, they're just gonna go for bottom. Okay.
Okay.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
That's okay because they know that Chronosphere is gonna be up in a little while, and they don't want to take a risk. And Chronosphere is probably the only ability on the team that can actually stop them from pushing and result in kills at this point, because they're so far. 1,300 gold. So they're just gonna get the tower. They're gonna go back towards mid. Kind of spending quite a bit of time here.
Bulldog. He's just going to be the one to do it. Goes in, chips away at the range rates. Listen to the range rates down a high, jumping forward, popping the time dilation. Tornado once again catching out Bulldog. They get the EMP down here as well. Bulldog as well. And he's just going from better to better. I've got to have a look at the net worth difference. Let's have a look at the graph.
I'm kind of at a loss of what Fnatic can really do at this point. Like, I guess the only answer is just hit hit everyone with a Chronosphere, get a Magnetize on like 5 heroes, 5-man stun, 5-man silence, stuff like that. You know, the stuff that you think pretty much never happens in a team fight kind of needs to happen for Fnatic. And Mushi is still farming very well. It's just to a team fight. And the other thing, too, about Sven in this game is how is he going to...
Because EGM and Bulldog are coming in with the wrap round. Mushi's all alone. Nobody's there beside him, and Mushi dead. And again,
just seemed to be going downhill for Fnatic. Like, bottom lane was rough. Middle lane, S4 was being held down a bit, but eventually even he just caught back up in farm. Mid one, I mean, he's been doing what he can, but the thing about Crossflex Invoker is all you can really do is slow this push. You can't kill anyone. Which is why I thought that he might go for the Exo build, but EGM.
We're going to look for EGM. Pops the ult. It's a nice 3-man chrono. Let's see how they follow it up. It's between two of them. There's your Death Ward as well. They've taken down the Earth Spirit. Ohio getting incredibly low. We'll get the time walk out. Mushi now coming in, gets the stun off onto Ake with a Ghost Strike as well, doing enough damage to cleave down the Witch Doctor. Now turns his attention towards Bulldog. Bulldog does still have the Aegis. Will be popped to S4 with the silence onto 2, and now Lodi just sits down the back, choo-chooing away there with the right click. He'll take down Ohio on the Faceless Void, and now they'll look for the mid-rack. Bulldog forcing Mushi back in. Mushi now has lost the God Strength. And Alliance, they'll just use this time to get themselves a full set of Rex, or at least try to. Now they're playing a bit more careful. If there are heroes back on the map, and they'll actually get the stun, lock down into the Stormhammer onto S4. Nice stacking there, they'll get the control onto the puck, and they will find it. Fnatic are being able to defend this Rex stronger than Fnatic at this point of the game. But it worked out. Fnatic, they keep their mid lane melee Rex at least alive for the time being.
And that was like one of the most awkward engagements ever for Alliance. Like EGM sitting inside of the base, and he's like, becomes killable. I think that's one of the key factors is if he ever pops his ultimate and doesn't really get anything from it, and Alliance aren't winning that team fight, they can focus him, and then after that point, the heroes that are most likely to die are probably Loda on Drow because he has no escape except for Blink and Ake. So you could potentially find something off that if you're Fnatic, but I doubt, like seriously doubt, EGM's going to do that twice because that was a little bit of a clowny move.
Ready to go back in. He's got the backup of Alliance right behind him. And they're ready to go. In fact, Ake, S4 and Loda are smoked up. So maybe Alliance trying to go for a little bit of a bait here, seeing if they can get Fnatic to jump on Bulldog or EGM. They might just go for the bait here. They see Bulldog, and here we go. He's chipping away at the racks. The stun will come out, will connect, but S4 jumps in with a Dream Core. The Waning Rift onto 2. Net will pop out the dust. Alliance K's there on the sidelines with the Death Ward saying, get away from my boys, forcing Fnatic back. Mushi jumps in. Oh, the Stormhammer, it's a big one. The God Strength as well, cleaving down Alliance. Mushi, he has no mercy. He's taken down 1, he's taken down 2. S4, can he get out? He just get the blink. Mushi, can he chase this one down? He goes the wrong way, unfortunately. S4 gets himself down to the south. Will escape. But Fnatic, they're certainly
defend,
holding,
man.
Andy. They are defending.
This is insane. The fact that they're able to hold it. Probably the only way they're going to be able to defend fights outside of it. Okay, we're going to go smoke. And right now the Invoker is holding on to 4,200 gold. So I don't know if he's just... Is he going to go straight Ags? Does he go for... Orchid's not really that good because you're against a bad... Maybe you can rely on time dilation and stop the Abbot from doing things.
Yeah. He's got the ult. Has he got the friends? He doesn't need them.
They are so scared.
EGM just walks it off.
Yeah, that's probably the...
Bulldog's having a pretty good game, I can tell you that. Let's have a look at the man in terms of stats. 7 kills, 6 assists. Hasn't died a single time here on the Weaver. And that is his completed Deso. Yeah, it's the complete Deso out as well. Double damage to boot. Bulldog. He's having a few hues to this game, I can tell you that.
It's a really easy Weaver.
He's going to use the DD to max potential with the Desolator going in there, force out the fortification immediately. Fight didn't go too great for Alliance. Fnatic did capitalize on it very
Roche
nicely.
ends up, so they're probably just going to go Roche.
Play it safe to say. Get Aegis on board, then they'll be able to try and get a push down another lane. Let Bulldog look for the wrap, finish off the mid lane whilst they apply the pressure elsewhere.
I think they gave it to Loda this time, right?
Yep. Keeping the Drow alive so you've got the
Because last time they gave it to the Weaver, I think it's because they felt that Weaver's mobility in a team fight might be more valuable than giving it to Drow, because realistically, Loda with Dragon Lance and Blink Dagger should not really get initiated on, but we'll see. Looks like, yeah, they're just going to give it to Bulldog again, so I guess he's the one who's going to be in the fight more than Loda. Loda's just going to be sitting on the periphery, just trying to siege racks, slow siege style, but Fnatic's still holding out for the time being. They're just going to lose a racks because it's exposed. Like this melee racks middle lane, it's just like a timer. It's going to be either this push or the push after that.
Let's see if they can finish it off this time. They've attempted a few times to poke at it. There's no fortification available for Fnatic, and here we go. We're just trying to finish the melee racks. Put the Lincoln's there. Stun. It's not going to catch Bulldog. Does catch EGM though. Tornado only MP looking for the Weaver. And now with the Chronosphere, that is a good one indeed. But S4 jumping in, coil onto 4, the silence as well. And now Loda, he sits there, starts to chip away at the side of Fnatic. Got Mushi coming in, throws out the stun. He's going to back himself away though, because Ake with the Death Ward pounding through Mushi. Double kill for Bulldog. There'll be a buyback from the Sven. A buyback as well from DJ on the Earth Spirit. Now with 2 buybacks on cooldown, Alliance very well might just look for another push at the bottom lane. They've still got that Aegis on Bulldog. They got away with it just now in the mid lane. Here we go. Once again, as you said, the Quasrex combo coming out. It will slow down the push, but is he going to stop it? S4 jumping in with the silence onto DJ. If DJ goes down, that will be a dieback in the Earth Spirit. Admiral Bulldog trying to find him, but the magic missile comes through. Bulldog getting stunned up, getting healed up, not enough. The Aegis will be popped here on Bulldog, but he has going to be back for the second life cap. One, now he turns towards the rest of Alliance. Alliance again. Could they overstay their welcome? That's 2 dead. Ake now on the run. Fnatic, they should be able to find this. In fact, they're trying to look for the tornado onto S4. Doesn't quite clip him, but they've got the Hex. Now down on mid one. They'll burst down the puck. They'll get Ake as well. 4 dead on the side of Alliance. Fnatic. Right, they need to be careful about how many fights like this they lose.
That was massive. Like the amount of money that was exchanged there, and the fact that Mushi's buyback is now okay because of the fact they defended. Like, sure, they lost to tier 3 in a range racks, but the range racks doesn't really matter, especially when you have a Sven on your team. That hero's wave clear is just ridiculous. But if he just sits there and lets them slow siege, I don't think a fight ever kicks off that way. And it's not like Fnatic can really go into you unless you're having multiple heroes stand on top of each other for a sphere or a Sven stun. So I don't know why he was being so aggressive there, but it definitely cost them.
And Mushi is coming online. With the money he's saving up, so what do you think Mushi will go for next? Does he still go for the Blink Dagger for that extra route of initiation, or does he need to just beef himself up?
I
get
think
a bit more damage on that?
I think BKB is kind of necessary.
Okay.
Like when you have these items in particular, like Blink, SNY, Dom, having the BKB to supplement that means you're never going to have that moment.
Sorry, he's already got the Blink, sorry.
Yeah, he's got Blink already.
It's a long day here.
It's alright.
a very long day.
We forgive you, Owen.
Yeah, thank you. S4, will he be forgiven for this one? He won't be happy.
Yeah, he's got buyback, so we'll see if Alliance want to maybe chase this out.
And a bit of a T-Tours. Let's get ourselves back. Thanks, Scriff. I love you, really, babe. And there we go. Bulldog chasing down mid one. He doesn't have the detection on himself. He's still hot on the tracks there. He's sniffing this one out. He's lost the scent. Mid one will be able to get himself away. The backer was a little bit too far away anyway for Bulldog to follow through.
It feels like a little bit of a theme this series, doesn't it? It's like when a team has a pretty significant advantage and is pushing, and then they kind of go a little bit too deep and then throw away a lead. Because that's what happened in the first game, right? Like Fnatic go on Loda, they end up putting themselves in a position where Spectre buys back, kills them all because they went for the wrong target and want to try to end the game. And I'm not saying it's going to be the repeat here for Alliance, but it kind of felt similar to me, the way that they just...
Putting up the courage to try and go for a push here. Mid one in the neighborhood, and he's going to find himself an Arcane Rune. Very nice here for the Invoker. As the fight does kick off. Mr. Fnatic is holding back the fort, holding out the defense. And Midwall's going to stick around in this bottom lane with Net. Let's see if he goes for something here. S4 at the moment is the lone defender. We're going to see Weaver come across as well, but they get the swap and the Hex onto S4. Beautiful pick off there from Fnatic. Absolutely ruthless, and that is a second kill onto the puck within a matter of minutes.
And every time he's dead, the initiation potential from Alliance is like gone. He's the only hero on their team with catch. Like sure, I guess Loda could potentially blink in and throw out a gust, but that's not really the hero you want to be frontlining for your team. Especially when you're kind of losing vision right now. They only have one ward on the map, Alliance, so like Puck being dead, not having the vision control at this point, is the first time outside of like maybe the first couple minutes where Fnatic feel like they're not just confined to their base. And that is a really good thing for them. Because Ohio, he's got his Blink Dagger now. Like Mushi's continuing to farm up. He finished that BKB we saw a couple of seconds ago. Things are starting to happen here for Fnatic. And that one move bottom, it could come back to bite Alliance really hard.
Top lane. Ohio is eyeing up Ake. Mid one's coming up as well on the Invoker. Ake with the Glimmer Cape starting to back off Ohio. I think he was thinking about going for the blind chrono there to see if he could catch Ake out. But he holds on to it, and Ake's life will be spared there as he's able to escape with the Glimmer Cape.
That was pretty fortunate. I think it's actually okay to throw a solo chrono too on a support at this point. Because every hero that dies, it just makes Alliance have less incentive to be going out and looking for their own kills, you know? Like every kill is map control at this point, which is something that Fnatic are going to be more than happy to take. Alliance wouldn't be able to go for it anyway, given the circumstances, and it's starting to get more and more scary. Like that team fight's going to come online. The more levels that mid one gets too, we often forget this when we see Quaswex and Boker, but he's going to get more points for meteor damage and sun strikes, and the Chronosphere is going to become scarier and scarier as the game kind of rolls out. And this guy had just a Hex a couple of minutes ago, it seems like, and now he's got a full Shivas on top of it.
The recovery indeed from the team as a whole. We are starting to see on the graph, it is seeing Alliance with pretty much 15,000 gold ahead. So when that happens, then that Fnatic are going to be very happy that they found the power to swing it back with.
And it's getting a little bit scary for Alliance. This is the kind of lineup though where all it takes is like that one fight, and if you have a Drow lineup with a bunch of ranged heroes like Weaver with Deso, you can kill the base very quickly. Problem is, Fnatic can actually team fight now. They got BKB on Sven, they got Void with Blink. All the tools that are necessary to go in outside of the base are now available. So they don't have to play a one-dimensional game where they're just waiting for Alliance to come to them, sieging that tier 3. Now they can make their own moves, which is why Alliance are poised so defensive.
Also picked up in this patch by Witch Doctor.
Yeah, it's really good this game though. Like
That's great for Weaver.
Well, it's great for Weaver, and it's great for the fact that mid one has Hex. So
yeah,
if whoever gets Hex, you just Lotus Orb him to spell. Then it's probably going to be S4 or, you know, it probably won't be Bulldog because he has Lincolns, but Fnatic holding on though, man. This is the way they did against the kind of advantage that Alliance had. If they come back and win this game, easily the biggest comeback at the tournament.
And looking at the puck, he does have the money now for his Aghanim.
Is under attack.
Yeah.
He's brought it up.
Ags is actually goes through BKB, at least the break. So if you hit Mushi with it and he's BKB'd and he's trying to chase somebody down, he hits the tether stun. Then 10-second BKB is pretty much half, because you spent half of that disabled.
Let's see what the next point. I guess it's just going to be...
Oh man, see that's the thing, like does that even really win them the game at this point? Like look at Mushi's farm. Guy's going out of control. He's the highest net worth in the game, and the guy hasn't really had a map to farm for the better part of it.
Oh, Hio. He's just jumped into that one. Does get swapped out, bailed out by Net. S4 with the S4 rune hanging around the backside. And there comes your Chrono onto EGM and Emerald Bulldog, but still really can't do much. There's Ake and Loader on the side. That's going to force Fnatic to back up. Now Mushi coming on the stun. Ake getting destroyed by the Sven. Now Hio has to back himself away. Bulldog doing a little bit too much there with the damage. The Stormhammer coming out to EGM. Now Alliance looking to maybe go back in. They want to continue to chase. They'll get the slow out onto Mushi. DJ's been caught out as well. The Dream Call coming through. And that's going to be your long break stun onto Mushi. The silence from S4 catching both of them out. They've taken down the Earth Spirit and they forced the rest of the side of Fnatic back to their base.
Interrupted DJ's roll as well. So instead of him just rolling away and being safe, he ends up dying for it. Although I guess you could argue that it might have saved Mushi. Because if he rolls away, maybe they kill his Sven instead of the Earth Spirit. But really nice fight coming in from Alliance, and excellent reaction time from EGM. I think, and that initiation of itself, I think as soon as it happened, Fnatic realized this fight's probably not going to go our way. And not being able to finish off S4 either was a little bit of a bummer. So Roshan going the way of Alliance. That's another Aegis on the Weaver.
As well for S4.
Yep. And like I was saying, man, it just takes one fight. That's kind of the problem when you're playing from this far behind, as Fnatic have been for such a long time. One mistake is amplified so much more when you have this kind of deficit to overcome.
Let's see what the play is indeed next from Alliance. As you said, all eyes on Mushi really at this point. He's got 3k gold in the bank.
He kind of needs to buy crit, I think.
Does he need to make sure that he's always got buyback?
Or actually,
is he going to have to go all in?
He could go AC. Yeah, it looks like he has got Hyperstone already, so. I mean, it makes him extremely tanky. The big thing about Sven, I think, is in this game, he's kind of the only real frontliner, because if he eats a silence, he can BKB. Void can't really do that, and he needs to be counter initiation anyway.
Stun flying through. We'll just catch EGM. Bulldog back up to the high ground. Magic Missile will catch him out. They're going to try and go in on that one. A little bit too apprehensive with the fact that Alliance indeed are all there ready to back up Bulldog. He does still have that Aegis. He'll just get himself back and continue to head away at the melee wreck. They do have a fort available on the side of Fnatic. See if they can continue to hold this one, but they are slowly losing this bottom lane barracks, and there's your jumping higher. Bulldog. Another silence onto DJ. The Gust will catch him. He gets himself swapped out. Net's there with the save. And one more hit with the gem. It should be able to do it. No, they're not in a rush here, Alliance. So I'll play this one safely. And Bulldog getting himself ready to go back in. And in we go. And that will be the bottom lane. The Rack's down. The side of Alliance slowly chipping away, but it does the job. And increasingly weakening the lineup of Fnatic.
It's such a hard position as well for Fnatic to be in. Like, when you watch that siege, you're kind of just helpless. Like, if you jump in, you're helpless. Like, if you jump in and you try to sphere, you're sphering a hero that has Aegis. So you kind of need Bulldog to do what he did before when he just, like, dove the tier 4s. And that was the difference, right? Like, I talked about it when it happened. It's just a matter of hitting the building and not diving. If they had done that the first time when they were bottom, the game probably would have been over by now, and Alliance would have had the 2-0. But it gets delayed out, much to Fnatic's enjoyment, I'm sure. And now they're looking at defending the last set of racks, but man, it is an uphill battle to say the least. They do have Veil, though. A little bit more points, and X already sitting at 4 right now. I imagine he probably goes for the Aghanim soon, just so we can have a better combo. And I think a good Sphere could actually win them a team fight. Like, you can kill S4 inside of it before he pops the cheese. He's only got 1,300 health. That's not much. Especially when you have more points for Meteor and a Sunstrike. But still, Alliance, they only got one.
With the Butterfly unloaded, he's just going to be packing an absolute punch. And just the damage, of course, that he's giving to the rest of the team at the moment. What's he kicking out? It's a plus 74 for each extra hero.
Yeah.
And that's an insane amount. And now Alliance getting ready to go in for the finishing blow. They're ready to get themselves in on the top lane. And just the physical damage is absolutely insane. Fnatic, they need to find the perfect jump and the perfect combo if they want to have a hope of defending this. And Alliance, they know that they've got the upper hand at the point. And they're desperately positioning themselves, looking for some kind of opening to jump in on Alliance.
The problem is, Void's really bad in these situations. He's really bad when the enemy team can slow siege, and you have no target that you can sphere and kill and make it matter. Like, this is the worst case scenario for him. If he jumps in, he kills the Weaver respawns, he has no ult, and he might get silenced and just die, and no one's clumping.
Swap onto Bulldog. There's the follow-up, and that's going to be it. Ohio getting the chrono through. Mushi jumping forward. Loader blinks to disjoint the Stormhammer, and now he turns. In fact, they're going to lose one here. They lose Ake. Bulldog, he's trying to clean up some people on the backlines. Loader's going to be the one caught out by the stuns, chained up by Fnatic, and now he's got to run. He'll eat the T, but now he's dead. They've got him. That's going to be 2 dead. Make that 3. EGM getting taken down as well from Fnatic. They are doing it. They're holding on with this defense just when it was needed. And it just leaves S4 and Bulldog to get themselves the hell out of there. And Fnatic again, these fights incredibly costly for Alliance.
How did that go so badly? Like, at the beginning of that fight, he spheres the one hero that pretty much can't. BKB gets coiled, and then has to walk around in circles for pretty much the entire duration of it because he can't hit anything. But I suppose the real issue that Alliance are running into right now, and this is going to sound kind of funny because most of the game we were talking about how hard they hit, but they kind of lack physical damage against the Sven. Like, Sven pops Warcry, and he has, what, 45 armor with Warcry on, and if he's next to the Vlads as well from the Void, so you can't really kill him with physical damage. All you can do is kite him around. You kind of just try to have to ignore him as long as you can, and then by the time BKB wears off, then you can kill him with Drow and just kite him. It really seem like they have a great answer for Mushi at this point, except for try really hard not to get hit.
Indeed, Fnatic holding on. And still that net worth, it's pretty much stayed constant wavering level around that 10k. Still an advance for Alliance, but they're just struggling to push it over the edge. And they are still holding on to that final set of racks, Fnatic, so still very much in this game. And playing on the back foot.
The scary thing to think about is Mushi does so much damage, and he doesn't have his Daedalus yet. Like, he went for the Moonshark, so he went all attack speed. Gonna get is nuts. And he has Alacrity on him as well. He gets like 1 or 2 crits. Whoever he's touching is just gonna explode. Doesn't matter if he has, you know, Abaddon or not. Like, he can actually kill him without the ult even going off.
Who's going to be the team to make the jump? Both sides having the full 5-man. Looking for an opening. Spot out mid one. But mid one has got the entirety of Fnatic in the sidelines. He's smoked up. He's looking for that perfect jump.
Didn't even get the tower deny, man. Mid one actually got the last hit. That pretty much puts Mushi at his Daedalus too if he wants to go all in. I assume he's just going to stay for buyback though. it's very dangerous to go for an item at this point when you know the enemy team is going to be pushing.
Fnatic very smartly just backing up there.
Just imagine, like, if the laning phase wasn't super bad for Fnatic. I
They'd
think
be
this
in a very
game.
good place.
Yeah, I think this.
It's exactly what you said as well. Mushi does go all in, or at least he's picked up the Chrysalis and the recipe.
I don't think he will
Do you
go
think
all
he
in
will
right
save? Okay, just keep for buyback.
It's way too much of a risk. Like, because of the fact that his BKB duration is getting a little bit shorter. Like 8 seconds seems like a pretty long BKB, but if you imagine he gets coiled,
yes,
then it's like, okay, well, minimum 5 seconds of that BKB is going to be gone. So it's a little bit rough in terms of mobility for him in fights, and that means that if he dies and he has Daedalus and no buyback, that will be Megas.
Well, Roshan is going to be right back up there in Ake. He's just a bit of a master there. Just in the pit at the right time. So we'll see Alliance almost certainly go for that before trying to commit for the push again. So they're just going to send Bulldog in. He's got his Demon Edge, he's got his Hyperstone. He's building a bit of everything here. And of course, as we mentioned before, still that damage that Loda is sharing out with the team. Reaching nigh on to plus 80, 79 at the moment.
I think the bigger factor here is the way that the Roshan sieges have gone last time. Like, they get Roshan, they get another Rax. If they can do that just one more time, Megas becomes a completely different game. They could actually defend Megas with their team. That's a crazy part, because they have Sven with Dominator and an insane amount of farm. But in order to pressure the map at that point, you kind of need 2 heroes who can clear waves fairly consistently and also aren't gonna die. But here comes the smoke. Fnatic want to try to prevent Alliance from getting to that stage where they just get that extra cheese, they get that extra Roshan one more time. If they can prevent them from getting this, that would actually be huge, but they are rotating in.
Yeah, they smoke straight into the ward from Alliance, so Alliance well aware what's going on.
Yeah. And they're going to see Mushi in the base, and they're just going to go for Rosh. Without Mushi, there's...
Yeah, they changed on and they've got the Chrono. It's perfect. They're able to find the kill onto Bulldog. Can they find themselves anything else? The Dream Caller onto 3. S4 jumping forward, but the BKB coming out from mid 1. Starts to get the combo off. Loda on the high ground now. Starts to hit away down onto the net. He's going to be able to keep himself alive, but the rest of Fnatic are beginning to melt. They've lost mid 1. They're going to lose DJ. Net will finally go down as well. It's a double kill for Bulldog. 3 dead on the side of Fnatic. Ahayo able to TP out, and Mushi just wasn't able to get himself stuck in. Aegis and Cheese going their way as well.
I want to say that swap actually helped Loda. Like, Net swapped him up into
swapped him
a
up to the cliff,
position.
and Loda's like, all right.
He's just like a turret at that point, right? Like, he's got Dragonlance, he's just hitting away. He was quite happy about that. Or no, he doesn't have Dragonlance anymore, I guess. But I don't know. That was a really awkward engagement. As soon as they kill Bulldog, they can just back out, right? But here comes the potential last siege. Oh man, Invoker really doesn't want to have to buy back here, but he may have to.
Closer from Alliance.
They have Glyph, but he actually can't. Yeah, he has to buy back.
Let's see what they can do. Alright, jumping and getting the time dilation out onto Bulldog. But this is. I mean, we have seen them do it. We can't say it's impossible.
They've defended multiple times.
They have defended multiple times and against Aegis pushes as well.
Yep.
So Fnatic, they've certainly got it in them. Each and every time getting harder and harder here for the side, and just that fact that they had K gold a second ago as he spent it. No, he's still a rich man. 5.5k gold here in the pocket of the puck. He finished off the AC. So something else just to finish off. The gap closer just, oh no, sorry, the gap closer, just closing the game off in terms of destroying the structures. But this.
It's a rough game for Fnatic, man. Like, I definitely feel for
it
them.
is a rough position, but it just feels like we've seen this kind of come around many times before this game, and they're still able to fight through it.
Yeah.
The AC is certainly going to make it harder.
Yeah, the longer the game goes, like, you're going to start seeing Hexes soon, too, on Alliance. Like, I'm sure S4, he might even just pick one up with the money that he has. It's really good for just being able to secure a kill on a hero. But
this part, Loda, interesting enough as well, going for the Aghanims on the Drow. I mean, if we're talking about the fact that we don't see a lot of Drow Ranger, we certainly don't see a lot of games where the Drow is able to pick up the Aghanims.
I suppose it's one of those items, a huge amount of damage. If the melee cores are standing next to each other, like 3 of 5 of the members of Fnatic are all melee. So the damage that you deal with that is not to be underestimated.
Let's see what happens now. Alliance just keeping the pressure on. Keeping, of course, pretty much full control of the map here. Fnatic just having to stay in the base. I mean, Fnatic at this point, can they afford to do anything like smoke out, or do they just need to wait for Alliance to jump in?
I think they need to wait. It's really, really hard because at this stage you're playing against odds, right? Like obviously, just checked, no smokes right now. And if they were to go for a smoke, they're fighting into the hardest possible fight they can get because they're outside of their base. They're fighting into cheese. They're fighting into Aegis. And honestly, it seems like a very low probability fight, not worth taking the risk. If you have buybacks and you're sitting inside of your base, you have the high ground advantage, you have vision as well. Like they even place a ward on the engagement, even if it's still not good. Even if it's only like a few % higher, you know, that's better than running out into the map and then finding a fight that you can't win and then just dying and then being forced to buy back anyway.
That's it, that's the point of the game, and Lions seem very content to just hold it as is. Not looking to go too rational, and 5 pick up. What is the game-winning item here for Sven? Are we going to see Rapier time come out for Sven, or is there just always more efficient items to get, even at this kind of point of the game?
I don't know if there's like one item that's going to completely change the game. I would even say something like Refresher is good, because double God Strength, double BKB, you know, a huge threat inside of these team fights, but I don't think he'll even take that route. It just depends on what he's feeling. He'll eat his Moonshard. He might finish AC himself, just to give him a little bit more survivability, considering the fact that Weaver now has Deso and AC, so that's quite a bit of minus armor that he's going to be fighting into. But I would actually...
Now with the attempt to break high ground. Oh,
Okay.
Mushi getting the hits in onto Bulldog. Bulldog is able to get off the Shikuchi, get back. Aho gets the bash, and they'll take him down once. That's going to be the Aegis gone. S4 on the front lines, gets the coil out onto 2. With the Frost Arrows, Mushi trying to get himself back to base, falling low, and he's possibly going to fall down. That's going to be mega creeps now for the side of Alliance and Fnatic. Can they hold on to this one? Looks like Mid-One's in trouble. He's been hexed up. EGM forcing the Invoker back to the base. It's a double kill for Bulldog. Aho just time-walking himself back towards the fountain. There's a buyback on DJ, on his Spirit, but there's still a Vengeful Spirit dead. Aho jumps forward with a time dilation, desperately trying to find something, but the tier 4s are down. Alliance looking to do it. Mushi has got the God Strength, 25, but EGM, he's got the ult again. He just tanks it up. The cleave damage still affecting Bulldog. He'll have to scoot himself away, but now he turns. He goes back in. Mushi's been hexed up. Mushi's been taken down. 3 dead on Fnatic. GG is called, and Alliance will take the series 2-0. 50 minutes in. They took their time. It looked a little bit rocky for Fnatic. They certainly put up an incredible fight after you consider how bad the early game, the laning stage went for them. But Alliance, they do it, and Alliance is certainly looking on form this major.
I think you could say Fnatic did a great job of defending, but you could also say that Bulldog probably shouldn't have dove tier 4 towers when they were pushing bottom. That was the point in the game where Fnatic pretty much didn't have a leg to stand on, and Bulldog kind of made a play that let them... Yeah, he went a little bit too ham. But you know what happens? It took him a little bit longer than maybe it should have, but nonetheless, I really loved Alliance's draft. It seemed like they let through 2 heroes in a row against Fnatic that a lot of people just don't want to deal with, and they had great answers for both. Like Fnatic, they've been showing that they like to pick Leshrac. A lot of teams ban it. They picked Oracle. Worked out really good in the first game. This game, they let Earth Spirit through. They just pick Abaddon, static laning phase, and just crushed it for the first 20 minutes.
And I've got to be honest, I know probably the MVP vote, it's probably going to go to Bulldog, but you've got to give credit to EGM. They'll take the series 2-0. That's it from me and Andy. We'll head up
2-0, and therefore undefeated to the winner's bracket here against Team Fnatic. And we're back here with our panelists. I actually thought this game was going to last a lot shorter than it actually did. Why did it last so long, Dakota?
It's hard to say, but I will say that Fnatic are never say die. Pretty tenacious. They definitely have given Alliance a run for the money and both get the job done, you know, pre 35 minutes, but here we are stretching it to, what, 40 plus, almost 50, and
yeah.
And Mushi's Sven, it's definitely a hero better suited for him, but they just didn't quite have enough.
What do you think of the game, Blitz? Sorry.
That has been happening all day.
I think Alliance had a pretty good idea of what was going to happen because they took the puck Witch Doctor, and usually when they're offlaner, and it was almost just inviting Fnatic to take Void, even though it didn't fit their draft. It was like range and run at you nonstop. Or 4 heroes that are ranged in an Abaddon.
Fnatic baited? They got baited into Earth Spirit, baited into Void?
I mean,
Earth
Spirit could have done more. Like we were talking about it during, like when we were watching the game.
Some rolls.
He missed a few rolls that cost them. They could have killed S4 early in the laning phase, but he didn't actually accomplish much in that game because he missed the rolls. But after that, he was still pretty useful in the late game fights. He still did his thing. But unfortunately, they took too much damage early in the mid fight. When they defended high ground, the Chrono was on 3, and they managed to repel Alliance. But Alliance just played their cards right there. They always siege with Aegis. Without Aegis, they didn't really play too aggressive. And even though Sven got really, really farmed, but they still had the necessary tools to deal with him. But Fnatic did a really good job at defending their base.
Is there anything they could have done, like, not draft-wise, but laning-wise, that they could maybe rotate earlier, try to make something more happen there, maybe start earlier with holding
That's
Fnatic
what happens
back,
when you have a drought draft.
Yeah.
I think Alliance's draft was really good. They had good lanes, they had good Roche potential, they had the nice high ground siege, they had the team fight even too, which is pretty atypical for a Drow Ranger draft. Drow Ranger rarely got caught out, which you actually see Drows do pretty often. Like if they get caught out, they die, and then they immediately have to run.
Don't you like his build? Don't you think that his build allowed
Yeah,
him
that
he went,
was great.
He went for Dragonlance first, so
dump his ultimate in there. If they didn't catch Abaddon, he would just heal up whoever's in. So there were like so many tools that like they had to get like 4 heroes in Chrono for it to be a great fight. 3 was probably the minimum that he needed to get for them.
Probably asking too much for the Void though.
Yeah, it was. But overall though, I think that Alliance's draft was exceptionally well, and they were very patient in how they pushed the high ground. You know, Weaver out in front, Ab kind of close. They just knew exactly what was going to happen in the high ground pushes.
Just comes online for a bat, and it makes that team just so much more tanky and durable. And once they're already committing their Chrono, their big one punch coming out from Sven, and they're not able to bring them down, then you're questioning where the second win's going to be there for Fnatic once they already commit so much.
But I think this game like revealed a certain amount of weakness of Fnatic when they are playing a slower paced game. You can actually take advantage of it. I think that was like the key thing that maybe others game they took away. Oh, maybe against Fnatic, just try to play faster than them. So when they're slow, they kind of feel like
even though they got 2-0, the first game wasn't that bad.
Yeah, I mean, I think they played the first game was a fast-paced game from. So I think that Fnatic did, despite Mushi dying a lot that game, they still did really well, and they were in.
Out a couple of times, but overall, I think it was Fnatic had a much better chance the first game.
Yes.
MVP of the game, the second game.
I think S4 did really well. I know it's hard to see impact. I think people will probably vote for Bulldog. He had like the most farm.
Because he had the most to actually do so much. It was the Puck. The Puck actually allowed for so much space for the Weaver to actually kill. And obviously Donnie as well, he was there making sure that Weaver was alive all the time. But overall, I agree with Blitz that the Puck did the most in that game.
And I mean, Blitz, you called him during the game the S4 genius. He
So
also,
a lot
I mean,
of
he's
things
also.
about
I'm not repeating everything. I think that's not good for our viewers' ears. But
like a lot of times, usually when you pick and stuff, there's like the counter pick. But I think even better than that, the next level that captain's pick is when you bait a pick. And I feel like the Void was baited. I felt like the Earth Spirit, not so much, whatever. But I felt like the Void, because you could tell it screwed with Fnatic's minds too. They're like, well,
I think it's the tempo. They wanted Fnatic to play a slower pace game, and like we discussed, like Void, because of the cooldown of the ultimate, to be played around the ultimate.
Yeah.
So when you play slow as Fnatic, it's not your strongest point of your game. So maybe they were thinking that, oh, it's probably better to give them this hero compared to something else.
And they wanted the Sven too, but Sven like couldn't do anything in a lot of the Chronos because you had to have a perfectly positioned one. But they needed the Sven for the armor and for the late game, so it wasn't the greatest draft from Fnatic because of the position that Alliance put them in.
But they still came close to winning.
Yeah.
They still did.
how do you rate Sven in the speed? In terms of going online fast.
For
and
Mushi,
and
it seems
pace?
to work really well for Fnatic.
Okay.
More so than other teams.
And I think the other reason as well, because we were like looking at the game of Exalt Invoker, could it work this game? If it was a pure like Exalt Invoker, it would have been problematic. I feel even though it would synergize better with the Void because you would take up more space, and then the Sven probably wouldn't get so much farm that game because you have to give space to another hero because they already have Void. So I think that was also a good adjustment that they made in that game.
Okay, well, we have soon got an interview with one of Alliance players. But Alliance, that's going to be the last time you're going to see them for a few days, guys, because they hereby made it to the winner's bracket. We are going to have another series later today. It's going to be Fnatic taking on Team Spirit, but they will need a break, a food break before, because playing against Alliance.
MVPs, or do you think MVP still looks like the big team?
MVP, yes to it. Especially for Team Secret, it's like they play a certain way, which enables Envy to play like the late game, and they're usually the ones creating the tempo. But with MVP Phoenix, they play blistering speed. They're just like, okay, at 10 minutes, we're just gonna go. I talked to Q outside while We were just outside the hotel, and he said he listed their average game time, you know, like the 10 to 15 thing. He's like the shortest possible, either of these different styles. Whereas MVP Phoenix, a team like that, they're usually just going to stick to that one prescribed style because it works for them and because they're a little bit newer and they have a less experienced captain.
And I think it's also because they are more aggressive in terms of each of their players, because if you look at Alliance, they're probably much more keen in playing more stable style.
Yeah.
And so that with that difference in characteristic of your players, you would think that being aggressive is much more suitable for MVP, because if you make them play a slow pace of Dota, they might make more mistakes because they are always tend to make a first move.
He just runs at you.
Yeah.
It's like he gets really mad when his team doesn't run with him. On his first team, he was on 5 and Q. Just like, you guys need to just run with me. And they had like no idea. They thought he was insane. It's just like
Mud charges in, dies, buys back, charges back in. He said, I'm just there to make sure QO doesn't die, and he carries me.
It worked out. So in that case, it's good for Alliance. I mean, we know the MVP. It is for Fnatic. I mean, you know they lost, but do they have an MVP this game? The series that could bring them back and actually made them go to the winners bracket, because they still have a chance.
Mid one.
TA, Nyx, Puck. Yeah, those are the heroes that he played today. But I think that they have currently two styles. Like one style is Mushi plays a very, very heavy farm-oriented hero, and then Midon is on like Puck or Nyx. But like Ben mentioned, he still thinks that it's better for them. Maybe Mushi is on a hero that can fight a bit more. Only Mushi is the late gamer, and then when the game goes late, they don't win. Then they don't have hope anymore in the late game, because usually your enemy has 2 cores and you have only 1. So maybe that will fit better for them.
Talking about style clashes, by the way, getting a little bit ahead here, looking at Fnatic versus Spirit. Two teams that we know have done well in the early game, are fast-paced teams. Does that nullify each other and therefore make them play more passive, or are we going to have like the most explosive game we've seen all day? Or event, maybe even.
Most explosive. Both teams are going to try level 1 Roche.
No, I'm not sure if there's any more hero that's faster. I mean, Lone Druid is also not that fast. Like even Earth Spirit, would you consider Earth Spirit a fast hero, Dakota?
Yeah.
You still think he's fast?
Wisp
like
plus
in
1
terms of
can
his
be.
pace?
Wisp TK, Wisp Tiny can be pretty fast.
Yeah, but I think that Chen and Furen is probably the heroes that we would look at it in this series.
Or Ursa, like you mentioned earlier. I think
Ursa
will be can be really
Does
important.
Spirit play Ursa?
I think every team is playing Ursa nowadays. It's such a good hero.
I think Goblak would, just because of the
dictate the draft into their own favor. Spirit's a team that's also can be pretty crafty with their draft, so
the Goblak special, yeah.
Yeah,
the
so
defensive
if
hero.
Fnatic can make their way up from the draft and still kind of have a formula that could work for them, then they have a good time. But I feel like Goblak might be able to get the upper edge as far as we're going to play the game we want, and you're going to be stuck with something that's very anti-synergetic, like we saw in that game number 2.
Is it going to be an upside for Spirit to come off a win while Fnatic comes off a loss? Are they a team that tilts at all?
I think Fnatic.
They actually had a really good chance of beating Alliance, so it wasn't like, oh, they lost and they had no chance at all.
I think it's a higher morale boost losing to Alliance in that way than beating Vici. And what was the first series?
Yeah, because like the Vici series, you could say that maybe Vici played badly that series, so Fnatic won. But this series, even though they lost, Fnatic actually played well.
So clowny.
Okay, what we mean is like even though they lost,
I know.
It's just maybe the tone.
It's there's almost no teams that are just like, oh, they lost, good job. Like it was okay.
It's just a pattern.
But looking back at the game at Alliance today, any specific moments standing out? Any fight, any decision that you thought like that decision that was game changing, and I love to see that again.
The draft in the last game.
Okay.
We put Alliance too predictable in their draft.
Yes,
but
are they not still?
The last game I think was way different.
Yeah, but all those heroes are actually typical Alliance heroes. Don't you think
No,
so?
but I think that particular combination and how it worked out is different.
Maybe the order of drafting as well.
Maybe the way they executed the
way
game. The way they executed it, like they played really aggressive, very fast paced, which is usually not something you see from Alliance.
Yeah. I mean, we don't see Drow very often on Lota. I think they showed the stat. It was only his like 13th time playing Drow, and we know Lota to be a serious Dota fiend, so he's been around the block for quite a while.
And they switched it a lot from game number 1 too, which was very, very atypical.
Yeah, we are probably would have expected to get more out of it though, and not lose their void there, but it was a good move probably to do it, because they couldn't win bottom lane
And
anymore.
considering the situation they were in, they lost like Did they lose mid as well? Like most of the lanes were.
That Earth Spirit was not able to land those rolls, and I mean, when you get an Earth Spirit like that and you're committing for the early Orb of Venom,
Defend, because their heroes are much more slower pace. And it's just mostly, I think, executed their strategy very well.
Yeah, I feel still like that the Sven. If you have a different hero, you feel, how much of a difference would it have made?
Yeah, but
I
if
think Sven wasn't the issue. It was the Void.
if it wasn't of the Sven, like they couldn't have defended so long, as well. Like the Sven actually allowed them to defend a lot.
I mean, either the Sven and the Void.
I think if you didn't have Void and you had something that could, what Void really relies on is, his high ground is okay because Chrono's back up and you just strike fear into the enemy and make it difficult.
Go Void and the Sven together, that allowed offer much.
And this was a problem. They had a great Chronosphere, but nobody to do damage through the Chronosphere.
I mean, they did do damage after the Chronosphere.
Yeah, after it was insane. After the crits went through, but imagine having either Sven hitting earlier with some other kind of disable, perhaps.
Yeah, there was another incident I remember in this game in the Roche pit where it looked like Fnatic were going to be able to get the jump even.
They had mega creeps
they
at
had to
middle
push
and
things out,
bottom,
yeah.
so he had to defend the lane. So
Yeah.
that was just unfortunate for that
Just
for their
unfortunate
situation.
timing. Instead of like your mouth watering over the Faceless Void still out there, what if they maybe went with like a Beastmaster or something instead to commit on that?
BM would have been pretty good. They were Radiant too.
It was banned.
BM was banned, yeah.
Oh, was it?
Yep.
Oh well then.
I wasn't sure if it was after the Faceless Void or not.
Just take the Void, I guess.
Yeah, because they don't really had a really hard time because they didn't expect Alliance to go for the Drow Ranger strat as well. Void struggles against that lane too.
I think maybe like a Bristle with Vanguard or Crimson Guard plus Vlad's. I think they really need more armor, and like they kind of relied on the Sven too much for the work.
And out of the offlane heroes.
Yeah, but you need someone. You need someone to be up in there, right? Like Sven got kited way too hard. Like they even had like a scepter on the puck purely to deal with them. If they have like a hero like Bristle who had a little bit more in a place, but they were just far too reliant on the Chronospheres, and sometimes they're just like, what do? We don't have Chrono, and they just all forced to turn tail and run, even though Sven's super beefy.
Yeah, but
that fight is so sad for Mushi, by the way. You see him running between heroes, and one time lapses, one BKBs, the other goes invisible, and he just gets kited around, and he just can't clear anybody. He kind of needs to clear someone
yeah,
before.
he didn't have like a teammate that could like lock.
Yeah.
Him. Like Void's lockdown is not so reliable.
Well, of the Chrono as well, but
they were so indecisive in this fight, by the way. Like during the Chrono timing, nobody wanted to hit Bulldog because he has the Aegis. But I think it's fine in that situation. Like just pop it. If you force him to use the BKB or the time lapse even.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, right, I think that when the Sven reaches a critical mass that he has so much damage, I think the Void's Chrono is not used for the Sven to actually hit.
No,
it's for the
I
Sven
know.
to jump in and he disables the other hero.
And this is a fight where they really could have used the Sven.
He's down there pushing out that bottom lane. Unfortunately, can't be there for his team when they had that nice jump on the Bulldog.
If he was there, well, obviously Alliance only takes the fight because they know he's not there.
Mhm.
But if he's there, they might even get the Aegis there. That would have been huge for their team.
BOT2s, dude.
Yeah.
Or BOT1s.
and they got very good wave clear. Like they can hold against a 2 regs down.
Yeah,
quite easily, as we saw them do.
Yeah, thanks to the Sven as well.
Yeah.
That was. I mean, I think overall it was just like Alliance just utilizing their timings very well, and maybe I wouldn't go for the fast-paced, strategy that they had in mind. So it's really hard to say what could have happened. Like we could just keep discussing, oh, maybe this could have been better, but in hindsight, but Alliance could have also switched up their strategy if they see something different.
Alliance make it to the winners bracket. A lot of people said that I talked to considered Alliance a little bit of a question mark coming into this tournament. Now we know. Would you place them? How high would you place them? And how do you compare them against yesterday, Secret and MVP? Of course, also two teams that made it through to the winners bracket.
3 would be eHome, EG, and Alliance going into the tournament.
Yes.
eHome obviously, didn't fare so well in game number 1. Alliance kind of expected. I think this was one of the easier groups, especially after viewing what happened in Group A with Phoenix being way better than expected. So I don't know. It's kind of what you expected. They didn't have any losses in this group. They won pretty convincingly. No big drafting errors. No big gameplay errors. No, they're not on tilt, which I think is actually a major factor for a lot of the other teams.
I mean, they rocked at WCA when they showed up late, and or not their own fault, but they still were able to perform there. Then they also got the WCA, and then even had the time off from MDL. I'm sure they were observing and watching the competition out there, and to still be able to come back and show just as much of a good performance as those last 2 tournaments is pretty impressive, and they seem just as strong. So I think it's safe to say top 3 is good for them.
And how to rate them against MVP and Secret?
I think Secret, is still a little bit up in the air for me.
Shaky, they're shaky.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you have to gauge, was that the best e-home we saw? Was that the,
We'll not. I
A
guess, but
toothache e-home.
I'd like to see Alliance. I think Alliance MVP would be super hype. It's like you put the anti-timing team against the guys that just like run at you at 15 minutes. I feel like that'd be really interesting. But I think Alliance is still a favorite. They probably played to their competition. It was like, okay, we know we're better than Fnatic. We'll do enough to beat them. We're not gonna go super all out. Let's just play well, standard. I don't think like that intensity necessarily had to be there because they were expected to win their group. This will lose.
And looking at overall bracket in terms of lower bracket, I mean, we have 3 teams in the lower bracket. All 3 are same nationality. And it's kind of rough, right? Because everybody was saying like this patch is the patch that China could show up, and it would be really good for the scene in itself if we could have Southeast Asian / Chinese team win a major purely for the scene itself as well. What went wrong? Because people weren't expecting this much of a Scoot result.
how much did they relax during the Chinese New
Yeah,
Year?
I think something had to do with Chinese New Year as
Yeah.
well, because they took a at least 1 week holiday,
Mhm.
and this event is like Chinese New Year just ended last week, I think. Yeah, something like around that time.
15th
So
maybe?
probably teams had a lot of time to practice.
Which of the 3 teams so far has the biggest benefit of going through best of ones?
eHome.
Yeah, instantly, no
Think-
hesitation.
I think they had a lot of things going wrong for them. Like one of their players, Old 11.
We know, like toothache. If you have that, like that's, it messes up your mind.
If it was
Mess
so
up your
bad that
focus.
they had to, he was willing to like risk, not playing to get it fixed or whatever. They're just like, just go get it handled. Then, of course, it was such a big deal.
Yeah.
Like, we were all just like, what's wrong? Like he
And
definitely
something
looks
we
off.
could
yeah.
see something was wrong.
And
when we were watching.
eHome is still, in my mind, they're you don't want to play against them. You're just like, okay,
If it's a best of 1 and you're the weaker team and eHome are the favorite, you would rather play a best of 1 with eHome than a best of 3.
yeah, well, of course, but it's like if I
You'd
could-
rather
if
not
I could
play that. Well, if you knew you could maybe play for that, thinking, oh, I do not want to face eHome, so I gotta try to get like
Try to
fourth
get
there
last
rather than
place.
third.
Everybody try to get third in this group. Avoid eHome.
But
'Cause
no,
it's
but
third
they-
against
but
fourth.
I don't think that's decided yet. Yeah, it's
It is
three
third
it's
against
three
fourth.
against
It's third
fourth.
against
Don't
fourth.
you get
But
picked
it's not decided
priority?
which group.
You get pick priority, but it's like that eHome is third in their group. So
So from also tomorrow, all groups, nobody
yeah, just
wants
like
to
everybody
be-
get last. Like play for last.
Nah, it can't be that big a deal. I mean, to
I'm
win the
just messing.
tournament, we talked to players plenty of times.
You
Everybody
gotta
did.
win. You gotta
They
beat
need to
everybody.
win against every team in order to win the tournament. So they'll be happy to get eHome out of the way in a best of 1.
eHome internal conflicts at that time. That's when Lanham was saying like this is a very difficult team to kind of
yeah.
manage at the point,
I heard
and then
that.
suddenly it turned on when it came to
They
land
switched
stage.
drafters during the
Yep.
during the first day of the group stage. I think it was Lanham drafting, and they lost to another Chinese team. I can't remember who. And then immediately after that game, someone else was drafting. I think either O11 or Old Chicken was drafting.
I think it's
and
when they switched.
and they
yeah.
played versus Fnatic and they lost because they switched drafters during in between games.
I think enough time has passed. I can tell you why, or I heard directly from somebody in the organization. It was like they were just arguing, but it wasn't like a serious argument. It was just Lanham was kind of like, okay,
You guys
can.
draft, yeah.
Yeah, it's like you can see how it goes. It was more. It was. It's weird to say because
It's a
most
hard
of the
job.
time
You try it.
Yeah, it's like go for it. We know we're a top team here, so it's like if we play through the lower bracket, upper bracket, doesn't matter. Like
They're like, you think it's so easy? You try it.
it solidifies your leadership, though, right?
I mean, that's the perfect end to an argument, right? It's like,
And then they get a win, and they're like, all right, well, fair enough.
Okay, it worked.
Old chicken, you
It's
stick
like the
with it.
dad taking the kid for a walk and just run around. Like if you don't want me, you just run around.
Pinball one. That makes no sense.
unfortunately, we are not able to listen to Alliance anymore today. They are going to be done with today and take their well-deserved break, and we're going to take a break as well. But we will be right back. It will be Fnatic versus Spirit when we return here with the Shanghai Major presented by Perfect World. welcome to the Shanghai Major guy Blitz.
That was fast.
Draskell Cinnamon, welcome back as well. But we're gonna have clash. We're gonna have fighting. We're gonna have active early game. Now, Blitz.
If you're talking about this particular game, yeah, of course.
Yes.
After seeing the openers, but I feel like Fnatic could have gone their way had the early game not gone so terribly for them. So I don't think Fnatic is a team to sleep on by any stretch. But I've also been kind of impressed with what Team Spirit's been doing.
Years old. Like when I heard that he is.
And it goes on.
Who's the second one?
Anything can still happen, but he is a beast.
I think you guys
scary.
are all
It's like a 60-40 or whatever, you know. Like
Godblack's gonna level 1 roach them on Radiant side. With
I would
OD
actually
Spirit.
love to see that.
Me and Ben were joking about that. It's like Radiant has lane Roshan. Just so confused.
I mean, he's dire right now. He could do it again.
Godblack just does whatever he wants, and he figures out whatever is the most annoying style of the patch, and then he's like, guys.
Worst thing to play against in the entire
I blame
world, actually.
Godblack for. Did they ban Oracle? That's why.
No, Oracle
They
could
did, yeah.
still come out.
How good it is against DS. It's like everything the hero does in lane is.
Go AFK.
I was like, okay, I go jungle, because. So if you're not familiar with the matchup, the problem is Oracle's Fortune's End, the nuke, is an AoE purge and it surge away. But you never get the trade-off, because the shells just get purged and then they just start hitting you and forcing you out of lane. And you can't start with surge realistically, because then you have no laning presence. So it's a rough matchup.
I like the
but it's
fallback
not
here
happening.
going for to get away, and he's very nice against Earth Spirit. He is a great way to try to crowd control him in a kinetic field, and then of course Static Storm will completely shut down Earth Spirit from being able to, get a lot going. Plus he tries to roll away. Get the hell back over here with that glimpse. So.
Glimpse is incredible against Rolling Boulder, because it's such a telegraphed ability. You first of all, you know it's coming, and secondly, it's very clear when it's cast. And
They do have to be careful, though. I mean, Invoker is still susceptible to being caught out from an Earth Spirit early roam. It's not like Alliance's last game where they had the Puck, who could be very elusive. So I'm curious if they users for the roaming Earth Spirit or not, or just trust Midwan to be able to hold his own on the Invoker.
I feel like they have a good amount of mobility already just with Nature's Prophet. Like, Earth Spirit rotations are a lot scarier when you're kind of down a hero, you know what I mean? Like, if Nature's Prophet can just TP in, you could still always potentially turn something around, so. I like the fact that Spirit took Gyro here. I was actually thinking that Fnatic could pick it themselves, because it's great in conjunction with Disruptor against Darkseer. You know, you want a hero in the safe lane with high damage output who's going to be able to score you that offlane kill. And Tusk pickup here from Fnatic as well, so their early game movement on Fnatic is actually very good.
there's nothing on Team Spirit where I'm just like, yeah, this is something Tusk is really good against.
You could potentially
Save
snowball
people?
magnetize, right?
Yes.
I
You
think
wait
it,
it out for like a
it
second or two.
continues, right?
It continues, but
It
you don't
continues,
take the
but
damage.
expire.
Dwindles down.
Yeah.
You can. Okay, that's.
I
In
think
theory, you
it's-
can also snowball everyone right before OD
Rock
casts.
a
all-
barrage.
Yes. I mean,
This is, of course,
you
also you
could.
weren't hit by the silence or stun of the stone. So.
Yeah.
But yeah.
But there's also the argument that if you have the hero lineup that Team Spirit have, the 5 versus 5 is just not really an option for Fnatic right now. And if they want a little bit more lane dominance and the ability to gank, like ganking for Invoker with Tusk Disruptor is so easy. Like you can even kill OD. Like who TPs to that tower and saves him right now? Maybe ES throws out a stun, but with teleport in from Furion as well, like I don't think that's enough. I think they just want to try to win the laning phase really hard.
I think it's really curious that they took Gyro 4th, in the sense that be counterpicked, right? Like you don't want this guy to just picking up the OD independently. I think you
want to grab that. If the enemy team sees that Gyro is a possibility, then it was likely to be removed.
They're dire side, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
So it's like Team Spirit, then I think Gyro dire is so good. You can just invade the Radiant safe lane and then play the jungle game, a la C-Deck.
Which safe godlike
Dazzle.
hero would you like to see? I mean, there's quite a few.
Dazzle's good.
It's a tree game, guys.
Treant,
It's
yeah.
always a
decent.
tree
He
game.
also
Bad end.
It's a Bane
Oh,
game. Bane
okay.
game.
That's a pseudo save.
It's okay. It's really good, I think, in a game. You have a lot of heroes that can create chaos for you. Then the Bane goes.
Their support duo is really strong now. Bane Earth Spirit is like one of the scariest dual roam you can with your supports.
10 seconds remaining.
There's definitely going to be some early aggression in this. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah.
From both teams.
5 seconds
I like
remaining.
Will's suggestion of Juggernaut actually. I think it's really good. Obviously, it's a good matchup against Gyro, and like you can just
Reserve
snowball into
time.
his spin.
Man, they have a lot of
Something
time.
happened the other day when I was playing solo queue. What? I'm not sure if that was intended.
That's broken. I mean, the hero is, I think, broken right now anyway, but maybe not broken, strong.
It
There's
is
a
going to be a
jug.
jugger.
Okay.
Good back.
It's too. That's the issue with 4th picking Gyros. You're gonna get counterpicked.
But I think that Team Spirit's support to Cinder set is already like so strong. Like Disruptor Tusk aren't really great into fighting. Like in an even situation, if you're fighting, neither one of those heroes really offers. I think that it's kind of just to try to contain what they're going to be doing during the early game, which is mainly looking for rotations.
Yeah. So who's gonna win this one? First game. Or if you will, you can also say who's going to win the laning stage and therefore perhaps also win the game, as that seems to be the trend for these teams.
I think the
in some of
draft
games.
has been... This draft is pretty even, in my opinion. And I'm with, I think it was both Andy and Coddle Guy that said that Fnatic looked more impressive.
I'll say Fnatic as well, just to keep the couch unity, you know?
I'm going to go with them. I'm sorry. Fnatic for me.
Wow.
No couch unity? Blitz, come on.
I mean,
he gave me a look like, are we
even
doing
with
Fnatic?
even with the Jug counterpick, I think Spirit overall, I like their lineup better. I'm going to go with Team Spirit.
Okay. Well, we're going to find out if Blitz is going to be right and can flame the rest, or if Blitz is going to be the lone wolf out and be wrong. It is Fnatic versus Team Spirit, game 1.
Thank you very much, Sheever. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here and we are live for the final match of Group B, best of 3. And the loser of this will be knocked down to the lower bracket, where they'll have to go through 2 BO1s just to give at the main event of the Shanghai Major. Counted them as one of the worst teams in the tournament prior, but they knocked out Vici. And well, I'll ask your take before we get too far into it. What do you think of the teams? How do they match up? Do you have a favorite, or do you think it's a very even showdown?
It's a very exciting matchup because you've got like the youngsters on both. Very interesting to see how these kind of young, inexperienced players go head to head.
Top lane, they are going to find Ramses here with the shard strap. Not quite perfect. He's able to skate by. But a lot of heavy harassment there. If they were able to get the block, might have been able to kill him with some good tree at micro.
Double bounty rune though. Team Spirit. Now we're talking. That's
worth it.
That's a good start for you. You don't mind Jared taking a bit of damage if he's getting a bounty rune for it, and he's got plenty of regen for the lane. Although it does look like he's going to be kind of left solo for the at least early portions of the laning stage.
Yeah, I do want to point out here, as the very early laning stage began, the Earth Spirit actually TP'd mid, dropped a hill ward, something that I think he's really uniquely equipped as a support to be able to do, rolling over the cliff to get it done. So they've got some great vision of this mid lane. They'll know likely if the Invoker has any sort of help in the neighborhood, and may allow them to go for some aggressive dives with the Earth Spirit later on.
Whereas you've got Fnatic coming off a loss to Alliance, how that's going to affect things.
I do see the laning stage, and nobody really settling into any sort of static. Charge block, maybe it's going to be enough for a kill. Sunstrike going to come through, always want to fly desperately low. Controlled and finished off Fnatic. They were ready for it. They have a ward up on the hill on the Dire side. Didn't actually see the Earth Spirit camping mid, but clearly knew he was likely coming.
Something they want for their strategy, but especially weak against Earth Spirit rotations because you haven't got Tornado to help yourself. So
this is generally
up so fast again after going down previously.
The climb is already tough enough at the MMR bracket he's in, and then he's playing in the SEA server.
Yeah,
so
he's like the one like almost 8K player there. Any game he goes into, everyone's going to be like, let's camp this guy mid. If you kill this guy, like we've won the game. Like, his teammates probably like down in like the 4 or 5K bracket. So
it's optimistic.
This is not
a great start. The Juggernaut of Mushi also just safely jungling when the lane's pushed out. The Juggernaut, one of the better heroes actually laid against an offlane.
Yeah, and now that Disruptor and Juggernaut have enough levels, Darkseer can't really come to lane beyond dropping a couple Iron Shells. He can't actually...
See those Treants of Ohio. Persistent and very annoying. Aggressive in the mid lane, does Iceberg poke up, get a charge on the mid lane. He just wants to dump on mid one. Straight in he goes. There's actually no mana available for a cold snap right now. He may end up going down. The shard block doesn't quite keep Iceberg away. In fact, it prevents mid one from hiding in the trees, but the snowball's there to save him. Dodges the kick, pops the fairy fire, desperately looking to survive. The Sprouts there on Iceberg. Astral up, hanging on for now, but they're going to look to turn this one. He's almost got the counter kill and always want to fight, even with his own fairy fire. Will end up going down. Even the courier tries to salvage the dive for Spirit, but it ain't gonna happen. When the dust settles, Fnatic and their seemingly perpetual tri-lane mid do come out on top.
DJ's just like, he's the make or break player when it comes to Fnatic. He'll make those big plays. Yeah, the Ice Shard kind of pseudo blocks mid one there, but ultimately he makes the save he needed to. He blocked the OD as well as the Invoker.
Just one gank, they just rolled out mid and kill him again.
It's so brutal because DJ, like, he wants to at some point get some XP and farm for himself, whereas in Earth Spirit, you don't really care about when you get level 6. Tusk cares a bit more about levels in Earth Spirit, so he leaves for half a second and suddenly, oh, the ganks come once more.
I just think it's so entertaining.
It got counter ganked, he died, and then when he, as soon as...
Now committing as well here, Surge available, but he sprouted up, can't eat his way out. The tree blocks are there, and Ohio again with the rotations.
who's also always rotating, ready to be that selfless kind of player in the offlane. A lot of Nature's Prophets maybe prioritize a bit more their own farm.
Mid one's got a DD rune. They didn't see him coming. The ward's expired, and he's going to come from behind. Finds Ramses. Cold Snap to go. He can't quite do it. And got Blackwell. He just skates away.
That's really paying off. He's almost hitting for 100 damage. This is pre-phase boots or treads or whatever he wants to go for, and proving to be a big thorn in Spirit's side right now.
Makes he miss phone 7.
Yeah.
Where's the blade mill?
He's
Come
got
on,
money.
Ohio.
He could do it. It's pretty damn good against
He's actually got a
Gyrocopter.
good team now.
It used to, like, when you look at like Clockwork's offlane, love going blade mail against Gyrocopter. In theory, it's the same kind of thing as a Nature's Prophet. It's good damage, right click. Very much a possible item here, I'd say. But there's so many other trendy builds, the drums, a mech if your team needs it,
So overall, seems like looking at most of the core roles here, we're seeing relatively even trades aside from that mid lane, where, yeah, Invoker's dodged some ganks and has had help, and they've gotten some kills, but he is falling behind a TS, but, well, that apparently the counter to Earth Spirit is just have...
Supports are getting levels as a result. Last game we saw both supports level 3 at like 8-10 minutes into the game. I think it was 10 minutes in, you have 2 level 3 supports, and that's just absolutely disaster. Like, that almost should be the game lost right there, although they managed to hold on for a long time. So we're seeing level 4 supports, and Spirit, they've got roaming supports as well, so it's not like Spirit's playing greedy and getting out-leveling or out-farming the Fnatic counterparts.
They've got a call down ready here, but the lane's already pushed in, so it's going to be up to... away from the safety of his own tower, so he'll be stalked. The ping comes out, and rotating in is our Star-Crossed Earth Spirit. This kick off the mark, the roll as well. Ohio just walks away. It looks like with the ult might be enough to get the kill. The silence is there, and they barely get him. But it was a heavy through the mid lane.
Targets, waiting for someone like the OD
Wow.
Omni-Slash.
Oh! Well, the one Spirit hero, there's 3-4 Fnatic hero.
With Omni-Slash, which is just a much scarier proposition than the 2-minute Omni-Slash cooldown.
Cutting the wave and getting aggressive mid. They want to force this tower. Heading onto the Blade Fury. He is going to spin now. Immediate TP out. There's no Fiend's Grip yet, or Spirit in the trees. Didn't happen. So they'll go back to farming now. And it looks like Fnatic, you mentioned the support's getting levels, and that closing on the level 6 now. Your Tusk of DJ.
Good time for them to fight. You've got Nature's Prophet with fight around the Jug, and more so than creating space for Jug to farm, it's creating space for Invoker to farm. He had a bit of a rough lane. He wants to go towards that Midas build. He's a bit more just level and farm dependent in general than a Juggernaut in some ways right now. So giving him space and, hey, giving some solo kills, this is going to go and be the tempo controller for Fnatic with a Ohio backing him up. So the Invoker getting kills is just like a bonus right now.
Ramses wants to prep for a fight here, but that Omni-Slash that was held might make the difference. Nice shards trap, but it's on the wrong team. Mushi can't make his way out of this one. He's going to spin, and in the end just decides to abandon ship.
Okay.
Oh, it could have been amazing. But there's no other objective claimed by Spirit, and mid one's got not only his Midas, but suddenly 800 gold.
Some ice shards here and there. It's a very hard spell to use.
Oh, Static Storm deployed. They're going to catch out Goblike just when you think you have an easy supply. Just can't quite. I'm talking about Invoker having a bad game, but these...
It was at one point like a full almost 1,000 net worth behind the OD at mid just after the laning stage kind of ended. And yeah, just catch it up, finds lots of kill, gets his Midas going, and taking him out, very important for Team Spirit. But
the insta-smoke from Fnatic, they're going to head into the trees.
I mean, but it's a great game because both teams are ready to fight now. We talk about how Fnatic ready to go. They've got Omni-Slash, they've got great heroes with the items they need. Yeah, Invoker may want to farm, but he can still offer Sunstrike. Spirit, same thing. You've got Gyrocopter, you've got OD, you've got Earth Spirit. Darkseer's got the levels he needs. He's ready to fight.
Forward. Pretty unusual.
Kind of key levels. Mushi's level 2 ultimate is quite a big upgrade in what he can do in a team fight. You're not looking, like, at best, level 1 Omni-Slash, you can maybe solo kill one hero. Level 2 Omni-Slash, you can use it in a team fight, split it between a few heroes, and you get a couple low, you get a couple kills potentially, so that makes a big difference. Ohio's getting close to his Blade Mail, so it's a good time for Fnatic to kind of not look for a 5v5 full-on engagement. You've got an Invoke with Midas, that's 2,000 net worth,
Smoking,
not invested in
on
items.
mid, they're ready to pounce. Mushi doesn't for more, but Ohio gets Astraled, and Iceberg will retreat. Not completing the Rod of Atos, but the counter backstab. Always want to fly moving in from the rear. Walks right into the middle of Fnatic. They try to lock down mid one, control him for now. He's not dead just yet. And again, the snowballs are turning these fights. They get off a deafening blast on his way out. Doing quite a bit of damage. Ohio, though, low and will end up falling. A 3-for-2 exchange. The Juggernaut barely surviving. Mushi just sprinting away to free. Rolls in, gets the uppercut, and sends him packing, but heroes are respawning. We're not done just yet. Hang on to your hat. Starcopter's back. Calldown's there, and it just misses this. They've got the vision. They pop the rocket barrage. He snowballs, and then he goes down to the well. It was a good effort.
Valiant effort.
It was a
indeed.
good effort, but it wasn't quite enough. Whew. Well, 14-9 the score, and when the dust settles, Fnatic have managed to claw their way into a lead here.
Not for that. That fight would have been a complete, utter disaster for Spirit. You dished out.
It's a twofer. Always want to fly pull back in to not have the numbers advantage.
And the big difference, 7.
Look at the ward Ohio got down. Looking like it now.
They're just showcasing it. It's kind of like as the afterthought, and that's what's happening here. They find the kills, some great contestants.
Well, let's see if they try. Calldown's ready. Earth Spirit's in position. The Calldown's going to connect on all 4, and then they roll in. This is the perfect combo. He gets up the Magnetize. How many stones will he drop in the midst of it? Fnatic low, being forced back, but they can't follow up.
Yeah, they can't refresh it, but they do stop the Roche, so worth the sacrifice ultimately just to stop Roshan there, I feel, but...
Can Spirit jacket? They don't have their mech yet. They don't have any minus armor. It doesn't seem like they have the
too
firepower.
healthy, yeah. Gyrocopter OD, not quite what it takes to bring
If the
down
OD was there and he had his ult, which was on cooldown, that's probably a team wipe. But again, that ward that Ohio got down, as soon as they got the kill bottom lane, he immediately teleported behind the trees, dropped the ward. So Fnatic knew that it would be tough for Spirit to really punish. And they took advantage.
And not having the Darkseid mech is really starting to cost Team Spirit. He's died 4 times, and at some point, yeah, Spirit have to deal with the fact that Fnatic keep coming at them. They've got this global presence from Nature's Prophet, which puts them under a lot of pressure, but Darkseid keeps coming to the fight to try and solve these problems, prevent the Fnatic aggression from getting kills, getting towers, but as a result, he's suffered his farm, and Spirit are just going to keep losing Darkseid until they can get that mech up.
So mid one did opt to go for the Yule Scepter. I've been interested to see how Invokers would adapt to the somewhat significant nerf to Deafening Blast. Obviously, you can still get the combo off, but should Spirit get BKBs on their core heroes, which
and OD can
OD
can self astral, I guess, when he gets hit by the combo too. So he can dodge it. Other heroes not. So much.
Bane's pretty screwed to the combo. Yeah. Earth Spirit's fairly screwed as well.
Gyro until BKB, like you mentioned.
Which he's not rushing by any means. Perhaps he's went back for a Yasha here.
Just he got some good farming efficiency. He actually just farmed up a big ancient stack, so he accelerated his network. He's caught up to the top farmers right now.
Look at that. That's a bold smoke, considering where they started. And Net's there to reveal it. Drops the kinetic field. Isolates Ramses. Now Goblek's out a bit far, and he's still moving forward. They always want to play again, rolling in, but out of position. Gets the kickoff on Mushi, preventing the instant Omni/kill, and now he's silenced. But Invoker sitting back. The shards get dropped, preventing Always Want to Fly from Walkie. And again, the Earth Spirit proves to be underwhelming in a fight. He will drop. They do manage to grip Ohio on the back lines. Now the call down coming through. The AoE's mounting for Spirit. There's the snowball forward. DJ committing. Don't tell me he gets out again. This time, not so lucky. Mushi's got an Omni, but he's been slept. Not sure he's getting out of that one. 4 down. It could be a team wipe the other way. Mid one just able to barely escape with his life. The AoE that Spirit bring to the fights, even if they don't get the best jump, it's hard to out-damage them.
And finally, it's a fight with the mech. The Darkseid mech proves to just be kind of one of the deciding factors of that fight, as well as just a great kind of combo coming out from Darkseid, Gyrocopter. Earth Spirit just managed to soak up enough spells. Get by the initial Earth Spirit stun prevented the Omni Slash. Then he got silenced. He just had to hide in the trees, wait for it to wear off. And while that's happening,
a giant boards Team Spirit, and I guess that begs a question, Gods, which is, I look at Fnatic's draft, I see a lineup that can rat really well. Ohio maybe going to get caught out here in the top lane. Do you see Spirit being able to punish that if they should turn to the rat game, or is that an option for Fnatic to just try and ankle for late game?
I think they can definitely resort to it to some extent. The catch is somewhat limited. Like you can theoretically Bane with a Fiend's Grip, particularly Nature's Prophet, Invoker, some great split pushes, and that's something Fnatic can use as a
bottom tower. To take this Juggernaut down, Iceberg and it just also enlightened the long range kick. Finally, always one tier 2 tower, and already Ohio.
Darkseid is going to light Disruptor. You've got the Tusk
lane. Instead, he's able to come mid with Net's help on the glimpse. They managed to crack the Aegis. Aegis did have quite a few minutes left, so that's a pretty big job. And now the second glimpse, it's cooled down once more. BKB is going to be ready soon. This fight has taken so long, and Net will get caught. Always Want to Fly moving forward. He's up to his usual tricks in the top lane.
It doesn't offer a whole lot. The Yule's combo isn't going to really function. Invoker is just play grouped up 5-man and try and just take on the Invoker through team fights, and
it's
so far successful.
Mid one wanted to combo him so bad bottom, but just a bit out of range. So with the way the game's developing here, do you see either lineup falling off? Is there a certain time you win Spirit can match? Does either team go?
He did stop off with the Helmet Dominator, just picked up the Yasha, so could most likely illusions as well. So what like a Tusk does, he's more early game centric, but I think carry-wise, it's quite even. Jug, Invoker, fantastic late game as well.
They are a little light on ways. Interrupt they have is going to be that wall response, but precious as they are. So now we'll see. And meanwhile, Afterlife off in the Radiant Woods, trying to crawl at every little extra bit of farm he can. So, looking at Fnatic, mid one building a lot like Miracle was when he was playing his Invoker for OG, and I mean, to me, this build really suggests that they're feeling like split push and just the late game rat is the way they want to take it.
It's split push, it's pickoffs, Mushi transitions to something.
So he dodges the bounces because he's glimmered, but unfortunately it wears off, and there's a hill ward there to give them the vision they need to get that kill.
Yeah.
I think it was the final bounce too. Sometimes you're just not lucky.
Yeah. Poor guy. It's probably like, man, how many bounces are even left on that? But yeah, I think Mushi getting a Blink Dagger is like the next essential step for Fnatic. Like, yeah, Spirit's line maybe slightly much more about execution.
Do you feel confident in their ability to execute? Like if it were Alliance, for example, or if it were Miracle on the Invoker, like we've seen that guy literally throw the entire team on his back and do it basically 1v5.
Fnatic to me is a team who's really good in the early game, the lane stage, but also surprisingly good in these long 50, 60-minute games that end up like I've seen them in so many crazy base races and just weird late game settings.
And it will be punished. They're just a bit late on the vacuum by Afterlife.
And sometimes make mistakes that they don't need to. Be a bit right now.
Right as that little skirmish broke out, Spirit had actually smoked, and Godblack was looking for the backstab. Always want to fly. Also, almost catching out Mushi. Couldn't quite do it, but you can already see mid one just barreling down this bottom lane. He's going to Alacrity his own forward. Spirit push things in, whereas Spirit more and more going for that group up and team fight style. 2 tower.
To have the catch for like the BKB heroes, the Invoker as well. The Invoker no BKB, but
speaking of, but by the time he respawns, I'm very happy with that.
That was a very clever play because the Spirit left enough heroes to bait Mushi into kind of farming the lane.
So it does feel like trying to
flashes off. A lot of it's been just Spirit playing around it, silencing, stunning him, disrupting any opportunity he might get, but needs to find those openings.
Things are going to settle down a bit now. We hit the 28-minute mark. Feels like the 40-minute mark with all the action.
That's the bizarre thing. I'm talking like kind of that early game by any means, but like kind of mid-game stage.
With that, the lanes are going to get split out. Ohio, though, does. I gotta say, God's not the most effective.
That's one for the compendium.
Clearly, our Spirit doesn't need to be nerfed. I mean, we can gather that much from this.
He's had an okay. A lot of his deaths have been very excusable. Like in the mid lane when he's trying to pressure, when he stopped the Roshan, but 12 is a
Speaking of stopping
lot of
Roshans,
deaths.
Chrissy is trying to fight the world here, and that's just not going to work. But it was a good effort. One for the Age of Steel, and in the end does end up going down. Still somewhat acceptable losses, it seems, for Fnatic. They're pushing in the top lane. They're still farming their cores.
It needs to be kind of 5-man down a lane, but they haven't got the best. They're going to be in the side lanes, offering that threat of a split push, of a trade for you take one lane, we take another lane. So it's not going to be easy for Spirit until they get some good creep equilibrium going, which Gyrocopter can offer them. May see some fast kind of boots of travel after his next big item, just to help kind of negate that split push to some extent.
Yeah, Fnatic just committing to it more and more. You look at the ward bottom, they just dropped Ohio TPing into the tree line to place this from behind it. It's all about making sure they can push deep and know when Spirit are there to respond. So really as a team, but with their vision game as well.
Ooh. Be able to just survive the Omni Slash more than anything. And with Manta Illusion, Skadi, which gives you HP as well as armor, this Omni Slash is not going to do anything to a Gyrocopter. It's going to be much more targeted towards the OD.
Feels like Mushi just has to hold it forever, which puts a lot of emphasis on the rest of the team to set things up.
And it's like, oh, my Omni Slash won't too much. I'll just right-click them down while he's 7,000 net worth behind the OD as well as Gyrocopter. So it's not like he's even.
So to deal with the split push Iceberg after the blink, he goes into a Hex, and at this point, he can pretty much solo kill anyone in the game, possibly 2 heroes during that BKB. So. This will be your Rat Exterminator crew, it appears. So work with the orbs, quickly chunking him down, does pop the BKB just in time, and And now Fnatic on the run. Invoker back to the base.
Wow, that was...
He was just spam clicking it for all he was worth.
That was a sick, just ballsy TP coming out.
He's not going to.
Like, it feels like in some ways the Tusk, the Earth Spirit kind of playing that Pilot Ice role where it's like, get that scouting information for your team, create like beneficial... Spirit are going to try to push with Aegis. For Spirit, it's like, okay, get the information we need to find a pickoff, because pickoffs are going to be key to lead into
Speaking
a
of
push.
pickoffs, well, they found net, but mid one is there, looking for the bailout. Iceberg, no BKB, is still holding on to that Aegis, and this OD just getting a bit out of control. 20 int stolen, BKB cooling down, aiming at them, as Dota crashes at a rather inopportune moment.
Whoopsie.
So it's very even.
Yeah.
Nobody's taken racks yet.
It's still feeling a bit...
Objectives are quite even, but there is the Aegis on Spirit.
Yeah, the Aegis, and I think even when the Aegis kind of times out, it's Spirit who still have that slightly better late game and just seem to be showing signs of just better execution right now. It's going to look that way when Fnatic are playing that more split push style Dota, but you've got a Hayo who's not really built towards split push. His Nature's Prophet's gone Blade Mail Orchid and is now transitioning into what looks to be a Scythe of Vice, which I just don't feel... right now, it's not the right item build because he's got a split push. In the times where they were more focused on fighting and doing really well, it made total sense, and I think it was the right build to go for. But now he's in a position where the item build just isn't going to work well for him. I think the Orchid he'd already committed to, which item he could have gone for because Fnatic do not want to fight head on, and that's what the Orchid and the Scythe are kind of more geared towards.
Yeah, there's a tier 2 bottom with the creep wave pushed to it, so Spirit could at least take that tower, but already lines being drawn. Ohio clearly making the call. Let's shove in the mid lane. Let's push in top. Even if we give up an extra kill or two, we are not going to... Just enough kills where it feels tenuous. It's not a comfortable, all right, we're giving up one kill, but all the waves are pushed in, and it's only a support. It's cores that are dying occasionally. They're dangerously close to losing 2 or 3 heroes here in the mid lane, and
yeah, so
they're on the precipice.
And Mushi's going to likely keep getting farm now. He's got the Blink Dagger to try and avoid some of these games. Same for Ohio, same for mid one, but what are you kind of playing best catch or the ability to prevent that? And they also haven't got the ability to take team fights. So if anything, Fnatic right now, it's likely they're playing for the ultra late game to get that late game 6-slotted Invoker with Ags, with Hex, with Shivers, whatever it may be. Similar story for the Juggernaut, the Nature's Prophet, get the Scythe of Vice going, get a BKB up maybe to help deal with the OD as well. And then just hope you find the better team fights. But it's a very scary proposition to go that late against a Gyro OD and almost and most importantly the Darkseer as well.
Don't forget about the Earth Spirit. Come on,
Poor
Earth
Spirit.
Spirit. He's still in this game.
His axe got nerfed, man.
This is a record-setting Earth Spirit performance, gods.
He's had a rough time.
Maybe not the records that he's hoping to set coming into
Well,
into
there's
the
a
event.
compendium.
I think Earth Spirit as a hero is going to set a new record in the next patch for biggest nerf in the history of Dota.
That's the funny thing with Earth Spirit is he's only ever received nerf. Nerf after nerf as well. It's not like he just got added and then got nerf once and that was that. He's like, okay.
The crazy thing is, I mean, not only is the hero's win rate ridiculous in general, but if you look at the 16 teams in this event, I believe he was roughly around like a 75% win rate. And some of the teams don't even run him well. I think Fnatic was 0-2 on him. There was a 1-4 in there, but the teams that use him well, it's like they have 3 heroes for the price of 1. What a guy. And only fitting that they're running it. Have they ever run the Spirit Trap, by the way? Anyone? I guess
3
not.
spirits together on Team Spirit.
Well,
I haven't seen a Storm in a long while. I wouldn't be surprised if they've done like an Ember with...
But
yeah,
I guess that's not saying too much.
Come on now. Valve knows Storm Spirit. Now what's the next step? How do you get rid of Blitz? Come on. Well, yeah, I don't know. Maybe next patch we'll see some more Storm Spirit. All right, he's back. He's reconnected.
Let's get ready to rumble. Here we go. Excited.
I don't think we'll see kills. He has got Astral by
Yeah,
the Lotus.
Possible BKB grab with the Ogre Club picked up. And that top lane gets shoved in as well by Ohio.
I imagine Fnatic's like get away from a Blink Hex from the OD. Yeah, he's got a way to break the Lincolns, but just the cast time alone gives you the opportunity to get off your Blade Fury so you can TP or you can Sheep 6 or just being purchased.
So it's good if you're able to spread the map, and that's obviously what they're looking for. I guess the question is, can Spirit either bait out of play from Fnatic. Down Iceberg, he drops the OD, hexed up, and he'll go down once. Omni Slash coming through. It's going to bounce back onto the illusions. Does not follow Afterlife, so he just walks away. The Coneheads survive, and now the snowball coming, but the gyrocopter there to greet them. Chrissy gonna drop as well. That's 2 down, and immediately mid one sprinting down this bottom lane, trying to shove things in. Ohio up to the top. Well, as for Team Spirit, another victory and a fight for them, but can they convert into objectives?
A bit unlucky for Mushi. The Omni Slash went over to the Illusions, didn't follow the Darkseer.
If it bounced one more time to Darkseer, he would have been out of acquisition range from the Illusions, and he would have killed him. So it could have just as easily been one more kill.
That would have been the only kill I think Fnatic get. I don't think they can kill the OD even if after the Darkseer goes down. So
they're just not at that point where they can take the big 5v5 fight. At least not yet.
And just like the map right now, you've got 3 heroes, each split pushing a different lane in the case of Fnatic, and it's really pesky for Spirit. It's going to have to keep going late game. They pick up their first boots of travel now on OD. Wouldn't be surprised to see one coming soon for Ramses on the gyrocopter, and they're just going to have to continually deal with split push. And gyrocopter, in some ways, not the best carry to deal with split push. He's good at like defending, pushing out a lane quickly, and then if you've got boots of travel, you can come in, but he doesn't have any kill potential, which is what you need at this stage, because as soon as you TP back to go to your push your team, the split pushes back. So push now, then the gyrocopter, even though he doesn't push lanes as well.
Right, not naturally, but with the items he's built for sure. They do get a Sunstrike off here onto Iceberg. Glimmer Cape trying to keep DJ alive. The tornado crashes through. On the other side of the shards, he's not going to snowball, but they are just abandoning ship. Mid one scurrying away. See you later, buddy. And Ohio, we'll just push out bottom. But the number of kills Fnatic are giving away are slowly mounting the advantage. They're continuing to pull ahead. Iceberg is going to get hexed up. Police force, and the police are steadily giving ground. BKBs are well underway though. Mushi working towards his, and they're making the move in bottom. They get the hex off. The Omni Slash is there, and this time he won't have backup. They're just a bit late. Always want to fly one in to save him. They couldn't do it. May even realize it based on the itemization.
Wow.
BOT's just getting picked up.
The grip is there, but very easy just to cancel it. And Tusk is kind of fulfilling that role. He's got to be that sacketing. It was just dewarded by Go Black, but that was what kind of led to that kill on the OD, because they know there's no heroes camping behind him.
I haven't seen many other players do. It's less about just push out the lanes or keep his farm up or even fighting kills, and a lot of the times it's just purely for the ability to sneak in.
Funky late game as all carries kind of heading towards that 6-slotted territory.
Yeah, you've got the Prophet with the global hex pickoff potential. The same for the Invoker. Obviously, the OD has his own. Lots of cores that can be anywhere, and if not kill someone solo, then definitely do it with a +1. Speaking of it, Mushi moving in top. He has a Prophet TP ready at any key dives, but it's not going to happen here.
He's done a good job of just spending the last 10 minutes pretty much only farming, which is kind of what he needed to do. He was earlier talked about being a pretty good margin behind the OD and Gyro. He's still a small bit, a little bit of game, whether you're 2 or 3k net worth behind the carry at 40 minutes in, allow him to fight head on. He's gone BKB like...
He's delayed the return home! We're Fnatic!
That Aegis snatch is just insane. There's any chance Spirit maybe wanted to go for a high ground push anytime soon, just gone. They do have cheese on Iceberg, but that doesn't protect him against the Hex initiation.
Iceberg on his own. Cheese ain't gonna save you now, brother. And down he goes.
Yep, and your
Flat gets the hex off. Cold Snap, Deafening Blast. And Bane back to the well.
The mistake starting to kick in.
Yeah, Fnatic have made some, but they've been able to get away with it because of the split push. Not seeming to be the case now for Team Spirit. It smells like they could be in a lot of trouble. Ramses surrounded, and oh, that was not.
Oh, he only slashed on Mushi.
Oh no!
Oh dear.
Yeah.
He could see Ramses. I guess he was just so no. I think he was also waiting because of the Lotus Orb. You can't Omni Slash into the Lotus Orb. It's gonna get turned right round on you, and nothing kind of happens at that point.
Well, in the end, doesn't end. That's not an easy hero to bring down. They spread the lanes. They prevent that big 5-man wombo combo from the Darkseer. Mid one and Mushi working on top. Obviously, when the Bane died, looks like they did. So they've got no detection. He's able to back out as well. Fnatic just pulling Spirit apart. As mid one was thinking about a TP away, but
stage for like your carry when you're about 10 seconds away from respawning and your tier 3/Rax is taking damage. It was progress for Fnatic.
He's out too far, and mid one's there, and again he dies. Spirit have just not found these big AoE ultimates together until now. Ohio gets caught out. He will drop together with the Tusk, and now they hunt into the trees. Searching for Mushi. Omni Slash is ready. He can turn this one, perhaps. Blink. Omni available, but it would be a risky maneuver. And Fnatic will cut their losses, back away.
Unfortunately for
settle
Fnatic,
for a couple of kills.
what's normally like one of their strong points is just the team coordination was slightly off there. They didn't get the chain hex on Gyro, and they took too long to bring Gyro down. They'll now find a catch on always want to fly. Gyro survives so long, things just go straight for them.
Mid one, he runs right onto Godblack. Net's there, looking for the follow, but Iceberg with the cheese ready. The hex on mid one as well. Down he'll go, and just 2 auto attacks. This OD hitting for 250 a pop before you count the orb damage. My God, he's a 3-shot for Net. Gets that kill as well. They up in Spirit. Still hanging on. They've only lost that single range.
They're going to be the ones playing reactionary, which is kind of maybe a bit uncomfortable for them. At least that's what's seen in their team, who's used to kind of being the ones 5-manning, going for these kind of push strats, taking Roche, taking objectives, and dealing with a full-on split push right now. We're seeing some discomfort. They're getting picked off here and there by it. They're just losing bits and pieces of their base, kind of tier 3 towers here, showing that they've got the ability to kind of put Spirit off kilter.
It seems like Spirit may need a few more fights like that to shove the lanes out. As when you look at the dire vision, overall, at best, even after 2-3 kills, the lanes are at the river, and if that. Ohio's is pushing top in again, so they try to cut their losses here.
It kind of just feels like LD, these lanes are...
To counter the extermination of the OD is a Linken's. Mid one's going to grab one, so now he can split push more freely. He's not an easy so far.
Yeah, Lincoln's on cores and Lotus Orbs on support's going to be the name of the game for Fnatic and both sides, really. You've had the Lotus Orb on Darkseer for a while, and that's just offered some tools with the hexes or whatever other initiation comes his way.
Tense game. Mushi, after a very rough start and a rough mid game, he finds himself tied with the Gyrocopter for net worth. And you mentioned he hasn't really fought much, but he's quietly farmed his way into relevance. About to get an Abyssal Blade once he feels like he's got buyback, or at least the comfort to do it as far as map control.
He's really had...
And he's not done farming it.
He's
got
had
room
a
for the moon
rough
shards.
game, like, from start to where we are now, but...
He has been farming the whole while.
Mushi is that very reliable player. Yes, he's not had a good game, but he's not fallen behind. He hasn't gone on tilt because of it. He's missed a few Omni Slash opportunities. Omni Slash the illusion. He's been caught out a couple times when he maybe shouldn't have, but ultimately he's done what he needed to enter the late game where he can still have a high impact. So all it's going to take is 2 minutes of greatness from Mushi, and that the fatigue, the long day kind of getting to him by now.
Good scouting here on the Sigil. DJ gonna spout out Godblack and Iceberg as they move through their woods, and that is immediately gonna prompt Mushi to feel confident bottom. The Shiva's there. We'll clean up the catapults as well. Abyssal on lock. Kill the OD. He is not invincible, but he must be dealt with. Leave that man alone, and you will live to regret it, Mushi. Well, it looked like he wanted to try and find a pickle, but it's Iceberg who had the vision advance, the high ground hill ward up to the right. Mushi immediately pinning out. He knows that there must have been vision in the trees. It's a big kill. Mushi does have the buyback ready. Roshan not up yet, so they might not have to use it. Mid one looking for a counter pick in the river, but Ramses does have his BKB if needed, and is able to flutter his way to safety.
Yeah, you got to feel for Mushi. Like his, I wouldn't want to say misfortune continues. That's not even a mistake being there. He's split pushing. He's completing the game plan to split push to farm, and he's in a spot that's one of the safest spots to be. But
mid one, caught by the vacuum. Oh, he'll be okay. At the same time, credit to Spirit because that is an excellent anti-rat ward. It brings me back to the days of Prophets just hiding in the tree line forever. AUI 2000 on a Shaman just waiting to blink out and drop his wards at a tower. This is some old, well, I'll call it relatively old school Dota.
Yep.
As far as Dota 2 goes.
Bane picking up the boots of travel now as well, so it's just full on extermination squad for Team Spirit, and they're still having a rough time here. They're kind of grouping up near this mid lane, looking to pose some threat towards the high ground, but again, it's Fnatic who reach the high ground first and will force Spirit back.
That's Trance poking away, but the wave play is pretty good from Spirit. The Gyro can deal with this top lane insurgency, and he will push it back.
It looks like
he thought there was going to be a jump, so
he killed the Bane boots of travel in. So I guess he's still thinking, oh, I'm being jumped while the boots of travel happens. Let's just
maybe OD's about to blink in and hex him or something like that. But not the case.
Game like this, it's not really at all consequential to mess up a BKB like that.
Mid one rolling through the river. He's trying to contest the Roche here, perhaps. Trance coming in, but time's running low. OD is going to get the kill in time. Fnatic just weren't quite ready. They're also not really counting. They've been on top of that Roshan all game long.
Again, Fnatic can just say, okay, well, they've got an Aegis. We're going to continue to split push and not give them a chance to ever reach our high ground unless we're in a position where we trade rack.
They found Ramses, though. Gyrocopter lockdown. There's the Lotus Orb to keep him alive. Turns with the BKB. Mushi, he's going to need a bash here. Abyssal Blade still available. Hangs onto it for ages, but now he wants to run away. They don't want to fight into the Aegis. Ramses very healthy. They get the jug again. Yeah. Spirit not finding support kills any longer. These are big core kills, and they are making a difference. Well, Gobleck's looking for one bottom. He glimmers in. He gets the grip off, and now the BOTs are coming. The split pushers are quickly becoming the ambushes, but it looks like the TP may have gotten canceled elsewhere as mid one's chasing Ramses in the mid lane. At the same moment, Ohio was caught out bottom. Action everywhere. Who's going to be the first pick? Ohio looks like in a lot of trouble. Back into the wall. Will be still holds the Aegis, has the ult available, not dropping it just yet. Gets caught by a Deafening Blast, trying desperately to finish off the Tusk. Gets off the Astral Spirit. Astral Imprisonment looks like he's going to finish him up to the high ground, but already the auto attack had procced. Fnatic hanging on, but barely. Again, the Hexes. Afterlife again. And now they chase onto mid one. There's nobody here to save him. Disruptor's up in the top lane. They may lose the Invoker as well. A long roll in. The Iceberg Hex is down for quite some time, but they keep control of him. The Tornado.
He's just playing out of his mind right now.
His big plays are just barely not dying, whereas Spirits are racking up kill after kill after kill.
Yeah, he's very much still slowing down the pace of Spirit, and just stayed alive. Should have used the Abyssal probably and just right-clicked him, or they need some way to deal with the creep wave.
Mushi again?
Oh
gosh!
no!
No!
Well,
Mushi slaughtered. Brutal. The absolutely vicious stuff here.
The bottom kill under the Observer Ward is one thing, but these last two deaths, those can't happen in the...
I just can't believe how quick...
Also, he can't get caught and jumped by the OD. Some way to just deal with the OD right-click.
The Vex there, the combo's coming to Snow, and there is no escape. Counter Hex is waiting, there's the Sunstrike. They're going to try to turn this one, but mid one forced to back away. Mushi just not seeing Omni-Slash opportunities. The Lotus Orb, too much of a threat, too much of a factor. He's going to jump in, try to commit the snowball through. Beautiful stuff from DJ. They need more backup from mid one. Where's the meatball? He's waiting on the Invoke cooldown. He's already popped the Ice Wall. Hex would just...
Hex is all over the place, Lotus is flying, and Mushi... And it's the Blade Fury escape. He can't do any damage. He's just using this defensively.
They hold the line as far as the second racks for now, and Spirit, they might be satisfied. They forced out, they'll just be able to walk back.
We're still at that stage.
I'll try to find at least one pick here. Always want to fly, trying to deal with the cold snap. Gets off the kick, though. He's banished, alive. It's just not Fnatic's day right now. They can't finish these kills. Is he going to go for the Sunstrike? Now you're looking at a double hammer, a double Hex, a double BK, winning this game very quickly.
Yeah, OD is just reaching that unstoppable stage, and the Sanity Eclipse just does massive damage at this point in the game. Also, like, I need an item that's going to allow me to fight and kill heroes now. And
I can't count on my Prophet.
Yeah.
He's for 80 of it, but he's gotten Fiend's Grip. He's caught in the Spirit. Smelling funky fresh here. They will take game one. They end it with an ultra kill and better execution. And ultimately, they forced Fnatic to team fight, and Fnatic just could not win the engagement.
Yeah, just one too many picks. Spirit found a way to get those pickoffs. Mostly on Mushi, who you've kind of got to look at and say did not play one of his best games, couldn't find any Omni Slashes or opportunities to get involved, and then he was the one getting picked off, which led to Spirit finding the opportunities, and suddenly you're losing a lane of racks. You have to play...
Winner bracket dream Fnatic.
Expecting to see a very aggressive...
Felt pretty aggressive out of Spirit at the start. They were very persistent to try to keep Midwan in check, but it took him a couple of tries to be...
About that.
I love Blade Mill on Prophet.
High five.
I think it's great item build to actually hate on. I think it happens like once every tournament I cast someone gets Blade Mill on Prophet, and it triggers me every time. I just really don't like it. I get what the idea is, but I felt like it did nothing that game. Like, almost literally. What a really good game. And I think his item build just slowed him down. Of course, you're playing against heroes like Earth Spirit and Gyrocopter who have like big AoE nukes that you can't really control once you've cast them, so you can reflect some damage, but I am just pretty sure there were better item choices that game for him. And then he went one good item after the next, but they missed the timing, I think, that they had.
Did it cost them the game?
I think that might be a little bit of a stretch, but you never know, because if that item doesn't do much and there's these 2k gold get like maybe they find 1 or 2 kills with a faster Orchid, and then Dota is a game of very snowbally nature. So.
You agree, Andy? Nodding.
Yeah, well, I mean, I definitely agree that the blade mill maybe wasn't the most optimal choice. Like he mentioned, but at that point, a core. It should never really be to that point. I think on Fnatic's lineup.
And was it me, or did it seem like towards the later stages of the game, both teams were kind of uncomfortable? I would call it things.
That's BKB. He blinks in, get completely trounced in the team fight.
The game and likes to look for kills and play aggressively. I think that's good, but in late game, his decision making sometimes just falls off, and that time around, you know, if you said auto attack,
Did find a way to kind of stall the game out.
So good, Steel.
Hey Blitz, do you wanna gloat a bit?
They have such a good, strong dual core, and the gyro didn't even. This game wouldn't have been nearly as difficult either. This was a pretty sick play by the way, by Fnatic. They kited so well around this fact, but Iceberg just got too huge, but he would need. It's a lot harder for the Jug to get in there, whereas the OD just pops BKB and runs at people.
Yeah. The other thing too against like OD core, if you get an Omni late game and like you don't have to BKB, you can just banish yourself to dealing with Omni Slash and stuff like that. It's not really the ideal situation to go ultra late, and even just Steel, that was a point to see them taking this to a game 3.
I don't know. I felt like this game, if they're going to win a game in the series, not Team Spirit is the overwhelming favorite, but this is a game that I feel like they had a lot of different opportunities to win. Like a lot of different things broke their way. Always Want to Fly got into this weird mentality where he felt like he had to roam with the Earth Spirit non-stop, and he never really stopped the aggression. And on top of that, DJ made that 6th play stealing the Aegis. I think if they had that, that was just high ground, and Team Spirit can take racks off of that. But yeah, they just weren't able to get it done. Team Spirit, off of the back of their incredible
Third picker.
Maybe.
Maybe.
He died a lot. I mean.
He died a lot, exactly.
I guess credits like he's getting up in their face. He's keeping him a bit perplexed opportunities here. I mean, everyone else as far as.
Fnatic were looking really good until that, and then those.
There were a lot of misplays this game overall. Like, I remember Iceberg at bottom when he misclicked and didn't get the disrupt off on the Invoker, and he accidentally clicked it onto Always Want to Fly.
Oh yeah.
Like they're just. I think most of this I attribute just it being so late in the day.
Yeah, it's fatigue.
Yeah, these teams have been going for the powers non-stop. They've had to just stay up.
To full, and they could maybe have looked for a bit of a siege after that. They already have taken one range barracks top.
It felt like they were never really able to utilize hard. He had a lot of defensive items.
Juggernaut in a Hex was like top lane. He blinked in, threw out a Hex, killed him. It's like not many heroes in the game have that kind of damage.
I remember seeing the number when he used his ult after hitting Jugger. I think he hits him 4 or 5 times in the Hex, drops his ult, and the number was like 1,073.
Yeah.
Or snag it for yourself, or find a way to potential
OD, and I think no matter what, there's going to be a 2-for-1 trade in that scenario. But the heroes they could have let through were, what was it, Chen?
Chen Enchantress?
Chen
or rather, Fnatic banned Chen and Io, actually.
Chen Io.
Yeah.
Okay, they could maybe give them the Wisp over OD and maybe look for that. It's
They
possible to
looked
exploit.
brutal with the Wisp earlier today.
I think you could give him the Earth Spirit. I mean, I'm not sold that was a game-changing Earth Spirit. Yeah, he kind of got in their face and forced them to put their.
Did you want to see changed on the side of Spirit? Yes, they won, but not as crisp as you might have wanted them to.
I don't know. I think they did pretty well this game, honestly. Like, sure, they had the 5-man advantage, and we saw that fight in the woods, like Cinder was saying. That was the big turning point of the game. But they had a really good understanding of Hex combination, being able to just solo kill another core at that stage. And maybe that's kind of a really bad thing against Mushi, because you mentioned his decision-making. And against a hero who can pick you off like that in the late game, and you're playing one of the most valuable heroes, I think it could be bad if they want to play against that particular hero in late game scenarios. So maybe, I don't know, if you're Spirit, if you can get your hands on OD again, it seems like you guys know how to play around it very well. And I wouldn't be too hard on Always Want to Fly, because looking at their lineup, what other hero initiates for them? I mean, they have like a Darkseer who can surge in. I mean, he kind of has to go, right? He's
Someone
the only
has
one.
to.
Like get an objective or something.
Yeah, and normally in half of his deaths it's not that many, but this time it was at least 7. So.
But maybe you should itemize a bit more tanky if that was the case. I know he went with like early arcane boots before going for something like an urn, which could have added a bit of extra gains for him in the early game, but ended up being pretty frail at that point. But the job was done, so I suppose it worked out well for him.
And in terms of laning stage, Spirit didn't seem as strong as they seemed earlier today. Was it because of the Invoker pick for mid 1? I mean, he is
for it, but then at that point to set up on. But once it doesn't work the first time, you get counter ganked. Then he comes back, and then I believe it was successful. Then it felt like he was forcing it at that point. And then DJ rotates in. Ohio is always a threat to come in as well. You have to kind of know when to cut your losses and then just deal with the other side of the map at some point.
There were other opportunities. You're talking about the put his attention down there and maybe add some pressure.
This specific game? Because I feel normally Disruptor is a hero that's really, really good when you're ahead. Like nobody can escape from you. But this game, it just didn't seem to be...
Towards mid for the better part of like the first, 10. Don't want to put himself in a position where he's giving away kills when he knows that his team is going on mid all the time. So I think he was probably playing a little bit safer than normal. And any offlane player who's played against Disruptor understands that if you're against Jug or Gyro, which I still feel is why Team Spirit picked the hero in the first place, to prevent a lane like that from happening, is you die if you get caught at a position one that you killed, no matter what the sign openings.
Fnatic backs against the wall. One more game and they might be going to the lowest bracket, or they can try to force out a tilts in this scenario, you feel. And it's one less stretch and...
I don't know if it's tilt.
I think tilt is such a
because
lose momentum.
I mean, this is where you really
tilt,
have
tilt
to
is just
dig
like
deep, though.
just like okay, you had like a really big lead and you lost and you just everything just goes down the. They lost to Alliance 2-0. They played well there. I think they played significantly better against Alliance. If they played as well as they did against them, they would have probably won this game. But lost momentum, maybe. It sucks losing 3 games in a row, but I still think they can pull it back.
They need to recognize that this is going to be it for them. Like, I mean, you're coming off what felt like a good performance against Alliance here, but now you're one potential moment that if they have any sort of...
The game very shortly for the draft of the potentially last game between Fnatic and Strong, yes? Going for
50-50 flat.
games in a row.
Yeah.
And that it might not favor them as much because they might be a tiny bit demoralized. But I would like to think that people, like experienced players...
There is no player out there who doesn't get phased at all by losses.
True.
Like it always gets to you and
take off something like this to be able to get back into the grind.
That you're going to kind of have their backs. Oftentimes I think it's the natural result. I know we can do better than that. It's hard to do that though, especially when you've just gone from a position where you were 2 games away from being first in your group, and now all of a sudden you're playing against Team Spirit, who has a lot of momentum on their side right now. They started off bad this morning, but they've won 3 games in a row. They're 1 game away from getting second in a group that nobody thought that they would get second in.
Would you agree?
Is there anything to add? Kind of impact you wanted to see from him with the amount of farm he
last night, but I don't think they're going to pick it without the IO. It's like a tandem that they're looking for. I also like his Ember. He's a very, Ramses seems to do best with carries that aren't just there to farm for late game. Like Ember, Gyro, Chaos Knight, they all have some sort of aggressive potential around the 10-minute mark and onward.
Heroes, because I look at players like Sumail when they're like these young gunners, and when they first burst Spirit, who was not afraid to get his 5-man wipe by jumping into the fountain and make these kind of huge plays. Would you say Ramses is that kind of player as well? Because those heroes don't sound like flashy playing heroes, a Gyro, a Chaos Knight, but do you think he wants to play in the sense that he wants to be able to get lots of kills, take names?
Into the scene, he was like almost over-aggressive in a lot of his games. Ramsey seems to have found a pretty good balance where he is definitely looking for the kills when they're there, but he's playing surprisingly experienced for an inexperienced player. You wouldn't...
Spirit.
It's
Spirit.
It's just very interesting to... All right, never mind.
Very long for people to realize.
Didn't.
D is back, this time on the side of Fnatic. And Spirit as well, this time on the side of Fnatic.
So this
big surprises? Or?
What did they pick last time together with Chen? They went Chen Prophet, that's not there, and they also like the Wisp. This is actually the 2 pairings they have picked in the first phase together with the Earth Spirit can rotate. They can, of course, still safe lane OD, something Fnatic should have the ability to do.
So when you say think about the mid lane, are you saying think about a way to help out your mid lane, or get something for the mid lane that can put up with the OD and the oncoming pressure from the Earth Spirit as well?
Yeah, either or of those 2 for sure. And
So
again, highlight heroes that can escape Earth Spirit ganks early. Puck, Queen of Pain are good. Since they have Chen, they could even try something a little bit different, like playing a Juggernaut mid. It's actually not that awful against the new OD. I think the old OD would have beaten it way harder.
Really?
It's just, it's just because it can't get ganked very easily, right? You can always just spin when Juggernaut and when Earth Spirit comes in, so that speaks for itself. But I think in the first few levels, OD can't sustain their mid, because then Earth Spirit might have lost his momentum.
So you put Jug mid against OD?
I'm saying I think
worth it.
I guess it depends on what you want out of
How
your.
about, do you really
your
think
mid lane.
Juggernaut just gets like completely run over by OD?
Not in the
lane?
first few levels. No, definitely
I don't
not.
think so.
I don't think. I disagree. I think OD does pretty well against Jug.
Oh, for sure. I'm not saying he's going to win. I'm just saying he won't die and he will get farm.
I think there are heroes though that accomplish that don't have to be Jug, for example. Like if your only goal is not to die to this, you can pick something like Puck and.
Alright, that was
then
my
it's all
first choice.
yeah.
Puck and Queen of Pain, but I'm just saying if you want something different from those two, if you're not comfortable with them and you want to play to your Chen's strengths, then Juggernaut is like a niche possibility.
Yeah.
It's going to be an Oracle. That's a good defensive support at least.
It's really good
could help out
against
in mid.
Spirit.
It's two huge sustained kind of heroes. That does mean they do lack a little bit in the stun department. Fortune's End, I guess, one way could be some sort of lockdown, but is this going to be good enough that, I mean, it shows that they're not going to have any sort of early roaming or ganking potential from their support.
You know, a couple minutes of the game, try to get your Chen 6 and then just start trying to death ball on the back of it.
They ran aggressive jungle Chen earlier today. Might be something they're planning again.
Too early to say, I think.
That was...
That
I
was
think
with an IOCK.
It was enabled because they had Wisp. I think Oracle is really bad for aggressive trial lanes, actually. Because the time this hero starts getting strong in lane is when it hits level 3. So you have 2 points in Purifying Flames and 1 in Fortune's End. It takes a long time when you're running an aggressive lane, and you can... So, would probably not recommend that this game. We'll see, though. They do ban out the Void.
Have you guys seen that Void has really not been doing so well? So I
No.
think someone said that it was like 27% win rate
Ouch.
already. This team's kind of maybe these teams haven't really been able to showcase much with it so far.
I think a big part of the win rate being that low is that it was picked a lot by CDEC, and they just... I think both CDC and eHome just gave away super good heroes, and they're starting to figure out how other teams are playing now. They should be learned so stubborn about their Void, and it just kept losing. So I think most of the times when Void gets picked later in the draft or in a better
It's doing a
situation...
bit of a reverse draft, by the way.
Yeah,
It is
really
exactly
is.
what Team Spirit had up.
Gyro is good against Chen.
It wasn't the same order though. What did they pick third last game? Because Gyro was 4th pick, I think.
Yeah.
They picked the hero that wasn't there.
Darkseer.
Yeah.
Darkseer.
Sorry, Blitz, I keep interrupting you. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, but in CDEC's draft, I don't think the Void was the issue. If anything, their Void was like their saving grace for the majority of that game. It was just that I think Shiki had a pretty bad game and that
do get it anyway.
All right, a lot to talk about here. I mean, Razor's been grabbed up, and then Fnatic responding with their Witch Doctor as well. We know Witch Doctor obviously to be pretty good against...
Two heroes I would actually consider pretty good against it. Like, OD's
be
Arcane
fair-
Orb should one-shot the Illus, right?
I think OD is good against it, but I don't know if I feel like Gyro and CK are good against each other. Like, say you
Yeah.
Phantasm, you get a stun, you can instantly kill the Gyro.
Absolutely.
You get crits.
Yeah.
So it just depends on how you go about taking the fight.
I'm not... I've really liked their Chaos Knight picks so far in the tournament, but at times there've been like 2 or maybe 3 heroes that aren't good CK counters. You got Cask, that's great. You got Call Down, that's great. Everything about Earth Spirit is good against Chaos Knight, apart from the roller that I think.
There's just not a lot of lockdown for him. I think that's
That
maybe
is
why they
correct.
feel that it's okay. Like, Sven's banned, Tide's banned, no Void. This is a good game in the sense that he'll have control of his hero for pretty much the entire fight unless Earth Spirit like hits him with a rock and then he dies in that duration, which I think is fairly unlikely given the circumstance. So maybe they just wanted to give him a hero that he can fight with because Gyro's not
Limited to the Chaos Knight Razor. Oh, there's the answer. It's a Phoenix.
Phoenix is good against CK.
Yeah.
If you can get your Spirit.
But there's only one stun so far. Do you really want to use that?
Again, it just really depends on how the fights roll out. You're theory crafting a 5 versus 5 situation when we have no idea like how the fight's gonna.
Great at killing off Chen's creeps. And as Sheer pointed out, this one stun on Chaos Knight actually has to get a lot of work done.
Yeah.
If it goes on the Phoenix, you know there's going to be a call down or an Earth Spirit rolling in. Now they get one extra piece of lockdown here with the Bat Rider, but favoring a team the most. I actually think Fnatic adapted very well to this draft. So.
But last time,
I think Spirit's got this.
are you sticking with Sin?
Yeah, I'll stick with him. I'm not a Baylor.
You want to jump ship to
Color guy,
attach
come on,
yourself
man.
to...
I can't, dude.
let's-
I'm gonna be going with Fnatic on this one.
Well,
I'm
let's
very
see
curious.
who the true analyst is. It is time. Game.
Prepare for battle.
Taking on Fnatic in a best-of-3 showdown. We'll see Fnatic on the dire side, trailing 0-1 in the best-of-3. I'm LD. I'm joined here by Gods. And Gods, as we get underway with... Actually, the Phoenix, the one to drop this deep ward in the Radiant jungle this time around, but Looking at the drafts here, Fnatic, they snap pick the Air Spirit OD.
It's kind of looking, in some ways, for both teams, a game of the offlaners, although I say offlaners, Spirit's going to be running theirs in the safe lane, because we saw the Phoenix come out, it's like, oh, what a good Phoenix game it is. Great against the push. There isn't really good ways of dealing with the Phoenix. And then I saw the Bat recommend a real good way of countering the lasso. Their only option is themselves.
Confident positioning here from DJ. He's up far. Rumble in the river. Let's go. Mushi getting the 1 second stun. That's a lot of damage, but they look to turn it. The Witch Doctor Casket's enough to bail things out. They keep the Gyrocopter alive. Iceberg will finish him off, but now he's low and needs to back himself away. That Cask is still got a bit of time left on the like a 1-for-1 bounty rune grab there.
Matchup mid lane, they've got in an Iceberg with a roll and won't find the kill on this, but to talk about the bottom lane, like it's already Bat favored just because Phoenix has pretty poor lackluster last hitting. Bat can use the napalm, can Firefly, can just farm better, and with Bounty Rune, he's going to win this lane even harder, I want to say.
Something we saw from Team Spirit in their previous match where they ran the off-lane Chaos Knight. That time around it was with an IO as DJ, he makes the rotation, he will connect on the roll there onto the Chaos Knight, but can they get in range for a Rocket Barrage? Doesn't appear to be the case. In fact, they're going to snare DJ, look to turn it, and they force Mushi back. Ramses has the Chaos Bolt. He's a bit squishy right now, low on the HP and not going to go in.
Go back on the move.
Fortune's End as well as the Chaos Bolt. Comes through and together with a kick onto the boulder. Fnatic will disengage.
Not necessarily going to be all that great. You've got Razor who can match up decently against the OD, the Bat well against the Phoenix. So if they can also do well in this aggro lane, then you're looking at a good start for Team Spirit.
So looking at our 1v1 matchup here, Ohio sitting 6-3 and still having a good time despite not getting that early bounty rune, and Afterlife having the edge in that department. Has gone back for the Magic Stick, up to 300 gold. So he's weathered the early storm here, and always has the Icarus dive available should Afterlife actually make a move. But currently he's basically out of mana, so there is no threat of a Firefly engage, and things are going really well.
Yeah, he's even on CS, slightly even ahead, and Afterlife is out of mana as well, which means he's not going to be able to Firefly. He can't pressure for kills, he can't use it to farm the wave as well as jungle camp, so if anything, Ohio's looking great here. Possibly even getting a solo kill if Afterlife isn't careful.
This is exactly what Spirit did with the Chen the other time around. They were dire, but they just basically tri-laned the Chen. He didn't really jungle, they didn't end up pushing. Tried to pressure the lane, and it was actually a similar situation where even though they were pressuring Burning's Morphling, he was still farming well. Mushi's still farming well despite the pressure. He's 11-2, he's ahead of the Chaos Knight, so he's not really being shut down by this. Looking at that game, Winter felt like there was better things Godblack could have been doing. Are you satisfied right now with your Godblack? Is there a point where you're like, I should just go to the jungle, or what's your thought process here
in
for
lane
the Chen?
as he is now is, I don't think, the plan, or it's not a good plan at least, and you can't pressure all that well. We saw what happens. The cast just comes in, hits your creep, and then suddenly any gank potential is gone. So maybe he's... I feel like the best consideration is to farm the jungle until Bat's about to hit level 6, and then you go for that kill with the Bat Rider Lasso, wherever that may be. Be it on someone like the Phoenix, or just... and that maybe bring the Bat Rider to the offlane and go for a kill there with the Lasso.
Let's see if he makes an adjustment. But for now, Godblack, he's trying to farm the jungle and pull the wave. Getting a little bit of extra pressure here going, but Fnatic see this. They've got an Observer Ward in the trees, so there's no sneaky backstab shenanigans available to
And it's kind of been Spirit's bread and butter, I think. As far as this group stage goes, one of their characteristic strats has been this aggressive CK dual lane with Chen. We've seen the CK IO more, but the CK Oracle, it's a very similar concept, and they've had great success with it, which is where it's like, okay, this lane works, we bring the Chen up there, let's keep doing it. But Fnatic so far dealing with the aggression very well.
Always want to fly. He walks into the Earth Spirit here. The roll comes through. Actually scouted him out courtesy of the Observer Ward. Now he's trying to turn on DJ. DJ is going to be forced back. He's going to get slowed down now, caught up by the Fortune's End. The chase continues, slowly working down with auto attacks. He needs to roll his way out of this one soon, and will do so. Lacking the boots, whereas Always Want to Fly had them. So was eventually going to be able to run him down otherwise, but does force the Air Spirit back.
Interesting to see DJ not go for the Orb of Venom. With something in the level 1 fight that comes into play, a few, like when he rolls mid, so slightly less aggressive with the Mango, just giving you that extra... Like when you get that level 2, you can use your Boulder Smash that little bit more liberally because you've got a bit more mana to play around with, but...
Do you consider it core of the Orb of Venom or more of a just a nice to have?
I think it would have paid off. It's easy, like having hit the rolling boulders he's had and the pressure he's had around the map, I think it would have been a better item this game, but it's kind of hard to tell sometimes. If you're expecting that aggro lane up top from the CK Oracle Chen, and then you want to play more defensively, so you're thinking, oh, I probably don't want to do Orb of Venom because I need to play more defensively, get a bit more regen, get the early magic stick. He had Fairy Fire, he had the Mango, so.
Creeps come marching in, and even though they had vision of Team Spirit walking forward, they might be able to catch out, and they do the damage output, and maybe they look to turn now. Ohio moves into position. He is level 6. He's got the Mango. He has the egg ready if it's needed. Doesn't need it, so he gets the kill. Brainstorm always want to find the Oracle, but this will leave Afterlife to have a free lane bottom, and he'll take full advantage of it now.
Phoenix first to rotate, and I think it's okay that he gives a bit of free farm time to the Batrider.
Mid lane, they've made the rotation. Onto mid one they go. Iceberg popping the ultimate, committing that Eye of the Storm together with the Hadouken. One more auto tech, just barely getting the kill. The cask almost enough to secure his retreat, and now they turn onto net. Again, the Fortune's End gonna set things up here. They follow it up, and Iceberg survives as an egg gets placed on top of Fnatic, but cleaning up everything. DJ, as well as Ohio, will wipe out 3. A 2 for 3 in the end, and a costly dive for Team Spirit.
I mentioned a game for the offlaners to shine, and it's Ohio coming in, involved in 4 kills, including a massive turnaround there in the mid lane. He's level 7 already, and we talked about how good the Sunray is, but when you're playing a core spell with your primary DPS, it's seen a few nerfs over the, going way back, but in a 1v1 when you can get it fast, maxed out.
Ramses. He's going to tank a lot of that damage as her Spirit rolls away, but I think they still have him here with the dive. Indeed they do. Ohio cleaning that one up, and 4-0-1 as the offlane Phoenix showing that he too can play a mean Firebird.
He's going to get a very fast Midas, a very fast level 11, and Spirit just don't have good heroes to kill the egg whatsoever.
They're terrible at killing it, honestly. I guess they do have a decent number of ranged heroes, but that's about the...
Oh, that Oracle base attack time.
That's
that's the counter, LD. What are you talking about?
Yeah, let's just run in towards the egg with that delicious 650 HP pool. Fnatic ramping up the aggression is Afterlife, meanwhile diving the top lane, looking for Net here. Has the lasso ready. I'm going to pull him down towards the south side. The TP comes through. DJ's there looking to turn it. He's going to roll onto Afterlife. Net almost walks back into the flames. Don't touch the fire, my man. And he will dodge it out as elsewhere in the river. Mid one also getting called out. His damage being stolen. Chen creeps parading towards him, but he's going to make it out. The TP home from the Batrider. Afterlife will survive, but this is looking to be a very poor Batrider, guys. 8 minutes in. He has gone back for the Ring of Basilius, and he is just nowhere near getting that point.
He had the 1v1, then he had the empty lane when Phoenix left, and when you go for a dive like that and don't get the kill, you fall very far behind him. We're seeing another kill get picked up by Fnatic in the mid lane. Iceberg goes...
So looking for something here as the Chen is in pursuit, trying to finish off. Might be able to get DJ here. Does he have another... Oh, no, he's out of mana.
He's out of mana. Finally. That 3-second cooldown, 5-second duration.
Oh, God Black will pay. Fnatic sent the full... complement of heroes over to the enemy jungle.
Ohio's not having any of that. And he's got Midas 8.5 minutes in. Midas coming, he'll Midas a big creep. Hit close to level 9 off of that, and it's just going to be a dream Phoenix game at this point. And what could have been a fantastic Batrider game, Afterlife just hasn't quite had the right rotations that he's needed to this game so far.
Always want to fly. A bold move. Jumping onto Mushi. Can he get the solo kill? Nope. Being healed up. The Phoenix doing it again. Krah! Krah! I think he might actually live. He will! Well, just end the game now. Give this man the MVP medal, because there is no way anybody else is going to do more for Fnatic.
All I've seen is like carries and mid gets MVPs, but I mean,
6-0-2.
Yeah.
Actually, with that Juan is laying, he's done it all.
Yeah, generally the player getting lots of kills, which is still a higher, but right now he is putting on a show on this Phoenix.
Yeah, we haven't even really seen the most balanced spell Phoenix has, which is the Sunray, but it's starting to come into play now. That thing has really been doing work in this tournament. I've actually seen Phoenixes this event who have done absolutely nothing except Sunray creep waves, and so Fnatic will settle things down now. Score 6-10 at the 10-minute mark. And looking at their advantage, this Phoenix has done thus far.
Yeah, it's very much kind of like a momentum thing where you've got this problem here that's doing well, and you haven't got an answer inside. It's like, oh, we'll get this item, or we'll get such and such level, and then we'll be fine. It's things are going to continue to struggle.
Does complete.
One of the I want to say pseudo counters because it's not really going to be a full-on solution, is the Fortune's End. You can purge off the Fire Spirits, which may occasionally bring some assistance in dealing with the egg. We saw it there on the Chaos. Is that Spirit's Disposal?
Yeah, and also the you've got the False Promise as well.
Yeah.
So. Yeah, Purges could come into play here, but at the same time, it feels like he's struggling to live long enough to even cast those spells in a lot of these fights. So, Gods, looking at Team Spirit, they have not dominated the lanes at all. You pick a Chen, you're normally looking to win the laning stage, as well as Razor, for that matter. Where do they go from here? Batrider Blink is coming soon, but it's a late one. Is there a particular hero you try to gank? Certain tower you try to take? What are they looking for?
I think you look towards the OD Gyrocopter. As much as the Phoenix is the top-performing hero, he's still go find pickoffs, get your smokes going, and look to find kill after kill wherever possible. Unfortunately, the poor Batrider was so close, and then Hayo says, "Yeah, remember me?"
Was trying to cut the wave, but they actually have a lane ward, so they saw him moving in to the jungle and go for that. So Fnatic, again, just ready for Team Spirit's movements here.
He's almost level 11. We're 12 minutes in the game. Next Midas, he's there.
What a dream game for Ohio. What do you go now? He's up to 1,700 gold.
So, early Shivas could be very powerful against the Chaos Knight illusions and just in general. It slows the attack speed. There's a lot of physical damage when you look at Razor Chaos Knight.
Oh, well, that's not where Net wants to be. Hawks up the ramp, always want to fly is waiting. Just blast him with the Purifying Flames as well as the Fortune's End. And almost solo killed him just with that damage.
And the one other item which sometimes you might see on Phoenix is the Veil. Very cost effective, a bit cheaper, and he does have a lot of magic damage coming out with the Fire Spirits and the OD
and the
Ultimate
Gyro
as well.
as well.
Yeah, Gyro, OD Ultimate. It's a great Veil game. It's whether or not he wants to go for that big scary item like a Shivers or something a bit more utility focused.
Well, he's got the choice now. 2,100 gold up on Ohio. And Fnatic are going to take this opportunity to smoke.
And then you have other situational things like Atos, which is always okay as well, but...
Well, this time the good kind of record setting coming, and it's from Ohio on the Phoenix. Dominant showing here on a hero that see Fnatic, even after breaking the smoke, walks directly into the full 3-man squad and quickly sacrifices his life. The best part for Fnatic, didn't have to use a big spell there. They've got everything ready. The Magnetize online, the level 2 Supernova available, so it's going to take the additional 3 attacks to kill it off. As we talked about, Team Spirit, not the best at doing so.
Any team fight around Egg will be won by Fnatic at this stage.
Oh, and not only the Egg, but also the call down. God Black, that man who's caught by most everything. They jump onto Iceberg. Ohio chasing him out. And he is going to fly up the hill, has all the Fire Spirits going on him, and now the Magnetize coming through. This is just a brutal commitment to finish off Iceberg. They will get the kill. He survived for a decent amount of time, but it's just not enough. Chen down, Razor down, Fnatic in the driver's seat at this point. 14 minutes in. It is feeling like they are in full control.
The really just scary thing about that fight is this is before Fnatic's item pickups. The only item pickup they had for that fight was the Helm of the Dominate on Gyro. They haven't got the Shivers yet on Phoenix, just has the plate mail. There's going to be a Veil coming out for the... that hasn't come up. And they have all this just current gold they're stockpiling that's going to appear suddenly in the next fight. Then it's going to be a Roshan. And then Fnatic can just snowball out of control incredibly quickly because of that. They didn't even have to use a Supernova, so they've still got that. And Team Spirit still have to be just fearful and hiding. Anyone who gets caught out in the jungle or anywhere on the map is just going to be mincemeat.
Go for a smoke, or if they just plan to brute force it. And at that moment, a Blink also grabbed by mid one. So offense, offense, offense. The name of the game for Fnatic. At the same time, Spirit trying to make their move, but unfortunately there's a very quick reaction there on the self-astral by mid one. Prevents the easy lasso grab, and now Afterlife desperately trying to run away. The call-down's going to come through. It's hits on 2, maybe 3. Ramsey's trapped by it as well. Mushi being hit up. The Sunray keeps him in fact. They're dropping. Surprised we didn't see 8 heroes die there, but they all live.
Both teams
God Black with the Hand of God debut as well, and that made a big difference.
Bit of mis-execution on both sides. Batrider didn't get the Blink Egg too early. The Earth Spirit missing a roll, so ultimately everyone missed their kind of skill shots, and everyone backs off.
Gyro had a good call down.
Yeah.
Just no follow-up.
Yeah, needed some... they'd already committed the egg at that point. And
after all the crap we gave Mushi last game, I think he deserves a little love here. Here they go, though. They found out DJ behind the tower. He's going to drop very quickly, burst down by the Purifying Flames, and a barrage of nukes from Team Spirit.
And good kind of timing. Spirit just immediately go again, knowing that the egg is going to be on cooldown for a little bit longer, which is a period where Fnatic aren't going to be quite as potent in a team fight.
That's a great time to strike for them, and it will bring things back towards balance. We've only seen the 1 tower drop bottom lane for the Radiant, the tier 1. Else, all teams have their outer structure standing and a good ability to respond quickly to rotations. CS chart farming very well this game. We'll grab the tier 1, the last tick going to mid 1. And immediately Fnatic. And they go for the longer, and that means Fnatic want a piece of the Roche.
It's a lot of kills that are starting to add up on the Chaos Knight, who just isn't seeing much farm go his way. And he's the most farmed Spirit hero, and I'm looking at how this game's developing. He's had a pretty bad game, not farming well, getting ganked, and then the rest of his team doing just as poorly, if not worse. So
we're going to see the tier 1 mid for Roshan trade, perhaps, or at least that's the goal for Spirit here. Solo Roche with a Blink Dagger, no problem. And Roche dropping very quickly, courtesy of that Outworld Devourer, and he will be the man to carry the Aegis. So up to 1900 gold. Interested to see what the build will be. We've seen a lot of Route of Atoses. Super, I know, really loves the BKB rush. Maybe if you're feeling confident.
Guarantees you get a lot of intel steal, then a big ultimate off. But it's a fairly defensive build in some way. The Blink first is, to me, a bit of an odd choice. Normally you go for at least one item before the Blink. The drums or a 4-staff, or more commonly we're seeing the Atos a bit. But
maybe just thinking that he can just quickly react and blink out when the bat comes at him. You can Astral, but perhaps sometimes that sets them up to jump on you afterwards.
And for now, Fnatic are going to kind of farm a little bit. They've got the Aegis for a good, decent duration. They're not in any rush to take things to Spirit. And they know Spirit have very limited places on the map where it's actually even safe for them to try and farm. The pick-off potential for Fnatic is just scary based on their item advantage. And they've still got smokes to play around, so that's going to be the next move.
Have we talked about how good Veil of Discord is this game? I discussed it for like 3 seconds, but it is incredible, and they have one. Here we go. Always want to fly. We'll be trapped out. Fnatic did smoke for this, and they will find a pick. Iceberg, and with an Invisor and able to back away.
Up in position for this bottom lane, hiding in fog, waiting for an opportunity to roll in and have a teammate TP in. Here we go. Bottom, they're going to try to find a pick off and should get this.
Ramses trying to juke around the trees here. Gets the 3 well as a magnetized. I mean, they really should have dropped the OD ult there as well, just to be safe, you know, but they get the kill.
And they defend mid as well. The Phoenix kind of solo defending against 2-3 heroes in a Chen army. That's just how good the Phoenix is. Like, he can TP into 3 heroes pushing mid with 0 risk of dying, and he stops the push by himself. Like, it's just such an amazing Phoenix game, and they can't punish him in any way.
And when you're good luck with those illusions actually doing anything in the fights.
And good luck even armlet toggling when you've got fire spirits and all this damage over time. Sunray, there's very little chance of getting off a good armlet toggle.
We've seen Ramses go off on the Chaos Knight earlier today, but it is just not a hero that can single-handedly win every game, and it feels like Fnatic's draft pack. The guy's got drums, Aquila, he didn't take over the game. This is not a Fada level of farm on Razor. And
down bottom lane, and Spirit channeling a bit of what we...
And it's in. They want to go for high ground. Fnatic looking to quickly end this game. It has been a long day for both teams. And Fnatic hoping to get straight into a game number 3. The egg available. The Shiva's Guard online. Call down prepped. Everything good to go, including that OD ult. Mid one is going to take this chance to blink forward. He gets off the ultimate, and it's on basically the entire enemy team. False Promise looking to keep a hero alive for now. The send back comes through. Afterlife, is he going to pop in the well? Barely surviving. Good combination of spells there. They even hang on to the Hand of God. OD ult was committed for that one, but still they've got the Magnetize. And most importantly, perhaps the egg. Still, Spirit. They don't want to give up this Rax, and they are smoking and looking to counter.
Fnatic full retreat.
No troll trap.
They had no gyro cooldown as well, and I think just deciding it's not going to be the safest time to take a fight. On top of that, there was the Gyrocopters SMY still back at base. They've got time to kind of grow without doubt and chased down by heroes like Batrider and Chaos Knight.
What do you make of this, bud?
The fact there's this Oracle who's going to save whoever's kind of on the front lines getting gone on, so you can blink to the back lines and sometimes find that Oracle, although in that situation he went for the bat and Oracle actually ends up saving the bat with the help of Chen, so one of the best DPS items. And has some utility because of the silence factor as well.
And so you get that over the Hex just because it comes online earlier, or?
Yeah, it's better. It comes online earlier. It has a better build up. It's better single target DPS as well, and the Hex can actually be pretty easily dealt with in some ways because you've got the Oracle as well as the Chen send back. So it's like, okay, you Hex someone and you don't get a kill, and the Orchid's just a bit more reliable in a lot of ways.
Fnatic are going to retreat a little bit, slow down their aggression here, and go back to farming. We've got a small ancient stack down. As we see, always want to fly dealing with the mid lane, pushing that out. Ramsey's hiding in the trees, but he's not having that explosive Chaos Knight performance. And a lot of it seems like just didn't snowball and doesn't have the IO to keep him constantly juiced up and aggressively split pushing.
And he hasn't had any opportunities to shine since that early game, but he's the one who's put Fnatic in the driver's seat and will continue to do so.
Mid lane, they set up with the Blink Astral. Follow-up's coming through, that's in the form of Mushi. Call-down's there, Goblek on the run, not even going to make it out, gets kicked and dealt with. Ohio is godlike, yet to die this game, 9-0-6. This Phoenix has as many kills as all of Team Spirit.
And again, the setup. DJ TP's one tower behind, and then he'll set up for a rolling boulder, a boulder smash, and while his teammates TP in.
These two can single-handedly wipe the entire enemy team if they get their combo off. With DJ trying to bait here, the Magnetize coming through is going to force Ramses back quite a bit, and the rest of the team descending on the engagement. Batrider now forced to run after the lasso. They do manage to get the OD as well as the Earth Spear picked off, though, and always want to fly. Almost finished off here by Mushi elsewhere. Just TP's out in the nick of time, and as we're seeing, Afterlife able to also blink away here, scattering frantically. And in the end, Team Spirit coming out on top there. That was without the Hand of God getting activated.
I mean, Fnatic had the much better idea there. They missed their spells. Earth Spirit went for the roll, he missed the roll, and then more importantly, he missed the stun on the Chaos Knight, who was going to be their first target with the TPs in. So missing their initiation completely backfired that situation. Otherwise, I don't know, it's just purely execution. So Spirit capitalized on the mistake, and it's in some ways the same mistake. Earth Spirit, a lot of his spells somewhat, they can be dodged, they are hard to land, and that was just the case with the CK and his movement there.
Yeah, if it goes the other way and he hits Spirits, it's quite likely 3-4 kills going the other way. So, and they end a 2-for-1, but Spirit will certainly be happy with it.
I wonder where High is going. Does he dare to make the big jump to refresh? Often like considered more of a late game item, but with how fast he's going to be level 16.
Seems like a Lotus Orb for the Batrider.
It's slightly... Ooh, Ramses?
Mushi's going down here on the bottom lane and wants to go into Goblek, but as you're pointing out, everybody just on the run. And it looks like Ramses is going to end up going down the mid one.
He's going to take a lot of
toggle.
The more you armor toggle, the more intel he's getting, by the way. Just so you know, Ramses.
Well, either that or you die. So keep on toggling.
50. All right, thanks for the intel.
And while that was happening, Chen almost finished off. They dropped a call down and really dove on bottom, but does manage to make it back to the base. So the Tricore of Fnatic are now all three atop the board.
They may... he doesn't have ultimate to benefit from all the stolen intel, but still a lot of damage output can come from if they manage to find a fight.
It's fine. Spirit just going to split push, I imagine.
Yeah.
Or at least fight away from the OD. Fnatic are trying to group with them. Mid one clearing out the BB with the CK illusions perpetually in danger of just blowing up to all the AoE and also having to deal with Fire Spirits, the cask, a lot of control for those.
Yeah. And likely we'll see Fnatic have another go towards that bottom lane. The tier 3 already down with this Aegis, and possibly Mushi's MKB if they want to wait to just farm for a couple minutes before going for that big push.
It seems they're close enough that it's worth it.
The BKB definitely, the MKB from Mushi is kind of the big question mark. He's headed back to base to heal, so he's actually not going to be farming. So I think you're better off going now rather than trying to farm up. You're giving would help a lot against fighting into the gyro. I mean, fighting against everything. We talk about how good a Veil game it is. It's because they're very magic damage heavy, which means the BKB pickups for Razor and Chaos Knight are going to be very important. Razor actually having completed his now.
Yeah, there's BKB number one. Mushi about 600 gold short of MKB, and it is Fnatic's turn to get more aggressive here. They're going to roll up into the enemy Ancients, mid one, sneaking past it, and probably looking to dive Always Want to Fly, who sits back behind the tower. It's had a rough series thus far. 2-6 in this game, and just trying to limit the damage, stem the bleeding. Don't have any vision behind the tower right now, though.
Be a bit careful, because with the BKB, he's probably not feeling too frightened of a Blink Astral setup, since he can always BKB. And with the BKBs, they do have the ability to try and contest the Supernova egg coming out from Ohio, but...
Very nice deny there. Still a tower down, though.
They're rotating bottom, so they play that stage. And
oh, just finds the Astral in time. Chen does have Hand of God, but literally nobody in sight, and Ramses is just not going to live through that.
And the split push in the mid lane, the top lane isn't there, so this is going to be the high ground threat. The MKB just completed. the Phoenix just hitting level 16, everything you could hope for on the side of Fnatic is there. Apart from maybe the refresher, it is a refresher. He just picks up the recipe now, missing one more perseverance, about 1,000 gold away, but it'd be enough to actually take the first lane of Rax here.
Just to drop 2 in one fight. We'll see if they can find that opening. Fnatic are very confidently moving forward here. DJ out in front, has the Blink Dagger, just picked up recently as well, and Mushi, just keep on healing Mushi, the Sunray working its magic, whether it's on offense or defense. Afterlife is coming around from the south side, though. He's looking for a lasso opening, has the Force Staff of BKB. They got to completely change down where he's going to turn this fight around. Ult being held for now, trying to steal some damage. Drops the hammer, eviscerates 2, looking for the third. The false promise keeping Ramses alive for now. Looks like he will be okay, but the rest of the team towards the well. There's another Reality Rift soon. Maybe can pull him in again. All right, Fnatic, a loss here.
Oh, they got the refresher. It was the Ahayo's like, guys, I need to get to the fountain for my items. Come with me, come with me.
Let's go for a team shopping trip. GG.
Yeah, at this stage, there was no real comeback potential. Celebratory supernova from Ahayo, the MVP of this game. And Fnatic just dominant here in game number 2. They had I think they played well in game number 1, there was, apart from maybe like Mushi's individual play, but this time around Mushi says, look, we're going to forget that, move on, and as a team, Fnatic just outplaying Team Spirit here.
Is it possible that for the first time, would it be the first time ever that there were 2 Southeast Asian teams in the upper bracket, or were Zenith and Orange both in the upper bracket?
Oh, during
together?
TIs and stuff? Probably some like you go way back to like TI2, those teams were like favorites not favorites to win, but they were like top 8 teams then.
That's the crazy thing here is one more game for Fnatic and both Southeast Asian teams will be in the upper bracket to start off the main event.
Swindle's made a bold prediction. SCA and NA Dota, they're going to be on top, and his
well,
prediction looking half right at the moment.
He got the SCA part right, and normally EG can deliver, so then it comes down to Archon as well as Swindle's team. We'll see, but for now, Fnatic strike back. They force a deciding game number 3, and to see what Spirit need to do to recover and keep composed, we'll go back to the panel.
Fnatic take the series 1-1, so we are going to go to a third game. Let's do a wrong this time.
So what's so funny?
So what's so funny about being wrong? I don't know.
I mean, I had more faith in Goblack than everybody else. Yeah, I thought that Team Spirit could pull it together.
Well, with a draft like that, you almost have to think like
right
there's
now.
got to be some
Can we
logic
please
there.
let this struggle a little bit more?
Just bail me out, dude.
I tried, dude. I tried.
That was actually so smooth.
Seriously though, I guess just to go on that, it's like you see something like a CK come out and it seems like not a great pick. They don't have access to the Wisp. There's already great counters out there. But it's Goblack. There's got to be a plan around it, right? But there obviously didn't seem to be. How much do we put on the draft for this one, I guess?
I think a lot. And I think every really good drafter just has an off game once in a while. You see it, we were talking about earlier today who are the best drafters in the world. The names Puppy and PPD were flying around, but they still have just have games that they lose on. They came in, you don't have the solutions ready, and you run out of time, and then you just got to make a call. I personally think that Chaos Knight Pierce was flat out bad this game. I was very surprised when they got it. Didn't really look like a good game for it.
Yeah, I was kind of trying to find reasons why they would pick it, and the no disable thing was kind of a nice reason, like no big AoE attributed to the Phoenix. Like Ohio had like a disgusting game.
Yeah,
I think there's no play that a CK can make during the mid game without relocate. Like you can go around with a smoke gang, sure, but it's not really the same as being able to always off map farm or be split pushing a lane and continually be at every single team fight. Like it's just a very anemic pick in my opinion.
Was there a way for it didn't have any tools to get back?
I don't know. And a Chaos Knight that I think are both
chance that you just get reversed on and people are going to counter that lineup. But it wasn't even like their high ground potential was that amazing. And I felt like that was the most abusable part of their strategy. If they just even have semi-decent lanes, then go high ground immediately. Because that draft was so chaotic. It was like, okay, let's pick some heroes that can go late game, but these heroes get flat. Black was just trying to hedge his bets.
That can lane against OD. That was the only thing I really read from that pick. I'm going to mention that hero like 4 times every
Yeah,
day.
but at that point, had Phoenix already been picked? I guess.
No, Phoenix was 5th.
Yeah. Okay. So it still would have been all right. Maybe it would have made less incentive to pick the Phoenix in the first place, which obviously had gigantic impact in the game. So I think, I don't know, for the third game, I think Blizz was right. He just tried to do too much. Like he wanted too many things out of his draft and ended up just not getting anything really.
At the conclusion of the draft, I was like, I just wanted Team Spirit to win, but
You just wanted it
I was
to,
like, I looked at the draft and I was like, what is going on? About it for the casual viewer should just be, okay, they were gonna lose the lanes, they couldn't go high ground, they were gonna lose the late game. The heroes were flat out countered. Everything that could have gone wrong in that draft went wrong, and I think for Goblin it doesn't really make sense. I feel like if you take a hero like Oracle, it's A, to counter something on the enemy team, or B, it's to enable one of your other heroes. Like you make one of your heroes in your draft really strong. But CK doesn't really benefit from that hero, nor does Razor. It's not like, oh, I kept my Razor alive for an extra 8 seconds. Fantastic. It's like you would have loved to have something like an OD with an Oracle or something like that.
Yeah, the only other reason it'd be like is that they wanted to prevent threatening to be like, we got to make sure we get an Oracle here in the first phase. So I don't know.
Yeah, and then they got the bet themselves, so perhaps they wanted to have it. But it was last pick, so it couldn't get counterpicked anyways. They did lane the aggressive tri-lane with the Chen and the Oracle and the CK, leaving Bat against Phoenix, which I thought was actually pretty decent matchup for Bat. I thought he should have done okay. Is there something that I'm completely missing with that?
I think it's just a wash, and that's also what happened. They had 20 CS at the same time. Phoenix just gets some farm with Fire Spirits and just hitting the Bat to secure CS, and then Bat takes some with Firefly, and they just trade back and forth. Bat can't really, the way Bat wins the lane is that he stacks up sticky napalm so much that you either have to back off completely, dive away. It's so far that he can't keep up with you even behind your tower. So it's like a no-risk lane for both heroes. I guess you could argue that Ohio overperformed, but I just think he is a really, really good player when given the opportunity, so you could also say he just played up to level. The problem for Bat Rider is it's very difficult for it to get involved like the Phoenix does until it has the blink. So you need to wait until that, like, in a one-on-one matchup like that, what do we think a Blink Dagger minute 8, 9 is possible, probably, with that kind of farm? Phoenix got involved minute, like, 4. I think he just TP'd top and found a kill, then he went mid, found a kill, and then he got all the stuff he needed.
Phoenix offlane.
Yeah.
Not Phoenix support. Which one do you prefer?
Phoenix support. It just happened to work in this game mainly because they knew he was able right now that can do that, and also, oftentimes in this meta, you want an offlaner that will attract the attention of all 3 heroes. Like you want both supports and the carry to actively fight that guy. But a hero like Phoenix can't do that. In this game, of course, he's going to have an okay game. He's against the Bat Rider.
Were they expecting to have him against the Bat Rider? Are you going to expect to have that aggressive tri-lane?
I think even then, because you know that there's going to be a Chen in the jungle, and Chen doesn't do so great against him because he can just dive away from the creeps. And that's one of the few matchups where even if it wasn't an aggro, it was going to go okay. But I think it was a little bit projected because Team Spirit's idea was we'll try to win 3 lanes and completely ignore the fact that our heroes are 1-to-1 countered. We'll win all the lanes. But even then, I don't even think the draft made sense because how are they going to kill a fat OD? They didn't have any BKB breakers aside from Bat, but none of their damage really went through either. And then they had no burst damage, and that's what you need against an OD. You can't allow that hero to survive for very long.
The tri-lane. What did Spirit think was going to go right for them with that aggressive tri-lane? Why did they feel like they could do that?
I don't know.
This is the hard-hitting questions here.
It's
One
just
analyst doesn't know. What does the other analyst think?
Okay, so to give a serious answer though, the moment I saw the Chen Oracle opener, I think I actually said in the pregame, I was like, Oracle is not good for that aggressive tri-lane. It's not a Wisp. The Wisp can do it with a CK and all of a sudden you can find plays. Oracle just doesn't work that way. It needs levels, but they start up there. I just don't think their lane is strong enough. I think if perhaps had some better creeps for the lane, but I think he brought a Satyr Tormentor fairly early. That's great. It's one of the best creeps for that kind of lane. I don't know, I wasn't feeling it. And the constant threat. Yeah, I guess we're going to see that very soon.
It could be one of those things where they just want maybe they were expecting the 1v1 matchup and they just wanted to make sure that Back had a better timing on his blink. I mean, maybe they just valued having the blink dagger and necessarily the best tri-lane hero in this situation. But
this is the first kill they get, by the way, in that lane. Yeah. Minute 5 in an aggressive tri-lane with Chen Oracle. Already then, I think you've kind of lost your momentum.
Did it try to kill OD?
They do get it. And I think this is the first rotation from Phoenix. He's coming from above.
I mean, already from what we're seeing, it feels like they have to put so much work in to try and even get these ganks that they're putting their own lives on the line, and then something like this happens. Big rotations.
Died so many times this game.
The Radiant safe lane is like the least safe place on the map in this day and age. Like, you just can't go there because everybody's going to go down there, especially when you have a gyrocopter. Team Spirit, they know this, that area is unsafe. especially with the gyrocopter. Everybody saw what CDEC did at TI. You play Dire, you bring your gyrocopter as soon as he is level 7 in one item, then you take down. Feel like that's what happened?
I think he actually survived here if he would have banished the Purge Creep. He at
Yeah,
least would have
that
had
Purge
a fighting
Creep
chance.
is such a menace.
Deceptively evil. What is
Yeah.
it? 3-second cooldown for 5-second long purge.
20 mana cost.
It's
Disgusting.
so good.
You can cast it like 5 times, I think.
I'm not. I can't remember. the
5 or
values.
6 times, I think. But yeah, kind of disgusting.
And yeah, at this point, I was saying this when we were watching the game. Like, how often do you see a Phoenix top of net worth minute 10? Like, that's so unusual. I really think Ohio just had a magnificent game here. I can't really put a finger on any of his plays. I think almost everything he did was pretty much perfect.
Ouch.
So close to the flawless game.
So you can put a finger on it.
I mean,
Okay, I can't put a finger on
really
it.
well.
It was 95%.
Do you think his Phoenix will maybe inspire other teams to maybe consider playing him offlane as well? I mean, it's situational as well, since you say that they probably were expecting Batrider to be going that lane, or?
I mean, maybe it's just so many of those other offlane heroes still sit so high on that totem pole, though. Your LDs use them the way he should, or they didn't have their best performances with them. And who knows? Maybe just people happen to kind of go back a bit, and we're seeing Darkseer again and Phoenix again, and maybe they're going to flip a couple of pages back.
It was very refreshing seeing offlane Phoenix, especially because he did get the time to get the refresher as well.
And Phoenix, I think, like Fnatic might be one of the few teams that would still risk it. Is willing to risk a little bit more when it comes to the draft. It's always been this way, but I think a lot of teams are still kind of not enamored with the fact that the hero, it's so hard to run the laning phase, and he can't make use of jungle creeps. Like, Ohio has to have a good start this game. Phoenix is not a hero that you can simply just sack and say, okay, he'll come back into the game. By that time, you would have preferred having any other offlaner, because they would have impact. The build-up for Phoenix is always as follows.
I feel like Godlike is way better a drafter than what he showed that game.
Okay.
Like, for sure. And we were kind of joking about it during some of the games, but he's also known for a little bit of like cheesy stuff, if you want to call it that. He picks heroes that people don't like to play against.
Yes.
So I want to see the Godlike that we all know and love. Give me a tree.
You want a tree?
Tree and
Give me
Weaver.
something disgusting. You know?
Tree and Weaver Abaddon.
Viper?
Well knows what I'm talking
Viper
It's like,
mid.
yeah, it's like the Triumph
you're-
Viper, the Treant, and the Holy Lich.
Oh my god.
It's just like a picture of Godlike in the middle.
That is
Every
horrible.
pub player is going to hate you. You know that, right?
Dude, Viper's a fun hero to watch.
Has that actually
What is
been
wrong
picked
with
in
Dota?
That,
says
why? That's not a
Kidding me?
thing.
You know why? It's because whoever's playing Viper is like, why am I playing Viper? And whoever's playing against Viper is like, why did these guys pick Viper against me?
You just like to watch the world burn.
It's so funny. Like, Godlike is so down with that. He doesn't even care what his teammates like to play. He's just going to pick up Viper plus Tree. Kind of like sick, twisted sense of humor.
Sadistic mind. So okay, we want to see tree or disgusting heroes coming out from
I don't like saying the word disgusting.
the panel wants to see from Godlike. What do you want to see from Fnatic? Different from? I mean, they did lose game 1. They ended up winning, of course, the second game here. But what could they improve on? What could they have their saving grace in?
I think Ohio is playing very well right now, so keep giving him favorable, like putting him in a favorable position. One-on-one like this is great, or if he gets an offlaner, get something that can make plays, because today I think he's been the outstanding player for Fnatic, in my opinion. So keep him rolling. Him and mid one. Mid one also has been playing great.
I'm going to assume the Nature's Prophet's going to get banned.
Most likely.
Are you going to give him Phoenix again? I don't think so.
I don't know. I think that was like a
can't-
special game where it was
Yeah,
very
you can't
good.
respect ban a
Yeah,
Phoenix. There's like no way. I think that if anything, maybe you do it as like a second phase ban if you think that it's possible for them to pick it up and you think it could have some impact. But otherwise, it's just like nah. I don't think you can.
What do you want to see, Dakota?
Another Earth Spirit. 3 straight Earth Spirit games. He
Alright,
got
that's
wins in
disgusting.
both the games
Yeah.
too.
Now that's disgusting.
I mean, I know he's an Earth Spirit picker, so I kind of...
I mean, did it feel like that was the reason they won? I mean, in the first game, Always Wanna Fly, of course, did draw their attention away a bit, but in that second game, DJ was kind of getting up in their face a bit. But how much do you think he was able to really contribute to the game to be able to lead to their ultimate success, as opposed to like what we saw out of Ohio in his offlane and what they were able to get done elsewhere?
He got quite a few key catches with stone kicks on Ramses. I think he died 3 times to. Now I forgot the name of it. Is it Boulder Toss?
Boulder Smash.
Boulder Smash. Yeah, it's not a toss. Yeah.
Rolling Boulder, Boulder Smash, and Geometric Grip. Geomagnetic grip. Geomagnetic grip.
It's not
Geometry
not
grip.
cool ability names like sprint and bash. Those are and amplify damage. Those are cool names.
The olden days.
Earthspirit did make sure there was a lot of chaos in the mid lane for everybody else to come online, and after that, it felt like he wasn't really that needed as an Earthspirit at the impact that he normally has, because the rest of his team was already so far ahead.
And something we talk about a lot when we analyze the games, that we say this guy did this guy did that, but you can also think about the enemy team didn't do this because this factor is there and it's in the back of their minds. Like Earthspirit is one of those super annoying heroes to play against, because when he's missing, you actually don't know what you can get away with. He could suddenly be in the fog and just roll at you, so you have to assess the threat.
Morana?
No, I'm actually thinking, because we saw yesterday quite a bit, I think, but we haven't seen Bounty Hunter at all today.
I think those are more team specific.
Yeah.
Like C-Deck and MVP Phoenix, like it's a Fevy special.
Yeah.
And same with Seeker for Pylai Dai, like Garter for CDC. I think it's a little bit different here. Like these teams play.
I think DJ plays it actually. Fnatic.
I think so
seems to
too,
remember
because
that.
he plays like the roaming style. But I think there have been better options for him. Like the Tusk Bounty Hunter doesn't really give you the same function.
It's a bit too unstable.
Roams around and literally just hits heroes. Like you just buy an orb of enemy, you're just a nuisance, you know. You're kind of like the same as we were talking about Earthspirit. You're that presence that's always around, that's just making it frustrating to try to get your lane. I don't think he's a hero that you can just randomly pick up. I think you actually need to practice with it, because if you don't know where you need to be all the time, and you're not
DJ, but that's probably.
What would be the scenario where you could see, like, what is the ultimate scenario to pick in a Bounty Hunter? For DJ in this case.
I mean, you'd almost think that game, right? It was didn't they get an early Chen in that game? I mean, wouldn't that raise a flag for Bounty Hunter?
You can run it after a jump pick style.
Yes.
But Bounty Hunter in general as a hero is just good when the enemy team has gankable lanes. If there's like a Zeus mid, that's a lot easier to gank than if there's like even an OD mid has like the Banish or Queen of Pain or Puck or anyone with some sort of evasion. I think a hero like Gyro that are self-sufficient, Bounty Hunter is not good against. But if there's a little greed and some weakness, you can go for it.
Okay, I just want to point out that I didn't lie. We were loading in, unfortunately. We had to reload, because I did mention we were loading in, but we are going to load in again very soon to get the game going. Before the draft starts, we've seen both teams win one game. Who do you favor? Without seeing the drafts, obviously. Because I'm going to allow you to jump ships after draft, if you really want to.
I think
you
Fnatic
can't give us a bail. You got to go all in.
Okay.
This guy's not changing from Gobblack, and I'm not changing from...
All right, all in Fnatic.
All in.
Yeah.
100%.
So Fnatic,
You know where I'm going. Come on,
convince
man.
your couch member.
Some unity.
I would like to see the draft, but then you have to think of it like what team will do better after pulling out a win like that.
Let me convince you.
Okay.
Let me just
Please
convince you.
do.
Okay, go.
There was a team meeting where the rules were given.
Okay.
And Gobblack raises his hand. Will there be a secret shop at this year's major? How can you not go with that guy?
Will there be a what?
Will there be a secret shop at this year's major? Like, that's the only thing that guy wanted to know. Because he knows he's winning this tournament. He wants to know where he's going to spend his money.
Did that convince you, Dakota?
Ooh.
I mean,
Did he say what he wanted from the secret shop?
No, because they told him there wasn't going to be one.
Oh.
It is
So he was
compelling
let down.
argument.
He's
From any of their predictions, we are going into the draft. So let's take a look at what the teams have in store for each other. It is time for the draft of Fnatic versus Team Spirit in our last game of the day, and a deciding match to decide which one of these two teams is going to the winner's bracket and which one is going to the lower bracket coming into the main event.
Pick your poison, Gobblack. Okay, actually, never mind.
Spirit again?
Just gonna get it. OD's prioritized. Fnatic.
You know, I really like Gobblack, though. Like, in all...
No.
It sounds like it's a joke, but the reason why is I do think he thinks of innovative stuff. I feel like he he drafts things that are just creative and just flat out a little bit zany. He gets figured out, and he almost relies on being unpredictable a little bit too much. But I think this time with like Team Spirit, he's really cleaned things up and figured out how to balance that, like being a little bit off the wall with finding stability for his team. Because if you've got like a 16-year-old Wonderkin, you need stability for him.
Looks like we'll be seeing another Always Wanna Fly Earth Spirit now coming out. I mean, you know you're going against an OD, so it's not quite as elusive as a Puck, so there's potential there to add that pressure and kind of take over.
I mean, despite dying a lot, he did win, so starting good. win percentage-wise.
What's that hero's win percentage at the event right now? Because a lot of
It's
people
probably
thought
like 5-1 or something like that now.
a lot of people said this hero was going to have the highest win rate out of any hero in their compendiums, and I feel like it hasn't won that much. I think
It only has one loss so far. It was always won a fly.
Okay.
I'm pretty positive about that.
Okay. Well then it still has a really good win rate.
Yeah, it's.
I thought it had
it's
lost more
very
than 1
good.
year. Yeah.
He'll get nerfed. Faceless Void though, they went for the Faceless Void second pick. So I already mentioned a bit about how it feels like it hasn't been very successful thus far, but this time it will be in the hands of a Western team at this particular point. But we didn't see it in the early commitment in the last game. It ended up getting banned in the second phase. Why go for it here and now? Is it something that they're looking to build around at this point? I think
They're worried about giving it with OD, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
well,
Ench went
there's
through.
that.
That's right.
I think it's more that maybe after the last draft, Godlike feels that their team fight in that last game just was kind of non-existent, right? Like they had a bunch of lane-winning heroes, but they didn't have any 5 versus 5 heroes. So with the first 2 picks that they have this time around, like Earth Spirit Void, you've already secured your 5 versus 5. Like if you get a good Boulder Smash, Magnetize, and a Sphere, you can win a fight, and you can just focus on now your lanes after just picking these initial 2.
I think they should have picked Earth Spirit Ench though. I think it's just a stronger and more flexible opening. Void gives
But
a lot
then
of
Void
information.
gets banned, right? In
Yeah.
the next phase.
But if you think about how Team Spirit has been successful and what it is they're so good at, is that early aggression. And I think Void is just very stale in the beginning, and he's not a good lane to gank for Earth Spirit. This means Earth Spirit has to go mid or top, and in his rotations, that's already a lot of safety for Fnatic. They know their safe lane is okay. And now that they have the Enchantress, they can actually look to make the plays and put pressure. We've seen in other series now. I feel like a lot has already developed since Group A began yesterday. Enchantress has definitely risen in priority. It's been first phase banned quite a lot.
Wait, does Godlike play Bounty Hunter?
I think so. Would you want to play Bounty Earth together though? It's like a little bit.
You know what I was thinking was Witch Doctor.
Yeah.
Very good with the Void.
It could be a thing, but yeah, it does make your lanes a little bit weird. So maybe not.
I think they overlap in function.
Yes.
Yeah, they do.
Playing dual roam these days is very risky.
Yeah.
If you don't manage to find multiple kills, you just run out of momentum very quickly.
I think there are better options too as hard supports anyways. Because you know that if it's an Enchantress in the game,
Oh, they
your
could
safe
Witch
lane is
Doctor,
going to get
actually.
assaulted.
Earth Spirit is 4-2, and we've also
4-2.
seen
2 loss.
Alliance.
That's right. I forgot about that one earlier.
Me too. That's
Yeah.
fine. I looked it up. Sorry, late reaction. Where are we at the chat?
But you've got our back. And that's
Oh, they
what's
picked
important.
Enchantress.
I saw that. Don't worry, I'm all up to date. So Team Spirit, what are they looking for here?
I'm making it sound like you can always swap, and of course you can, right? But it's just these key ways of engaging or fighting Ench has solutions for.
Would a Drow lineup be too risky for Fnatic if they wanted to do like a Drow Venge dual aura?
Oh,
thing?
I would like to see that. I think it's actually really good here.
We saw something similar to that earlier. I want to say.
Yeah,
Very similar.
Alliance ran the one where they opened with Puck Witch Doctor, and then they gave Earth Spirit away. Maybe Fnatic has been inspired, but it is kind of ballsy in the third and deciding game of running a Drow strat against these picks. You definitely need to be confident.
Well,
with
Void
it.
can be a little slow to build up. Maybe if they see Spirit, we've been seeing a lot of fourth core grabs. Like if they grab a core that also has a slow build up, maybe you can kind of jump ship on something like that. But
Yeah.
we'll see.
I think Luna might actually fit better than a Drow in this lineup.
Have we seen a Luna yet this tournament?
I don't think so. But I like the idea of
I do too.
because the games are so fast tempo nowadays. I actually think like the Aghanim's Luna build becomes better because you can just build tanky. You don't necessarily need the BKB so far is gonna even have BKB. So it's pretty insane, and it lets you push and kill Roshan just as easily.
He's really running out of time.
Ooh.
Zeus.
Nice.
This
Really
is
good
a
against Ench.
hero that Enchantress can. It goes both ways. Enchantress can really abuse this guy in lane. Oh, and this.
And then there's that.
Is very, very good.
They've
For Fnatic, for sure.
Even with
Transition.
still a pick left to
Yeah.
But it's for their what?
Counter.
Their core. It's like
You have two options right now. You either pick like Tide and get screwed and lose the game, or
Yeah, I think you can LC.
LC.
Well, actually, OD's really good against Legion.
Maybe Ember, and just
yeah.
because it's a hero that does okay and has options.
The problem you face is that, no matter what last pick you have, it has to lane against Brood, right?
Yeah.
There's none of the other heroes that stand a chance one-on-one. So Fnatic can just dodge it and put the Brood mid and face it against Zeus and just take that over. And then if they rotate them around, then you have a Zeus safe lane who's super abusable for the Enchantress rotations.
Is
So
Sven an option?
Yeah, Sven
is pretty good.
Sven or Ember, I
We've
think.
seen mid void, right?
Yeah,
I
that
believe.
gets crushed by Brood.
Oh, was it?
It really should get just
Core
destroyed.
axe. Let's go.
Yeah. I mean, something
Or
like that
Bristleback,
is
I
something
guess.
worth considering. I think Sand King is actually a really good solution overall.
They would have no
Chronosphere
carry, though.
set up. They don't have a carry then. Yeah, you're actually right. They can't do that either.
Faceless void.
I think it has to be Sven or Ember, and
Oh,
Sven's been banned.
They have the. I mean, it's very risky, but they could run. Okay, there's Ember, because they could run a Sand King and then let Void farm very fast after the blink, just swap around.
I think
but
that
it's like so risky.
you need some like late game though.
Yeah.
You can't just all in like that because you already have a Zeus. You have high ground defense. I think Ember. I think even with Sven in the pool, Ember was the choice. It fits their lineup the most. And
Oh, we get Ramsey's Ember.
Yeah.
Woo, nice.
I don't even want to ask you about your predictions anymore because I already know.
You know
I'm not
what's
going to
up.
allow you to switch. It's donezo. But what I will ask is, what is this game going to hinge on? What is the key factor that we should look out for as viewers of this last game?
A Brood game. Always got to watch out for the Brood.
Yeah.
Is it
Watch
going to
out for the
die a lot?
spider.
Is it going to do work?
Team Spirit needs to get through the laning stage without getting completely destroyed, and I think it's difficult. But if they manage, their mid game is really good. So the first 10 minutes, I think, are super indicative of where this game's going.
Their late game's good too. It's
Yeah,
just
for
being
sure.
able to get to that point. It's going to be tough.
Anything to add, Blitz, or is that first 10 minutes?
Try your best, Team Spirit. Just
Ah.
hold on.
That-
Don't let
With that being said, it is time.
Fnatic versus Team Spirit. It's
the last game of today, Will.
Mutually Assured Destruction apparently has a Dota equivalent. Spirit versus Fnatic. So winner of this come down there. So we'll see if there is a remake, and if so.
I hope there is. I left the game, so I'm like, it's gonna be one of those awkward. So, hey, Paddle, how's it going? Hey, look at that.
Maybe they can fight to the death.
Yeah.
Who do you think would win on the panel?
Apparently, they're talking. I don't know.
Help Spirit
Alright,
Bit is having a good first Spirit at the start.
I hope they didn't. It was just good-natured banter between friends off stream.
Blitz, please be careful.
Don't
I
make
think
your
he's like delusional. He's like so tired that he's just not even in this realm of existence anymore.
I have been up since 5 a.m. I'm
So
very
has
tired.
everyone.
5 a.m. How long? What time is it right now? It's like
Yeah, same.
it's not a contest, guys. Come on. I can be independently tired of you.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Yes, it's a rough time here tonight.
I feel for him too, but not pity.
What do you feel for?
I don't know. I feel kind of good.
About yourself, not
Yeah.
him.
I mean, you have
Okay.
black socks on,
Understandable.
so that's a good start.
Ake walked by me and said, "Do you have white socks on today?" So people keep teasing me about it.
These aren't even my socks. These are Scripps.
Yeah.
I had to mug him.
I was trying to borrow a cap for his.
Yeah, because like, I had to get all new clothes, right?
Yeah.
My laundry got lost, and I couldn't find any socks, so I had to.
It's the
these are Scriffs. So
It's the
thank
end
you,
of the
Scriff.
day. I can reveal that they're different color and different lengths.
You can see the monitor. If you move your feet a little bit to the
Oh, can you?
to your side, then oh yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah, one's dark and one's. They're also
Oh,
of different.
yeah.
I don't own dark socks. I don't know what people want from me. I
Dark
didn't think
socks.
we were gonna be shown waist down. This is the only panel I've ever been on where we haven't been under like a desk under.
I might have been
Waist
muted
down's
the
usually
entire
our
time.
best look, though.
Yeah.
Hello, guys. Sorry for being a meme. Neither not a meme. Like what do you call?
For being a meme.
What do you call one of those persons that's like not talking and is like
Mime.
voice? Mime. Sorry for being a mime.
Done. Well done, Shiver. You did. There was like, it was effortless. That's a true mimer.
That's good.
What can I say? I'm a natural.
Not very much if you're only miming.
True. Anyways, I mean, we are gonna restart the game very soon, so we should be there soon. Anybody wants to add anything in regards to the series, or rather the game that we're about to watch?
I think we summed up most of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You
want to go back to talking?
I mean, is that a good thing or a bad thing?
I feel like in some ways it's
It's a
endearing.
novelty.
Yeah.
I think that's a good thing.
There is no such thing as bad publicity, right? That's what they say.
There's definitely such thing as bad
No,
publicity.
it's not for you.
I like to
Take
think of
that as
it.
you
It was like an
will.
endearing thing. It wasn't like a serious thread. It's just like I'm
I
sure
mean, there
for
was
some
a thread
people
about
it's
Cinder not tucking in his shirt.
I wasn't gonna say. I don't know. Did we read the same?
Dude,
thread?
that one
It was pretty
bothered. That one
serious.
bothered me more than. I feel like that should have bothered people more
That guy
than the
was
socks.
legitimately mad that you didn't tuck your shirt in.
Yeah.
What?
Or Winter's pillow thing. Come
Oh,
on.
yeah,
the
'cause
socks were
he was
definitely not
sitting
the
like
most
this,
egregious
right?
thing yesterday.
I have a blanket. Do I get a thread? I'm the first one to wear a blanket.
Honestly, you
A
can.
blanket.
Bet that's a lot of threads.
Dakota. Hey, how's things there?
Because this couch is so small. I feel like I'm like 8 feet tall, like sitting on this thing.
It's also because of you're sitting next to Blitz.
I'm not that short. I'm like 5'10".
No, but you're still shorter than Dakota.
That's very true, actually. You and Kev tall in the Dota
Gods.
scene. Gods is really tall.
I'm kind of tall. Yeah.
This is what we've resorted to.
But how
Been
are
a long
things
day.
apart from the uncomfortable couch?
Hmm?
Or apart from the small couch? I don't know how you want to call it. You feeling it?
You seem less and less comfortable sitting next to Will, like with every passing minute.
I can't unfortunately get any further away. This is
That's
as far as
actually
I
true.
can
You're
go.
really.
Let's get you help a little bit, maybe.
It's not even my
Push him.
fault. I haven't been weird to him.
That's
In
true.
his
You're
defense, he
usually
has
way
them.
more handsy. You're like in people. You don't even know what personal
True
space
that.
means, do you?
Mm-hmm.
That's definitely a thing.
Okay, so back to Dota. Let's just take it back to Dota.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, I think so too. So we have Fnatic and Spirit. One of them is going to the winners bracket. Which team do you feel has the lowest chance in best of ones lower bracket?
The lowest chance.
Yes.
Brr.
I mean, this is Blitz's street because he wants to see people
mean-
burn, so he looks at the bad things. So
That is true.
who's the worst in best of ones
Who's the worst and best of ones?
from these two teams?
I think you just have. Sorry, I'll let you answer.
Oh, that's good. Go ahead.
Think Team Spirit is going to be worse. Because I think they're a little bit more volatile. And they're less flexible than... I mean, you have to be able to change things up a little bit. Like this alliance right now, I take them like against most teams in best of ones.
Yeah, to a degree. But I also think that we have to.
We're going.
Looks like we got a game.
Game time. Fnatic.
Fnatic versus Spirit. Here we go. Deciding game number 3. I'm LD. I'm joined here by Gods, and well, the winner of this one, Gods, they start in the winner's bracket. They'll have an insurance policy. They also dodge most.
Well,
30 seconds.
it's going to be a Brood game. It's going to be a very tough time for Spirit in dealing with the Brood, and even just across the board, I feel like Fnatic have very much got their comfort picks coming into the deciding game.
Yeah, for them, looking at the draft really feels like it's all about the early lane dominance, and they definitely want to have that good start. Spirit, the really good team fight, the AoE damage, lots of setup and control. Fnatic, 3 cores that are basically damage dealers, very little lockdown, and very single target heavy. So completely different approaches here in the draft, and well, sometimes you just get brood mama. That's the quote from many a pro player, and we'll have to see if Ohio can get the job done.
And even like going to the final TA as well, like this is such a good TA game. The hero can match up really well against the low armor Ember Spirit, can win the mid lane against Zeus.
Uh-oh,
And
someone appears to be disconnecting.
And Spirit were like kind of in the mindset like, oh, they picked OD, they're not going to be looking for a mid last, they're going to be looking for a safe lane. But it was such a good TA game that Fnatic's like, well, safe lane OD's fine. That's actually pretty damn good against the Void. It's really nice for zoning him. So I think Fnatic have won this draft pretty heavily, despite the fact they're against an Earth Spirit. Earth Spirit is the one here maybe to try and salvage things with Sentry's Dust, hunt the Brood, try and help out the Zeus a bit mid, but overall Fnatic's draft is much more with a cohesive strategy.
Not often you see a team manage to grab the Void and the Earth Spirit, and anybody even dare to say they haven't won the draft, but we'll see. If Spirit can get through these lanes without getting run over, their mid game is disgusting. Huge team fight, tons of damage, very mobile, and a pretty balanced lineup, but it is going to be the laning stage where they've got to hang on.
And they've got insane high ground defense too, so they can hang on for a long time when you look at Zeus Void as high ground defenders. Earth Spirit really good at high ground defending too, just by able to sit far back, throw out boulder smashes, and have that threat of initiation. So,
yeah, so let's go through the lanes here as we'll have a pause. Seems there's some PC issues for the players. We've got Afterlife on the offlane Void up against the dual lane here, as you mentioned, the OD. Very tough to lane against. At the same time, not all that much kill potential. They don't really have the chain stun to prevent him from getting off a time walk, but they can certainly make his life hell in terms of CSing and staying in experience range. over in the mid lane. It is going to be a Zeus versus TA, and this is not a fun matchup for the Zeus, unless he gets some sort of help, and that's without DJ even getting active. So then it leaves the Brood off lane, where realistically they aren't going to have the easiest time killing him if he plays safely in Ohio. He's already scouting things out. He sees always want to fly, backs his way through the trees, and he'll make it out. So
Lost
with
his
that,
sentry, but
the tri-lane not going to be able to get the early first blood.
yeah, and they've already committed both sentries in the top lane on the side of Spirit. The first one Ohio took out. The second one hasn't been taken out yet, but Ohio can look to do so. The right, just avoiding it, knowing, hey, that's the only sentry they've got. They've got Dust. I'm just going to make sure I don't put myself in a position where I'll die to a Dust gank.
Well, while they're busy trying to hunt the spider, Iceberg about to get punished in the mid lane. He's up far. He's coming down to mid one. Finish him off.
It's the DJ roam coming back. He's kind of like the Jarex of this team. He roams. He's everywhere he needs to be. He has such high presence in every game. And for support, his kill involvement and just average damage per game is just so far ahead of most players in his role. He continues to perform here in the early game, in the Game 3 decider, giving Fnatic even just that bit of a, I mean, first blood, you're in a Game 3 decider, it's like, whoa, a mental boost to your mid player who's kind of young, inexperienced. There's probably a lot of pressure on him right now, and suddenly it's like, things are going a lot better. He has been rolled on here mid, but should be fine against the Zeus Earth Spirit.
Yeah, just a fairly difficult here to burn down for this lineup, unless they rotate Ramses in. And, well, at this stage of the game, our Ember Spirit, not much of a threat to a TA. So, in our bottom lane here, Afterlife, struggling a bit to get his experience. Just now cracking level 2. Net has grabbed an Invis rune. It seems they want to set something up. But it won't be an easy kill as long as that time walk's online.
More likely just some harass that can come out from this. But yeah, Net even just pokes his nose out, gives a couple right clicks, and not even trading very efficiently, but ultimately doesn't need to.
Yeah, you're going to drop that Iron Branch, get the double heal, and go back out. So looking for the next move from Enchantress now. DJ going to pop the smoke right as that's mentioned, and here we go.
They want to bully Iceberg here in mid.
This
could they find the
This is the beauty of the Enchantress as well as the Brood. Brood occupies the 3 heroes, and then Enchantress just goes and feasts on a Zeus mid.
Yeah, and Bruce keeps the Brood actually keeps tabs of Earth Spirit, so you know there's not even the scary like rolling boulder in from the side. At worst, it's a TP, but he also scouts. Hey, there's no TP on Earth Spirit. Guess what? This is a free Zeus kill. Well. Tanked the tower. Initially well tanked by DJ with the creep, but then he lost aggro and drew it to his hero. So
that's big. He even gets the experience out of that one, and that is already a level 3 Enchantress. So it should have been a freebie, but it ends up being a nice trade for Spirit.
I think he must have misclicked with his hero. When you're running in there, you don't want to right-click the hero. You need to make sure you're just kind of right-clicking the ground to get as close as possible to the Zeus and maintaining the creep aggro or the tower aggro onto your creep.
But roll into Dust, long range connection there onto Ohio. They need these chains to hit though, and Spider Lanes were in position to tank the chains, but they weren't when he actually cast them. Ramsey's very patient there. We'll find it. Meanwhile, Net, hasted Void on the hunt. Beating down the Venge, gonna need a little help. Mushi is gonna be here for the assist. Might actually go for Afterlife, but he's got the time walk and he'll just jump away.
So Afterlife getting quite a lot out of his offlane. We're already close to level 3.5. But kind of to be expected when you've got this dual lane setup coming out. Ohio instantly dusted on the TP in, but he's going to turn this one around. Does a lot of damage to Earth Spirit. And ultimately, that's a dust committed and no sentries dust remaining in lane, although at this point you've just got to bring out more to help deal with Brood.
Yeah, you can definitely see the Brood Mother tax with these 2 supports say at about 700, 800 net worth, and meanwhile, Enchantress up to 1,700. So DJ by himself ahead of the combined enemy support duo.
And that's one of those offlane deaths which is acceptable. If not, it's fine. Like you get level 5 for 1 death, and you forced out 2 sentries, 2 dusts, like
and you
one
wasted their
purchase.
time prior to it as well.
You're keeping the supports busy. They're not helping out mid. If anything, that death is like a good trade for Fnatic in the big picture of things.
Well, they'll certainly take this position now. They've moved in aggressively. They are going to see DJ hanging out at the Dire big camp. Maybe going to look for the bottom lane jump, but it seems Spirit knows something's up as they do have an observer ward down near the river. They've scouted out this movement. They're going to converge with 4. They might be able to find 2. They jump on the net. They're going to catch him out. DJ going to be forced back a little bit as well. The time dilation slow. Not going to prevent him from moving in. He gets up the Centaur Stomp, looking to turn this around. Trying to bring down Afterlife, but barely able to time walk out. Heals all that damage off. And will end up just being avenged down for now. Spirit looking for more. But these creeps are a threat. Dropping the trap. Fresh Refraction getting popped. They get the kickoff, though. They roll in again. Mid-1. Refraction alone isn't a guaranteed escape, but with the Enchantress heal, perhaps it will be enough. DJ desperately trying to cover his retreat. Mushi slowly rolling in, drops the hammer. It's not enough to finish off Afterlife. He time walks that off, too. This Void living a very charmed life. And now Mid-1 finally looking to turn. Can they at least get a single kill? Iceberg spreads. That's the wrong way to stay with his team, and they will run down the little Mario. This does, however, leave Ohio to his own device's top, and he takes full advantage, level 6.
Yeah, he's getting all the levels he needs. At the same time, we're at the stage where Ember can at least kind of hold his own in the lane. Picks up just some cheap, cost-effective items to be able to try and help fight. Gets the Ring of Aquila. Going to probably upgrade to like a magic wand. Get as much stats as possible, but Ember's kind of locked to this lane, and often you want to see Ember around that level 7 to 9 mark, kind of roaming around a bit, but you can't leave this lane, otherwise Brood will just take tower, and when Brood hits that Orchid timing, suddenly the Ember Spirit's in a lot of trouble.
So, let's see what they do now. Fnatic bringing their Enchantress on towards the mid lane. Traps getting dropped down.
Just TP'd in.
Tough for the Zeus. And, well, he's dead again.
And something
Just the nature of the Zeus. He
Yes.
is not going to survive ganks. They don't have a strong defensive support aside from the Witch Doctor, and he just hasn't been there. I've yet to see Godblack actually counter gank the Enchantress.
Yeah, something
aside from the play bottom, but I wouldn't even really call that a counter gank. That was just hey, let's go after them because they're just camping out our mid lane.
Yeah, very problematic for Spirit, who are very reliant on Iceberg. As far as the stats go, he does the majority of, he does 36% of their damage output per game, which is much higher than the most mid players who are under 30%. So if he's having a bad game, a slow start, it's troublesome for Spirit, who are very reliant on what he can bring to the table in the mid game.
Yeah, definitely can be attributed in some cases to which heroes he's playing, but regardless, this is just you do not want Zeus to die this much, no matter what. As they did manage to find a kill top lane, braining down Ohio on the Broodmother. Big grab there. Earth Spirit combining with his brethren, his brother, the Fire Spirit, and now Afterlife. Ooh, time walk up on the cliff, but they're gonna get eyes on him here. Wave of Terror coming through. Venge stun ready. They're gonna hang on to it a little bit longer. Oh, is he just out of range?
They lost vision.
Just out of range, it looks like.
He's got to make sure he's staying.
Yeah, he took the time walk off.
Just had the mana too for that one.
And Wave of Terror not giving them quite enough, I guess. Not able to get the kill. So
Mid-1 now, farming Ancient Sacks. He is ridiculously farm right now.
Yeah, and there was that big change in the Ancients where the experience could be shared, but you know, if they're not there to share it, they're still as good as ever. And with the amount of pressure Fnatic's putting out on the map, nothing to worry about in this case. So we'll take the Ancient stack, and we'll also pressure the tower bottom while Broodmother holds the top lane. Just a full map spread right now. Fnatic continue to pull ahead here in the laning stage, up by 4,000 gold, 4,000 experience. Still waiting for Team Spirit to have their big team fight. They don't have a Chronosphere yet.
Ohio's being found.
TPs are coming though. Venge on the rotation. Mushi's here as well. Ramsey's going to get banished. There's an OD ult available. Are they going to chance that follow-up stun? They are, but he just chugged the Remnant out, and well, no mana to get to it. He will drop.
Really nice rotation, and once the Ember's committed there, he can't actually escape with the Remnant because he doesn't have a Remnant, he doesn't have a Sleight of Fist, has no way to dodge the stun. So good counterplay coming out from Fnatic, trading the Brood for the Ember, who was the most farmed hero on the Spirit side, and OD can just continue to farm here at the top lane, just fine for a bit.
And Mushi's going to stick around. Up to 1,800 gold. Yet to really tip his hand as to what he wants next. Our TA of mid-1 did already show his, though. He's grabbed the Blink Dagger. And he's going to start aggressively planting down some traps. Oh, there's the Remnant back. Here comes Ramses. He's going to jump onto Mushi. There's the Banish. Teleport scroll on cooldown, though. Mushi's going to have no choice but to turn and fight this one. With the change there, there's not much hope. But mid-1, he'll try to salvage this. Does always want to fly in. Now turning on to Ramses. And Ramses wants to engage. He's still got the Flame Guard going. No way for mid-1 to remove this. He'll need the help of DJ to bail him out safely. But the heal's being split between creeps who are burnt by Ion Shell. And Ramses just keeps it running. And he runs right in all the way into the Venge stun. And he'll live to regret that one as he ends up not living. Dies in the end. DJ tanking through Iceberg's nuke damage. Turning with the Imps. The regen rune gets popped. Immediately canceled. Tries to ring around the Rosie and ends up dead. Godblack Meanwhile, bottom lane being threatened a bit by Ohio. Is going to have to back his way out. 8-7 the score. A very topsy-turvy start here to game number 3.
Both teams losing carries, mids, OD and TA going down. Then you had the Zeus and the Ember going down. So kind of an even trade overall in that top lane. And if anything, the Zeus was kind of struggling, falling behind a bit. Probably the smaller of the losses there. The TA, who had a lot of momentum going forward, is probably the biggest casualty for either team. So I think be a little bit careful with how aggressive they got there.
Now, speaking of aggression, they have jumped onto Mushi, but DJ's still in the neighborhood. He's right away. Can they finish off Mushi in time? He's low, and he is dead, but DJ turns it. They'll get another. The Ember Spirit down again in exchange for the OD. Like you said, the carries feeding a lot of kills away here. Chrono Spear committed onto DJ, but the swap out of the Chrono Magnetize keeps on going, though, and finishes him off even through it. But mid one, left unchecked in this fight, might just be able to finish off. Always want to fly. Blink Dagger cooling down, 5 seconds to go. Always want to fly. It's going to be a while before he's a rolling boulder. The trap gets deployed. He's on point here. Time dilation coming out, but that's not going to step this Blink forward. One more auto attack from mid one would do it. The rolling boulder ready, but no mana to use it. It's enough, though, to get him out, and, well, maybe not enough to deal with the Broodmother infestation bottom, where Ohio has pressed in deep. Tier 1 ends up falling. Tier 2 now under siege, and Zeus not really the ideal hero to stop this.
Mushi not looking super comfortable on an OD, just not having like the escape potential.
When's the last time you'd ever thought you'd say that?
Yeah.
Mushi not looking comfortable on OD.
Man.
This used to be Mushi's signature hero.
He had some stall changes, I guess, you know? Hasn't played the new OD so much, but yeah, he's having a rough time, and wow, Ramses with a solo kill. That was just a straight outplay. He didn't even have detection there, just got the searing chains off, had the fire remnant going, and then just threw a couple more and just chased him down, so big plays out of the Ember Spirit.
I do have to say, though, Fnatic have been salvaging Mushi's overextensions quite well.
Yes. Oh, and again, it's DJ and the mid one who's just had an incredible series and an incredible day.
Big commitment onto net. There comes the Zeus ult. Does manage to get the kill, courtesy of the Magnetize additional damage, but always want to fly will be the trade in mid one. Leaps in deeper. Early Ghost Scepter grab by Iceberg. Not often you see that. There's an OD already. Not dropping it, just hit. Oh, the damage shredding Gob like a DD root on mid one. He could quickly deal with Iceberg as well, blinking forward. They trap him, isolate him, decapitate him too. And they still aren't giving up anything for these kills. 12-11. That's a 1,500 gold swing. And again, they're doing it all. 4v5 is the Broodmother. Still holding that bottom lane.
It's a very smart pickup for the Zeus, but ultimately it buys him times there. Once you're on the back foot, they're going to keep on chasing. They've got the ability with the TA Blink, as well as the OD now having a Blink to just keep on going for any kill. The Blinks not just act as aggressive tools, but also good defensive ones. You can play around, dodge Chronospheres if you're quick on your fingers, which, I mean, you're talking about mid one, 8k MMI, SEA player, as well as Mushi here. So these are plays you can kind of expect to make those plays. And
we all know an 8k MMR SEA player is a 10k MMR EU player. So.
Oh, yeah.
First 10k MMR player in the world.
Confirmed. Confirmed by LD here at the Shanghai Major. He is just too good.
May he rest in peace. Back to the top lane, mid one. Aggressive positioning here, has the double Mithril Hammer. He's very close to the death, so about 100 gold to go. Make it 40. With that, might be delayed a little bit now. He walks right into their trap. They drop the Chrono Spear. Can they finish him off, though? He's tanky. Death Ward, Magnetize. Finally, they've slain the beast. And that's it's a nice kill, but he had already gotten the big piece, the Mithril Hammer. And while that was happening, Fnatic moved in mid, and they did kill off Iceberg. Again, another death for the Zeus.
Man, Iceberg just getting bullied wherever he goes. And this is like one of those series where you fall behind, you die a few times, and your enemies have a lineup that you've got no lane to go to. You can't go against the brutal solo kill you. The TA and OD with Blinks. The Enchantress playing hyper-aggressive as well has been in 10 of these 13 kills, and it's just constant aggression.
Ramses getting stopped here. He remnants down to the river. Net just out of vision, it looks like, as it is nighttime, but Ohio's waiting into the waiting arms of Broodmother. Ramses jumps. Ohio
great
wants
save
to cut him off,
from
but couldn't quite do it. Yeah, what other hero could save from that distance? I guess a Dazzle with a Max Grave, but that's pushing it. So Mushi will go back towards top. He did opt for his own blink, as you mentioned, and now Ogre Club grab. It's the Astral. Maybe setting up for Nat. Wouldn't be enough damage for the kill. And Ramses finding Ohio here. Goes for the TP out. Zeus has the bolt. Oh, and not
Iceberg
in
just
time.
can't catch a break.
This Zeus is just feeling very limp right now. A little late, a little too squishy. It's been a rough game for Mr. Iceberg.
It's just the Ember who's kind of having a solid performance right now, at least as far as looking at the net worth goes, and who's actually got the ability to fight the Fnatic draft. Void's kind of in catch-up mode. He's Iron Talon, Morbid Mask, just farming up the jungle, trying to put together what items he can. And Fnatic have hit the Deso timing. They can take Roshan. The Orchid, I still want to say Ohio likely to go Orchid just because Ember's going to be going Battle Fury first. You'll have that window where you've got Orchid before any kind of Manta-style pickup comes your way, and you can't then rely on Ember to kind of split push lanes if Fnatic try and group up, go for pushes, and you've got the Brood to punish.
Smoke into Roche. Ramsey's grabbing the rune bottom, but otherwise they have no idea. And with the Brood posted up mid, they keep Team Spirit back. 2 heroes holding that mid tower, and this Roche will melt. Fnatic grabbing the Aegis. They get it for mid 1, who has definitely been their most important hero as far as damage output goes thus far.
There's something really cool Fnatic do when they're smoking into Roche. They leave the Centaur. They're not attacking Roche with the Centaur. It's sitting there smoke, so the smoke will actually pop on the Centaur if Spirit are coming to contest it. So they'll actually kind of have like an alarm system for Team Spirit coming in and busting that Roshan.
In that case, Ember just ran right by them and broke the smoke, but it was not an actual contest forthcoming. Meanwhile, top lane, Chronosphere on Namushi. Afterlife there to start it off. They are going to isolate him, control him. The Death Ward combo, this time not in the Chrono, and will be enough for the kill.
Our buddy Iceberg may be into some trouble, though. The trade we've seen a few times, although this time he will be likely back. He should be backing off the base. He's got no mana here. This is not the time to linger around.
That was really fishing there. Fnatic just they just push so hard right now, and gods, they know the Chronosphere is on cooldown. The Zeus all committed. Yep. I feel like they could actually threaten high ground a bit here.
They really could, and they're actually rushing BKB. So Brood says no Orchid today. We're going straight into either BKB. Yeah, they're not going to go double Desto, and the BKB rush
Dragon Lance on DJ as well.
Yeah. So they're itemizing right now for this Aegis, and they're basically saying we can get a lane of racks or at least get some significant damage, kills, a successful team fight with this Aegis. 18 minutes in the game. They're not going to give Spirit any time to catch up on farm on Zeus and Void.
Top lane, setting up. Mushi here with the Astral Afterlife, heading towards the tree line, but he is going to get nuked, stunned, almost finished off, gets the time walk off, the swaps there to cancel it, though, and Afterlife is going to drop as well. They don't get any counter kills. Bottom lane, Ohio, being pursued out a bit by Ramses, was hoping to get the chains on. Ohio might have been able to kill him if he did. Doesn't happen, but still, at least one Spirit hero who's able to keep these lanes pushed out a little bit. But it is their lone bright spot. Other than that, the rest of the team is struggling to compete.
And his Battle Fury timing pretty damn good here, all things considered.
He had to solo a Broodmother for a lot of the game, and it was by no means an easy matchup he's had, but he's handled it well.
I would say he's like not one of the best Broods. Like he's good Brood, but not had the biggest impact pressuring the towers
he
in
has
the game
fed
in general.
quite a few Spiderlings as well. You can see Ember at 161 CS at 19 minutes, and with the amount of movement he's been doing,
it was a great pick this game, which is where like he played a good Brood rather than a great Brood, and that's fine because of how
they
good
dusted him, and Ohio gets caught by a kick bottom lane.
The dust might wear off though.
Don't think it'll be in time. Bolt comes through. They really want this kill. They're gonna commit the Magnetize. They do grab him, but with the Zeus ult and the Magnetize down, Fnatic may say, screw it, we don't need the Brood. We're taking your base. It seems that's at least going to be the initial movement here, but Spirit, Chrono is still ready. Able to drive them back, so they do manage to kill the Brood again. That was like an absolute max range kick from Always Wanna Fly. Just kind of fishing around in the dark there, but it ended up connecting. That's the Battle Fury, 1800 gold complete. You know, gods, this is with the OD not having the best game, it's gonna be a while before they have lockdown to deal with December. So Ramsey's pretty free to rat it out.
Absolutely, and if he sees like a Scythe of Vice build-up, that's where he's just going to be like, okay, I'll start working on my own Lincoln, so you can't just use that Blink Hex to kill me off when I'm split pushing, because split push is going to be a key part of Ramsey's game here. That's if Spirit are going to be able to hold on to this one, they're going to have 3 to 4 heroes defending while Ramsey's is split pushing a lane, forcing Fnatic to go back and defend, or at least, I mean, more than anything, the split push is just to secure some farm progression. He needs to get the crit up, he needs to get something like a Lincoln steal with a Hex. The Manta no longer a necessity since there won't be an Orchid coming up from Ohio, and Ramses is up there. He's on par with the TA in terms of farm. very, very impressive Ember.
And we do have to reiterate, is incredibly strong, so not something Fnatic want to just walk headlong into. You get imagine getting caught by that Chrono into a Zeus ult, spamming bolts and chain lightning with all the bonus damage.
Witch Doctor has Ags in 300 gold as well. Go Black just put together some
forget about all the other
farms.
things I said. That's probably the biggest source of damage at this point.
I mean, considering Fnatic have kind of been getting all the kills have just been going Zeus's way. So.
Uh-oh. This would be the best possible kill, though, Afterlife. If they can just pick up this Void off the bat, start their push in the mid lane, could be devastating. But they don't have the best initiation. They have to like walk up and get event stun off.
They could swap him in. It was a level 2 swap, and the time walk, like you swap him in, you can time walk away, but it's very short range, so may have been a kill. But they may.
It's really close to their base. It's not like an instant kill.
Huge turnaround fight for Spirit to take.
That has an invis now. Mushi not there, though. He's just been busy dealing with top.
Mid 1, Fnatic in general, not expecting to get even a tier 3 tower of this, but there we go. 600 damage done to this tier 3, and it's just slowly progressing towards a situation where they're going to be able to take racks. They're just so efficient. Well, Mid 1 is so efficient with his TA play. Like, it's not just a pick-off. It's damaging and prodding, chipping away at the Team Spirit brace, knowing there's no Chronosphere to catch him out, and he's just a lot freer because of that. He can BKB. If he gets like 4-man initiated on by a Searing Chains, like a Blink Searing Chains, he's in the clear until the Void's back alive. And then he backs off. They're going to fall back to playing a bit safer defensively, waiting to get another pick-off, waiting for the next Roshan. And then with this triple BKB setup, Fnatic will be very hard to fight into.
Ohio's out pretty far here. He commits the BKB right as Afterlife Chronos him. Do they have any damage to do with this? They are going to drop the Death Ward, but Mid 1 comes right in.
How much does it do? Like 400-ish? 850. 600 damage. A Laguna Blade, basically.
A spammable one. That costs 60 mana. Very nice.
And now the next Rosh comes.
They're gonna, if they get this Aegis uncontested, Spirit may just have to sack a rack.
It's got to go soon. They've got the Ag's Death Ward. I'd say they've got it. It's not
soon. Soon is too late. They needed to go yesterday. And they weren't in time. Spirit, backs against the wall now. I mean, they're really pulling every scrappy little trick out of the oh no! Ramsey's flanking forward here. Fortunately, did have the remnant, but it's on top of the TA trap.
Oh, okay, he gets away.
Just has the one last remnant, but now it's going to be very low on them for the high ground defense. And Mid 1, DD rune will wear off.
Yeah, just one remnant. It does limit how much damage he can do and how kind of aggressive he can posture.
Yeah, you can't really go for those big plays when you don't have the escape.
Daedalus. I mean, at this point, one stun, he may just get one-shotted by a TA, Melt Strike. And then you got the Impetus. If you survive on less than 600 HP, well, the Impetus follows you and goodbye.
By the way, I love how Mushi has been just fighting creeps top lane for the past 15 minutes. Rest of Fnatic 4v5ing the mid and bottom lanes, and Mushi just chilling top, hitting creeps, and getting gold. It's been a very quiet game for him, but that is the beauty of this new lineup with Mid 1, is that he doesn't have to carry the team on his back by himself.
And if anything, there's always that mindset where it's like, it's Mushi, we got to shut him down, we got to gank him. Oh, Mushi's on ID, he's in a position where we can kill him. Let's go do so. Like they did so 2 or 3 times, and yeah, Mushi's had a pretty bad game. He's probably died a few times when he didn't need to, but ultimately, they focus way too much on him when Mid 1 is actually the big playmaker. He's on the hero that TA, which they had no counter for, if anything. So TA proven to be the really big issue here for Team Spirit.
Fnatic really zeroing in on that first lane of racks. Have yet to claim it. They took the tier 3 mid. They've brought the tier 3 low bottom. And top lane was already chipped on earlier. And the pain is going to come out now from DJ towards that top lane. Mushi sitting back and just holding the wave, trying to deal with the Ember Spirit split push while the Broodmother parks herself mid. So it's a decent spread here from Fnatic.
I feel like Mushi's almost like, why doesn't he try to go high ground with his team right now? He really wants to farm this
close
Hex.
To a Hex, I mean, but not
2,000 gold. Yeah, by that point you may have lost this Aegis. And yeah, you may get wrecked without Mushi, but why not get it with him?
They're going to try to jump on mid here. Let's see if Iceberg gets out too far. The man's been caught a lot this game. This time, though, he's got backup. I guess he does want the Hex. We'll see if it works out.
I mean, they are going to continue to go well into the late game just because of the nature of Spirit's draft, where it's actually a one-core lineup at this point. The Zeus is going to be able to dish out a decent amount of damage on a high ground defense, but ultimately is not getting much in the way of farm. So I think Fnatic confident they can take the late game as well because of how far ahead they are, but this is just such a good timing for them. You just got the Daedalus, you've got Aegis, you've got triple BKB.
They brought Ramses back. They're expecting Mushi to go farm that top lane, and they want to have the 5v4 power play here. He pops an Invis. He's going to move in, buys the Daedalus.
Okay.
Unscouted.
No buyback, though.
One good fight.
And then suddenly
move, but it might be just what the
one.
doctor ordered at this point. Ohio stalking him from behind, though, and he's going to slide a fist. Remnant back.
Mushi, just go fight with your team. I'm so nervous. Like, what? All it's
Okay,
going to
he's
take
600 gold away.
Yeah.
At this point, you have to wait for the hex.
The Aegis, though, it's going to be gone by that point. And you can... I think that... Okay, so if in fairness to Mushi, he's the captain, he's a shot clone. What he's saying now is, we can't push with Aegis into their incredible high ground defense. We need a pick off. And how do you get a pick off? It's going to be the Blink Hex. So he's not waiting for the Hex to push high ground with it. He's waiting so you can get the pick off, which will be what creates opportunities for them. So that's kind of the decision-making process going through Fnatic's head right now. It's a very solid plan. There's just other plans which I feel could also work as far as just having Mushi go and take high ground with the TA on the front line. But this is kind of a safer, slower paced way. And when you're in a Game 3 decider, which guarantees you top 12 if you start in the winner bracket, you're going to play safe.
Well, DJ not playing safe here. Gets caught out, but the Chronosphere was committed bottom lane for that. Mushi Hex about to be done. 250 gold away now. And with the Chrono and the Zeus ult on cooldown, maybe they just go in anyway. It's risky to use it like that. 100 seconds. Sure, there's no Aegis on Fnatic, but perhaps you don't need it. Even a healing salve getting popped here by Net. He's got a couple already so that he could just keep the offense going. Moment's notice. They're not ready fully to break in.
Yeah. It just seems Fnatic in a way for like all the items before they go higher ground. The TAs,
I mean, not only is it a Hex, but they're going to have swap Hex, so they have really reliable initiation now.
They've got Diffusal Blades now on the TA, so they can deal with the Ghost Scepters.
Double Diffusal,
and
actually.
The Ags on Enchantress is going to be a big boost in her damage output, which is just 400 away, which I think why she was farming a bit greedily in the bottom lane was probably like 100 away before she died. So Fnatic very close to that like next level of items, which it's like, okay, what they've got their next level item. What has Spirit got? Not so much. They've been sitting on just the Ags Witch Doctor. The Ember is still progressing it item-wise, but the other 4 heroes, they're not.
Fnatic are slow rolling it, that's for sure. And you look at the overall net worth distribution here. Spirit, only one hero who's keeping the pace.
And the beauty of the one other kind of underrated thing about that third Roshan, of course, is always having the cheese as well as the Aegis. You've got 2 big carries in the front line. One can have Aegis, one can have cheese. And
Ramses, the Blake Hex is already. Oh, did he scout it?
Fast fingers. They knew the Hex. They saw the Hex in top lane when Mushi got delivered when it was scouted, but yeah, must have.
A pick there, and Ember would have buyback, but forcing that out in this position is devastating.
Going again. This one he may get. Oh no, he didn't actually get vision of him yet, so he blinks forward.
Mushi's having fun hitting creeps. Not often you see an OD just farming this much. And they're gonna find always want to fly. Looks for the roll away, but mid one blinking forward. Diffusal Blade is gonna be used and quickly assassinates him, and that might be the cue to go. Mushi is rushing to join the team. Fnatic not waiting around for Roshan number 3. They want to try and take a Rags too, so now the Chronosphere comes through. It's a pretty good one. The Death Ward's going to come. There's the swap out, keeping mid one alive. The Venge will die, as too will DJ on the Enchantress, but they keep their beefier cores on in fighting shape. Still, though, you see the threat, Spirit.
It's just where
devastating high ground.
I think their timing's at strongest around Aegis. Less the cheese, but Aegis because of how good an insta-kill Chronosphere is. That was 2 heroes just instantly dead. The Venge had to throw away her life to save the TA there. Enchantress was out of position as well. It should just be 1 hero in the front lines hitting the rack, so they can only ever get that 1 hero Chronosphere. And if you go for the multiple hero Chronosphere, you're going on the back lines, which is where Witch Doctor, he can't get to the back lines as well for a good Death Ward. So the only time you're going to be able to synergize the Death Ward with the Chrono is on the front line TA, so it should never be a second hero with TA. It should just be TA, and if you have to save TA, you swap, you lose a Venge, and that's acceptable. But losing 2 there is not what Fnatic should be doing.
Historically, it has been an issue for Fnatic and for most of Mushi's teams is closing out games.
Yeah.
Having a lead and just being able to seal the deal. I mean, whether you look at the Orange Esports lineup at TA3 that had that huge lead against Navi and let it slip away, or a lot of their performances, even at this tournament. So we'll have to see if they can finally shake the monkey off their back, as Ohio just BKBs outside of the... Got a boulder kick coming his way. Broodmother.
Get at some point, which he feels is necessary. The Lincolns may just be the next pick. Yeah, he's got the recipe, the perseverance. I think it's worth giving up buyback for Lincolns, because theoretically with that, you're not going to die. At least when you're split pushing to an OD.
Spirit, 3 men moving in. They might be walking into the net swap here. It's level 2. Mushi's coming from behind. He gets the Wave of Terror off onto Goblak, and Goblak isn't sure which way to go. They chrono onto mid 1. Mushi sitting there in reserve is going to deal with Goblak, and that's the follow-up damage to actually make that Chronosphere effective. Now they drop the banish. The BKB's committed. They're going to force Iceberg back. One chasing him. Mushi looking to deal with the other. Has the ultimate. Can drop it here on Afterlife and slam the door. Perhaps no, he's going to hang on to it for now. The TA, though, does go down. Finished off again. Has the buyback ready. No Void ult available. No Zeus ult online. Maybe worth considering a buyback to go for this.
All 3 of those heroes dead don't have... I mean, that's knowledge not known to Fnatic, but doesn't look like...
But they do know the ults are on cooldown.
Yeah.
That might be where they're considering it. Let's see. 4 pushing mid for now. Oh, the Roche gets scouted. They have a trap ready.
Yeah. And they're
going to go for that
That's
instead.
the safe play. You can just hold on to the cheese to give to the TA later on. Or maybe they wait. I think the TA is the better Aegis candidate, because TA is the one who can break the racks.
OD is pretty garbage for that.
Yeah, so you want TA in the front lines hitting racks, and TA may be the most likely to die at that stage. So having Aegis on TA and cheese on OD is probably the preferred setup for Fnatic.
This has turned into a slow, very big start. Very aggressive early on, but Fnatic do keep every bit of momentum going their way. They're forcing out buybacks from Spirit and just generally keeping them penned up in the base. The only hero staying relevant is Ramses, but you look at the rest of the net worths and they drop off a cliff for Team Spirit.
And luckily it's still heroes like Zeus who, even with small net worth, just the Aether Lens Veil he has, huge damage output. with level 16.
Except for the BKBs, though,
Yeah.
is the issue here, I guess.
And they're still pretty healthy durations. 8 seconds on TA.
Ramses
Brood.
gets hex top. He's able to survive and look to turn this one around a little bit. His backup's coming, but meanwhile, bottom lane, the Rat's also coming from mid 1, who's looking for the melee rack. So while they're busy trying to finish off Ramses, who almost dies to that last impetus, mid 1 is busy trying to close out the game here with the racks. They always want to fly, get a TP back. And while that's happening in the mid lane, Ohio also pushing things in. BKB going to be committed, slaughtering the Earth Spirit of always want to fly. I got struggling on Earth Spirit. 4-6 this game, definitely better than...
Down to 5 seconds against the Zeus, and you talked about how, yeah, the BKB is amazing, essential against the Zeus, but when they're 5 seconds in the late game scenario, pushing high ground gets a lot more difficult, so... Trades like that, like, short term, bad for Spirit, losing your Earth Spirit to like a TA BKB, but long term, you could find yourself in a position as Fnatic where you you've only maybe taken 1 lane of racks, or you haven't taken a lane of racks, and you've got 5-second BKB.
Mid 1. Oh, he forced Goblak back.
No BKB.
Oh, man.
Maledict? Is he going to die to this?
No, he'll be healed up by DJ. Just barely surviving, well, at least for now. Sleight of Fist coming through. A little bit of Flame Guard damage there. Almost enough to stop that Aegis. Not the way you want to be using it. And do want to point out mid 1 had to drop his Diffusal Blade. Slot limited at this point. Courier, I believe, is currently holding it up on the cliff. So he doesn't have a way to deal with Ghost Scepters, but he can still deal with racks. You see the range racks was slowly being worked on by Ohio. Sent the Spiderlings in for that. So going for the guaranteed and irreversible structural damage here. Fnatic are not having an easy time breaking the Spirit base. Everything going their way on paper, numerically, they should feel great, but I do wonder if maybe they're a little bit frustrated with their inability to close this one out.
A bit nervous, just because of the nature of Spirit's.
That's a big hero to take down. Ember Spirit off the map for a long time. The Boots of Travel are ready, so he can push in the top lane. At the ward bump, so there's nothing to go with this. They lose Goblak. The Ember Spirit buys back. If he dies again without getting 3-4 kills, that's likely the game. And Afterlife being pursued here by mid 1. Ember playing it safe, trying to do it the mid lane where Ohio's busy ratting. He stays back, but mid 1 starts to work on melee racks, decides, thinks better of it, and goes back for hero kills. Ramses Gotta be careful. They're hunting him. He's got a Remnant available, has the Blink Dagger ready, but this is going to open the way and pave through for Fnatic to take their first melee Rex, maybe to take two. Will we see two teams from Southeast Asia back in the winner bracket at a Valve event for the first time since 2012? We are on the precipice here. They've taken one melee Rex. They're looking for a second. They've gotten it two. Fnatic pulling through in the clutch. Looks like they're coming back and making this a 2-1 victory.